Carrying the Concept Card Draw System, Jonathan traverses the Marvel Universe and unexpectedly acquires the ability to randomly journey through myriad realms. In the early stages, he is reborn as a member of Hydra, awakening the Concept Card Draw System, and begins with the extraordinary ability of ultimate self-healing, manipulating events from the shadows in various worlds. Examples of concepts include Cancer Cell's Immortality, Infinite Replication, Tardigrade's Extreme Adaptability, Resurrection from Desiccation Particles, Wave Particle Duality, Reassembly and Decomposition, in the mid-stages. He awakens an ability contrary to that of the Hulk, where all emotions except anger, joy, sorrow, fear become limitless enhancements. Armed with the fear-inducing Yellow Lantern ring, he subsequently assumes the role of an eccentric mastermind in the later stages. Reality becomes malleable, and he declares, I am your wall breaker. Chapter 1. Have I become the heir of Hydra? In the Marvel Universe, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Alexander Pierce, the cunning old fox who wields control over the World Security Council while secretly reviving Hydra, steps out of the conference room, clutching a stack of classified documents. As his eyes adjust to the blinding light, he frowns where there should have been two loyal agents standing guard. Only one bespectacled bald man remains. Sitwell, where is Rumlow? Director, Rumlow has been summoned by your son Jonathan, who claims he wants to practice combat again. Pierce's lips twitch as he adjusts his gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of irritation and resignation in his tone. That troublesome boy. Has he dragged Rumlow into another training session? He has been doing this for 3 years, clocking in weekly. I might as well send Rumlow to him as a personal bodyguard. Jonathan is his third son, and undoubtedly the most exasperating one. Rebellious and unruly from a young age. He leveraged his status as a second-generation Hydra member to strut about S.H.I.E.L.D. The New York Times socialites were nearly all added to his contact list, and his luxury cars would be returned the next day, often assisted by Othursa quintessential scion of privilege. To think he could inherit Hydra? A mere fantasy. Thus, Pierce abandoned the notion of grooming this wayward child, instead focusing on his other two sons, one embedded in Congress, the other entrenched in Hydra's collateral. Factions, preparing for succession. As for Jonathan, he was left to roam free, provided he did not stir up significant trouble. Yet, 3 years ago, Jonathan abruptly transformed. No longer the womanizing speedster, he instead became enamored with fitness and combat, persistently pursuing the Hydra agent Crossbones, Rumlow, to learn practical skills. Commitment he has maintained for 3 years. A former playboy turned into a hardened warrior. At first, Pierce suspected an imposter, only to confirm Jonathan's identity through DNA testing. This development was exceedingly unusual. He sensed something was subtly shifting. As night fell within the grounds of Pierce's estate, in an open area. Uncle Rumlow, have we completed today's training objectives? Yes, more or less. I must return now. Sitwell just informed me that the director requires my attention. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Rumlow. I shall take a shower and join you shortly. Beneath the sun, a man with dark hair and piercing black eyes rose briskly from his push-ups, brushing the grains of sand from his palms. With a smile, once Rumlow departed, Jonathan gazed into the distance, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Indeed, courting Rumlow proves to be no simple task. In contrast to the loosely organized S.H.I.E.L.D. of the future, the ironclad Order of Hydra stands as the true source of power. He cast his gaze downward to his palm, where a luminous tattoo of progress bar visible only to him read 99.99. At last, is awakening imminent? Theoretically, he was not a denizen of this world. 3 years prior, he had been a researcher in the Celestial Empire, who, after an unforeseen incident in the laboratory, fell into a coma only to awaken with his body, memories, and identity entirely transformed. He found himself transported to the Marvel Universe, now the youngest son of the elusive Hydra's mastermind and the third son of the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even more absurdly, he had bound himself to a system. Concept Extraction Quantum System. This system could extract conceptual abilities from any noun, for instance. Drawing upon chloroplasts would grant him photosynthesis and energy conversion. Extracting black holes might endow him with gravitational control and consumption of all. The card pool refreshes monthly, allowing 3 drawing opportunities each day, supplemented by a safety net mechanism. Regrade green, S-grade purple, SS-grade gold, and even mysterious, unknown entries. However, the system sustained damage during the traversal, requiring a full 3 years to initialize. Thus, he devoted himself to silently honing his physique, enhancing his physical capabilities while awaiting the system's complete awakening. Physical strength is the foundation for the awakening of abilities. Hence, he embarked on a journey of fitness and martial arts, unwavering for 3 years. Now, with the progress bar fully charged, the doors of destiny are poised to open. A smile curved Jonathan's lips as he murmured softly to himself. The original owner of this body may have faltered, but I am not merely here to play the role of a dandy. Chapter 2, Cancer Cells. Having resided in the Marvel Universe for 3 years, Jonathan, as the current mastermind of Hydra and a member of the World Security Council, as well as the son of the director of SHIELD, has been living quite comfortably. Unlike other travelers who arrive in Marvel only to find themselves destitute and entangled in the underworld, desperately scheming to win the favor of pivotal characters or forging connections to survive, Jonathan's existence is markedly different. He does not live in constant fear or anxiety. Rather, he revels in the privilege of wealth and status. In other words, he enjoys an extraordinarily fortuitous beginning. As the younger brother to the next heir of the family, Jonathan experiences a blend of leniency and strict oversight from his father, Pierce, who indulges him more than his elder siblings. However, as a self-aware traveler, Jonathan recognizes that this apparent tranquility is merely superficial. Firstly, according to the shifts of the future, had Jonathan not appeared in this world, the insidious dealings of SHIELD would gradually come to light, ultimately being uncovered by the astute Nick Fury. Around this time, Captain America, the emblematic figure of American valor, would be resurrected from his frozen slumber, providing Fury with an additional source of expendable labor. With the truth unveiled, Pierce's grand schemes would unravel, and he himself would face profound repercussions. Jonathan is acutely aware that this realm is not akin to a martial arts saga, where familial ties shield one from calamity. In this capitalistic, morally ambiguous nation, any misstep could lead to the entire family meeting their fate in a tragic reunion with the divine. Moreover, this is only the tip of the iceberg. The moment Tony Stark revealed himself as Iron Man, the Marvel Universe began its perilous transformation. Inundated with superpowered beings and formidable villains, venturing outside could result in an unexpected encounter with death. Consider the most recent crisis, the extraterrestrial invasion of New York. This catastrophic battle wreaked havoc across numerous regions, and Jonathan cannot assure the safety of his family or even his distant relatives. These circumstances have already placed Jonathan under immense strain. The impending storylines of Avengers 2 to 4, featuring Ultron and the infamous snap of Thanos, along with the looming narrative of Loki and the emergence of the formidable Kang the Conqueror, only add to the chaos. The future is destined to be tumultuous. Thus, for the past 3 years, Jonathan has eagerly anticipated the awakening of his unique abilities and the development of a robust physique to support the functioning of the system. At this moment, he has retreated to his room, closed the door, and taken a deep breath, gazing expectantly at his palm. He senses that the system is on the verge of activation. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock on the wall pauses momentarily before commencing a new cycle. As an inexplicable warmth radiates from Jonathan's palm, the progress bar, which had stagnated at 99, rapidly surges to 100. Immediately, the progress bar's pattern began to fade, replaced by a transparent cellular design. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Jonathan's mind. Concept Extraction Quantum System has been successfully activated. The novice gift pack has been dispatched. Please check your personal inbox. Once the voice dissipated, a faint sound reminiscent of an engine starting echoed in Jonathan's thoughts. Suddenly, a panel resembling a game interface materialized before him, yet it was notably minimalist, adorned with 3 distinct icons. The first icon represented the personal inbox referenced by the mechanical voice. The second icon was the noun extraction card pool. The third icon combined personal information with an equipment bar. Upon gazing at this simulated panel, Jonathan felt as if he had traversed back to his previous life, playing a subpar online game. Fortunately, there were no advertisements here, making it far more pleasant than before. He attempted to interact with it using both his mind and hand. Discovering that he could operate this panel, visible only to himself, regardless of whether he used mental waves or physical touch, he favored the former, as operating the panel in front of others might lead them to think he was unhinged. With an anxious yet eager heart, he opened his personal inbox, which displayed a line of text. The contents of the novice gift pack include 1 randomly obtained noun card, 80 guaranteed draws within novice protection, and a choice from 5 options in the novice card pool. Thus, his first draw from the novice pool was indeed selectable, allowing the system to randomly grant him an ability, akin to receiving a boon at the onset. However, the randomness introduced an element of uncertainty. What if he received an ability of little value? Recalling the tender smile of the future purple sweet potato essence, Jonathan gritted his teeth. Regardless, acquiring a noun card was his only avenue to transcend the realm of ordinary individuals. With an ability, he could secure his place in the world. At the very least, judging by the system's card pool setup, even the worst cards could not be too detrimental. After all, one must face the unknown. and if fate allowed him to survive, he would endure for eternity. Resolving against hesitation, he focused his thoughts and clicked to claim his reward. In the next instant, a dazzling golden light began to emanate from the transparent panel before him. Golden among gold, truly golden. Jonathan stared intently at the simulated panel until the golden glow subsided, revealing a somewhat realistic noun card before him. Noun, cancer cell. Type, microscopic card. Level, details, an aberrant cell with the ability for unlimited proliferation, invasion, and metastasis. Entry 1. Immortality through unlimited proliferation. Equipping this entry will enhance the subject's cellular regeneration capacity indefinitely, manifesting as extreme healing and limitless functional enhancement. In accordance with the host's strength. Confirm equipping? Yes, indeed. It's golden among gold. You truly move me to tears. Jonathan's voice quivered slightly. To comprehend the essence of this entry, one must recognize the vast implications of cellular immortality. Within a single individual resides a multitude of cells, neurons, muscle cells, leukocytes, and epithelial cells. The concept of infinite proliferation, coupled with the notion of enhancement, signifies that these cells possess the capacity for limitless augmentation. According to the guidance provided, as long as one's strength is formidable, cellular enhancement will transcend ordinary limits. Neurons correspond to cognitive reflexes and thought processes. Muscle cells represent physical strength and muscular development. Leukocytes are integral to the immune system's defense against diseases and toxins, and epithelial cells serve protective functions. Essentially, it embodies a comprehensive archetype, albeit with the exception of not being able to enhance abilities through sun exposure. Theoretically, as long as Jonathan remains alive for even a second longer, his physical constitution will undergo infinite reinforcement, transforming him into a significantly diminished version of a superhuman. It merely becomes a matter of time. However, one might argue that should he fortuitously acquire the entry associated with chloroplasts, it would impeccably remedy this shortcoming. Chapter 3. A metamorphosis without a hint of hesitation. Jonathan opted for extraction. In the following moment, every cell within him felt as though it were pierced by countless searing steel needles. The agony of the needle tips embedding into his soul, coupled with an overwhelming sensation of burning, conspired to knot his consciousness, culminating in yet another cataclysmic event. Much like the young boy who once marked his presence in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, his fervor illuminated the entirety of his existence, bringing forth the divine radiance of Amaterasu. Suddenly, a violent reaction plunged Jonathan's brain into a state of dysfunction. His entire body stiffened as though struck by lightning, collapsing rigidly onto the floor of his bedroom. The resounding impact of his body against the floor startled Teresa, the housemaid, who was tidying up in the courtyard. Confused, Teresa approached Jonathan's room and knocked, inquiring, "What has occurred, young Master Jonathan?" Yet, only silence greeted her ears, prompting her to depart in resignation. "Master, please exercise caution," she thought. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period, Jonathan abruptly opened his eyes. By then, the sky outside had transitioned from a cerulean hue to a hint of gold. Glancing sideways at the wall clock, he was astonished to find the hour hand had moved from 12 to 6. Had he truly been unconscious for 6 hours? Was it already evening? At that moment, Jonathan remained in a dazed state, the profound experience still haunting him. It could be said that, irrespective of his past or present, he had never encountered such an excruciating ordeal. It felt akin to having all his muscles and bones shattered without anesthesia, only to be reassembled thereafter. Thankfully, Jonathan had fainted instantly. Had he endured the pain long enough to bite his tongue, he would have met his demise prematurely. Eventually, as his thoughts returned to normalcy and his spirit regained its composure, Jonathan sprang up from the floor with a vigorous motion. In this seemingly simple process, he discovered that his body was infused with an unprecedented vitality, a sensation that was difficult to articulate. In stark contrast to his previous physical condition, which had been depleted by indulgence over the past 16 years, Jonathan's subsequent training merely fortified this foundation. However, his overall physical prowess remained incomplete, often plagued by episodes of fatigue and hypoglycemia. Now, he could distinctly feel that his physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced, in addition to his improved physique. His mental acuity had also received a notable boost. In the past, an intangible fog had clouded his judgment during moments of contemplation. Yet now, his thoughts were remarkably lucid, allowing him to recall fragments from his previous life that had once eluded him. This sensation reminded Jonathan of Lucy's cerebral awakening in Limitless. The cancer cell's boundless proliferation implied that his neurons and brain cells were also undergoing continuous evolution, potentially reaching or even surpassing Lucy's level of enhancement. With this realization, Jonathan rose and approached the full-length mirror to examine the transformations in his physique. At this moment, his white tank top was thoroughly drenched in sweat, prompting him to remove it entirely. Upon shedding his garment, he was confronted with the sight of his evolved, robust form. After 3 years of dedicated training, Jonathan had not sought to bulk up his muscles, but rather aimed to refine and cultivate a healthy physique. Now, he resembled someone who had consumed a potent muscle-building supplement. With 2 pronounced pectoral muscles and a more defined six-pack, the remaining 2 hidden subtly beneath his navel. Whereas Jonathan's previous physique had been akin to Bruce Lee's lean build, he now bore a resemblance to a well-proportioned fighter. It appeared that the immortality of these cancer cells was exceptionally formidable. How much had his self-healing capabilities truly been enhanced? And to what extent could they be pushed? With this thought, Jonathan was eager to test the effects of his newfound abilities. He stepped out of his room and into the outdoor training area where he had previously exercised. Within this 100-meter training ground, Jonathan had invested in a plethora of fitness equipment, including but not limited to sandbags, pull-up bars, and dumbbells. Furthermore, he had commissioned the construction of a rubberized track around the perimeter, relying on memories from his past life. You may wonder how Jonathan had acquired such wealth. It was likely a skill he inherited from his father, akin to Nick Fury's penchant for financial gain. Among the equipment, the sandbag was a unique acquisition procured from HIELD's technical department, featuring a digital display. The sandbag contained a sensor connected to an external monitor, specifically designed for operatives and agents. At this moment, standing before the sandbag, Jonathan leaned back slightly before delivering a powerful punch. In the next moment, the sandbag soared, and the nearby monitor illuminated, revealing Jonathan's strength to be approximately 400. This figure, while slightly inferior compared to the legendary boxer Tyson from his past life, was still a source of satisfaction. After all, he previously lacked even 250. Now, he possessed the capability to deliver a single blow that could vanquish his former self. Subsequently, he assessed his other attributes. His vertical leap could reach an impressive 25 meters, and he could sprint 100 meters in a mere 9.5 seconds, the pinnacle of Captain America's physical prowess being 8.62 seconds in the same distance. This was a testament to his physical attributes. On the other hand, the immortality of cancer cells also encompassed their infinite regenerative abilities, commonly referred to as ultimate self-healing. Jonathan pondered the potency of this ability and whether it could be compared to the renowned healing prowess of Wolverine. Contemplating this, he promptly picked up a relatively sharp stone from the ground and attempted to drag it forcefully across his skin. To his astonishment, the sharp stone failed to cut through, merely leaving a faint white mark. He recalled that the evolution of cell proliferation seemed to have augmented his epithelial cells. What to do if he could not be harmed? Suddenly, he thought of a certain rogue superhero with the surname Han, who used his laser vision to shave and trim his hair, an epitome of self-sufficiency in overcoming defenses. As for himself, he lacked such skills, at least for the time being. An idea struck him. He remembered that during his coming-of-age ceremony last year, Lambro had gifted him a dagger crafted from vibranium. This very blade would suffice to make a cut on his skin, allowing him to test his self-healing capabilities. After all, apart from the indestructible adamantium and the mysterious URU metal, vibranium was one of the hardest metals in the Marvel Universe. With this thought, Jonathan retreated to his room and rummaged through his cabinet until he unearthed the dagger. Chapter 4. A Wolverine-like healing state. Morning light streamed through the shattered glass, casting slants upon the trembling blade of Jonathan's dagger. The vibranium dagger, with its 45-degree curved arc, shimmered with an ethereal blue aura. The blood vessels in his neck throbbed at a rate of 134 beats per minute, significantly exceeding the standard baseline of 72 during a resting state. The vibranium ore that had plummeted into the Congo basin 15 years ago echoed in his mind as Jonathan flicked the spine of the dagger, creating a high-frequency vibration that produced a continuous humming sound. This resonated with memories of Ulysses Claw's escape from Wakanda, where the border tribes had deployed sound wave traps crafted from sonic spears. Had it not been for the fact that the Crossbones, who had purchased the dagger, seemed to possess knowledge of certain secrets, this blade, capable of slaying gods, might still be circulating in the Black Arms market today. Speaking of Ulysses Claw, the character who appeared in Black Panther, he had, over 30 years, pilfered a substantial amount of vibranium from Wakanda, becoming a notorious vibranium trafficker. However, his neck bore the mark of a thief, a tattoo branded by the Wakandans, which Claw viewed as a disgrace, thereby sealing his enmity with the Wakandan tribes forever. Since then, the inhabitants of the Wakandan tribes commenced their search for buyers who had procured vibranium from him, as well as the elusive Claw. Meanwhile, Jonathan, now in possession of a vibranium dagger, was acutely aware that he might soon attract the attention of the Wakandans. However, to disregard the value of such an extraordinary artifact would be sheer folly. A weapon capable of slicing through steel, where could one possibly find another? Contemplating this, Jonathan took a deep breath and positioned the dagger against his left arm. In the following moment, a surge of ultraviolet negative ions erupted within his nasal cavity. As the most enigmatic resonant material in the Marvel Universe, this rare metal, forged from neutron star magnetic storms, defied the laws of physics, hovering a mere 0. 0.03 microns above the surface of his skin, as the blade skimmed the inner side of his forearm. Air molecules were torn from their ionized trajectories by an extremely static atomic matrix. The outermost layer of the wound, a dense keratinous layer, was neatly severed, while the mid-layered dermal collagen fibers twisted chaotically like broken strings, and the capillary network disintegrated at a distance of 3 nanometers from the blade's edge. Pain. Jonathan squinted as blood began to seep forth, feeling more akin to the temperature fluctuations experienced when slicing through a mousse cake than to any human alarm. He suddenly recalled an instance from a parallel universe wherein Magneto had employed vibranium fibers to probe the pressure points of Professor X's spine, with subjects reporting a pain index lower than that of wooden splinters by a staggering 376. Now he understood. This molecular structure, infinitely approaching absolute zero, outright refused to engage in the electronic transmission of neurotransmitters. What truly suffocated him was the frenzied awakening of life beneath the wound. This was nothing akin to the macroscopic limb regeneration exhibited by Deadpool. Rather, Jonathan found himself entranced by the torrent of cellular activity surging beneath the incision. Each stem cell, now a syncytium, carried its complete genomic information, akin to billions of nanoscopic nuclear magnetic resonance devices conducting holographic reconstructions at the quantum level. The ultimate form of the Aresh laboratory. When the last star-shaped glial cell completed the neural bridging, dawn light pierced through the steel beams of the ceiling, casting a mottled interplay of shadows across the nascent skin in a golden ratio. Indeed, the cellular proliferation effect brought forth by conceptual abilities was all-encompassing. It was not only manifested in the physical enhancement of the body, but also significantly amplified sensory systems, including pain perception. When a human evolves to a certain degree, a state of dual existence must inevitably be achieved, an amalgamation of mental perception and physical strength. Taking the example of a superhuman absorbing solar energy. When confronted with a hail of gunfire, it is not solely the enhanced physique that plays a role. Even the sensory system actively mitigates the pain feedback from the bullets. This flawless synergy between sensation and corporeal form represents the pinnacle of evolutionary progress. Based on his current experiences, Jonathan speculated that his abilities might manifest in 2 distinct regenerative forms, the first resembling the limb regeneration exhibited by the character of Little Wolf Girl, Kimiko, in the television series The Boys. This mode of regeneration centers on the subject undertaking a holistic repair during the instance of trauma. There would be a temporary loss of function or consciousness in the affected area. The process of repair is not instantaneous, but rather develops gradually from a juvenile state to completeness. The second form is far more extreme, resembling the rule-level regeneration of the ancestor of the Dark River within the primordial system. As long as the core sustains its life force, even a single drop of blood can facilitate resurrection. This method of regeneration transcends the conventional notions of bodily repair, achieving separation and recombination at the microscopic level. This extraordinary regenerative ability endows Jonathan with a survival advantage in extreme environments. As cells continuously renew and iterate, aging and dying cells are perpetually replaced. The infinite loop mechanism formed at the microscopic level grants Jonathan an almost invincible capacity for survival. However, in this perilous world, even such formidable abilities necessitate caution. Much like Deadpool's seemingly fearless behavior conceals immense risks, Jonathan must remain vigilant. It is vital to recognize that even a mirror space and a time gem could fundamentally neutralize Jonathan's powers. While Deadpool appears to frolic without consequence, his psyche is indeed troubled. Without a decade of cerebral tribulations, one cannot master the intricate techniques he employs, and one must not overlook the looming specter of death that may shadow him, if not tempered by prolonged mental fortitude and a profound understanding of mortality. Reckless actions will inevitably incur grave repercussions. Thus, the essence of survival within the Marvel Universe does not hinge upon the magnitude of one's abilities, but rather on Jonathan's capacity to make astute choices. As long as he evades entities that can fundamentally counteract his powers, such as Katamaji and the Divine Realm, his chances of survival will approach perfection. At this juncture, Jonathan's advantages lie not only in his enhanced physical prowess, which is nearing the level of a special forces operative, but also in the combat skills he has mastered. However, theoretical knowledge has its limits. True growth into a self-healing powerhouse akin to Deadpool or Wolverine can only be achieved through relentless experience and genuine combat. Chapter 5. A brief transition. Having summarized his current abilities, Jonathan redirected his focus to his card pool. According to the system's card drawing mechanics, his first guaranteed draw would occur after 80 attempts. Each day, he is afforded 3 opportunities to draw cards, which can be compounded continuously. Thus, with a full tally, a mere 27 consecutive days of attendance would secure a guarantee. Furthermore, the card pool undergoes an update every month, refreshing its contents every 2 months. Consequently, As long as Jonathan remains alive, he is assured one noun card each month. In a year, he can secure a minimum of 12 abilities. And with a stroke of luck, he might even acquire additional gold cards beyond the guaranteed ones. This leads to an estimated peak capability of 15 or even more. Contemplating this, Jonathan suddenly felt a surge of optimism about his future. Although the golden finger arrived 3 years late, better late than never. This truly is a golden opportunity. Let us see what splendid cards he can draw today. Jonathan immersed his consciousness in the simulation panel and accessed the noun card drawing interface. At that moment, the materials section in the upper right corner had refreshed to display 3 black noun drawing tickets, which Jonathan simply referred to as black tickets. Jesus, God, the Buddha, and Kuan Yin, I am your most devoted follower. Please bless me with fortune. Jonathan recited the names of all the deities he knew, closed his eyes in prayer, and then suddenly opened them to press the card draw button. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 green lights and 1 purple light flew past, transforming into 3 corresponding colored cards, 2 green and 1 purple. Term, paramecium. Type, microcard. Level, details, a unicellular organism that is both male and female, composed of a single cell. Entry 1, cilia. Upon equipping this entry, the wielder will grow cilia that assist in functionality, which can be controlled at will within a liquid environment. Confirm equipment? Yes. Term, vacuole. Type, microcard. Level, details, a bubble-like structure within the cytoplasm. Entry 1, storage. Upon equipping this entry, the wielder will gain the ability to store liquids or pigments. Confirm equipment? Yes. Term, lysosome. Type, microcard. Level, details, a digestive compartment for breaking down proteins, nucleic acids, polysaccharides, and other macromolecules. Entry 1, digestive resistance. Upon equipping this entry, the wielder will enhance the ability to digest invading substances. Confirm equipment? Yes, indeed. There is no system in this world without its share of unscrupulous merchants. The odds of first securing fortune are as slim as my father becoming president tomorrow. However, these cards, while seemingly unimpressive, may possess practicality beyond initial expectations. Jonathan analyzed the 3 cards resting in his backpack. Starting with the cilia, it could prove advantageous in encounters with the Atlanteans. If he were to negotiate with King Namor, swimming capabilities would be indispensable, albeit somewhat peculiar. Jonathan struggled to envision himself adorned with cilia, pondering their color. If flesh-toned, that would indeed be a blow to his dignity. The vacuole's ability, however, is genuinely practical. It can store liquids, a concept with vast implications. Should he find himself parched during a mission, or need to carry corrosive liquids, it could yield unexpected benefits. Moreover, aside from the vacuole, this ability seems promising. Thankfully, during high school biology, I paid attention to lysosomes, which can digest pathogens. This implies a hidden capability, immunity against bacterial invasion. As for viruses, one can only speculate. If that is indeed the case, could it lead to immunity against all toxins? Surprisingly, these term cards, regardless of their level, do not appear weak. Their aesthetics or abilities may lack elegance, yet they hold potential. Suddenly, an idea struck Jonathan, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Could it be that these abilities are capable of evolution? If there were only 2 types of entries, it would be exceedingly limiting, wouldn't it? Jonathan was reminded of the devil fruits from the world of One Piece, where the names of the fruits correspond to nouns. Thus, the abilities developed through imagination would align with the capabilities within the entries. Having only 2 entries would not only be disadvantageous, but would also render oneself rather foolish. The system is indeed quite mercenary. This cannot stand. I must appeal. Chapter 6, Loyalty, or rather, the damn loyalty. System. Are the conceptual abilities derived from these noun cards subject to limitations? Can they, akin to the devil fruit system in One Piece, manifest abilities through idealistic definitions? The card drawing rules and the content of the entries provided by the system are fundamentally fixed. However, the generation of entries can be influenced by the host or external forces, leaving room for exploration. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Jonathan's lips. So, I still hold the power to wield the knife. That's splendid. It seems this isn't a system that revels in the enslavement of its host. He felt quite satisfied. Closing his eyes, he sensed the surging power within him. His cells were dividing feverishly, the veins beneath his skin distinctly visible, resembling writhing red worms. This sensation was both strange and familiar, akin to his body undergoing a metamorphosis. If what you say is true, could the abilities native to Marvel also be integrated with or mutate into my own? He opened his eyes, his gaze landing on a family photo taken 5 years ago in the corner of the room. In the photograph, his father, Pierce, smiled as he embraced Jonathan and his 2 stepbrothers. Cell, information recognition, spider sense reconnaissance technique, target cell target to Hawkeye's absolute hit technique, chloroplast, photosynthesis, Sentinel Multiverse Costless Sentinel? Jonathan rose and paced back and forth in the room. His footsteps echoed in the spacious area, resonating with remarkable clarity. He could feel his hearing enhanced at least tenfold, even catching the sound of the coffee machine operating in the CAF downstairs. And this was not merely a fusion of personal abilities. What if it involved some special substances? Gamma rays, soldier serum, heart-shaped grass, PIM particles, or even infinity stones. He approached the window and drew back the curtains. The sunlight struck his face blindingly. Yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, a warm sensation emanated from deep within his skin, as if something was stirring beneath the surface. My friend, this is truly extraordinary. Jonathan turned to face his reflection in the mirror. The person staring back was not much different from before, yet his gaze had grown considerably deeper. Moreover, he sensed something flickering within the depths of his pupils, as if countless tiny points of light were dancing. Based on the information previously left by the system in his mind, Jonathan realized he need not undertake tasks deliberately or alter Marvel's narrative to provide energy for the system. It was all about following his whims, unencumbered by any constraints from the system. No annihilation, no punishment would concern him. This is the true freedom of America. He approached his desk and opened the drawer. Inside, various documents and photographs were meticulously arranged. At the top lay a yellowed photograph depicting him and Pierce in front of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Of course, that was 3 years ago. The 3-year wait for the golden opportunity had proven worthwhile. He had secured his foundation for existence, yet the future still held numerous perils that awaited his confrontation. The first crisis was the imminent exposure of his family's formidable Hydra background. Jonathan set the photograph aside and reached for the teacup on the desk. The water within had long since cooled, yet he felt no chill. His fingers gently tapped the rim of the cup, producing a crisp sound. When a traveler finds themselves in the Marvel Universe, their instinctive response to encountering Hydra would likely be one of aversion, perceiving it as a chaotic, malevolent force that poses a significant threat to the world. They would be compelled to eradicate it, perhaps seeking to curry favor with the protagonists. Jonathan let out a wry smile. But what if a person were born into the Hydra lineage? How should they respond? He lifted his gaze, peering through the window towards the horizon. The Washington Monument stood majestically in the distance, illuminated by the setting sun. From the memories of his predecessor, he knew that Hydra was a pseudo-religious organization with roots extending over a century, characterized by structure, discipline, and a common agenda. As a member of this family, devoid of any external support, his elders held perspectives that diverged sharply from his own. To attempt to set things right single-handedly? Oh, my friend, one might think he was delusional. Jonathan moved to the window, pushing it open to breathe in the fresh air. When an organization has solidified into a fixed entity, enforced change becomes impossible, as their ideologies have taken deep root. In this scenario, as the youngest son of Pierce and one of the future heirs of Hydra, Jonathan was inherently positioned at a high vantage point, with only upward mobility ahead. However, ever since Captain America decimated the old Hydra, the new Hydra had remained quietly dormant across the globe. Not only in America, but Hydra operatives were active worldwide. From the beggar on the street to the highest echelons of society. Could S.H.I.E.L.D. boast such infiltration? In terms of loyalty, Hydra members were unwavering, akin to those branded with a stamp of ideological conformity. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were often rebellious. A single superhero registration act could incite civil strife among them. In comparison to S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra's pervasive agents operated with lethal efficiency and unwavering discipline, never fearing betrayal. If such an organization were to be wielded by an ancient emperor, it would resemble a charmingly seductive serpent. Comparatively, entities like the Black Ice Platform, the Genui, and the Grand Council were woefully inadequate. He rose, pacing back and forth in the room. S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared more like a backroom schemer, an expert in betrayal and subterfuge. Jonathan approached the window, gazing at the sky gradually darkening outside. He expressed complete satisfaction with his transformation into a member of Hydra. He felt at home within the Marvel Universe, where one need never worry about betrayal. Chapter 7. The narrative commences as the saying goes, all preparations are in place, only the east wind is lacking. Cultivation is contingent upon wealth, companionship, law, and land. Although Jonathan's path does not align with traditional cultivation systems, he has evidently surpassed many of his counterparts who have also traversed into the Marvel realm. His identity, the son of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a prominent member of Hydra. His abilities, variable but seemingly limitless, primarily focusing on evolution. As long as Jonathan continues to check in and draw cards daily, his powers will perpetually strengthen, potentially culminating in an infinite augmentation, ultimately transcending their confines. However, these considerations are more pertinent to the future. At present, Jonathan's foremost objective is to navigate the impending crisis posed by Hydra's turmoil in the forthcoming battles in New York, the ramifications of which are uncertain. It is essential to recognize that Jonathan has fully integrated himself into the Marvel world, effectively becoming a local, capable of enduring Thanos' snap with resilience. Thus, the trajectory of the Marvel narrative may very well shift with his arrival. Much like the gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings, a tempest could brew deep within the Atlantic. Should the original storyline of Marvel deviate, Jonathan's inherent advantage as a knowledgeable traveler would dissipate entirely. To avoid becoming a headless chicken, Jonathan's primary aim is to consolidate control over Hydra, continually expanding his influence and military strength to adeptly confront the impending conflicts. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that prior to his transition into the Marvel Universe, Jonathan was a fervent fan, a true science fiction enthusiast with a profound interest in films and series featuring supernatural abilities. Consequently, he possessed a solid familiarity with the Marvel Universe's lore and timelines. Upon his arrival, Jonathan, fearing the loss of crucial plot details, diligently memorized key storylines and significant events to ensure he retained this knowledge. Before activating his system, Jonathan existed in a state akin to an ordinary individual, his vitality drained by indulgence. Unlike many predecessors who sought to actively engage in the narrative and acquire powers, he focused on enhancing his physical capabilities and overall competence. In all honesty, Jonathan viewed the pursuit of participating in the plot and obtaining the protagonist's abilities as somewhat irrational. Why? The reason lies in the uncertainty. How could one be assured that their unexpected acquisition of powers would not result in mutation? What if these abilities became detrimental? The chosen ones in the Marvel Universe are already numerous. What makes him believe he deserves a place among them, simply because he is a traveler? Oh dear. Might one be a tad too self-absorbed? You are not Peter Parker, endowed with the unique antibodies that resist the fusion of spider serum, are you? Gamma rays, what a minuscule probability it is to witness the emergence of a Hulk. How can you be so certain that exposure would not result in your untimely demise? Thus, one must tread carefully and cherish every moment. Hence, Jonathan never entertained such fanciful notions, but rather focused intently on his training, simultaneously cultivating the favor of his rather inexpensive father and 2 Hydra agents. Absurd. The likelihood of spontaneous combustion versus merely following the system's directives is a distinction clear to any discerning observer. Upon returning to his chamber, Jonathan began to reflect on the narrative of the world. In the year 2005, the timeline is based on this narrative, envisioning a parallel universe. According to his recollection, Dr. Bruce Banner would soon find himself transformed into the green behemoth after being irradiated by gamma rays at Culver University. In the same year, Tony Stark would be abducted in Afghanistan's Kunlun province, subsequently crafting the Mark I armor to escape, later engaging in combat with Obadiah, ultimately proving the law that heavy-duty armor is invariably destined for defeat. However, upon perusing online news, Jonathan discovered that no reports concerning the Green Giant or the kidnapping of the debonair Tony Stark existed. This signified that the current plot had yet to unfold, leaving him with ample room to maneuver. So, how should he proceed? Jonathan's gaze drifted toward the distant Stark Industries building, the tallest structure in New York City. 2 rather inexpensive brothers, one an undercover operative and the other a politician. Surely, the younger sibling could navigate the realm of commerce without issue, correct? In the office of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hence, are you suggesting that Jonathan wishes to establish a company? Are you certain? On the line, Alexander Pierce inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, I, too, find it peculiar. Jonathan has not sought my assistance for quite some time. The last being 3 years ago when he requested the personal contact of a female senator. Has this troublesome young lad finally changed? I wonder if he is serious. Nevertheless, it would be beneficial for him to exercise, as brothers, if possible, lend him a hand. No problem, I will reach out to Rolls-Royce. He has just taken office, and now he holds sway over the Department of Commerce. The caller was none other than Arthur, the eldest son whom Pierce had placed in Congress, and also Jonathan's older brother. Adhering to the principle of keeping the spoils within the family, Jonathan immediately thought of this rather inconspicuous sibling. In the land of the free, establishing a company is far more expedient with the assistance of a congressional representative. All the bureaucratic procedures, agreements, and registration deposits, subordinates will handle it all seamlessly, effortlessly. Such is the nature of America. The very next day, a new company registered under the name Concept Technology Group emerged in New York, with Jonathan Pierce as its legal representative. Chapter 8. The Cyclops has set its sights upon you. Concept Technology was a name Jonathan had meticulously crafted for his newly established venture. The inspiration behind his endeavor stems from his own conceptual quantum extraction system. Jonathan established this company with 2 primary objectives. The first, ostensibly, is to generate capital while secretly developing influence. It is crucial to understand that, As the heir to the Hydra family, he is constantly under the watchful eye of his kin. Thus, any future actions he might undertake, including the potential revelation of his extraordinary abilities, necessitate a FAAD to maintain his cover. In the vast expanse of the Marvel Universe, the emergence of mutations is certainly plausible. Forming a company to research and cultivate his own powers seems a viable avenue. Besides serving as a concealment strategy, a technology firm could also yield significant financial returns. Furthermore, should he devise plans in the future, this enterprise could muster the requisite strength to meet those demands, providing both a nominal and a financial foundation for his team. The second objective is the genuine accumulation of power. As a precognitive traveler, Jonathan is aware that, apart from ultimately transforming into Iron Man, there exists a plethora of scholars in the Marvel Universe with unparalleled scientific prowess. Notably, there is the future Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner, a top-tier researcher armed with doctoral degrees in nuclear physics, radiophysics, biochemistry, engineering, robotics, computer science, and mathematics. He was present during the research of the second-generation super soldier serum, which, combined with gamma radiation exposure, led to his transformation into the Hulk. Additionally, in the narrative of the Incredible Hulk, there is the enigmatic Dr. Blue, who, despite his seemingly inconspicuous role, discovered a flower capable of temporarily suppressing the Hulk's cellular proliferation when even Banner could not yield results. The latent potential of his research capabilities is difficult to fathom. In the comics, Mr. Blue even devised a serum that could momentarily counteract the Hulk gene using Banner's blood, only to inadvertently allow Banner's blood to flow into a wound on his own head. This exposure to immense radiation resulted in bizarre mutations, endowing him with superhuman intellect and causing his head to swell dramatically, ultimately leading him to become one of the Hulk's greatest adversaries, known as the Leader. Lastly, Jonathan considers the scientific prowess of Arnim Zola to be the most formidable. This diminutive and unremarkable figure from World War II, a geneticist recruited by the mustachioed villain, served under the Red Skull and achieved remarkable scientific feats, including but not limited to the first weaponization of the Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe, rectifying the mutations of the original super soldier serum, and providing Howard Stark with numerous inspirations after joining SHIELD, all while realizing the concept of uploading consciousness to achieve a form of pseudo-immortality. Remarkably, Dr. Zola accomplished these scientific advancements over a span of merely a few decades during the constrained era of World War II to modern times. Jonathan has ample reason to believe that, given Dr. Zola several more decades, the Earth's counteroffensive against the Marvel catastrophe would merely be a matter of time. How might one successfully recruit these esteemed research experts? At this juncture, the extensive connections of the venerable Pierce proved to be invaluable. Sitwell, a renowned agent known for his distinctive eyeglasses within the Hydra organization, is affiliated with SHIELD's Intelligence Division, tasked with the meticulous organization and analysis of intelligence documents. SHIELD, the intelligence agency's headquarters. Fury's youngest son, Jonathan, seeks to assist in investigating an individual known as Dr. Blue. Oh, the company's certification that was just approved yesterday belongs to him, does it not? What are his intentions? Let us ascertain the facts before proceeding to assist. Sitwell, adjusting his glasses, gazes inquisitively at Nick Fury, whose complexion is notably darker than his own. The singular eye, partially obscured by a black eye patch, reveals a glimmer of surprise. As the eminent head of the intelligence department, Nick Fury is a protege of Pierce, groomed over the years. Consequently, he is well acquainted with Pierce's 3 children, particularly the ever-troublesome Jonathan. The memory of that reckless young man, who incessantly hollers about Black Egg, darkens Fury's expression further. Damn it, 3 years ago, he sought the contact information of every female agent in the agency, and for reasons unknown. He inherited his mother's infuriatingly attractive genes. Few agents can resist his charm. Fury's approach is one of caution. Had it not been for Pierce personally intervening with his Hermes belt, it's likely that only Hill and Natasha would have escaped the fate of having dated Jonathan. From that moment, Fury understood that anything associated with this lad would invariably lead to trouble. Although Jonathan has inexplicably altered his demeanor over the past 3 years, preparations must still be in place. A thorough investigation is imperative. Thus, when Sitwell posed his inquiry, Fury articulated his thoughts. The individual in question is merely a civilian biological researcher, residing by a flower shop adjacent to Central Park in New York, with a makeshift laboratory established. For 6 months, there have been no records of entry or exit, and his file contains no adverse remarks. Well, what an audacious charade, asking me while having already completed the investigation. Is he trying to curry favor with the boss? Perhaps you should take over as the intelligence department head? Internally, Fury's expression remained inscrutable. He merely nodded symbolically and replied, "Although he is Pierce's son, he must be monitored closely. Should any anomalies arise, inform me immediately." Later that afternoon, Dr. Samuel Stern, engrossed in his laboratory, unexpectedly received an enticing email offering a high-paying position as a biological research technician at Concept Technologies. Accompanied by an irresistible condition, the possession of a personal laboratory and the ability to access the corporation's extensive funds and resources for research. For a scientist, such an offer was impossible to decline. Chapter 9. The end is merely the beginning as Dr. Stern successfully moved in and seamlessly resumed his work. Jonathan's tech company finally commenced its formal launch. In order to establish a competitive edge in the market and expand customer service sources, the company must launch a formidable technological product as its inaugural offering. Stark Industries, poised to unveil its weaponry, prominently features the Jericho strategic missile as the centerpiece of its armament division, does it not? With access to a larger laboratory and the resources of S.H.I.E.L.D., coupled with the backing of congressional coalitions, Jonathan firmly believes that with the intellect of this esteemed doctor, the creation of a product is merely a matter of time. Consequently, after Dr. Stein's appointment, Jonathan granted him full authority to manage the laboratory and allocate resources, focusing on the realm of biotechnological research. Having accomplished these tasks, Jonathan effectively stepped back from day-to-day operations. Given the nascent scale of his company, there was no immediate necessity to recruit a large workforce. Moreover, considering the potential infiltration of Hydra among new hires, such recruitment seemed futile. Instead, Jonathan opted to transfer a few researchers and security personnel from the frugal old man to bolster his company. With such diligent employees at hand, he felt assured. At this juncture, Jonathan found himself driving a supercar to a laboratory located on the outskirts of New York City. Just yesterday, he received an electronic response from Bruce Banner. This esteemed doctor did not readily agree to join the company. Rather, he expressed a desire for a face-to-face meeting to discuss matters in detail before providing his answer. For a scientist of Banner's caliber, possessing 7 doctoral degrees, and yet to transform into the Hulk, the prospect of full control over the laboratory evidently did not sway him. It is worth noting that Banner has a close collaboration with the military, and in terms of resource allocation, Jonathan's modest enterprise lacks the requisite scale. Thus, it was reasonable for Banner to wish to meet in person. However, Jonathan was taken aback to witness 3 bulletproof military vehicles arriving at the laboratory. Shortly thereafter, a fully armed special operations team disembarked swiftly, surrounding a suited man who appeared to be their leader, forming a tight perimeter. The suited individual clutched a silver case, his expression grave, suggesting an urgent matter requiring Dr. Banner's attention. Could this be an attempt to intercept him? Intriguingly, the silver case seemed oddly familiar. Standing at a distance, Jonathan felt a twinge of anxiety, as the team was equipped for combat. Fortunately, in an effort to make a favorable impression on Dr. Banner, he had parked his supercar 300 meters behind a stack of hay outside the laboratory, thus remaining undetected by the team. Although he now possessed the conceptual ability of cancer cells, Jonathan was uncertain of his chances of escaping unscathed should he find himself under fire. He had yet to test the healing time following any potential injury. Moreover, even if a normal person were to gain such abilities, it would be unwise to recklessly seek danger. This is the realm of cinema, not reality. Therefore, Jonathan resolved to observe the unfolding events with patience. On the other side, the man in the suit adjusted his collar, revealing a hidden communicator nestled within. He spoke softly into it, reporting, "Director Fury, I have arrived at the entrance of the Bruce Banner laboratory. Should I proceed to deliver the Tesseract now? Is Dr. Banner currently inside the lab?" "Yes. Our time is limited. The secrecy surrounding the Tesseract must remain intact. Deliver it to Dr. Banner swiftly and depart immediately." "Understood." As the man in the suit prepared to open the gate leading to the laboratory, an unforeseen event transpired. A golden bullet hurtled towards him. In the next moment, a spray of crimson erupted from his forehead, and he collapsed, unconscious. "Cisco? What has happened? Are you still there?" "Enemy attack. Return fire." The armed team members, upon realizing they were under assault, immediately raised their weapons to retaliate. However, they had unwittingly exposed their backs to the sunlight, and their reaction was already a fraction too slow. The speed of the bullets far surpassed their lagging movements. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splattered as the armed squad leader, Mark, recognized the overwhelming enemy firepower and hastily grabbed a silver storage box from the ground, sprinting towards the lab. Yet, such a conspicuous action was fully exposed, and soon after, he felt a sharp pain strike from behind. "God, there's a sniper." In the fleeting seconds before losing consciousness, Mark realized that the adversaries had clearly prepared for this encounter, likely lying in wait for their arrival, employing a strategy of ambush. However, the only ones privy to this information were their small team and Agent Cisco, no one else could possibly have known. Who could have leaked the information? Boom. Suddenly, a striking silver Bugatti Veyron appeared on the battlefield, speeding directly toward the fallen squad leader. They aimed to seize the Tesseract. What the hell? Where did that sports car come from? Raymond's, is this how you conduct intelligence work? Get ready to be fired. Sniper, quickly. Don't let them obtain the Tesseract. The vehicle that burst onto the scene was driven by Jonathan. After some contemplation, he suddenly recalled what the storage box contained, an ornamental version of one of the Infinity Stones. The Tesseract. Damn it. As the ambush unfolded, Jonathan was momentarily stunned, but once his mind cleared, he jumped into the car and sped off. He had no time to ponder why the Tesseract was being delivered to Dr. Banner instead of being sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. for research. Nor did he have the luxury to understand why it was here at this moment. The identities of the attacking personnel were fraught with uncertainties. Jonathan could not gamble on what might happen if the Tesseract fell into their hands. This was beyond his comprehension of the narrative. As a traveler, Jonathan's greatest fear was that the situations he thought he could control would spiral out of his grasp like an exponential function. Thus, he could only take a gamble, betting on his ability to seize the Cosmic Cube and escape back to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The engine roared to life. The tires of the Bugatti Veyron screeched against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust as Jonathan sharply turned the steering wheel. The vehicle began to drift, its once balanced front end gradually tilting to one side until the door swung open, and Jonathan swiftly seized the storage box, tossing it onto the passenger seat. He then pressed the accelerator firmly, pushing the speedometer to its absolute limit. The moment he set off, he was propelled forward like the wind. Just as Jonathan believed he was about to exit the enemy's line of fire, an eerie sensation crawled up his spine, a chilling harbinger of death. Who the hell brings that along? With a violent explosion, Jonathan felt a flash of blue light before consciousness slipped away from him. Director Pierce, the infiltration plan was successful, but an unexpected incident occurred. As long as the plan succeeded, that is what matters, Manson. What kind of unexpected incident? Your son, Jonathan, was also at the scene and was struck by a rocket. What? Chapter 10. SCHR Dinger's external attachment. In the aftermath of the explosion, Jonathan's eyelids, on the verge of closing due to the fading of consciousness, caught a glimpse of the dazzling blue light that erupted from the storage box, now shattered. Once the blue light escaped its confinement, it swiftly anchored itself to Jonathan, the closest target, and, in a manner defined by superphysics, liquefied, flowing into his limbs like water. Am I to perish? Or shall I assume the role of the Red Skull to guard the Soul Stone? As the explosion surged, his consciousness came to a halt, silenced by the impending collapse of his bodily functions, sinking into a profound stillness. Beep, beep, thud, thud. Outside the glass window of the intensive care unit, the rhythmic beep of the ECG was accompanied by the anxious pacing of footsteps. The sound of polished shoes striking the floor. Are you a family member of the patient? I am Dr. Stephen Strange, the surgeon who just operated. Yes. I am Alexander Pierce, and this is my younger son, Jonathan. What is his current condition? I regret to inform you that the patient's prognosis is not optimistic. However, I have observed some peculiarities. The neural pathways in his brain appear to differ significantly from those of a typical individual. They seem unusually juvenile. What do you mean? While it may be hard to believe, in my years of practice, I have never encountered such strange symptoms. If we do not rule out the possibility of genetic mutation, his brain neurons resemble tender sprouts of regeneration. To put it simply, for reasons unknown, your son has emerged from the brink of brain death and has developed new brain cells. So you mean Jonathan could awaken? Theoretically, it is impossible to forcibly rouse him. The newly formed brain cells are in the process of maturing, potentially encompassing years of memories, habits, and even personality traits. If you wish to forcibly awaken him, be prepared to welcome a 3-year-old adult infant. Having prepared for the next surgical procedure, it was imperative that no one disturb the patient during their recovery, save for those who could observe through a specially designed window. As Pierce watched the hurried departure of Strange, clad in white, his expression grew complex as he turned his gaze towards Jonathan, who lay in the hospital bed, connected to a respirator. The previous afternoon, he had perused the detailed report regarding the incident. Jonathan had been struck by a missile, yet during the rescue efforts, it was discovered that his wounds were healing autonomously, with severed limbs regenerating as though reborn. The suspected culprit behind this anomaly pointed towards the ruptured Tesseract. The last time such an incident had befallen a human was decades ago, involving a woman named Carol Danvers. Back then, Hydra had not been afforded the opportunity to study such phenomena, but now, the subject was none other than his own son. After Red Skull's demise, Hydra had fractured into factions, yet there was now a heightened emphasis on bloodline heritage and expansion. This connection was evidently not one to be severed easily. Contemplating this, Pierce turned his head away. Ramlo, has the news of Jonathan's anomaly been contained? Is there anyone else aware? The strike team was comprised of organization members. None could leak information, including the neurosurgeon Dr. Strange. They had only revealed a portion of Jonathan's unusual condition. Indeed, the secret of Jonathan's regeneration must remain known to no one, not even Nick Fury. What of that elite team? They have been dealt with. Remlo, ensure that Jonathan is closely monitored. No whispers must escape. Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jonathan lay in his hospital bed. His previously closed eyes slowly parting to reveal a narrow slit, a flash of blue light momentarily illuminating the darkness. Was he awakening from his coma? Rather. He found himself in a liminal state, teetering between consciousness and oblivion. His entire psyche was enveloped in a dazed reverie, swaying between moments of descent and levitation. He sensed himself within a barrier-laden realm suffused with a deep blue hue, the air thick with the scent of a sterile antiseptic. Regardless of the origin of this olfactory presence, Jonathan's drifting consciousness seemed to have found an anchor point, leading him towards a shadowy, emerald-green portal that shimmered ominously. In stark contrast to the surrounding dark blue tones, it appeared that traversing through this portal was the sole means of transcending his current predicament. Thus, guided by instinct, Jonathan's spirit propelled itself towards the threshold, crashing headlong into the unknown beyond. Thud! The system's foundational data and logic were altered by an unfamiliar energy, successfully reconstructed. The system update has been activated. Term, quantum, type, microcard, level. Details, a physical quantity, if it exists, has a minimal indivisible fundamental unit. Entry 1. SC chart Dinger's cat. Entry locked. Unobserved interference results in the cat's survival probability existing within a quantum superposition, life and death residing in parallel worlds. The empowered will gain the ability to observe alternate realities and connect with corresponding entities. Entry 2. Wave particle duality. Entry locked. Observation randomly influences form, reconciling both into one. The abilities of the observer and the capability of descent are endowed with randomness. Jonathan poured a vast amount of his mental energy into another realm. The whispers from the depths of his consciousness momentarily diminished in weight and ignored. In an instant, his mental awareness shattered numerous layers of constraints. Countless barriers violently torn apart by the dark green force enveloping Jonathan's consciousness. In the profound abyss, starlight scattered like fine sand across the boundless darkness. In this tranquil void stood an immense world tree, its branches extending like the firmament, leaves shimmering with a mysterious emerald radiance. Atop its crown sat a man draped in a dark green robe, adorned with a horned helmet, upon a throne of gold. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle, elusive smile. Loki Lofison, you have transgressed the boundaries. A resonant voice echoed through the void. You have disrupted the spirit-capturing net of the singular universe. The voice resounded once more, imbued with undeniable authority. Loki narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers tapping gently on the armrest of the throne, producing a crisp sound that resonated clearly in the stillness of the space. Humph. He chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with arrogance and disdain. You know, the court of life, this is merely an outdated regulation. His gaze shifted towards the three colossal faces gradually materializing in the void. Each face emanated an oppressive aura, representing different laws and orders. This is a one-time occurrence. It shall not happen again. The voices of the colossal faces faded into the void, and the branches and leaves surrounding the world tree began to stir uneasily, as if sensing an ominous presence. However, tranquility soon returned, leaving only the starlight quietly flowing through the darkness. After a moment of silence, Loki's lips curled into a cold smirk. Rules are meant to be written. The scene abruptly shifts. Flickering lights, fragmented memories reconstructing, the body adapting, consciousness returning to its essence. Whoosh. Golden boy, wake up, quickly. The handsome man, lying on the ground in a stupor, suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of blue light flashing in his pupils. Where am I? Is this still my homeland? Just as he scratched his head in confusion, he noticed the surroundings were amiss, and his dazed gaze met that of a strikingly beautiful woman with a cool demeanor before him. Chapter 11. Generations. No, the Black Robe Enforcers. Luke, please look at me. Golden boy, are you alright? The cacophony from the outside world surged in, and Jonathan's dazed expression was pierced like a bubble in the water, his awareness returning to its core. A pale face gradually approached, a gloved hand gently cradling his chin, deep brown eyes brimming with concern and affection. Faced with this sudden scene, Jonathan instinctively recoiled to the side, regaining his composure before surveying his surroundings. A lively bar with an unfamiliar ambience. And two others stood observing him, one a fairly attractive black man, and the other a seemingly Asian woman with short hair. Gazing at these three exceptionally familiar faces, Jonathan was certain that these visages had never appeared in the Marvel Universe. So, have I once again traversed through time and space? The mere thought of it triggers fragments in my mind, awakening certain keywords, accompanied by a dull ache at my temples. As a myriad of latent memories begins to surge forth, allow me a moment to gather myself. Jonathan declined the woman's assistance, staggering unsteadily toward a nearby booth, where he promptly closed his eyes. On the surface, it appeared as though he was merely intoxicated and feigning sleep, but in reality, Jonathan remained expressionless as he processed the memories flooding his mind. As the throbbing in his temples subsided, he finally integrated all the memories and comprehended the entire situation. At the moment of the rocket's explosion, the cosmic cube beside him suddenly cracked open, releasing spatial energy that surged into his body, fortuitously absorbed by the system. The system, influenced by this spatial energy, developed new abilities, one of which allows him to observe various parallel worlds and traverse them in the form of his own doppelganger. Each doppelganger in these parallel worlds is essentially Jonathan himself, as visiting other realms feels akin to donning a different guise. It is noteworthy that once Jonathan replaces the doppelganger in a particular dimension, the original doppelganger's appearance, physique, memories, identity, and even the recognition of the world as will merge with his own, thereby altering reality. Meanwhile, the original body from the Marvel Universe would fall into an unconscious state while its bodily functions remain intact. The other ability involves determining the nature of the worlds he traverses through a random concept. However, the unlocked worlds can interlink with the original world, indicating that Jonathan can return to his body in the Marvel Universe at will, as well as revisit any previously unlocked realms. Furthermore, the spatial attributes inherent to the Space Stone have forcibly integrated a spatial plugin into the system's functionality, granting Jonathan a theoretically infinite system space capable of storing both living and inanimate objects. To emphasize, this implies that he can also transport individuals. Based on the updates provided by the system and the amalgamation of the doppelganger's memories, Jonathan has now arrived in the Generations dimension 2 years prior. While you may find this world somewhat obscure, it is a derivative realm that merges the expansive universe of the boys. It revolves around an ordinary team challenging the overarching narrative led by the superhuman Homelander. Generations narrates the story of students at Godalkin University, an institution that trains superheroes in America, as they confront the essence of humanity while vying for the top ranking and the opportunity to join the superhero team known as the Seven under Vought Company. The good news is that this world contains Vought's Compound V and its temporary 24-hour experience version, which can grant permanent superhuman abilities, albeit with certain side effects. Although the powers are random, Compound V can facilitate the healing of injured recipients. Regardless of the circumstances, this minor effect outweighs its drawbacks, particularly in the context of the Marvel Universe. With these advantages, Jonathan feels emboldened to assemble his own formidable team, prepared to face the significant events that lie ahead in the Marvel realm. However, the unfortunate news is that I have unwittingly become the tragic figure of Luke Graywood, who met his demise in the very first episode, a stark contrast to my treatment within the Marvel Universe. Although this individual consistently ranks first in his academic institution, his mental fortitude leaves much to be desired. The slightest hint of abnormality sends him spiraling into despair, leading him to eliminate a university professor without hesitation, ultimately resulting in his untimely death, which provided the entire school community with a macabre feast of fresh brain matter and spicy hot pot. As Jonathan recollects the original narrative, he can't help but grimace. Yet, this is not the most outrageous aspect. This fellow even fell victim to infidelity. After his death, his delicate blonde girlfriend was taken by a nearby gentleman, and this affair had commenced a year prior to the official storyline. Surely, the narrative of your widowhood must have been borrowed from Japan. Fortunately, the events transpired 2 years before the plot's commencement, meaning nothing has yet unfolded. The troublesome female lead has yet to gain admission to Godalkin University, and his former girlfriend remains blissfully devoted. This opens up a plethora of possibilities. Jonathan's transition into this alternate reality did not bestow upon him the original's penchant for explosive fashion, fiery flight, or enhanced defenses. Rather, the world's consciousness has calibrated his abilities to match those of the original, granting him extreme healing and heightened attributes. As for the title of Golden Boy, it likely stems from his remarkable resilience since childhood. Presently, the overarching narrative is situated during the revelation of the translucent man's demise by the patriotic figure in the boys, while the protagonist team finds themselves in a state of hiding. The Deep, due to scandal, has been sent to Ohio, and the train is gravely injured and unconscious. Thus, only 4 members remain: the patriotic figure, Queen Maeve, Black Noir, and Starlight. With 3 vacancies among the 7, the remaining positions are indeed highly coveted. Joining the Super 7 grants access to the information and channels related to Compound V, and as the most popular student in the academy, Jonathan stands as the prime candidate for this elite team. With this thought, Jonathan's inebriation began to dissipate. "Luke, are you feeling any better?" following the source of the voice. Jonathan looked up to see his genuine girlfriend, the stunning Kate Dunlap, a paragon of beauty with the ability to perceive others' thoughts, modify or implant memories, and even compel obedience through her persuasive speech. The condition for activating her ability necessitates physical contact, and there are certain limitations to its use. Thus, to avoid triggering her powers inadvertently and overwhelming her mind, Kate typically wears black gloves to prevent any unintentional touch. This detail mirrors the character design of Elsa from Frozen. However, Jonathan does not harbor any fondness for this ability. Anyone with even the slightest secret would surely resent the notion of their memories being probed at will, let alone altered or fabricated. In a different world, this would undoubtedly render her an adversary to any high-ranking individual, pursued at all costs, and if unattainable, would be met with destruction. It is evident that such circumstances would inevitably incite a bloody upheaval. In the original text, Kate has altered Luke's memories on more than one occasion, along with other members of the protagonist group, acting as the clandestine hand that aids the school. Jonathan is uncertain whether Kate can delve into his memories, as this pertains to the secrets of three realities: Marvel, the boys, and the most obscure existence of traversers and systems. Since the very first day he arrived in the Marvel universe, Jonathan has kept all his secrets concerning the system and traversers tightly locked away. Unless he chooses to divulge them, no one can uncover their content. Therefore, he remains highly cautious and wary of Kate's abilities. Given the current state of their world, where they are ostensibly in a romantic relationship, physical contact is inevitable, and he cannot afford to exhibit any unusual reactions. After all, he is Luke, the golden boy, and for someone with telepathic abilities, changes in a partner are most apparent. If his demeanor were to diverge from what it once was, it would inevitably raise suspicions in her mind, leading to complications he would rather avoid. Thus, he decides to take things one step at a time. Feeling somewhat better yet still slightly dizzy, he suggests, "Why don't you all go have a drink? You should enjoy yourselves." Upon hearing Jonathan's words, a flicker of surprise crosses Kate's face, and she turns to the side to glance at Andrew, the black guy, and Jordan, both of whom appear equally bewildered. "Luke, you called us here to tell us something, didn't you?" Andrew inquires with confusion. "My apologies, I momentarily forgot. It's not a significant matter. You all enjoy your drinks, and I'll share what I have in mind later," Jonathan replies, casting a meaningful glance at Andrew. This fellow is destined to be the one who, oh no, not just him, but to put a metaphorical green hat on Jonathan's head. Naturally, Jonathan harbors no fondness for him. Just days after his good friend demise, he has already struck up a connection with Jonathan's sister-in-law, professing his deep affection for Jonathan's dear friend, even shedding a few tears for him. It seems all the good deeds were performed by him, leaving Jonathan wondering what role he is left to play. According to his recollections, the original Luke intended to share his speculations regarding the forest. However, it is likely that this explanation would prove futile, as the majority of the protagonist group would not remember this incident in the narrative's progression. Most probably, it is the work of his genuine girlfriend, Kate. In the original storyline, the codename Forest refers to a secret facility constructed within Gotican University, designed specifically for the containment of superhumans. Moreover, this prison has recruited numerous researchers for experimental testing, including Luke's brother, Sam, a lower-tier version of the Hulk. The aim of researching and testing superhumans is to develop a virus capable of exterminating all superhumans. As for why there is a need to eliminate all superhumans, one must recall the incident from a year prior involving the Homelander and Queen Maeve's rescue of a hijacked airplane. During that event, the Homelander discovered that the airplane's captain had inadvertently met his own demise. He did not possess the quintessential biological stance of a true Superman. Thus, despite his abilities, he was unable to rescue the entire aircraft. Rescuing only a portion of the passengers would inevitably leave a stain of criticism regarding why he did not save everyone. And such a blemish would lead to a significant decline in his approval ratings. This was something utterly unacceptable for the exceedingly vain Zubao. Consequently, he allowed the plane to crash and publicly claimed it was due to delays in national defense communication that he arrived late, while also seeking to assist former President Madeline in advancing superhumans within the defense sector. Subsequently, the Walter Group endeavored to cover up the incident. However, fate had it that the president of Gotican University, Intelashity, was also an insider of Walter, and coincidentally, her family happened to be aboard the ill-fated flight. Henceforth, she vowed to ensure that the superhumans would pay for their blood debts. Moreover, she resorted to using drugs to manipulate Kate, compelling her to act on her behalf. Much of the ensuing narrative was significantly influenced by Kate, the shadowy puppet master. Fortunately, the current timeline was set 2 years prior, when everything was still in its nascent stage, and there remained a chance for salvation. As for the forest incident, with Kate present, Jonathan's words would hold little significance. Rather than being confined to a mere university, it would be more prudent to operate within the expansive worldview of the boys, yet before that, The issue of the superhuman virus must be addressed. After all, Jonathan himself harbored intentions of injecting Compound 5, following the evolution of the system instigated by the spatial gem. Jonathan gained a deeper understanding of his rudimentary system. Firstly, it was not a tool devised by an unfathomably powerful entity, but rather a resource to be exploited. Furthermore, it was not a static program, but one that could be influenced by external factors, capable of merging with his abilities and transforming into entirely new powers. According to the system's daily check-ins, which occurred 3 times a day, he had primarily received ordinary cards during this period. They were of little utility in actual combat. To acquire something substantial, you would need to endure an additional 20 days in the novice pool, after which it would take a fixed 60 days. Meaning he would only gain a new ability every 2 months. This could be considered a life-saving skill. Additionally, external enhancements constituted a pathway to evolution. It is often said that reliance on external forces pales in comparison to inherent strength, but that notion did not apply to Jonathan. He had fortuitously acquired an external enhancement that synergized with his own, compounded by the immortality of cancer cells. Thus, no matter how much he augmented himself, he would remain virtually indestructible. This effectively mitigated the detrimental effects of numerous side effects. It was nothing short of perfection. With this thought in mind, Jonathan slowly set his glass down on the ground and gently addressed the gathering. Do you wish to join the 7? Luke, what are you saying? What do you mean? His brief statement struck the group like a thunderclap, rendering them momentarily speechless. Do you not desire to join? Hey, look, such monumental news. Could it be that Professor Blinkerhoff has revealed something about the 7? Andrew inquired, a spark of excitement illuminating his voice. Ever since his freshman year through to his junior year, he had been overshadowed by the influence of his superhero father, the two-polar individual. If there truly existed a pathway to join the 7, he would undoubtedly be the most exhilarated among them. Well, the information did not come from the professor. I have my own channels. It all depends on whether you're interested, Jonathan replied. Chapter 13. You intend to use this as a test for the cadre? System. Draw a card. Seated in the room, Jonathan rhythmically tapped his fingers against the leather of the sofa, his gaze fixed ahead. Before him lay an electronic screen visible only to him. Swish, swish, swish. Once again, he drew 2 green cards and 1 purple card. The first 2 green cards were lactic acid bacteria and penicillium. Their practicality paled in comparison to the flagellum and vacuole he had previously drawn. The former could perhaps be used to make yogurt, while the latter seemed to hold little utility. Thus, Jonathan paid them no heed, tossing them into his backpack to gather dust. However, the purple card drew his attention. Anaerobic bacteria, microbial type card, level, details, a category of microorganisms capable of surviving and reproducing in oxygen-deprived environments. Entry, breath-holding focus. Equipping this entry enhances the user's mental barrier under breath-holding conditions, significantly amplifying the body's sympathetic nervous response. Do you confirm the equipment? Yes. Having recently felt some trepidation towards Kate, acquiring this ability felt like a fortuitous gift, an effortless boon. With this thought, Jonathan readily equipped the card. He then attempted to hold his breath. An inexplicable force of repulsion emanated from within him, coalescing into a refreshing stream that infused Jonathan's mind and every fiber of his sympathetic nervous system. He could distinctly sense his thoughts and emotions plunging into a tranquil state, while his entire sympathetic nervous system pulsed with vigor. Excellent, the ability is effective. With a sigh of relief, Jonathan emerged from this peculiar state after 2 full minutes of breath-holding. Through this intentional test, he discovered that the state of breath-holding was directly proportional to the duration he could sustain it, with no cooldown limitations. Theoretically, as long as he did not exhale, he could maintain this state indefinitely. Perhaps he should return to Kunlun to practice the turtle breathing technique? Thus far, this had become his first truly impactful noun card. The previous enhancement from the infinite proliferation of cancer cell characteristics was a gradual process, akin to laying the foundation in infrastructural development. Therefore, if the two were to be combined, the outcome would undoubtedly be greater than the sum of its parts. Creak. The bathroom door swung open. Jonathan instinctively tensed his body, casting a glance towards the entrance. In that moment, he instinctively activated the breath-holding focus ability he had just acquired. Only when he confirmed it was Kate's silhouette did he gradually relax. The tension had been excessive. Such instinctive wariness elicited a wry smile from Jonathan, even with the memories inherited from the original owner and an understanding of Kate's feelings for Luke. The narrative he had witnessed in his previous life prevented him from fully lowering his guard. The rising mist within the room dispersed as the space opened up. Kate, wrapped in a towel, appeared ethereal, as if veiled by a gossamer curtain. This scene ought to have been rife with ambiguity and allure. Yet Jonathan's gaze first fell upon her exposed hands. Trouble brewed. That signature pair of black gloves was nowhere to be found. Luke, what are you thinking? Kate playfully emerged from the bathroom. She seemed to tread lightly, as if wishing not to disturb Jonathan's contemplations. Yet, each step exuded a deliberate grace. a requisite lesson at the superhero academy. Even in the most intimate moments, they were obliged to uphold their idol-like demeanor. It must be stated. Kate undeniably embodied the beauty of this narrative, or perhaps this entire realm. Her golden locks, still damp with moisture, reflected shards of light under the illumination. Her perfect features appeared meticulously crafted, yet possessed a hint of authentic vitality. The graceful lines extending from her butterfly bones, her porcelain skin glistening in the mist, rendered her even more radiant. Jonathan struggled to restrain his gaze, striving to avoid appearing overly enamored or distant. Both extremes could arouse Kate's suspicion. He needed to maintain a semblance of balance, akin to a boyfriend deeply in love yet accustomed to his girlfriend's beauty. Nevertheless, Kate's bare hands remained impossible to disregard. Those lethal hands were now exposed to the air, tightening Jonathan's nerves further. Not far away, perhaps attuned to the unspoken connection of their previous incarnations. Kate unmistakably interpreted Jonathan's glance and hastily spoke. "It's all right. I can barely control my abilities now." Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of reassurance. "I won't use my powers against you. Trust me, all right?" Jonathan discerned a trace of unease in her tone. Clearly, she too feared that her abilities might harm those closest to her. This semblance of genuine emotion allowed Jonathan to relax slightly. However, Kate's subsequent bold move caused his entire being to tense once again. She stepped forward, her beautiful leg crossing over, her hands intertwining around the back of Jonathan's neck. And then she settled herself directly upon him. Are you testing me with this?" At that moment, Kate's warm body pressed against him, the fragrance of her post-bath scent enveloping his senses. The curves concealed beneath the towel, droplets of water cascading from her hair along her collarbone, and the delicate arc of her lips as she spoke. All these details felt like scenes deliberately slowed in a film, vividly etched onto his retina. That subtle, ambiguous atmosphere wove an invisible web, causing Jonathan's heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. He could feel the fine beads of sweat seeping from his palms, his throat involuntarily tightening. At the bottom of the cell, he took a deep breath to maintain his composure, closing his eyes as he repeatedly reminded himself. Damn it, Jonathan gritted his teeth silently. He struggled to recall the scenes from the original narrative where Kate had lost control, those frenzied and distorted moments, attempting to suppress the surging emotions within him with these memories. However, it proved futile. If this continued, he would inevitably succumb to fury. With this thought, Jonathan instinctively activated his breath control, allowing his mind to descend into a more rational state. As a wave of coolness flooded his brain, his emotions visibly calmed, entering a realm of reason. Yet, at this moment, reality clashed violently with memory. Kate's amber eyes brimmed with affection and trust towards him, like a docile cat unguardedly exposing its soft belly. How could she not appear unhinged? Perhaps Kate truly could control her abilities now. But no one knew when she might spiral out of control. Those delicate hands were currently affectionately wrapped around his neck, yet they could just as easily become lethal shackles. This precarious blend of danger and temptation left Jonathan in a state of profound conflict. Perhaps it was best to take things one step at a time. He repeatedly told himself, forcing his focus onto the matters of the Super 7. The priority was to stabilize Kate, guiding her towards his envisioned direction. He could not allow impulsive emotions to derail their predetermined plans. "Look, can I also aspire to join the Super 7? In that moment, Kate's beautiful eyes sparkled with deep affection, causing Jonathan to feel slightly unsettled. Although Jonathan was a mere substitute, the original owner's feelings for Kate were undeniably sincere, a sentiment that had transferred to him without question. However, regardless of the depth of these memories, they felt more like an omniscient perspective, akin to watching an entire film unfold. Thus, Jonathan did not assume that inheriting these memories necessitated fulfilling the original's obligations to Kate perfectly. He preferred a natural evolution of their emotions rather than behaving foolishly like a mere opportunist. What difference was that from wielding a weapon? Even the cultivation of feelings should be gradual. While the emotions had yet to fully blossom, he could not afford to appear distant or reveal any flaws. Therefore, Jonathan could only respond somewhat awkwardly. Currently, the members of the Super 7 are incomplete. The locomotive is severely injured, Deep Sea has been exiled to the outskirts, and the Invisible Man is deceased. Consequently, they cannot assemble a complete team in the short term, and the rule of 7 for the lighthouse is fixed. Additionally, Waters will initiate internal recruitment. Therefore, we are direct graduates from Godakind University. In the past, both Deep Sea and the locomotive emerged from the same institution, and we certainly have the opportunity to attain these 3 positions. However, Luke, securing these positions is not something we can guarantee. Godakind University generally promotes candidates based on their top rankings for positions within Waters Group. However, as I previously mentioned, the first blind hero who graduated has vanished since entering the Water Group. Luke, I fear there may be numerous obstacles to joining the 7. Primarily because our current fame is insufficient. Hearing this, Jonathan recognized that the present Kate is far more naive and whimsical than the future version portrayed in the narrative, lacking the subsequent bitterness and suspicion. In the original text, while Kate appears to embody a queenly presence, she is, in fact, a woman of delicate sensibilities and deep emotions. Prior to this, she was merely controlled by Principal Shetty through medication, not having officially engaged in the unfolding events. Thus, she remains an innocent girl, blissfully unaware and hopeful for the future, reminiscent of the way Starlight once practiced her skills with dreams of joining the Seven. Coincidentally, this very disposition is precisely what Jonathan desires to witness. After all, those who plant trees enjoy their shade. Previously, Jonathan had planted the seeds for his own comfort, ensuring that as long as he oversees things, Kate will not descend into madness. The channels I refer to do not stem from within the water group. According to their internal promotion protocols, it may take ages for me to ascend to a position within the Super 7. However, what if I harness external forces? Stepping away from Godicon University? I assure you, there are certainly seats for both of us in the Super 7. Yet, there are already 2 female predecessors in the Super 7. Would it be inappropriate for me to join? Their original combination had a certain harmony. Who says it cannot be done? Chapter 14. Rising Through Others, the Mightiest Worker, Immortality. At this moment, fragments of the original plot began flashing through Jonathan's mind. There was a half-shaved hairstyle, with hair swept to the right, and an exterior that seemed to belong to a 30-year-old, while in reality, she was a woman of 80 or 90 years. Storm. Possessing the abilities to manipulate lightning and fly, she also boasted high physical resilience and hidden self-healing capabilities, impervious even to Az's laser beams. This formidable woman was not to be underestimated. During World War II, she married a Nazi, whose legacy later established the Water Group. Since the fascists' defeat, she has sought a divine leader, superhuman, to guide her and her people towards a new position of leadership, aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, much like the way the little mustached man once stood on a podium, broadcasting the voice of Berlin across the globe. Moreover, Storm is an extreme racist, harboring disdain for ordinary humans, superhumans, and other ethnicities, viewing them as inferior and beneath her. Therefore, as a descendant of Yin and Huang, Jonathan finds such a woman repugnant, questioning her ambition to join the Super 7 and whether her aspirations align with his approval. As for how to maneuver this situation, Jonathan's mind is beginning to form a plan. Borrowing a phrase from the Ming Dynasty scholar Zhu Sheng, who advised Emperor Hongwu, build high walls, store ample grain, and wait to declare oneself king. Upon Jonathan's swift transition into this world, it is imperative that he seeks to seize the utmost benefits for his own gain before departing. However, given his current stature and capabilities, it is evident that he lacks the means to secure optimal rewards. Thus, at this juncture, the intersecting realms of generations and the boys present an invaluable opportunity, seemingly intertwined but devoid of tangible contact. Jonathan's objective is to extricate himself from the center, redirecting his machinations onto other narrative figures, creating a chain of events that ultimately culminates in the fulfillment of his desires. In essence, he aims to operate from the shadows, akin to a mere bystander playing the role of a clandestine puppeteer, sowing discord and orchestrating chaos to his advantage. However, Luke, from where do you acquire your resources? As far as I am aware, you typically do not engage extensively with others. Could it be that you were recommended by Professor Blinkerhoff? Kate's mind swirled with uncertainty. Although she harbored deep affection for Luke, his behavior since their encounter at the bar had struck her as peculiar. It is often said that those endowed with mind control and telepathic abilities possess an acute attention to detail, and even her intuition hinted at something amiss, though she could not articulate the precise nature of the change. Compared to his previous impulsiveness, Luke now appeared more restrained and composed. Could it be that the frequent alterations to his memories have affected his character? This thought reignited Kate's anxiety. She remained unaware if Luke's transformation was for better or worse. At present, she hesitated to delve into his memories using her telepathic powers, having already altered them multiple times under the duress of Principal Shetty. Consequently, a sense of guilt lingered in Kate's heart regarding Luke, and she naturally found herself deeply enamored with him. Thus, after her last memory modification, she resolved not to engage her abilities lightly with Luke again. Hush. This is a secret. Rest assured, I will bring you good news. Leave it to me, honey. You have a year until graduation. Focus on your studies and brand impact to maintain your second-place ranking. This will be immensely beneficial for us in the expansive universe of the boys. What are the prerequisites for a superhuman to gain entry into the prestigious 7? First, fame. Second, commercial appeal and promotional strategies. Ironically, the criteria for selection into the 7 bear no relation to individual ability or strength, as evidenced by the subsequent rise of the explosive character, who, despite being a woman capable of producing sparks merely by snapping her fingers, secured a position in the 7 purely due to her alignment with these 2 attributes, striking a chord with the Vought Corporation. Whether or not the explosive character is a pawn in the aftermath of Queen Maeve's retirement, she remains, in essence, an investment of Vought. The corporation CEO, Edgar, once remarked in the original narrative to the arrogant Homelander, superhumans are merely products launched by Vought, regardless of their power's intensity. They exist solely to generate profit for Vought, drawing in public attention as their fundamental purpose. This aligns perfectly with the national sentiment of America. Early the following morning, Jonathan arrived at Professor Blinkhoff's office. Professor, it is said that you are also an external employee of the Water Group. I would like to inquire if you possess the contact information of other employees within the group? Haha, young golden boy, have you finally awakened? Although you rank first in school, your current prominence has waned compared to before. Are you seeking assistance by leveraging connections with the Group's employees? Do you feel that the Academy's support is insufficient? Professor Blinkhoff remarked, his initial smile dimming slightly. Not at all. What I mean is, if I could obtain first-hand information about the Super 7, I would be able to effectively steer public opinion. Oh, is that so? In that case, by all means. However, remember, the Academy is the true entity that nurtures your potential. Here, I have provided you with some contact information for group employees. I have crossed out Mr. Edgar at the top. He is often quite busy, so please refrain from disturbing him. Professor Blinkhoff handed Jonathan a list and gently patted his shoulder. Young golden boy, the Academy has high hopes for you. I trust you will not disappoint us. Rest assured, Professor Blinkhoff, perhaps before my graduation, you will see me within the ranks of the Super 7. I hope so too, ha ha ha. Upon exiting the professor's office, Jonathan meticulously compared the names on the list, ultimately pausing at one named Ashley Barrett. The strongest worker, I have found you. In the Water Group, even the women's restroom sparkled. At this moment, Ashley Barrett was engrossed in a video of her compatriots speaking at a memorial for the transparent man, grappling with significant matters in her life. Just as she was about to watch a few more minutes, an unfamiliar number rang through on her phone. FK, whose call is this? Don't they know it's outside of work hours? Hello? Chapter 15, A Hand Without a Wolf. This is Ashley. How may I assist you? Her respectful tone sharply contrasted with her earlier annoyance. Though Ashley despised the interruption during her break, as a professional elite, maintaining composure in the face of unsolicited calls was an essential virtue. Ashley, you must be assistant to Vice President Madeline, correct? Yes. May I ask what the issue is? The commercial smile on her face faded abruptly. Initially, Ashley had assumed this was an urgent internal notification, but the caller's uncertainty about her identity hinted at something amiss. You are indeed the right person. Now, listen closely. Ashley, do you have any aspirations for a promotion? Not particularly. What are you saying? Ashley instinctively intended to decline, but her pupils dilated as the caller's words took on a chilling tone. Who are you? How can you influence personnel changes within the Water Group? Are you an insider? That is a rather foolish question, Ashley. If I were not an insider, this call would not have reached you. You should understand that only insiders are entitled to access the contact information of Water employees. Ashley, it appears I must reevaluate your qualifications for promotion. Alas, I am at your service. Please, command me. What must I sacrifice? Though Ashley predominantly exists as a comedic character, her remarkable ascent within the original narrative, ultimately emerging unscathed, indicates that she is no mere trivial figure and should not be underestimated. The notion of receiving unearned fortune is nearly impossible in America. One must relinquish to gain. Ashley comprehends this truth. You shall soon receive a notification regarding your new responsibilities, which are rather straightforward. You are familiar with Goddakin University, are you not? The prestigious institution known for its superhumans, where the elite graduates hail from the deep sea and the locomotive. I require you to endeavor to incorporate the top 3 ranked individuals from the school into the Super 17. Upon hearing this, the astute Ashley immediately surmised the nature of her forthcoming promotion. The authority of the other party seemed to exceed her initial expectations. However, with the locomotive gravely injured and in a coma, and Deep Sea having journeyed to Ohio, only the Invisible Man has perished, yet the first 2 remain within the team, complicating the addition of new members. This matter will be handled by designated personnel. Remember my stipulations. Very well, I shall strive to fulfill this task. After ending the call, Ashley, with her nostrils flared in exhilaration, trembled with anticipation. Perhaps by tomorrow, she would occupy the office responsible for the 7, a position she had long coveted. Meanwhile, Jonathan placed the phone down, donned casual attire from his wardrobe, and exited the dormitory. His girlfriend Kate had an early class that conflicted with his schedule, and as a 4th-year student nearing graduation, his own classes were sparse. This reality diverged from the actual world, where 4th-year students had already begun their transition into the working class, either seeking internships or stepping into the realm of employment. In this realm, however, there were no such internships upon graduation. The sole ambition of superhuman graduates was either to be selected by talent scouts for exclusive entertainment companies or to join the What Company, which combined entertainment with crime fighting. In contrast, fourth-year superhuman graduates enjoyed considerable freedom, as they were not burdened with the quest for popularity or the creation of public discourse. Once outside the confines of academia, their endeavors were largely unmonitored. Thus, while wearing a mask to avoid recognition, Jonathan, the top-ranked student, moved swiftly through the city center to a multimedia store. Hello. Do you need any CDs? We have exclusive photo albums of Starlight, as well as adult materials featuring Queen Maeve and the Homelander. Would you like to purchase one? This store was surprisingly extravagant. The offerings featuring Maeve and the Homelander were one thing, but Starlight had yet to become a skull-faced figure. The Kardashian-esque aesthetic truly poisons femininity. I find no appreciation for it whatsoever. No thank you. I would like to inquire if Huey is present. Wait, you're looking for Huey? That scoundrel quit after he wrecked my shop. You actually wish to find him? Dear shopkeeper, I trust you must have his contact information. There is indeed a connection. But whether he will answer the phone remains uncertain. Huey, that rascal, seems to have succumbed to a sudden wave of despondency. I had previously heard that he had emerged from the tragedy of Robin's death and even found a new girlfriend. The world of youth is perplexing. Before the owner of the video store could finish his lament, Jonathan emerged, clutching a scribbled note of a phone number, and dialed it at a street corner. Ringing, ringing. In the filthy, dimly lit basement, Huey lay half-reclined on a makeshift bed crafted from shelves, his bare chest exposed, a bottle of cheap whiskey clutched in his left hand. His eyes glazed. Before him, the television displayed Starlight, adorned in alluring battle attire, singing exuberantly on a stage erected by Vought. Chuckling to himself at the familiar figure on the screen, Huey took a generous swig from the bottle, followed by a self-deprecating scoff. Hey, Huey, your phone. At that moment, a short-haired man in a windbreaker stuffed a wrench into his work pants with one hand and tossed the ringing phone toward Huey with the other. Frankie, don't break it. Huey caught the flying phone, squinting through his inebriation at the unknown number displayed. Please keep it down. I have a call. Hello. This is Huey Campbell. Is this Huey? I have some secrets to discuss with you. Can you ensure you are alone? Oh, all right. I'll step outside. Upon hearing this, Huey's intoxication faded significantly. Typically, very few people knew him well enough to reach him on the phone. Aside from Starlight and other team members, no one else could. Thus, this was undoubtedly a matter of great significance. What? Are you serious? You mean there truly are such viruses at Godalkin University? And they have Compound 5 there too? This is incredible. Is this information reliable? Huey's excitement surged as he shouted into the phone. Ever since Butcher's disappearance, the entire Payback team had been leaderless. He sensed an opportunity to steer the direction of the team. As an ordinary individual brought into the group midway, Huey had long sought to shed the label of being useless and to play a vital role within the team, aspiring to be a true man. Consequently, he often arranged clandestine meetings with Starlight Annie, seeking ways to obtain Compound 5 from the core laboratory of Vought. However, since Edgar ascended to the position of CEO, the laboratory security had tightened significantly, leaving him at a loss and mired in despair. The good news from the phone was, without a doubt, a much-needed tonic for his spirits. Bastard sons, your old man is back. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind Huey. Startled by the sound, he whipped around, while Frankie instinctively drew his weapon, pointing it toward the staircase behind Huey. Chapter 16. A wolf in sheep-esque clothing. Boys, it's been a while. To return and receive such a grand gift, I'm quite taken aback. The bearded man on the steps twisted his neck and dropped his luggage onto the ground. Butcher? Damn you. Where the hell have you been for all these days? If you cannot provide an answer, I would not hesitate to force your face into the rear end of a farm pig. Do you understand? Frankie and I have been toiling as black doctors for half a month here. His dark visage grew even darker. Hey, let's not be impulsive, gentlemen. Remain calm. I don't know if you've heard the call from little snot-nosed Huey, but it seems I have received some rather significant information that could prove beneficial for our future endeavors. I initially intended to share this with you after concluding the call. Observing the grim expressions of the three men, Huey stuttered nervously. Oh, hand over your phone. Butcher raised an eyebrow and reluctantly snatched the phone from Huey's grasp, pressing it to his right ear. Listen here, you rat of a call. You'd better repeat verbatim what you just told Huey. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to ensure you feast on Siberian cockroaches in the public restroom come morning. With this, Butcher revealed his signature sinister smile. Got it. Jonathan on the other end of the line chuckled at the familiar British vulgarities. The Butcher, Billy Butcher, was indeed the same foul-mouthed character as in the original narrative. If one were to take offense at such words, they were already defeated. However, Jonathan was genuinely curious how, given his foul disposition, Azu could endure not killing him. So you are Butcher, still hoping to reunite with your wife, Becca? Do you know where she is? How do you know Becca? Tell me where she is. Upon hearing his wife's name, Butcher's fury erupted as he slammed his fist against the railing of the steps, his gaze igniting with a predatory ferocity. Becca had always been his emotional anchor, the very source of his motivation in assembling the black-cloaked vigilantes. Any threat to her would meet with his ruthless annihilation. Butcher, why not propose a trade? Don't think you can play games. What do you desire? Actually, it's quite simple. Assist in sabotaging the secret laboratory of Golding University, and that is the sole condition. In return, I shall provide you with Becca's address and a vial of the new Compound 5. As for any future collaborations, we can discuss them later. New Compound 5? What is that? Once you acquire it, you will understand its efficacy. Listen here, you rat, you had better not pull any tricks. If I do not receive those 2 items, I will twist your entire head off and stuff it into the largest cesspool in New York. Do not doubt my sincerity. I mean every word. Very well, may our collaboration be fruitful. With that, Jonathan terminated the call with the foul-mouthed Butcher. While such coarse language might be tolerable in small doses, prolonged exposure would surely taint one's mind, ultimately leading to a complete assimilation into the realm of vulgarity. The thought alone was chilling. Jonathan has successfully established 3 principal lines of operation. The first line pertains to Ashley. Originally, Ashley's role in the narrative was merely as a recommendation from the government, serving as the recruitment director for the 7. This had no direct connection to Jonathan himself. However, by fabricating an ostensibly ambiguous internal power figure, he can cultivate an air of mystery, stimulating the imagination and enhancing potential credibility. Human imagination is formidable. Once a conjecture takes root, thoughts can proliferate exponentially. Furthermore, with Ashley as an insider, once she subjectively embraces her identity, Jonathan will find it exceedingly effortless to solicit her assistance, which may even extend to sourcing Compound V. Jonathan refers to this as a classic case of playing the wolf with empty hands. The second line involves Huey. Given Huey's gradually awakening assertive character, he is impulsively inclined to believe many things, making him more susceptible to manipulation than the other members of the boys. Moreover, his girlfriend Starlight is an insider within the 7, and obtaining first-hand intelligence will rely heavily on her discretion. If Huey seeks to prove himself, he is likely to reach out again. The third line encompasses the collaboration of the entire boys team. This is a squad brimming with luck and efficiency. A few ordinary individuals have managed to navigate from the first season to the 4th without incident. Enlisting their aid to dismantle the lab in the woods would be ideal. Jonathan is determined to take down this facility, as acquiring Compound V is crucial, not only for his own use, but also for potential research upon returning to the Marvel Universe, significantly aiding in the establishment of his own superpowered faction. Thus, any threat to Compound V will be swiftly quashed in its infancy, ensuring it never sees the light of day. With the 3 lines established, he can only quietly await the actions of the central characters. Upon traversing to a new world, the protagonist cannot immediately return to the original realm. A cooling-off period of 6 months will ensue. Once this period elapses, the choice to return will be available. Following a successful first return, a temporal passage between the 2 worlds will be established, allowing for random crossings. Initially, the time spent in the alternate realm will be in a state of absolute stasis, but once the temporal pathways are established, the flow rate can be adjusted according to the protagonist's settings. Chapter 17. Is this correct? Frankie, have you checked the address of the little mouse's phone? Yes. It appears the individual has no intention of concealing their whereabouts. The location indicates he is near a video store in the city center. Frankie, donning a windproof mask and holding a cigarette, turned the computer screen towards Butcher. Previously involved in juvenile offender supervision and security, Frankie was recruited by Butcher to assist, serving as a reliable figure who is both a semi-leader and a strategic advisor. A video store? Huey, wasn't that where you used to work? The audacity of this individual to know even the place where you work. Butcher shifted his upper body, casting a knowing glance at the somewhat uneasy Huey. Does this imply that he is either a student within those walls or a member of the school committee? This Godicon University, it seems, has not graced our ears until now. Sitting on a small stool, I began to ponder. Huey, you were once an ardent fan of that wretched 7-man team. Are you familiar with Godicon University? It is an institution sponsored by the Water Group, dedicated to the cultivation of superhumans. Divided into 2 departments. One is the Art Academy founded by the Crimson Count, whose graduates may become stars, actors, and singers. The other is the Crime Fighter Academy established by the Lantern Bearer, where graduates may become city police officers. Lastly, there is the recruitment ranking mechanism devised by Godicon University and the Water Group, which determines student rankings based on popularity, public opinion, and profitability. The Water Group recruits from the top 10 on the leaderboard. Generally, the students ranked 1st and 2nd are eligible to join the Super 7. In previous years, the Locomotive and the Deep Sea were the 1st and 2nd rankers of the Crime Fighter Academy, yet for reasons unknown, their successors have failed to ascend to the 7. As for the rest, I have not kept track. Huh. Crime fighting. Few of these superhumans are truly normal, as long as they themselves aren't committing crimes. That's good enough. As he spoke, Butcher cast a pointed look at Huey, revealing his signature smile. Naturally, I hope Starlight is a good girl. Wouldn't you agree, Huey? Huey paid no heed to Butcher's jibes. He had long grown accustomed to the foulness of this scoundrel's tongue. He continued, since they wish for us to sabotage this so-called forest laboratory, it must be something extraordinary, perhaps even concealing a secret. Little snot-nosed Huey. A superhuman laboratory is certainly no ordinary place. Do you recall our visit to the infant room where we injected Compound 5? That little brat could shoot lasers. Butcher gulped down a drink. Under normal circumstances, a laboratory would undoubtedly be guarded by superhumans. How could mere mortals like us gain entry? Even an armed assault might not ensure our safe return. So, Butcher, why did you agree to this? Is it merely for that dubious intelligence about your wife? Frustration welled up. Butcher was nothing but a troublemaker, always managing to complicate matters, hastily engaging in trade without understanding the opponent's background. Shut your bee-stung mouth, Marvin. I have my own plans. Moreover, let us not forget, while we may be ordinary folk, we have one exceptional member among us. Butcher then turned his gaze toward the woman watching television not far away. Chet, no, absolutely not. Butcher, are you trying to put her in danger? Risking her life against superhumans? Relax, Frankie. With your girlfriend's abilities, getting in there would be a piece of cake for her. Her healing factor is no trifling matter. Besides, she is a key asset to the team. We can't just stand by and watch her come to harm. This task is entrusted to you. You. Wretched creature devoid of maternal nurturing. When do we plan to take action? Have you investigated the address and the background? This laboratory, known as the Grove of the Sage, is situated on the outskirts of Godicon University. Ostensibly, it functions as a highly secretive psychiatric facility under the aegis of a global health organization, yet in reality, it is funded by the Water Group. Oh dear, it is evident that something is amiss. Frankie, ensure that our ammunition is sufficiently prepared. Tomorrow night we shall ascertain the truth and then execute our plan. The evening has arrived. Jonathan returned to his dormitory early. As he was the top-ranking student in the academy, the institution graciously provided him with a private resting chamber. Given Jonathan's status, Luke and Kate, who were in a romantic relationship, had established their bond in the previous semester, which led to Kate moving in. Upon entering the dormitory, Jonathan found Kate lost in thought upon the bed, seemingly unaware of his return. When she finally noticed him, she inquired, "Honey, why are you so late? Where have you been without informing me?" "I had some matters to attend to, specifically regarding the 7-member team I mentioned yesterday. If all goes according to plan, our recruitment slots have been secured," he replied. "Is it truly progressing so swiftly? It seems rather surreal to me. After all, it is the 7-member team. Fear not. I am well aware of what I'm doing." Upon hearing Jonathan's somewhat somber response, Kate's pupils dilated, as if she had made a resolute decision. With a slight furrow of her brow, she gently placed her hand on Jonathan's shoulder and said, "Luke, for some reason, I feel as though you were concealing something from me. Could you share what it is? We could resolve it together." Jonathan was taken aback by her words. Although he possessed Luke's memories as a foundation, he found himself ill-equipped to navigate the nuances of their romantic relationship, resulting in an awkwardness stemming from a lack of emotional groundwork. More astonishing was Kate's keen observational prowess. He now found himself ensnared in a predicament of conflicting loyalties. While Kate was undeniably beautiful and possessed an alluring figure, feigning deep affection for her was a challenge beyond his capabilities. At this critical juncture, Jonathan suddenly conceived a strategy. "Honey, what is it that you are keeping from me?" He fixed his gaze upon Kate, imbued with a sense of ambiguity. "What do you mean?" Kate, sensing the gravity of Jonathan's demeanor, grew flustered. She had indeed harbored many secrets from Luke. Could this be the reason behind his drastic transformation? Let me rephrase. Why do I consistently encounter Sam in my dreams, yet remain oblivious to his whereabouts? This particular fragment has recurred in my dreams no less than 10 times. Can you elucidate this for me? The repetition of an individual's memories cannot merely be dismissed as a simple dream. Such a phenomenon could only be attributed to you. Tell me, why does this occur? I vaguely recall that during your interview at Godicon University, you demonstrated this very ability to Professor Blinkerhoff. Upon hearing this, Kate began to tremble involuntarily. Yet she still ventured a glimmer of hope, asking, "But dreams are inherently fragmented. Repeatedly dreaming of Sam may simply be a reflection of your thoughts about him." Jonathan remained unchanged, silently observing Kate without uttering a word. This left Kate feeling somewhat vulnerable. "Luke, I truly did not intend to hurt you. I am sorry. I was compelled to act this way. Perhaps we should forget this memory. If you wish to truly hold on to it, then you will inevitably suffer. And I do not want you to be harmed. Are you still deluding yourself? Do you truly believe that an ordinary person could control a superhuman without it being absurd?" even going so far as to use this as leverage to conduct clandestine experiments? How do you know this, Luke? I am afraid I have my own sources. Furthermore, Kate, do you really know what Shetty is up to? Up to what? She is developing a virus capable of stripping superhumans of their powers, leading to their demise. Moreover, she even intends to collaborate with the CIA to ensure that superhumans worldwide are infected and perish. If that is indeed the case, then not only you and I, but all our friends will face death. No, that cannot be true, Kate exclaimed, grasping Jonathan's hand tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. I am sorry. If you truly do not believe me, then let us venture into the forest together. No, absolutely not. There are many powerful guards there. Look, you cannot combat them. Even the Lantern Man is inside. Observing Kate's tear-streaked face, Jonathan felt a sense of helplessness. Shetty had ensnared her too deeply with her drugs. If this continued, she would merely become a puppet, a conspirator in the destruction of superhumans. Although Jonathan felt indifferent towards the superhumans of this world, he was nonetheless bound to inject compound number 5, which meant he had to thwart Shetty's plans. Honestly, honey, I must ask you, are you truly content to be manipulated by an ordinary person? Or do you prefer to remain a puppet in this state of oblivion? After a prolonged silence, Kate suddenly lifted her head, her makeup marred by tear stains. I understand now. Luke, I do not wish to continue like this. I know I have hurt you, and I want to make amends. Please give me some time to process this, will you? Upon hearing this, Jonathan was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed Kate's feelings for Luke were not so profound, especially considering her prior infidelity in the original narrative. However, it now seemed there was still hope for redemption. Do not worry, honey. I am not foolish enough to charge into the laboratory alone. Do not forget the source of my information. Chapter 18. The Grudge Against the Lantern Man? Jonathan makes his entrance. In the evening, a van slowly entered a secluded forest and came to a halt behind an ancient tree. The door slid open, and 4 men and 1 woman emerged. Aside from the woman, the other 4 men brandished firearms. Huey, use a handgun. You have not trained specifically for this, and you may not withstand the recoil of a rifle. Frankie glanced at the nearly half-meter-high rifle, then at Huey's frail figure, and opted to hand him the handgun he carried with him. Well then, doesn't Kimiko need a weapon? Do you think she does? He shot a glance at Huey. Hurry up. The group stealthily maneuvered through the woods, soon arriving at the periphery of the sage tree thicket. Upon closer inspection, they noted that the entire laboratory was encircled by a high-voltage electric fence, the only entrance heavily guarded by what appeared to be superhuman sentinels. It seems that the dead rat has created a significant predicament for us, Butcher remarked, his expression darkening. He hadn't anticipated such stringent conditions from Jonathan. Attempting to sabotage this place was akin to courting death. Frankie, is there a way? Of course, I brought my toolbox, which contains insulated gloves and liquid pliers. Thus, while Butcher stood guard and kept watch, Frankie skillfully cut a large gap in the electric fence. Subsequently, the 3 donned the janitorial uniforms they had prepared and entered the laboratory through the back door. Upon entering, they were met with a central apparatus reminiscent of those found only in hospitals. Fortunately, Marvin's medical background proved advantageous, as he was somewhat familiar with hospital equipment, making it easier to unlock such a device. However, before unlocking it, they needed to assess the current dangers. The contents behind the heavy door were unknown. Once opened, there would be no turning back. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they could be annihilated in an instant, rendering their efforts futile. Therefore, for safety, he pressed his ear against the heavy door, attempting to discern the sounds emanating from behind it. Sound travels through various mediums, with solid objects being the fastest. As suspected, the corridor beyond the door echoed with the frequent sound of footsteps. If he was correct, guards were certainly patrolling behind it, and the moment he opened the door, the squad would inevitably confront them. A gunfight was unavoidable, and it was likely that more guards would converge upon their location. Butcher, there are probably 5 or 6 guards back there. Can you handle it? Let them experience a taste of Dad's warmth. Huey, you take cover. Kimiko, lead the way. Frankie, and I will provide covering fire. Butcher chambered a round in his rifle, aiming it at the heavy door while issuing commands to the team. After receiving their silent assent, he relied on his old experience and executed a series of maneuvers to deceive the central control room door into opening. As the heavy door lifted, the group seized the opportunity while the guards across the way were momentarily stunned, launching a fierce assault. Kimiko leaned slightly forward, adopting a predatory stance as she darted forth with remarkable agility, her movements fluid as she engaged the guards. Amidst the splatter of blood, her fingers pierced through a throat, followed by a powerful twist that severed the limb. The cries of retaliation mingled with the sound of countless bullets raining down, blossoming like crimson flowers upon Kimiko's form. Yet, the impact of these bullets did little to impede her. Her regenerative abilities swiftly expelled the projectiles, mending her wounds. Kimmy reminisced about the harrowing nights spent within the confines of a terrorist organization, each moment far more excruciating than the pain of bullets, an anguish that pierced her very soul. This indescribable torment could only be unleashed through each act of slaughter. The final confrontation concluded with Butcher delivering a fatal blow, while Kimmy executed a headshot from atop. These wretches must be guarding something in this room. We shall investigate. Wiping the blood from her face, she boldly pushed open the door. Inside the chamber, a stark white wall was adorned with over a dozen monitors, each displaying a different hospital room. Within these rooms, the patients were evidently unlike ordinary individuals. Some floated mid-air. Others shifted forms, some spewed acidic substances, and among them was Waz, using a peculiar prop as a jump rope. Staring incredulously at the screens, Kimmy felt her worldview shatter. It appeared that this place was not merely a laboratory, but rather a hell on Earth, imprisoning numerous superhumans for experimentation, as analyzed by Francie. What madness were these lunatics researching? Huey's girlfriend, Starlight, was also a superhuman, and he shuddered to think of what might happen if Annie were confined here. Hey, Butcher. When will that mysterious wretch arrive? Look at these superhumans on the screen. Each one is beyond our easy handling. So I must ask you, what the hell kind of abomination is capable of guarding these beings? Butcher, with his casual demeanor, retorted, calm down, my friend. I made a call before we set out. The sewer rat informed me that Golkin University is not far from here, and we shall soon witness his true form. He shrugged, gesturing to a monitor on the wall. It seemed a formidable figure was hastening towards them. Upon hearing Butcher's words, the group turned their attention to the large screen. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut and dressed in caregiver attire was hurrying toward their location, holding a lighter. Who is this? He seemed somewhat familiar. Uncertain of the newcomer's identity, the group decided to press onward, hoping to find an opportunity to delve deeper before the mysterious figure arrived. As the footsteps grew louder, another door was swung open. The man with the buzz cut reached the center of the corridor, encountering the scene of bloodshed and the lifeless bodies of 5 guards. Damn it, we have intruders. In a state of urgency, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, Butcher and his companions had reached a more core area, surrounded by tightly locked iron doors that imprisoned exceedingly dangerous superhuman criminals. Butcher, this is a dead end. We need to find another entrance. Damn it. How could you lead us astray? Just as they prepared to retreat, a man brandishing a lighter appeared before them, blocking their path. You should not have trespassed here. Upon finishing his words, the man ignited his lighter, then, with a swift motion of his other hand, he grasped the air, causing the flame within the lighter to expand as if under his command, ultimately transforming into a searing fireball that he held firmly in the palm of his hand. Who are you really? Speak the truth, and I may consider granting you a full corpse. Are you the damned Lantern Man? At the sight of the familiar flame, Frankie's eyes bulged with fury, veins protruding on his forehead, and he raised his gun, intent on charging forward. However, restrained by Butcher's intervention, Frankie found himself unable to take a single step closer. Damn it, you bunch of cowardly scoundrels. He murdered Mallory's grandson. Frankie bellowed, his form writhing in agitation. You heartless scum. Were you the one who stalked me back then? The Lantern Man's heart skipped a beat, yet his expression remained resolute. These matters had long since passed. It was time to bury them. Back in the day, as a member of the Super 7, the Lantern Man had been coerced by Mallory to infiltrate the water group for intelligence. Unwilling to remain subservient, he developed a sense of rebellion and a desire for vengeance. Seizing the cover of night to infiltrate Mallory's home and set fire to his bedroom. To his dismay, the bed did not harbor Mallory, but rather a group of children awaiting their grandmother's return to hear stories. The Lantern Man was consumed by guilt and faded from public view, assigned by the water group to erase evidence. However, he was unaware of the clandestine plans orchestrated by the president of Godkin University, CET. Do you wish to forget? You will never overcome this in your lifetime, you wretch. Frankie continued to roar. Yet, the Lantern Man, with a temper of his own, retorted with greater volume. Did you stop me back then? You trailed me without intervening. You are equally a damned sinner, unqualified to judge me. Upon hearing these words, Frankie's enraged visage suddenly froze, and he fell into silence. 8 years prior, he, along with his accomplices Shelley and Jay, were mere delinquents embroiled in trouble. 5 years ago, the trio was apprehended. And to prevent his friends from being imprisoned, Frankie accepted Mallory's recruitment, utilizing his skills to join a covert team targeting superhumans. Following Mallory's coercion of the Lantern Man, he was assigned to shadow him to avert unforeseen circumstances. That fateful night, Frankie tracked the Lantern Man to a nightclub's entrance, only to receive a frantic call from Shelley informing him that their companion Jay was on the brink of death from an overdose and required urgent assistance. Torn between duty and friendship, Frankie assumed the Lantern Man would linger at the nightclub, daringly return to his residence to revive Jay. However, during that mere half hour, the Lantern Man slipped out the back door and exacted revenge on Mallory. Ironically, Jay succumbed to another overdose months later, ultimately losing his life. Thus, The Lantern Man's rebuttal bore no fault and left Frankie at a loss for words, consumed by guilt. Huh, am I correct? Since you refuse to speak. Do not blame me. With that, the Lantern Man prepared to hurl the fireball from his hand. At this critical juncture, a delicate hand unexpectedly appeared around the neck of the Lantern Bearer. Would you kindly relinquish your fireball? Inexplicably, the Lantern Bearer felt his body suddenly grow numb, his limbs obeying the command as if under some unseen influence. A gentle, seductive female voice whispered in his ear, "Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I am not too late." As the woman gracefully maneuvered, a man with black hair and dark eyes, clad in a fitted outfit, emerged within the view of the cloaked assembly. Chapter 19. The Hidden Hand. Oh, the little mouse lurking in the shadows has finally made an appearance. Had you arrived any later, this insufferable Lantern Bearer would have turned us into charred breadsticks. The speaker continued, "Pray tell, what purpose brings you to summon us here?" With the mastermind's arrival, Marvin, who had long harbored resentment over Butcher's impulsive dealings, posed the question, "Are you certain you wish to speak here? Let us not forget that there is a Lantern Bearer from the Seven here." Jonathan shrugged. Moreover, the external alarms have already sounded. If all goes as anticipated, numerous guards will soon arrive and encircle this place. God damn it. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Do you want us all to perish here? Upon hearing Jonathan's words, both Frankie and the others were instantly agitated, gripping their weapons tightly, nearly discharging them in their fury. Do not fret. Those guards are merely ordinary individuals wielding firearms. In other words, all personnel within this laboratory, including the guards, are just common folk. Besides, you have Kimiko to assist you. At this point, Jonathan cast a glance towards Kimiko's direction. In the original narrative, the little wolf girl possessed formidable self-healing abilities, honed through her upbringing in a terrifying organization, having mastered the art of killing from a young age. So who exactly are you? You seem to possess extensive knowledge about us. Frankie's pupils constricted upon hearing Kimiko's name. Only members of the cloaked assembly knew her true name. How did he come to know it? In truth, I do not possess extensive knowledge of you. I have only conducted a modest amount of research. He introduced himself. You may call me Luke, and this is my girlfriend, Kate. We are both students at Godicon University. Students? So, you are both superhumans? Butcher, despite his usual composure, was taken aback by this revelation. You, a superhuman, have the audacity to summon us mere mortals to assist you? That assertion is misguided. Superhumans and ordinary people are both human. Therefore, by forming this team to oppose superhumans, you are affirming this very truth, are you not? Wouldn't you agree, Huey? Currently in a state of cognitive overload and confusion, Huey remained unresponsive to Jonathan's statement. Very well, if you could kindly step aside. Following Jonathan's lead, Kate placed her hand upon the Lantern Bearer's shoulder, initiating a mental control. Attack that wall. A sinister melody echoed in his ears, and with eyes growing vacant, the Lantern Bearer stiffly raised his hand and hurled the fireball toward a distant corner of the wall. In the next moment, the flames struck the hospital door behind Frank, which he had narrowly avoided, instantly incinerating it with searing heat. At that moment, the controlled lamplighter regained his senses. Upon realizing his actions, his expression darkened, and he murmured, "No, no, you are courting death." From the ravaged hospital room emerged a pale woman, silent and seemingly frail, her hospital gown adorned with a name tag, Cindy. As she stepped out, her vacant gaze fixated on the assembled crowd, ultimately landing on the lamplighter. At that instant, the keen-eyed Huey noticed that the lamplighter's body began to tremble. Was he truly so frightened by an ordinary patient? Just then, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the heavy door nearby, followed by bullets whizzing through the air towards them. "Lamplighter, are they your friends?" Cindy asked, her tone somewhat dazed, her hollow eyes betraying no emotion. "Oh." At that moment, a bullet grazed the lamplighter's scalp, startling him into covering his head and seeking shelter. "It seems they're not," Cindy observed, her focus shifting to the approaching group of armed guards. Without hesitation, Huey witnessed Cindy clench her fist from a distance, and a guard exploded like a popped balloon, blood and flesh scattering. "What the hell? Run." Seeing Cindy's overwhelming ferocity, the members in black robes quickly scattered, fearful of collateral damage. Jonathan swiftly pulled Kate into another corridor, hastily fleeing deeper into the area. "Luke, so your network consists of those wanted by the Water Group? You do realize that Billy Butcher is a terrorist who bombed the former Water Vice President, Madeline. You didn't mention this before," Kate exclaimed, her grip around Jonathan's hand tightening, her expression grave. "If something goes wrong here in the Godicon University lab, we could face severe consequences, even expulsion. Honey, do you have any idea what Shetty is doing here? She has imprisoned numerous superhumans for experiments. Do you think her intentions are purely academic?" Following the path etched in his memory, Jonathan led Kate to a sealed one-way observation room. "Look, this is what she is truly researching." As Jonathan pointed, Kate beheld a woman covered in toxic sores, lying motionless on the ground. The door of the observation room bore a red label proclaiming, First dose of superhuman virus successfully injected, target deceased. This is her true objective, conducting live experiments on numerous superhumans to develop a virus capable of exterminating the superhuman race. This is the final product. No, this cannot be true. Kate covered her mouth, tears of regret glistening in her eyes. What have I done to assist her? Ever since being controlled by Shetty's drugs, Kate had been aiding in erasing the memories of those involved. According to Shetty herself, this was a means to cure the unstable factors residing within superhumans. Foolishly, Kate believed Shetty's claims that she herself was a part of the superhuman lineage. Recalling similar instances of loss of control from her childhood, she was aware that with research like Shetty's, future superhumans might escape the tragic and blood-stained childhoods, no longer subjected to scorn and derision as aberrations or monstrosities. However, the bitter irony that Kate's good intentions had become a tool for Shetty to annihilate the superhuman race was a reality she found hard to accept. Just as Kate was on the brink of despair, a heavy door nearby suddenly swung open, revealing an unexpected figure to Jonathan, clad in thick black combat armor. The individual wielded an assault rifle, with two gleaming katana swords strapped to their back. Could it be Schwanza? Chapter 20. Confronting Schwanza. Why on earth is Schwanza here? Jonathan's mind faltered. This was a plot twist not depicted in the original narrative. Had Schwanza been collaborating with the Woods all along, a fact omitted from the original? What could have prompted such an alliance? Being a superhuman herself, wouldn't this be self-destructive, a reckless pursuit of death? At that moment, Schwanza emerged from the heavy door and, without uttering a word, unleashed a barrage of gunfire, catching Jonathan off guard. Quickly, he urged Kate to take cover behind a wall. Although Kate was a superhuman, her abilities leaned more towards support, rendering her powerless if she could not engage the opponent. Schwanza, fully encased in combat gear, left no opportunity for Kate to assist. Any reckless attempt would lead to her demise. Stay here, do not come out, Jonathan instructed. Then added something perplexing. He is allergic to nuts. Once he ensured that the bewildered Kate was secure, he seized the moment and dashed towards Schwanza's blind spot. In a ranged assault, accuracy is one aspect, yet a stable, non-shifting target is paramount for an effective attack. Jonathan's swift incursion presented a constantly moving target, prompting Schwanza to abandon the idea of machine gun fire in favor of close combat. Having been selected for the Super 7 team and recognized by the nation, this character, not vividly detailed in the original, was evidently formidable. Thus, as Jonathan launched his attack, he immersed himself fully in the combat state, striking with force. Yet, it was clear that Schwanza, as a seasoned member of the Seven, possessed an acute capacity for extreme reactions, honed through numerous assassination missions. With but a mere gesture, the figure clad in dark leather gloves firmly grasped Jonathan's fist, rendering him unable to advance. This simple exchange left Jonathan astonished. His strength, enhanced and fortified by the characteristics of cancer cells, had already reached the level of a professional boxer. Yet now, the dark figure effortlessly absorbed his strike, indicating a strength far surpassing his own. The figure, in turn, had formed a preliminary assessment of Jonathan's capabilities. The opponent possessed considerable strength, likely belonging to the category of power-oriented superhumans, necessitating the use of weaponry for a tactical advantage. Indeed, weaponry, even when facing an unarmed adversary. With no regard for martial ethics, such was the combat style of the dark figure. In the world of the boys, the notion of mercy is scarcely entertained. When executing a mission or neutralizing a target, efficiency and completion are paramount. Any advantage that can be exploited will be seized without hesitation. On the other hand, Jonathan, having undergone 3 years of combat training under Crossbones, would not recklessly expose his vulnerabilities to his opponent. He swiftly retracted his fist, stepping back to create a natural space for confrontation, allowing room for both offense and defense. The dark figure drew 2 blades from the elongated sheath concealed beneath the black combat attire, their edges glinting ominously in the light as they were poised in midair. Jonathan, fully alert, focused intently on the figure's movements, mentally predicting the trajectory of the impending assault. In an instant, the battle erupted. The dark figure moved with ghostly swiftness, the dual blades slicing towards Jonathan at acute angles. Reacting with remarkable speed, Jonathan sidestepped, yet the figure's speed was overwhelming. The left blade grazed Jonathan's arm, leaving a trail of crimson. However, Jonathan's extraordinary regenerative abilities swiftly came into play, the wound healing at a visibly rapid pace. In the Marvel Universe, even typical weaponry would struggle to breach Jonathan's defenses, underscoring the formidable strength of the dark figure. Jonathan, inwardly taken aback, retaliated with a direct punch aimed at the figure's face. The dark figure leaned back slightly, evading effortlessly, and countered with a spinning kick that struck Jonathan's abdomen, propelling him several steps back before he regained his stance. Beneath the mask, the dark figure furrowed his brow, finding the situation somewhat vexing. Under normal circumstances, A kick infused with half his strength could easily reduce a person to mere fragments. Yet, facing this superhuman, not only did the opponent possess regenerative abilities, but their defensive capabilities had reached an astonishing level. Though he could not vocalize it, the dark figure felt an urge to exclaim, "What a tough specimen." Seizing the moment when the figure's vigilance wavered, Jonathan charged once more. To ensure the effectiveness of his technique, he opted for a series of 3 consecutive Muay Thai elbow strikes, a horizontal elbow followed by a swift 180-degree turn, complemented by another horizontal elbow from the opposite side, culminating in a 360-degree spinning downward elbow. Thud, thud, thud. Although Jonathan's assault was fierce, Xian-sei, with his exceptional reflexes and agility, evaded the initial 2 attacks with remarkable finesse. The final strike, a powerful elbow jab, was met with a solid block using his crossed arms. Seizing the moment, Xian-sei crossed his twin blades and struck forcefully, compelling Jonathan to defend with both hands. The immense impact left him with a tingling sensation in his palms, accompanied by a spray of crimson. At this juncture, Jonathan began to realize the disparity in strength between himself and Xian-sei. His attacks failed to inflict any substantial damage, while each of Xian-sei's strikes left him increasingly fatigued. Indeed, as a member of the Super Seven, even in the absence of a significant presence, only the likes of the patriotic warrior and Queen Maeve could truly contend with Xian-sei's prowess. With this understanding, Jonathan resolved to abandon conventional tactics. He cast a glance at Xian-sei and inhaled deeply. Calm and focused, the familiar chill surged anew as latent energy gathered from his heart, circulating through his lungs and dispersing into the capillaries in tandem with his bloodstream, intertwining with his sympathetic nervous system. The sympathetic nervous system, renowned in biology as the emergency brake system for fight or flight, comprises both the sympathetic and parasympathetic components. Upon activation, the sympathetic system incites excitement, elevating heart rate, dilating pupils, and directing blood flow to the muscles, while the parasympathetic system focuses on recovery and repair. The activation of calm and focused forcibly triggers both sympathetic pathways simultaneously. This signifies that in this state, Jonathan's overall attributes would elevate dramatically within a brief span, while maintaining posture and enhancing self-repair. Under the influence of this ability, Jonathan felt every muscle swelling with relentless power. Moreover, his neural response time surged significantly, allowing him to perceive his surroundings as if time had slowed. This included the advancing Xian-sei. As Xian-sei lunged forward once more, Jonathan clearly discerned his trajectory, effortlessly sidestepping while delivering a punch. This blow, imbued with speed and force far exceeding his previous attempts, caught Xian-sei off guard, striking him squarely on the shoulder and causing him to stagger backward. Undeterred, Xian-sei quickly resumed his attack with his twin blades. This time, Jonathan swiftly anticipated Xian-sei's movements. He faced the oncoming blades and pivoted, grasping the hilts firmly. Taken aback by Jonathan's concealed strength, Xian-sei attempted to break free, but Jonathan's newfound power was evidently superior. With a sudden heave, he flung Xian-sei aside. Adjusting midair, Xian-sei landed steadily. Yet before he could regain his footing, Jonathan surged forward like lightning, delivering a powerful blow to Xian-sei's chest. Xian-sei let out a muffled grunt, retreating several steps. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Jonathan unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, overwhelming Xian-sei and forcing him to retreat rapidly. During this period, the dark figure attempted to counterattack, but Jonathan did not afford him the opportunity. Holding his breath, he sidestepped to evade the dark figure's assault, delivering an elbow strike that connected with the figure's back. Under the force of the blow, the dark figure lunged forward, precisely towards the spot where Jonathan had positioned Kate. At that moment, a delicate hand swiftly ascended to the neck concealed beneath the dark figure's mask. "You have consumed a great deal of delectable nuts," she remarked. Chapter 21. Double standards. The sound echoed ominously, and beneath the mask, the dark figure's pupils constricted sharply. As if he had truly ingested the nuts, his entire being succumbing to an intense allergic reaction. In biology, the mechanism of an allergic reaction involves allergens entering the body, prompting cells to produce antibodies that bind with mast cells, rendering the organism in a sensitized state. Upon subsequent exposure to the allergen, it binds with the sensitized mast cells, inducing the release of bioactive substances, which in turn elicit local or systemic symptoms. Moreover, allergic reactions are also associated with neural reflexes. Kate, as a superhuman endowed with telepathy and manipulation abilities, could alter a person's subconscious, leading the cerebral cortex to mistakenly believe that the host had indeed ingested nuts, thereby triggering appropriate reflexive commands. Jonathan recalled a scene from the original narrative where Kate exerted her mental control over a superhuman who had spoken ill of the deceased Luke. She compelled him to purchase a Louise brand heavy baseball bat and to strike himself with it at hourly intervals, each time shouting "heavy bat." It was evident that those with mental manipulation abilities were adept at tormenting others. a level of terror that could evoke profound sorrow and pain in any man who witnessed it. At that moment, the dark figure's entire body began to twitch uncontrollably, and he exhibited clear signs of respiratory distress, even grasping at his neck in discomfort until he lost consciousness. Luke, he cannot possibly die like this, can he? He is a member of the Seven, and if something were to happen to him, Homelander and the other members of the Seven would not spare us. Kate was somewhat alarmed, although this course of action was a means of self-preservation. However, it was evident that there was no turning back. She had already become ensnared in this quagmire alongside Jonathan, and in her confusion, she could only rely on him. Yet, Jonathan displayed no emotional upheaval. He understood that while the dark figure outwardly presented himself as the pragmatic and honest member of the Seven, regarded by Homelander as the most loyal comrade, in truth, he was exceedingly self-serving and fearful of death. In earlier years, while part of a team with Soldier Boy, he had harbored thoughts of betrayal. As the narrative progressed, when Butcher and the others truly awakened the dormant Soldier Boy, the dark figure had concealed this information from Homelander, and out of fear of retribution from Soldier Boy, he had deliberately removed the tracking chip from his body and retreated into isolation. Thus, since the dark figure was connected to the woods, he would forever dare not disclose this secret. Once revealed, he would become the sworn enemy of all superhumans, especially as a superhuman racist. Homelander would be the first to exact vengeance upon him. He is not in mortal danger. He merely suffers from a nut allergy, which will likely render him unconscious for a few hours. During this time, we will have ample opportunity to act. I am quite intrigued about the connection between the mysterious figure and the forest. How could he be summoned to serve as an enforcer? With curiosity piqued, Jonathan led Kate through the heavy door that the enigmatic figure had just exited. Beyond the door lay a research facility saturated with the scent of disinfectant. The dim and eerie lighting of the laboratory cast a chilling sheen upon the cold metallic walls. Finally, we have reached the core area, quite well concealed, isn't it? Observing the grotesque, tortured superhumans submerged in liquid incubation chambers, Jonathan felt a wave of physiological discomfort wash over him, while Kate beside him doubled over, retching in disgust. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Don't move. Raise your hands. Jonathan and Kate turned to find Principal Zeddy aiming a specially designed gun at them, her expression shrouded in gloom. Jitong, Kate, you shouldn't be here. How did you find this place? Upon seeing the two, Zeddy immediately contemplated silencing them to prevent any potential leaks. Yet she remained uncertain whether others were aware of this location. This gun was custom-made by the doctor. It is filled with a superhuman virus serum. The moment I pull the trigger, the bullet will penetrate your skin, and the virus will course through your bloodstream, spreading throughout your body. Virus? I'm sorry, but I'm not endowed with the abilities from Compound 5, at least not at this moment. However, his girlfriend Kate was at risk, and Jonathan could not jeopardize her safety, especially in the absence of an antidote. Thus, he cautiously positioned Kate behind him, shifting his gaze. Zeddy, do you not fear the backlash from the entire superhuman community for your actions? Huh? Backlash? Zeddy let out a deranged laugh, her voice echoing sharply in the vast laboratory. Do you remember that downed passenger plane? My husband and my 2 4-year-old daughters were on it. Everything I do is for revenge. To make you abominable freaks pay for your transgressions. Upon hearing this, Jonathan could only respond with a bemused smile. So, you misguided villains believe that when your interests are threatened, you can shift the blame onto the innocent populace? It is akin to being bitten by a dog and demanding the death of every dog in existence. Illogical, thoughtless. Can you not learn from the likes of the purple sweet potato essence? They commit their misdeeds with lofty ideals. As for you, what remains apart from a mind as dense as excrement? Of course, Jonathan would never voice such thoughts aloud. This is not a justification for your reckless actions. In reality, nearly 70% of households in contemporary society have administered Compound 5. What family does not have both elders and children? Are you suggesting that your family is the only one worthy of consideration while others are not human? Even if I were to elevate my argument, it appears that the majority of the families of these superhumans are, ostensibly, just innocent ordinary people, right? Upon hearing her ideology being dismissed, Chet's visage contorted with rage. And she shrieked, innocent? Those individuals who gained their powers through the 5th compound are not innocent. Did they not all seek wealth and aspire to ascend that wretched upper class? Well, I have nothing more to say. Aren't you part of that upper echelon? If not for the pursuit of profit, how could you have become the president of Godicon University? Engaging further with this blatant hypocrite Jonathan would surely be an exercise in futility. Thus, Jonathan opted to divert his gaze, searching for something with which to counter her claims. His eyes swiftly traversed every corner of the laboratory. On the meticulously arranged workbenches, an array of intricate instruments flickered. Within the transparent petri dishes lay a liquid exuding an eerie green luminescence, the so-called superhuman virus. A sinister smile crept across Chet's grotesque face as she venomously declared, gaze upon this lethal virus. Once infected, it will commence a frenzied erosion from within the superhuman, leading to the gradual decay of the host's body until their powers vanish and life itself ceases. Chapter 22. A Gambler's Reckoning. Upon hearing Chet's almost paranoid assertions, Jonathan felt 3 dark lines appear on his forehead as he resignedly replied, "To be candid, Chet, your perspective is rather naive. Given your understanding, do you truly believe that, in light of the typical conduct of the Water Corporation, they would refrain from launching other products aside from the 5th compound? As long as there are researchers present, much like those who developed the superhuman virus, they will inevitably introduce a 6th, 7th, or even more compounds, regardless of the fate of the 5th. Attempting to dismantle the Water Corporation through such means is utterly futile. Shut your damn mouth." Chet seethed, lifting her specially designed firearm, her finger poised on the trigger. "My aim is simple: revenge. I have endured for far too long to eradicate you damn superhumans. No matter what the Water Corporation may produce in the future, at the very least, you will perish by my hand. Thus, it is worth it. Speak up. Who else is aware? Reveal it, and I can increase the dosage of the lethal agent, ensuring your demise is swifter." Chet felt an overwhelming sense of certainty, her entire being alight with the exhilaration of judgment, relishing in the power over life and death. This left no room for negotiation. At that moment, Jonathan's mind began to race. Continuing to stand in a stalemate with Chet would only endanger Kate further. The only viable option was to strike swiftly, seizing control of the situation. Without hesitation, Jonathan sprang into action. He positioned himself to shield Kate, while simultaneously snatching a vial from the laboratory bench. In a flash, he charged toward Chet, executing a precise throw aimed at her face, unaware if he had seized sulfuric acid or another highly corrosive agent. In an instant, Chetty was splattered with the caustic substance from the test tube, leaving him bewildered. Immediately, he was engulfed by an intense burning sensation and excruciating pain, accompanied by a fleeting blindness. His vision was a chaotic interplay of light and darkness, and the agony only exacerbated his panic, leading him to instinctively pull the trigger. Consequently, Jonathan, who was poised to seize the specialized weapon, was met with a barrage of the potent chemical bullets erupting from the gun's muzzle. "Luke, be careful." In this critical moment, Kate, who had been hiding behind Jonathan, suddenly shouted. In that instant, her thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning. To be candid, her relationship with Luke was merely that of ordinary romantic partners, lacking in depth. Yet, the solace and support this relationship provided were not something she was willing to relinquish easily, for only Luke understood her entirely, even the fragility of her spirit. Over time, her emotional wounds had fostered a dependency on Luke as her boyfriend, a feeling not of deep love, but rather of possession. Moreover, whether due to her reputation within the academy or the complexities of her reliance, she instinctively resisted any notion of ending their bond. At that moment, her sclera suddenly became veined with crimson, and her entire consciousness surged into an extreme state of hyper-awareness, blood rushing to her cerebral cortex. The piercing ringing in her ears and the sharpness of her nerves crystallized her fleeting thoughts into a palpable wave of psychic energy, culminating in an explosive release. Both Jonathan and Chetty felt a momentary suspension of consciousness, only to be forcefully propelled away by an overpowering repulsion. The scene transitioned from stillness to motion. Jonathan slid to the ground, while Chetty was violently hurled against the experimental table, shattering the test tubes filled with a mysterious blend of blue and green liquid. Jonathan, having regained his footing, quickly looked up to discover that 2 syringes filled with a superhuman virus were embedded in Kate's chest, the green liquid slowly being injected into her body. Kate had unleashed her powers to their fullest, yet her mental faculties and neurons were now in a state of depletion, compounded by the superhuman virus coursing through her veins. Realizing she could no longer endure this strain, she cast one last glance at Jonathan before her body weakened, and she began to collapse. "Kate, wake up, please." Jonathan rushed forward, catching her just in time. He cradled her head, swiftly assessing her condition. Kate was in dire straits. Tears of blood streamed from her eyes as her brain operated in overdrive, her thoughts vacuous, and her pupils gradually losing focus. She lay on the ground, racked with pain, instinctively emitting a heart-wrenching scream. The virus ravaged her frail body, distorting her once beautiful features with excruciating agony. In that moment, Jonathan recalled the state of Hibiki from the original narrative, who had also succumbed to the virus. He swiftly rolled up Kate's sleeve. As anticipated, a plethora of blood red welts began to spread across her arm, the skin at the sites of infection starting to wither, while the internal muscles involuntarily underwent a process of carbonization. At this rate of proliferation, within 10 minutes, the virus would engulf Kate's entire being, to the point where even the almighty Jehovah would be powerless to rescue her. How futile. The superhuman virus had already commenced its circulation through the bloodstream upon entry into her body. Slumped on the ground, head drooping, and bones shattered beyond count, Chetty spat out a mouthful of blood, mocking with a sardonic smile. "Allow me to inform you This virus was modified through a comparative analysis of the sequence extracted from compound 5. Unless you possess the ability to alter the viral sequence, any struggle on your part is utterly futile. Superhumans, you are the detritus of this society. The anguish of losing a loved one must be unbearable, right? Kindly silence your foul mouth, you wretched harlot, Jonathan remarked, turning his head to glance at the dense rack of test tubes containing hundreds of blue liquids. That was compound 5. At that moment, Jonathan's gaze turned complex as he looked at the convulsing Kate on the ground, and following a vague intuition, he made a bold decision. His system had undergone a mutation due to contact with the cosmic cube. This indicated that the system's firewall was not as formidable as previously imagined. It was, in fact, a program capable of continuous evolution and improvement. Previously, he had speculated whether external forces could influence the system's functions, though he had never attempted it. The intricacies were numerous. He had only one system, and the cost of trial and error was relatively low. In light of the current emergency, he had no choice but to gamble once more. Initially, he regarded this world merely as a game instance, never intending to invest substantial emotion and energy into it. However, Kate's selfless sacrifice left Jonathan quite displeased. Although he had initially assumed the role of a substitute boyfriend for Kate, their emotional bond was not particularly intense. At the outset, Jonathan had treated the entire realm of the Black Robe as a mere instance, with its inhabitants being of little consequence. To him, Kate was merely someone with a slightly deeper connection, a player in the game of life. Perhaps, initially, his interest was more driven by physical attraction. As a couple, they had long since engaged in the activities expected of them. Nonetheless, this was his first instance world. And if the first woman to whom he felt a connection were to perish so easily, wouldn't that be irksome? Furthermore, Jonathan had long regarded all possessions around him as his own. Did they think to reclaim what had come into his hands? Just watch me obliterate you. Thus, let me embrace the role of a gambler. I wonder if the reserves I previously stored are still of any use? With that thought, Jonathan opened his system panel and navigated to the novice card pool for noun recruitment. There lay 3 shimmering golden noun cards, quietly awaiting him. If it pertains to chloroplasts, then photosynthesis and energy absorption are akin to embarking on a grand journey. In this context, semi-conservative replication, along with transcription and translation, do not encapsulate the true abilities that Jonathan currently seeks. Ultimately, only one option remains. This particular term card possesses a reverse transcription capability that aligns with his present choice. In the realm of biology, reverse transcription is a process wherein synthesis occurs based on a template, guiding the creation. During this process, the synthesis of nucleic acids and the transcription process occur in a direction opposite to that of genetic information flow. In simpler terms, it signifies the ability to reset and acquire matter in the opposite direction. With hope in his heart, Jonathan hesitated not and chose to include ribonucleic acid as an essential element in his novice card pool. He then took a deep breath and poured half of compound 5 from the test tube into an experimental barrel before downing it in one swift motion. In Chapter 23, within the world of the boys, compound 5 is an exceedingly unstable evolutionary serum that tests the limits of the subject's resilience and mental fortitude, while also requiring a stroke of luck. The Homelander, recognized as the most formidable superhuman in contemporary society, did not attain this status by mere chance or effort. His strength is attributed to surviving the trials of his mother, who suffered from mental illness, and fortuitously developing an unexpected compatibility with compound 5. In the original narrative, this compatibility led to him being confined by Vought International, where he was kept in a laboratory and annually injected with a superhuman serum, cultivated through targeted experimentation to achieve his current prowess. Consequently, many comic enthusiasts speculate that the potency of a superhuman hinges on 2 critical factors. Firstly, the quantity of compound 5 injected, and secondly, whether the individual possesses the luck and capability to withstand the instability and random mutations induced by the compound. Furthermore, fans hypothesize that when an ordinary person injects compound 5, the abilities catalyzed by the serum are often tied to the individual's obsessions. For instance, Huey's hatred for the train leads to his awakening of teleportation abilities after the injection, while Butcher's singular desire to eliminate the Homelander results in a physical enhancement and laser vision that can match the Homelander's strength. Taking all these considerations and speculations into account, Jonathan resolved to amass a significant quantity of compound 5, ensuring that his abilities would not falter while awakening the specific term card capability he desired. Whether he thrives or perishes now rests upon the validity of these enthusiasts' conjectures. With a gurgle, Jonathan consumed the contents of the experimental barrel as one would a pint of beer. As he drank, the immense energy contained within compound 5 transformed into a sprawling and fierce golden light, emanating from his throat and spreading like lightning, gradually enveloping Jonathan's entire being. At this moment, With her head hung low, Sieti made her presence felt. She forced her eyelids open and managed a faint smile, saying, "You intend to administer compound number 5 to her, do you? Spare yourself the futile effort." Before being infected by the virus, it indeed had the potential to heal superhuman injuries, but the virus was initially engineered to specifically target the components of compound number 5. Now, what you ought to consider is how to handle her affairs posthumously. Who would have imagined that you, these seemingly glamorous superhumans, are nothing but individuals with minds muddled by nonsense, manipulated by an ordinary person? A mere ruse with the false news of a soldier boy was enough to entice him into cooperation. How laughable. Although this old woman failed to deduce her intentions and was oblivious to the fact that her substitute, Luke, was not a true purebred superhuman. Her incessant barking as a broken creature was indeed rather grating. Interestingly, neither Xinsei nor Jonathan anticipated that this individual could be so cowardly. Contemplating this, while awaiting the onset of compound number 5, Jonathan deliberately filled a syringe with it and approached Sieti. "Old woman, you have a penchant for sarcasm and love to speak cryptically, don't you? Aren't you quite disdainful of superhumans? How intriguing it would be to see if, upon transforming into one, you would choose to eliminate yourself. Since you abhor superhumans, why then are you the president of a university? Do you not realize how much your superhuman family earns while you profit from it? A hypocrite indeed. I shall spare you today, but I eagerly await the spectacle." Without waiting for her response, Jonathan pressed the syringe against her lips, the entire needle penetrating the juncture of her mouth, and forcefully pushed the plunger. Ignoring the desperate and terrified expression in Sieti's eyes, Jonathan turned and returned to Kate's side. Thud, thud. The effects of the drug began to manifest, and Jonathan could distinctly feel his heartbeat accelerating. Struck with overwhelming force, his body felt as if it had been thrust into a high-pressure pump, the chaotic energy within him erupting at an astounding pace. With a muffled groan, he lost control and fell to one knee. To maintain his balance, he gripped a steel frame on the experimental table with intense force. With Jonathan's anguished scream, the steel frame crumpled under his grip. At that moment, the energy within him erupted, ravenously tearing at every inch of his being, every cell. His muscles began to rupture, blood vessels burst, and the veins on his surface swelled grotesquely. Within less than a minute, he was transformed into a bloodied figure. Simultaneously, Jonathan's remarkable self-healing abilities activated. His shattered muscles began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace, and the severed blood vessels swiftly expelled granulation tissue. However, before he could fully recover, yet another wave of destruction ensued, creating a relentless cycle of agony that compounded exponentially. At that moment, Jonathan's visage contorted grotesquely in the throes of excruciating agony, a sickly, sweet sensation lodged firmly within his throat. The violent energy surging within him had reached a peak, and thanks to Jonathan's inherent regenerative abilities, his body oscillated between destruction and repair, maintaining a delicate balance. Yet, this was merely a physical remedy. The torment on a mental level, akin to the most brutal of tortures, threatened to shatter his very neural pathways, bringing his thoughts to the brink of collapse. With a final, deep intake of breath, his consciousness surged forth. His mind regained clarity as his parasympathetic nervous system was forcibly activated, doubling the speed of his physical restoration. Jonathan, nearly in a stupor, instinctively gasped for air, propelling his almost paralyzed body forward, resting his stiffened palm against Kate's heart. As Jonathan's hand made contact, an extraordinary green energy began to emanate from within him, enveloping Kate's entire exterior. This peculiar energy then commenced a process of functional differentiation, transforming into various forms as it penetrated Kate's body, seamlessly binding with her cells and blood, initiating a decoding process. From a microscopic perspective, the green energy fused with the superhuman virus, driving the sequence to polymerize. Using the virus as a foundational template, the base pairs interlocked like a chain of teeth, creating complementary links from nothingness. As the newly synthesized strands extended and degraded, the complementary single strands began to self-assemble using a new foundational template, forming a stable double helix with fresh base pairs. Thus, the sequence of the superhuman virus was reverse transcribed and decoded, reducing its original components back to the constitution of compound 5, which can be chemically described as a reduction reaction. It was akin to dry ice sublimating into gas, only to be reconstituted back into its solid form. At this juncture, the carbonization on Kate's body began to reverse, all negative states regressing as if played in reverse, seemingly restoring her to an even more optimal condition. As the superhuman virus was reverted to compound 5, its mass remained conserved. Thus, at this moment, Kate effectively underwent the enhancement equivalent to receiving 2 vials of compound 5. With this assurance, it was merely a matter of time before Kate awakened. Exhausted, Jonathan relied on the last remnants of his physical instincts to sustain the reverse transcription process. Having completed his task, all his strength and spirit dissipated, and the regeneration of his cerebral cortex entered a throttled state. Struggling to maintain a half-kneeling posture, he collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to a state of exhaustion and unconsciousness. Time passed slowly, each moment dragging on in the laboratory's oppressive silence, punctuated only by Jonathan's faint breaths, a testament to his continued existence. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the door crashed open, and Kate, lying on the floor, stirred her fingers. Chapter 24. I shall do as I please. The damp, musty scent invaded his nostrils, and the harsh light struck his eyelids, causing Jonathan to instinctively squint. Gradually, his consciousness clawed its way back from the abyss. His thoughts weighed down as if by lead, a dull sensation spreading through his neck. As he opened his eyes, Jonathan immediately attempted to turn his head to discern his surroundings. From the last fragments of memory, he vaguely recalled lying in a laboratory amidst the woods. How had he ended up here? Had he been captured by the Waters group? Yet, this did not appear to be an interrogation room. Surveying the area, he found himself in a rudimentary cement chamber, its walls nearly ashen, while he lay upon a makeshift bed crafted from tattered mattresses. Why do my arms feel so warm? As his awareness sharpened, Jonathan abruptly sat up, locking eyes with the startled Kate beside him. Luke, you're finally awake. Kate's eyes were still slightly red, her voice husky, brimming with uncontainable joy and concern. Grasping Jonathan's hand, the red marks left behind indicated that she had been holding on for the entirety of the night. Honey, how long have I been out? Luke, you've been unconscious for nearly 2 days. Do you want me to prepare something to eat? It's been so long since you've had anything. I'm not hungry just yet, honey. Would you care to explain what is happening? Jonathan glanced around and noticed several familiar faces standing opposite the bed, particularly one that rarely made an appearance, accompanied by several heavily armed guards. It was evident that they belonged to an official organization. Awake? How do you feel? The owner of the face approached Jonathan's bedside, their expression grave. Eyes piercing as they fixed on him. Ah, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you in person, Deputy Director Susan of the CIA. Thanks to you. I feel quite well, though I suspect you are not here merely out of concern for my well-being. Butcher was right. You certainly know a great deal. I have rarely made public appearances, yet you seem to know my information inside and out. I am quite curious. Who exactly are you? Luke Worden. You are merely an ordinary superhuman university student, reputed for capturing 60% of the Internet's attention surrounding Godicon University. Logically, you should be preoccupied with various business engagements, leaving you little time for anything else. Yet, you possess an astonishing wealth of clandestine information, even about the locations of Beijia's intelligence. This is hardly reasonable. Unreasonable? In the land of the free, I believe I am entitled to pursue my own interests. Is the CIA truly resorting to interrogation tactics? Moreover, to return to the point, I have not engaged in any unlawful activities. I dutifully pay my taxes each year, and I never drive under the influence or run red lights. If you are intent on finding fault with me, I must inquire, with your CIA's intelligence capabilities, what have you discovered? Upon hearing this, Susan slightly furrowed her brow. Unfazed by Jonathan's demeanor, you must understand, concealing the truth serves no benefit to you. Conceal? Jonathan scoffed. Is the CIA so overbearing? Surely Butcher has concealed much from you in the course of his duties. Whether I choose to conceal or not is of little consequence. Although I am unaware of how you came to my doorstep, from the outset, this has been a transaction between Butcher and me. I provide intelligence in exchange for his services, an equitable exchange where neither party is indebted to the other. Very well, now that Butcher has completed his task, shouldn't you proceed to fulfill your end of the bargain? At this juncture, Butcher, who had remained silent beside Susan, fixed a steely gaze on Jonathan and said ominously, Little mouse, Butcher has fulfilled his obligations. What of your part in the transaction? Ah, did I ever claim to forego the exchange? It is rather your aggressive demeanor that irks me. Susan's words elicited a sardonic laugh from Jonathan. Ever since awakening, he had been bombarded by this bunch of dimwits, questioning him as if he were under interrogation. The disparity in their respective standings was glaring. His good intentions to place them on equal footing through a transaction were met with ingratitude, leaving him unrestrained in his retorts. While it may seem like self-aggrandizement, I am curious as to how you are so certain you can apprehend me today without a scratch. Is it merely your handful of agents and those subpar gadgets? As you mentioned, I am the top student at Godicon University. Perhaps you should contemplate how I have maintained this position against challengers for 4 consecutive years. The atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly, charged with tension. Kate grasped Jonathan's hand tightly, ready to unleash her abilities at the slightest indication of conflict. Ever since Jonathan had reversed the effects of the superhuman virus within her, the residual 2 vials of Compound 5 had lifted her previous limitations requiring physical contact to activate her powers. Her mental control capabilities now extended to a circular area with a radius of 3 meters, allowing her to influence the thoughts of up to 3 individuals and execute commands without delay. However, an unexpected voice swiftly disrupted the taut atmosphere. Hey folks, I believe we can sit down and have a proper conversation. If it comes to blows, the commotion will surely be considerable. This area is routinely patrolled by the Homelanders. And should anything arise, well, you understand. Huey's words rendered Susan and the previously belligerent Butcher silent. Indeed, if the Homelanders were to arrive, the black-clad team present would all be wanted criminals. A single sweep of their laser eyes would spell doom for them all. Furthermore, the Homelanders are notoriously known for their superhuman racism. In such a scenario, several ordinary individuals would be pitted against Jonathan and his superhuman prowess, should trouble arise. It would be the ordinary ones who would face the consequences, while Jonathan would remain unscathed. With a single move, the entire game is lost. Susan's hopes of relying on the Black Cloak enforcers would likewise dissolve. Initially, she was eager to uncover the mysterious channels behind Jonathan, allowing the CIA to obtain more intelligence. But it now seemed prudent to consider a long-term strategy instead. Taking a deep breath, Susan lowered her voice to confide, I am uncertain of your true intentions. But as long as you refrain from engaging in the despicable acts typical of your homeland, we shall not interfere. Our presence here is merely to probe the sources of your intelligence. As for your future involvement with that wretched Seven, it is none of our concern. The uproar surrounding your and Kate's destruction of the forest has stirred the entire nation. We simply wish to ensure that you do not possess any abhorrent antisocial tendencies. I believe that there still exist superhumans with a conscience, like Starlight Annie. At this, Jonathan instinctively felt a surge of disdain. Aren't these official organizations of yours in America perpetually engaging in moral coercion? It appears that without my freedom, I must be virtuous. You scrutinize me relentlessly, basing your judgments on your nonsensical conjectures, and preach endlessly, all for my benefit? In this moment, Jonathan began to comprehend why Azoth's character had become so twisted. Confined within laboratories throughout his childhood, devoid of a normal upbringing, he was later shackled by countless regulations and moral impositions, all under the guise of being for his own good. They act as if they are virtuous, while simultaneously playing the harlot. Who wouldn't he be warped in such a scenario? Jonathan was inherently unconventional. Though he would not descend into the lawlessness of Azoth, he still held on to his principles. Having principles does not equate to a desire for coercion. Whenever he wished, he could shatter those principles without hesitation, allowing the unrestrained Azoth to emerge. At that point, it would truly be, I shall do as I please. Thus, he chose to disregard Susan and turned his attention to Butcher. Butcher, Dr. Parker from the Walter Group is aware of your wife Becca's whereabouts. She and your son Ryan are covertly detained in an isolated, information-secured villa. And then there is the promised Compound 5. With that, Jonathan's previously empty hand suddenly glimmered, producing a green-labeled test tube. Butcher accepted the tube, shaking it with curiosity as he inquired, ISNT Compound 5 Blue? You're not trying to pull a fast one on me with some random liquid, are you? Why not check for yourself? And as for you CIA folks and your so-called investigative agencies, one and all, do not intrude upon my life. Jonathan retorted, leaning slightly forward to mockingly whisper in Susan's ear, cease your grandiloquent moralistic rhetoric. Everyone has their selfish motives, yourself included. Is it not merely a trivial matter of excluding superhumans from the Department of Defense? I am no saint, so do not attempt to coerce me with your dogma. As long as you refrain from pestering me, perhaps on a good day, I might indulge in a conversation or two. Upon concluding his words, Jonathan grasped Kate's hand and turned away without a backward glance. Honey, let us depart. Chapter 25. Temporary Compound Number 5 at the headquarters of the Walter Group. In the office of the executive president, Ashley stood at the door impeccably dressed, her demeanor tense, clutching a bundle of documents. After a moment of hesitation, she knocked on the office door. Knock, knock. Mr. Edgar? Come in. Inside the office sat a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, his hair speckled with white, and round glasses with gray rims perched on his nose. He was engrossed in writing with a pen, his face marked by deep lines of authority, and his sharp gaze seemed capable of penetrating any fade. Clad in a bespoke black and white suit, he exuded an aura of unspoken authority. You are Ashley? I recall you just assumed the role of head of the Human Resources Project Department the day before yesterday. What brings you here? Mr. Edgar. I have come regarding a task for intelligence gathering on the new recruits in the 7-member team you previously initiated in the HR department. The former supervisor, Raven, has transitioned to another department, and I was not yet in office at that time, so I am here to submit the information. Understood. But I am currently preoccupied and cannot spare the time. Ashley, could you provide me with a verbal report? Of course. With trembling hands, Ashley opened the file, took a deep breath, and endeavored to steady her voice. Mr. Edgar, here are the research findings concerning the public recognition of civilian superhumans. Firstly, there is Storm Girl. Her influence among the public is considerable, particularly due to her impassioned speeches advocating for strong nationalism, which have successfully garnered a substantial following, especially among women. She radiates a feminist aura, endowing her with considerable prestige among the female demographic. This could prove advantageous for the group in acquiring significant female support. It is worth noting that the last fashion item released by Queen Maeve was bought out by fervent female consumers on 4 separate occasions, leading to a scarcity of supply. The data analysis team has assigned Stormgirl an entry evaluation score of 83. Upon hearing this, Edgar furrowed his brow slightly, interjecting, "Is it merely her speeches that have propelled her to such fame? What of her superhuman abilities? This evaluation score, if applied to other members of the 7-member team in history, is likely the highest ever recorded. Even the previously designated Homeland figure, Queen Maeve, only received a score of 81. Ashley hastily continued, "Mr. Edgar, in addition to her exceptional oratory skills, Stormgirl possesses the ability to control lightning and can fly, showcasing remarkable physical prowess." Edgar nodded, his keen gaze flickering with a hint of intrigue before he gestured for her to proceed. Ashley flipped through the report in her hands and continued, "Next, we have the top 2 candidates from Godkin University, Lucria Woden and Kate Dunlap. These 2 have recently dominated the top 10 trending topics across the superhuman internet, even drawing the attention of the general public regarding their exploits." "Are you referring to the incident that occurred at Godkin University a few days ago?" "Yes, just the day before yesterday. They successfully thwarted the scheme of President Shetty to create a superhuman virus with the intent to annihilate superhumans." Upon reaching this point, Ashley did not disguise her astonishment. It is crucial to note that her presence here today is solely attributed to the enigmatic individual who had initially contacted her. Ashley had assumed that this person was merely a high-ranking official within the organization, wielding influence limited to internal matters. However, she was taken aback to discover that their schemes could extend to impact society at large, entwined with a colossal conspiracy involving the superhuman virus. Should SETI indeed succeed, the entire water group would face severe repercussions. Not only would their eminent superhuman brand suffer a blow, but their industries and market value would also plummet, potentially leading to bankruptcy. Although the water group does not rely solely on superhumans for profit, this sector is their primary revenue source. Even when the superhuman virus erupts, the water group would require time to formulate an emergency response. "Oh, please elaborate on their capabilities," Edgar remarked, a glint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Due to the recent arrogant and immature behaviors exhibited by the Patriot, he had initially sought a new member for the 7-man team to replace the Patriot's captain. At this critical juncture, a significant portion of the 7-man team members had either been incapacitated or distanced due to injuries, and if this trend continued, they would soon devolve into a severely diminished unit. Ashley swallowed hard and continued, "Luckerwooden possesses extraordinary physical attributes and remarkable regenerative abilities, allowing him to recover swiftly from injuries. Meanwhile, Kate Dunlap exhibits a telepathic ability akin to that of the original female superhero, Mindstorm, and can manipulate others to a certain extent through her words." As events unfolded, the stature and image of the mysterious individual in Ashley's eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. This segment of information was something she had memorized thoroughly long ago. Initially, she had not anticipated its prompt utility, but now, as she acted in accordance with circumstances, she could not help but admire the efficiency and methods of the mysterious figure. Edgar, with his hands clasped, fell into contemplation. The potential of these 2 individuals should not be underestimated. "What is their current public image?" Ashley promptly responded, "Mr. Edgar. Due to this operation, they are regarded as saviors by the superhuman community and have garnered immense media attention. Outside Godkin University, reporters from various newspapers stake out daily at dawn, ready to swarm in at the slightest hint of activity. Furthermore, they are in a romantic relationship. Based solely on this, the personnel in the data analysis project have assigned an impressive score of 94. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding crossed Edgar's gaze. He rose, moved to the window, and spoke with his back to Ashley. "Ashley, this report is fairly comprehensive, but I need you to further analyze the potential impacts of their influence on our group and how we should respond. Do you understand? Provide me with another report tonight. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will issue orders for the new 7-man team members tomorrow." "Very well. If there are any objections, come to me." Ashley nodded eagerly. "Yes, Mr. Edgar, I will complete the report as swiftly as possible." Edgar slowly turned around, his gaze once again settling on Ashley as a newly appointed member. "I trust you will quickly adapt to the demands of this position and not disappoint me. Should anyone else have comments, they are welcome to approach me directly." Upon hearing this, Ashley felt a rush of surprise, quickly responding with excitement. "Yes, President, I will certainly strive to do my best." She then cautiously exited the office. Once the door closed behind her, her demeanor shifted, and with her chin held high, she forcefully pressed her arms down and exclaimed, "New York, CIA headquarters. Butcher, your performance this time has been commendable. I have already requested the withdrawal of your wanted notice." From her office chair, Susan tossed Butcher a notice of the withdrawal of the wanted order for him to sign. "Susan, where on earth is that wretched Dr. Parker hiding?" You've been searching for 2 days with no leads. Calm down, Butcher. Officially, he is a retired central employee of the Walter Group, but in truth, he has been concealed for at least 20 years without a trace. Investigating will undoubtedly take some time. However, there is another matter at hand. Do you recall the compound number 5 you obtained from Luke Vaurdan last time? What? Was that Vixen giving us a fake? No, it was authentic. But this compound number 5 has been found by the technical department to possess a unique characteristic of a 24-hour efficacy, with side effects yet to be determined. So, it transforms into a 24-hour hybrid, complete with a surprise package once used. Chapter 26. At one's fingertips with a steady cadence, footsteps halted before the desk. Lifting his gaze, Edgar leaned against the expansive desk, his eyes deep and piercing, his posture erect and commanding, exuding an aura of authority. Standing before him was Jonathan, who had successfully completed his placement and was now elevated to a member of the 7-man team. Edgar intently regarded Jonathan, adjusting his glasses before speaking in a low tone. Luke, I heard you thwarted Shetty's scheme a few days ago. You do realize that was aimed at annihilating superhuman viruses. Have you undergone a health check? A flicker of recollection crossed Jonathan's eyes upon hearing Edgar's words. Just yesterday, he and Kate had been separated into different interrogation rooms by Walter's security project for questioning and polygraph tests. In America, this method of interrogation is known as divide and conquer. The heads of these security projects presented Jonathan and Kate with various deceptive rhetoric, crafting false narratives to confuse their memories and uncover inconsistencies. While searching for discrepancies, they also connected polygraph machines to monitor both of their heart rates, assessing the truthfulness of their statements through fluctuations. Clearly, neither Jonathan nor Kate revealed anything to the project team. Their accounts were identical, with no discernible flaws. Why? Primarily, Jonathan and Kate's intention was to dismantle Shetty's conspiracy. If the virus were truly unleashed upon the adversary, both Jonathan, who seeks to inject Compound 5, and Kate, who has already transcended humanity, would inevitably face dire consequences. Furthermore, Jonathan has not disclosed any of his plans to Kate. She only became aware of the existence of the boys in black upon their arrival in the woods. Beyond that, Kate remains utterly perplexed. The only entity she can mention is the boys in black, who have now had their bounty lifted by Susan, the deputy director of the CIA, rendering Walter powerless against them. In addition to these realities, the project team has also inquired about the superhuman virus serum. To their questions, Jonathan's response was consistently succinct. I do not know. Further inquiries were met with indignation. Have you ever seen someone willingly implant a time bomb within themselves? In truth, to safeguard his own interests, Jonathan had, during the injection of Compound 5 in the Woodland Laboratory, utilized the system's spatial function to secure all remaining 15 vials of the superhuman virus serum. While these serums pose a significant threat to his current self, they also serve as an excellent countermeasure against other superhumans, depending entirely on the individual wielding them in their application. Just as the upper echelons in Resident Evil possess the virus yet remain unscathed, it is the outsiders who suffer the consequences. In this regard, Jonathan chose to remain secretive without hesitation. Thus, during the polygraph test, he maintained a steady breath, not forgetting the enhanced mental and neural functions associated with breath control. Jonathan's heart rate was steadier than the second hand on a clock. The project team could not uncover any flaws within him. As for Kate, she succumbed to her poisoning and fell into a coma long ago, making it difficult even to inquire about her condition. However, Edgar, do you truly consider this a health examination? It has already transpired. Otherwise, I would not be here, would I? Jonathan shrugged his shoulders, nearly wearing his health as a badge. Is it not peculiar that a once popular student, who 6 months prior reveled in nightlife and commercial dealings, suddenly dismantled a virus laboratory deemed highly perilous to them without any forewarning? One could easily surmise that something was amiss. Edgar cast a meaningful glance at Jonathan, setting down his pen and intertwining his fingers beneath his chin. Look, I do not concern myself with the means you employ or the transactions you engage in. You are an astute individual. The current 7-member team of the group wields significantly less influence than before, and we urgently require new blood to invigorate the entire team. You and Kate are already members. What you wish to do and how you intend to do it is permissible, provided it does not jeopardize the interests or image of the group. Remember, we at Walter do not harbor incompetence. A modicum of foolishness is acceptable. Yet contributions must be made, understood? Upon hearing this, Jonathan instinctively recalled the individual clad in a garish green, tightly fitted uniform, whose lewd demeanor masked an astute intellect. If it were indeed that fellow, Edgar's words would hold true. He truly is quite foolish. Mr. Edgar, please stay tuned. Indeed, Jonathan would not disappoint him. After all, his primary objective was not to obliterate the Water Group, but to assimilate it entirely, ultimately transforming it into an enterprise under his command. When he returned here, it would feel like coming home. As for the future leaders, surely they could make room for him, could they not? With a smile, Jonathan exited the office, where his girlfriend, Kate, awaited him with charming anticipation. "Let us go, my dear," he said, taking her delicate hand as they stepped into the elevator. The designated floor was the Human Resources and Apparel Design Division. As the elevator doors opened, the familiar visage of Ashley, with her trademark broad nose, appeared before them, accompanied by a subtly ingratiating and enthusiastic professional smile. These two were undoubtedly highlighted as key figures by the unknown, possibly even the illegitimate offspring of someone significant or scions of a notable family. Let us perform admirably for our leaders. Who knows, there might be opportunities for further advancement. With this thought, Ashley addressed them. "Congratulations on joining the 7 team. I'm Ashley, your project manager, and I will assist in designing your combat uniforms. Do you have any personal ideas for the design? Moreover, each member of the 7 team is referred to by code names. Have you thought about what yours might be?" Jonathan glanced at Kate, observing her shake her head in uncertainty. He then spoke up. "I believe a sleek black bodysuit would be splendid, with some silver accents. Perhaps we could incorporate shark patterns around the waist, and for the cape, one side could be pure black and the other a deep crimson." Jonathan's uniform design proposal, aside from lacking unique elements and featuring a two-toned cape, essentially mirrored the aesthetic of Zack Snyder's black costume from the Justice League. He had always found the aesthetic of that costume particularly striking. Its all-black form adorned with silver streaks exuded power while amplifying an overwhelming sense of dominance. As for his code name, having initially awakened to the immortality akin to cancer cells, and with his continuous evolution across myriad realms, he would inevitably become truly immortal. He decided to call himself Emberless. Kate, lacking particularly strong ideas, ultimately chose a matching pure white uniform based on Jonathan's suggestion and dubbed herself Phantom Heart. After providing Ashley with their inspirations and physical specifications, she hurried off to the design studio, expediting their task to the top of the list. Within 15 minutes, Ashley returned, holding 2 uniforms still warm from the processing. "Here you are. The uniforms are ready for you to wear. Additionally, I have already updated your codename information on the 7 team's official website. Now, the entire America is aware of your names." After Isley placed the uniforms into the hands of Jonathan and Kate, she flipped through the documents in her possession. Having only recently assumed her role, she had yet to fully memorize the onboarding procedures for newcomers, thus relying on the manual for guidance. "Ah, yes. Next comes the induction speeches for the 2 of you. The helicopter is ready and at your disposal. You may depart at any moment. The venue is already bustling with over 30,000 attendees gathered. Rendering the roads impassable, airborne transport is the only option. So, are you both prepared?" Chapter 27, The Brainwashing Speech of Zubao in a Brightly Lit Living Room. 2 men sat before the television, seemingly awaiting something. "Butcher, look, Kate's inaugural speech is about to be broadcast live. Would you care to watch?" Huey exclaimed, seizing the remote and cranking the volume to its maximum. "This is merely another nauseating display by those superhuman elites, just like it has been for over a decade, utterly devoid of originality. Though I have no idea what that wretched creature is plotting," he added. At the small bar in the kitchen, a bearded man, cigarette in mouth, fixated intently on a miniature computer screen, his hands ceaselessly manipulating the mouse. "Going home to see my daughter. That damn Frank is off watching movies and courting Shimiko. And that Dr. Park is still hiding like a dung beetle. I have no clue where he is. The foolish rookies the CIA sent to stake out yesterday have lost track again." Noticing Butcher was preoccupied, Huey glanced at the lamplighter beside him. At that moment, the lamplighter's gaze remained glued to the television screen, unwavering. A closer inspection would reveal tears welling in the corners of his eyes, his expression blank and vacant. As the camera panned, he beheld his statue standing before the Criminal Justice Academy at Godicon University. Once, he had been so full of vigor, yet now well. Huey found his thoughts tiresome and redirected his attention to the television. Whoosh! Above Godicon University, a helicopter roared across the azure sky, its enormous blades stirring the air and generating a powerful vortex that sent leaves and flowers swirling aloft. Inside the helicopter, Jonathan encircled Kate's waist, his gaze shifting downward. Below lay a sea of humanity, their fervor akin to a roaring flame, enveloping the entire venue in an atmosphere of unrelenting heat. No embers. It is ablaze. Oh, they are here together. I cannot contain my excitement. As the helicopter began its gradual descent, the fierce winds whipped up by the rotor blades swept the ground. Yet they did nothing to diminish the audience's enthusiasm. The crowd craned their necks, eyes fixed on the helicopter's door, brandishing vibrant flags and banners, chanting the code name of Jonathan and Kate's 7-member team. Boom. The moment Jonathan and Kate stepped from the cabin, waving to the crowd, a thunderous cheer erupted, echoing through the skies. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, as if it could ignite the entire world. Guided by Isley, Jonathan and Kate clasped hands, confidently advancing toward the stage before seizing the microphones. "Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence today. As my words resonated in the air, the fervent cheers from the audience surged to a crescendo, responding to Jonathan's call with heightened enthusiasm. Jonathan raised his hand, gently urging for silence, and gradually, the atmosphere settled into a serene calm. We find ourselves in an era replete with challenges and opportunities. The emergence of post-humans has rendered our world more diverse and vibrant. Yet it has also ushered in fear and misunderstanding. Jonathan's gaze swept over the crowd, and each individual who met his eyes could feel the sincerity and resolve akin to that of an Oscar-winning actor. However, allow me to affirm, post-humans are, indeed, human. His voice rose with passion. We share the same emotions, the same dreams, and the same desires as you do. We laugh, we weep, we strive for justice, and we remain steadfast in love. Immediately following, Kate took the floor, her voice clear and resonant. We yearn for peace, understanding, and love, just as you do. We are not monsters, nor are we a threat. We are an integral part of this world. Thus, safeguarding post-humans is equally essential for the protection of ordinary individuals. Jonathan reiterated, for we exist beneath the same sky, breathing the same air, and our fates are intricately intertwined. When post-humans face peril, the lives of ordinary people are likewise affected. Conversely, when ordinary individuals are in jeopardy, post-humans will not hesitate to extend a helping hand. Together, we confront adversity, embrace challenges, and forge a shared future. Kate's voice brimmed with fervor. We believe that as long as we stand united, there is nothing insurmountable. The performances of Kate and Jonathan were so compelling that even Huey, watching from the television, felt a surge of exhilaration, not to mention the audience present at the scene. A divine light infused their souls. In the past, we confronted Principal Sieti's conspiracy, a battle of life and death. Yet, it was our unwavering belief in justice and the conviction that our strength could safeguard what we hold dear that ultimately dismantled his nefarious schemes. Today, standing here, we proclaim to the world that we shall not falter, nor shall we fear. Kate's voice rang with conviction. I am Wujin. I am Wanshin. We shall wield our power to protect every life and cherish this beautiful world. Once more, the venue erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, the audience's enthusiasm crashing like relentless waves. The fervor of this live broadcast lingered for several days before gradually subsiding. 3 days later, the handover ceremony of the 7-member team was conducted in a modest conference room, attended by Kate, Jonathan's girlfriend, Deep Sea, who had been hastily summoned from Ohio, Starlight, who had yet to locate Gecko due to plot changes, and the earnest Shinsei. As for Queen Maeve, she had chosen to depart upon receiving a call from her girlfriend, while the remaining locomotive was still at the train station, rehabilitating an abandoned train. In addition to these individuals, Edgar also joined the meeting via video call, as one of the alternate captains. The individual known as the Patriotic Man had yet to arrive at the scene, raising questions about the situation. Mary, the deputy manager of the Human Resources Project Department, rolled up her sleeves and glanced at her watch. It had already been 15 minutes since the meeting was scheduled to commence. Why was the Patriotic Man still absent? Should I inquire with Ashley? Mary's assistant, Daisy, cautiously suggested. Never mind, let us wait patiently. That Patriotic Man is not the easiest to deal with. Standing still, Mary closed her eyes in frustration. Meanwhile, on the 30th floor, within the confines of his own lounge, the Patriotic Man, characterized by his tousled golden hair and a fierce expression, was wreaking havoc, violently smashing items within the room. The television, computer, and sofa lay either in shattered pieces or bore the marks of his scorching laser gaze, puncturing gaping blackened holes that emitted wisps of smoke. Why? Ashley, tell me. Why on earth did that wretched fool, Luke, get to become the captain of the Super 7? Speak. I demand an explanation. Why was I replaced by that simpleton? The Patriotic Man bellowed. Observing the twisted fury on his face, Ashley felt a pang of anxiety and managed to stammer. Patriotic Man, this decision rests with Mr. Edgar. I have no authority to intervene and can only comply. Comply? After all my dedication to the Super 7, why should I be supplanted by a newcomer? Faced with his ire, Ashley could only respond helplessly. Patriotic Man, both Immaculate and Phantasm have thwarted the conspiracy to create the superhuman virus. Consequently, their social approval ratings have soared to nearly 90%. With such high ratings, the inclusion of newcomers in the 7 will yield even greater benefits for the organization. Benefits? Am I not capable of generating benefits myself? The Patriotic Man retorted vehemently, his eyes glimmering with anger. Hey, Patriotic Man, consider this. If the captaincy can be altered now, it may well change in the future. Perhaps their approval ratings will soon dip below yours. Ashley hastily countered, acutely aware of the intensity in his gaze, which made her feel a bit uneasy. Moreover, 20 minutes had elapsed since the captaincy handover ceremony, and Mr. Edgar had already joined the meeting via video call. If he did not attend soon, Mr. Edgar might become displeased. Ah, what a bother. Edgar. Why must it always be Edgar? There was never this much hassle when Madeline was around. The patriotic man, while possessing a strong sense of vanity, dared not act recklessly in front of the organization's leaders, well aware that his reputation lay in their hands. Should he provoke their displeasure, he would find himself in peril. With this thought in mind, the reluctant patriotic man forcefully pushed open the lounge door, his expression dark as he proceeded to the conference room on the 13th floor. Before departing, he did not forget to instruct Ashley, gather comprehensive information on those two fools. I must have it in my hands by tomorrow evening. Chapter 28, Crescent Moon Charge Bang. The conference room door was slammed open. To my surprise, everyone is present. The individual with hands clasped behind their back, whose crow's feet extend to the temples, entered with a forced smile, positioning themselves right in the center of the conference room, directly in front of Jonathan and Kate. Ah, you two are looking quite dapper, especially you in that black uniform. It bears a resemblance to my own, the individual remarked insincerely, their gaze barely lingering on the pair for a mere 2 seconds before swiftly diverting to the electronic screen employed by Edgar for video conferencing. Mr. Edgar, I hear there's a captaincy handover meeting today. I hope I'm not late. So, what should I do? The response was simple. You merely need to pass the captain's armband from the table to Wu Jing, and then we shall take a commemorative photograph. A photograph? Upon hearing this, the individual's practiced smile abruptly stiffened, their entire countenance clouding with gloom. Indeed, a photograph. The captaincy handover ceremony must be documented and subsequently uploaded to the Seven's official website as a poster. Do you have any objections? Edgar's expression remained unchanged on the screen, his emotionless gaze igniting the previously suppressed nerves of the individual. Damn, Edgar. The individual sharply twitched at the corner of their eye, suppressing their burgeoning frustration. They first opened their arms, donning a magnanimous smile, before approaching the conference table to grasp the armband, advancing toward Jonathan. Congratulations, newcomer. As a senior member, I am proud of you. However, I must earnestly inform you that being a captain is no trivial matter. With that, the individual placed the armband in Jonathan's palm, leaning forward to whisper through clenched teeth, the position of captain is not one that just anyone can assume. Listen, I don't care how you clawed your way up here. Do not think that just because you sit as captain of the Seven, you can command me at will. You lack that authority. Furthermore, I can assure you, if you attempt to do so, you will find yourself as mere floating remnants in the Atlantic by tomorrow. Do you understand? After this veiled threat, the individual retracted their anger, restoring their customary false smile. With one hand, they placed it on Jonathan's shoulder, giving a symbolic pat. Keep up the good work. Do not let us down. With that, the individual withdrew their other hand from Jonathan's grasp, revealing the armband now crumpled into a misshapen mass. Oh, my apologies. I may have exerted a bit too much force. I hope you don't mind, they said, dramatically covering their mouth, feigning an expression of innocence. Observing this theatrical display, Jonathan felt no anger. Instead, he chuckled softly. No worries, there are plenty of those armbands. However, as a junior member, I am aware of one thing. The spokesperson for the Seven seems to be Mr. Edgar, a senior figure. If you have any suggestions, feel free to convey them to him. Jonathan speaks nothing but the truth. As the chief executive officer of the Vought Group, Edgar has the authority to approve and manage nearly all company affairs, particularly those concerning the Seven, a pseudo-superhero organization that serves as the main profit center. To put it bluntly, if Edgar wished, with just a command, he could utterly silence and eradicate the Homelander. Why? Because Homelander, raised in the Vought laboratory, was intentionally engineered with vulnerabilities meant to keep him in check, and this weakness lies in the public's recognition and the insatiable vanity that many covet. It could be said that to silence Homelander is tantamount to killing him. At that moment, he was not only mentally unstable, but had yet to undergo his subsequent descent into darkness. Manipulating him would be exceedingly simple. Say that again. Homelander had initially intended to walk away, but he was taken aback by Jonathan's lack of tact in addressing him. Tell me, do you wish to die? His eyes began to redden, veins bulging, as he teetered on the brink of a ferocious rage. At that moment, a voice emanated from the electronic screen behind him. In fact, he is correct. If you have objections, you may come directly to my office. And do not forget, the handover ceremony, aside from the group photo, also includes photographic documentation of the meeting process. Edgar's words deftly seized upon Homelander's vulnerability, rendering him unable to lash out. Should those photographs leak, his approval ratings would undoubtedly plummet by several percentage points. Just you wait. Homelander shot Jonathan a fierce glare before complying and completing the subsequent handover process, including the photo session. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, he swiftly vanished from the scene, storming upstairs to confront Edgar. Bang! With a stormy countenance, Homelander entered Edgar's office and slammed the door shut behind him. Edgar, I have sacrificed so much for the group, and you allow a newcomer to usurp my position? I demand an explanation. He leaned over the desk, his hands pressed firmly against it, fixating his gaze on Edgar. Unperturbed by the display, Edgar calmly removed his glasses, folded them, and replied leisurely, "Homelander, please calm down, do not damage my desk. You oversee a superhero company, yet fail to consider the well-being of your superheroes, do you not? For instance, I wonder how a wretched incompetent was casually permitted into the Seven." Homelander scoffed. "Oh, so you believe that the recruitment of newbies should be approved by you? Why not? All other members were approved by me, for I am the leader of the Seven. I respect each member of the Seven. Yet I feel you do not afford me the same respect. No, even Madeline would not dare to play such tricks on me." As he spoke, the expression on Homelander's face grew increasingly sinister. "You are fully aware of your importance to the Vought group and the others." No, Edgar, the man began. "My contract is set to expire at the end of this year. Perhaps it's time for me to pursue other endeavors. What do you believe your shareholders would think of this?" Hearing the resolute tone from his compatriot, Edgar found it somewhat amusing. He approached the white wall beneath the imposing portrait of a man. "Tell me, how well do you know Frederick Warder?" "What?" he replied, incredulously. "Frederick, our esteemed founder. This is not mere drivel I spouted to indoctrinate those shareholders. It is the true narrative of his life." "Oh, do elaborate." "He earned his doctorate in Munich, exhibiting a profound mastery of genetics that was unparalleled in his era. Such was the promise of this young man that Hitler appointed him as the chief physician of the Dachau concentration camp in 1939, providing him with living subjects to test the initial version of Compound 5. Naturally, we vehemently condemn his actions. In 1944, realizing the tide of war was turning, he fled to the Allies. While Oppenheimer was still contemplating the atomic bomb, Dr. Warder had already applied Compound 5 in clinical trials. Heroes like Soldier Boy slaughtered countless Germans. And he was later pardoned by Roosevelt, eventually becoming as renowned as Disney and Edison. This tale is captivating, albeit somewhat cautionary. However, I fail to grasp your point, Edgar. Edgar paused for a moment before disdainfully responding to his compatriot. "The point is, if you believe we are merely a superhero company, you are gravely mistaken. We are, in truth, a pharmaceutical company. And you, my friend, are not our most prized asset. It is the secret formula for Compound 5, which you, in your immaturity, have carelessly exposed to the world. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Allow me to remind you, you have secretly supplied Compound 5 to terrorists worldwide, all to ensure you and your allies gain entry into the defense system. Yet, the cost may very well be the ruin of the entire company." Edgar's gaze bored down on his compatriot, unsettling him. "I do not appreciate your tone, sir. You are merely a product. Thus, you should know precisely how to position yourself. I am busy, so I shall take my leave." With no advantage to be had, the man, whose prepared harsh words fell flat, could only glare at Edgar before storming away. That night, he found himself alone on the rooftop, gazing up at the full moon, his anger and frustration reaching a boiling point. "I will do whatever the hell I want. No one can control me." His eyes glinted with fury as he roared at the sky, his voice subdued only after a deep exhale and a low growl. Once calmed, his gaze turned cold, and a cryptic smile crept onto his lips. "How fortuitous, new superhuman terrorists. This should suffice for your endeavors." Chapter 29. Huey, I want to be. It had been half a week since the ceremony for the new leader of the Seven. In the past half week, Jonathan and Kate have been tirelessly traveling across America to deliver speeches, capturing a significant amount of attention and maintaining a steady stream of interest. During this period, their trending topics have consistently remained within the top 10, and the surrounding merchandise has sold out rapidly, with everyone from octogenarians to newborns babbling about this extraordinary superhero. This is merely the initial step for Jonathan in establishing his foothold within the Seven. It is essential to understand that to thrive within the Seven, a substantial level of public support is indispensable. With such support, there comes a flow of interest, thereby solidifying one's standing among the populace. However, beyond external backing, internal influence is equally crucial. How does one define this internal influence? This brings us to Jonathan's proposed assimilation plan upon joining the Seven. What is the most valuable asset within the boys? It is Compound V, not some whimsical, playful superhero gimmick. And what is the optimal way to acquire Compound V? Indeed, by becoming a member of the Seven, or even ascending to the leadership. One gains access to certain privileges regarding the management of Compound V. Hence, possessing such privileges necessitates complete control, along with the opportunity to monopolize these compounds. However, it is not merely about surreptitious maneuvers. It is far more advantageous to have the entire Vought Corporation operate under your influence, consistently generating Compound V. Therefore, Jonathan seeks to expand his ambitions further, infiltrating all aspects of Vought and ultimately executing a covert overhaul while preserving the FAAD. Conveniently, as the newly appointed leader of the Seven, Jonathan possesses the ability to implement impactful reforms from the top down. What does this top entail? Naturally, It begins from within the Seven itself. In the Seven's restroom, Queen Maeve finds herself confronted by Starlight, who has just exited the toilet. "What do you think of our new captain?" Starlight inquires, having seen the extensive media coverage surrounding the new leader and Kate. She has been curious for quite some time, having encountered posters stuffed at her doorstep every evening upon returning home. Given that the position of captain has been held by Homelander for an extended period, perhaps this newcomer has a unique perspective. "It's hard to say, Starlight. As you know, the members recruited by Vought for the Seven are a mixed bag, primarily driven by profit and visibility. Aside from us, let's consider Black Noir, and remember that translucent individual who used to hide in the women's restroom, even the Deep." At this point, Queen Maeve pauses, casting a meaningful glance at Starlight. Upon hearing the name the Deep, Starlight experiences a flash of unpleasant memories, her throat tightening as she instinctively feels the urge to retch. Thus, rather than hoping he truly transforms into the figure portrayed in public, it may be more prudent to anticipate that he does not devolve into a conceited villain akin to those from our homeland, remarked Queen Maeve with a hint of indifference. And what of his proposal to reorganize the Seven? As the captain, he undoubtedly possesses the authority to manage his team. Whether this is merely a display of power or a descent into dictatorship akin to those from our homeland remains uncertain. We shall continue to observe. After all, we are already ensnared in the depths of the Seven, from which it seems we cannot extricate ourselves. What do you think, Starlight? Upon finishing her words, Queen Maeve waved her hand, grasped her discarded battle attire, and exited the restroom, leaving Starlight standing alone, furrowing her brow in contemplation. That evening, Huey and Starlight strolled along the riverbank. This outing marked Huey's first formal appearance since the resolution of his bounty. Yet the atmosphere was far from the lightheartedness they had envisioned. Both wore solemn expressions, lost in thought. "Huey, the leads on Gecko have gone cold. I don't know why, but since a few days ago, all sources of information regarding Compound V have been severed, and all related researchers have been urgently recalled, including the experimentalist you mentioned, Gecko." "Annie, it's all right. Let us see if we can find other channels," Huey suggested. "No, Huey. The situation is quite dire. I can hardly gather any information about Compound V now. If I continue to probe, I'll soon be suspected of being an insider." "Huey, do you think all that we are doing is worthwhile? The new captain has taken charge, and as you know, he doesn't merely chant slogans. The vows he spoke are indeed being implemented within the organization. I genuinely feel that circumstances are slowly shifting." Upon hearing this, Huey was suddenly transported back to a few days ago when Jonathan delivered a speech before the White Palace. That day, flags fluttered in the breeze, and tens of thousands of voices rose in fervent unison. As the new captain, Jonathan revealed some of the darkness within the Vought Corporation, exposing a portion of the ugly reality of the soups to the public. Initially, one would expect this to incite outrage and resistance among the masses. Yet Jonathan's declaration to purge the vile and reform the Seven swiftly turned public sentiment. This maneuver not only diminished the previously untouchable status of the superhumans, but also significantly increased their perceived affinity with ordinary people. Ultimately, since receiving that first phone call, Huey's impression of Jonathan has been rather positive. In fact, he harbored a subtle expectation deep within his heart, although uncertain of the nature of this anticipation. As he continued to focus on Jonathan, a certain desire within him intensified. He then recalled the conversation they had over the phone, where Jonathan confided to him, "Yet withheld from Butcher, Huey, I truly admire you. As an ordinary person, your resolve for vengeance is commendable. If you ever seek assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to me." The feeling of being acknowledged is something Huey has only ever experienced with Starlight. Yet, Jonathan, as a superhuman, shows a genuine interest in ordinary individuals like him. Let us dismiss any conspiratorial nonsense. He is merely a regular person who has ventured into this world without any prior experience, a decidedly mediocre figure. If any superhuman were to scheme against him, Huey would instead feel grateful that someone deemed him worthy of their attention. After all, who aspires to be an inconspicuous failure? Huey glanced at Annie, internally competing with her. Even during their time resting in bed, she effortlessly outshone him, leaving him utterly exhausted while she remained vibrant and full of life. Where could he possibly save face as a man? No, this situation could not persist any longer. With that thought, Huey seemed to resolve something within himself, his gaze upon Annie growing resolute. "Hey Huey, what are you up to?" "We're still outside." In a private room of an upscale restaurant in Ohio, the ambience was enchanting, with soft, colorful lighting and smooth blues music playing. The table was adorned with an array of luxurious dishes: Kobe beef, white truffle risotto, and gold leaf matsutake mushrooms, yet conspicuously lacking seafood. "Well, how do you find the atmosphere here? If the food isn't sufficient, I can always order more. And I brought a bottle of Henry IV. I can open it right now." Underneath a form-fitting outfit in a shade of forgiving green, Deep Sea appeared somewhat anxious, nervously rubbing his hands together. With a slightly awkward grin, he addressed Jonathan in the most ingratiating tone. Today serves two purposes: to welcome the captain to Ohio and to learn from you, Captain. Observing the somewhat comical Deep Sea before him, Jonathan couldn't help but chuckle. The character who consistently played the fool in the original narrative was not inherently malicious, if anything. He was merely a bit vain, prone to well-intentioned blunders, and occasionally foolish. Aside from the incident of feeding Starlight a banana and his repeated failures in rescuing aquatic friends, culminating in the disaster of his octopus girlfriend's demise in the 4th season, he had not committed any truly malevolent acts. Deep Sea possessed the ability to communicate with marine creatures and exhibited skills akin to Aquaman, such as underwater survival and extreme swimming. However, these talents were not aligned with the mainstream powers, rendering him one of the least prominent members of the Seven. Even the locomotive boasted a higher presence than he did. Consequently, he felt an acute lack of security, striving for respect and admiration through various actions, only to achieve the opposite with his notorious antics. After being exiled to Ohio due to the banana incident, he fell into a deep slump, even shaving off all his body hair upon realizing he had been cast aside by Vought. Yet, he still had hair now. No need for such formality, Deep Sea. We are all members of the Seven, but I suspect your visit is not solely for a meal, is it? Given your previous financial constraints, it's quite surprising for you to treat me to such an extravagant feast. You must know that even our compatriots do not enjoy such privileges. Oh. Caught in the act by Jonathan, Deep Sea felt a twinge of embarrassment, plunging into a state of confusion. Reluctantly, he poured a glass of wine for Jonathan, then sat down, a sheepish smile gracing his face as he confessed, "In truth, Captain, I yearn to return to the Seven." Chapter 30. The clever Deep Sea can only choose a side. Return to the Seven? Deep Sea, I must admit, I find your words rather perplexing. Are you not currently part of a team? Well, Captain, I fear I have been marginalized by the group. Ever since the scandal, I've been relegated here, forced to engage in commercial performances and sell merchandise. In the entire state of Ohio, aside from my aquatic friends, I scarcely know anyone. It was only upon hearing your intentions to reform the Seven that I sought to explore potential opportunities for redemption. As he spoke, Deep Sea scratched his head, his face a canvas of despair. Yet, he lifted his gaze, almost pleading as he implored, "Captain, I mean it. If I could truly return to the Seven, I would sacrifice anything." Reflecting upon his earlier days of joining the Seven, filled with ambition and success, having starred in multiple solo films with public support soaring to 64%, he now lamented the disdain he faced from women and the ever-widening appeal of the dominant figures in his homeland, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self. He once thought his chances of resurgence were lost until Jonathan's arrival sparked a glimmer of hope. He realized that if he did not seize this opportunity, he would be condemned to a life of mediocrity in this desolate Ohio. Deep Sea, you must understand. Restoring one's reputation is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. If you genuinely wish to return to the Seven, I must inquire, what qualifies you to reclaim your position among us? Moreover, it appears I lack for nothing at present. What can you offer me, and why should I assist you? With his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, Jonathan observed the furrowed brow of Deep Sea with intrigue, eager to witness his reaction. Indeed, there was merit to Jonathan's words. No one would extend their help without reason. In a world devoid of benevolence, assistance without substantial benefit was futile. Furthermore, this was not a tranquil and harmonious society, but rather the dark and ruthless realm of the Black Cloaks. Although Deep Sea's character was rather tragic, should the narrative unfold as anticipated, he would eventually be approached by the collective to recruit him back into the Seven. Thus, regardless of Jonathan's willingness to assist, Deep Sea would still find his way back. It merely hinged on the timing and the value of the offerings he could present to Jonathan. Lost in contemplation on the stool, Deep Sea pressed his hands against his head, engulfed in an internal struggle. His once disheveled expression transformed as he finally looked up with resolve. "Captain, what if I told you I possess a recording of the incident involving the aircraft of our homeland?" A recording? Jonathan recalled that, after the plane crash years ago, agents from his homeland had dispatched Deep Sea operatives to the area to search for the black box that recorded the events of the disaster, with the intention of destroying it. Upon receiving the order, the Deep Sea team scoured the crash site but failed to locate the black box. Instead, they stumbled upon a videotape documenting the crimes committed by his homeland's agents during the lives of the victims. Rather than presenting this evidence to his superiors, the Deep Sea operative cleverly decided to keep it a secret and covertly restored the footage as a safeguard for his own survival. It was at this moment that the tape proved its worth. So, did this videotape hold any value for Jonathan? The answer was a resounding yes. Given Jonathan's current capabilities, he could only be considered part of the second tier of power within the realm of the Black Cloaks. Above him were formidable individuals such as the agents from his homeland, Storm, and Soldier Boy, any one of whom could easily overpower him. At this stage, a direct confrontation was futile. Therefore, when Jonathan first arrived in this world, he had resolved to navigate the shadows rather than recklessly confront anyone who crossed his path. Now, with the deep-sea videotape combined with several vials of superhuman virus serum at his disposal, he possessed two formidable weapons. Moreover, the former was undoubtedly more stable, avoiding the backlash that could arise from the latter. After all, the agents from his homeland lived their lives in pursuit of fame and power, merely seeking to establish their significance, a vulnerability that could be easily exploited. It was no wonder that Walter, an agent from his homeland, felt so secure in his position. Contemplating this, Jonathan playfully teased the deep-sea operative. "Deep Sea, do you not fear that I might betray you to our homeland? Although I am the newly appointed captain, I still maintain connections with them." This was his declaration of loyalty. He had nothing left to lose and was willing to gamble, even after consulting an astrologer previously. Though he spoke lightly, the deep-sea operative could not help but feel a surge of anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Furthermore, given your initiative to reform the Seven, your words suggest that you would not stand idly by in the face of such atrocities. Oh, have you learned the art of flattery? Jonathan smirked. Deep Sea, you may be foolish at times, yet you possess a glimmer of cleverness. Such individuals are best to control. If you were to serve under me in the future, you would likely be compliant. However, regarding the betrayal of their homeland, the deep-sea operative might well turn against others. So Jonathan resolved to remain cautious. Do you truly believe that? What if I have ulterior motives? Well then, since you trust me and have pledged your loyalty, I shall not be stingy. I can facilitate your entry into the Seven, but from this moment forth, you must abandon all detrimental habits and ensure that your persona remains untarnished. The thought of the deep-sea operative's inclination towards octopuses revolted Jonathan. The very idea of a slimy, amorphous creature clinging to him was unbearable. If he were to keep such a peculiar companion close, he might find even the simplest meal unappetizing. If the reality proves untenable, perhaps it would be best to cast him into the realm of the malevolent deities, allowing him to frolic with Cthulhu. Do not doubt the veracity of this statement. Were you to experience the same revulsion, you would undoubtedly act likewise. Upon hearing these words, Deep Sea felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, transforming his demeanor into one of exuberance and fervor as he endeavored to extend even greater hospitality to Jonathan. This was one of the rare moments when Deep Sea felt acknowledged, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Jonathan. Thus, in the ensuing days, he guided Jonathan through the ocean's depths, introducing him to his aquatic companions. Jonathan, having scarcely enjoyed respite since entering the world of the Black Cloaks, seized this opportunity to relax and immerse himself in the wonders of the aquatic realm, while simultaneously forging a bond with Deep Sea to lay the emotional groundwork for his future endeavors. After departing Ohio, Jonathan provided Deep Sea with a direction for salvation to engage with the collective church. Contrary to the original narrative, it was during Jonathan's prior speeches that high-ranking officials from the collective church sought him out for commercial sponsorship and collaboration. Eager to expand his influence, Jonathan naturally accepted their offers, gradually becoming a central figure of interest within the collective church through the increasing frequency of their collaborations. Consequently, with a mere nod from Jonathan, Deep Sea would swiftly establish contact with the collective church, alleviating his precarious situation in alignment with the original storyline. With Jonathan's guidance and intervention, it is hoped that Deep Sea will encounter no further troubles. In Metropolis, at 9 o'clock in the evening, a shadow darted across the night sky. A loud thud echoed as crimson boots struck the ground of a dimly lit basement, prompting an immediate response from the personnel within, their weapons drawn and aimed at the advancing figure, whose eyes betrayed no hint of fear. "Oh, but these toys pose no threat to me," the man, with blonde hair slicked back and clad in a form-fitting blue combat suit, smirked, casually redirecting the gun aimed at his chest with a flick of his finger. "What are you planning, compatriot? Relax, my friends. I am not here to apprehend you. Behold this exquisite little creation, glowing in blue. This is Compound 5, once injected. You will possess a multitude of superhuman abilities. So, the monstrosities from Patana are your doing? Monstrosities? No, my friend, they are the fortunate ones. I am merely sharing this opportunity with you. However, you must adhere to my design and orchestrate sufficient chaos. Surely, you excel in that regard?" A manic glint sparkled in the compatriot's eyes. Meanwhile, Jonathan, engrossed in revising posters for the water promotion department, received an unexpected private call. "Hello?" Chapter 31. The formation of Hydra within the Black Cloak. In his apartment, Huey had locked himself in his room. As his heart raced, he retrieved his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and pressed dial. "Hello? Hey, it's Luke. Do you remember me?" "It's Huey." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jonathan was taken aback, realizing that his casual connections had yielded results far sooner than anticipated. "Oh, it's Huey. What is it? Does your team need my assistance with something?" Jonathan inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Actually, Luke, it is I who seeks your help," Huey replied. "Oh?" Upon hearing Huey's words, Jonathan straightened in his seat, intrigued. Do tell. How would you like me to assist you? As it happens, I yearn to engage in something truly meaningful, Huey confessed. Huey, is your involvement with the payback team not significant? You have previously thwarted numerous malevolent superhumans, even bringing down the Invisible Man with your own hands. Truthfully, I joined the payback team out of necessity. My subjective was not aligned with this path. I aspire to rely on my own abilities to pursue endeavors that resonate with me. I am merely an ordinary person, unlike Butcher or Frenchie, who possess extraordinary talents. So, Huey, you seek to prove yourself, do you not? However, you must understand my current position. I am the captain of the Seven, backed by the entire Vought Corporation. While I am unsure of your intentions in joining the Seven, I have a hunch that you are not the typical superhuman rogue. In fact, I do not believe that every superhuman is malevolent. At the very least, individuals like Annie, Starlight, or Queen Maeve exemplify that notion. It is only the truly vile superhumans who deserve condemnation. Jonathan, having absorbed Huey's words, fell into contemplation. He was acutely aware of the nature of superhumans in the payback world. In a society where capital dictates public opinion, how could there be any semblance of goodness? Even if all the villains were eradicated, evil would inevitably resurface, leading to an unending cycle with the same disheartening conclusion. Thus, Jonathan began to deliberate the feasibility of establishing a personal power base. This world was one he was familiar with, possessing considerable developmental potential. Should he not find a better world in the future, he would regard the payback universe as his stronghold. Consequently, he needed to assert sufficient control over this realm. Wealth, power, and influence must be firmly in place, enabling him to intimidate all nefarious elements and eliminate any sources of instability. At this juncture, relying solely on his individual strength was woefully inadequate. If he had to personally intervene in every matter, no matter how energetic he was, exhaustion would inevitably ensue. The necessity of forming a power structure became increasingly apparent. Moreover, Edgar had previously mentioned that as long as it did not compromise the group's interests, Jonathan was free to pursue his endeavors without constraint. With this in mind, Jonathan carefully articulated his thoughts before speaking. Huey, I do have a position here that would suit you, but once you embark on this path, you may find yourself at odds with many individuals. Furthermore, this role will involve engaging with various factions and accessing secrets across multiple industries. A single misstep could provoke severe repercussions. Luke, what exactly does this position entail? Huey inquired. The primary objective is, as you suggested, to strike against those malevolent superhumans, which aligns perfectly with the purpose of your team. Furthermore, there is no need for concern. This endeavor will be under my name, and whatever actions you choose to undertake will be regarded as my implicit approval, provided that significant decisions receive my consent. Is there a specific operational framework for this undertaking? I will establish a company named Hydra, and in a short span, this entity will be fortified with substantial security personnel and select superhumans. Concurrently, I will recruit researchers to engage in project development within the company. The organizational structure will consist of 9 departments, each led by an individual known as a serpent leader. Huey, your role will be to temporarily manage this company, and I am willing to delegate authority to you. Currently, there are no candidates for the other department heads, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are the designated first leader. Have you considered this carefully, Huey? Confused, Huey had been seeking a new purpose. With this new opportunity, he readily agreed. Moreover, regarding danger, to be frank, is there anything more perilous than living on the edge with the boys? Not only that, but Jonathan now serves as the captain of the entire 7-member team, granting him an official and positive endorsement, making it far easier than merely engaging in dark dealings within the boys. With someone to support him should the sky fall. Who wouldn't he appreciate such leadership? Huey expressed his unwavering confidence. Fantastic, I accept. He exclaimed excitedly on the phone, giving a firm elbow bump. Can our team members join as well? They can, if you can truly persuade Butcher. As for the other members, if they wish to join, you are free to incorporate them. In the initial stages of the company's development, a considerable influx of manpower is permissible, but in the later stages, a rigorous selection process will be necessary to retain only the most suitable individuals. Tomorrow, I will finalize the procedures for establishing the company, and the remaining responsibilities will rest with you. Should you have any plans, feel free to discuss them with me. Understood. After hanging up, Jonathan pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating the supplementary details for the company's formation. With over half of the time until his return elapsed, he anticipated being back in the Marvel universe within 2 months. The Hydra exists within the Marvel realm as well, and given Jonathan's current capabilities, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Elder Alexander. Thus, Hydra's resources would gradually be directed toward him. It can be asserted that Hydra will eventually belong to Jonathan, making it prudent to establish the organizational culture and promotion within the boys' world in advance to facilitate a seamless integration later. However, The true order and stability of Hydra stem from the faith in the Hydra ideology and the brainwashing techniques invented by Dr. Zola, which Jonathan currently cannot acquire across worlds. Therefore, he must adopt a more indirect approach, beginning with personal belief systems. The Congregational Church, known for its insidious influence, crossed Jonathan's mind as he pondered whether it might be beneficial to enlist a master from that realm to establish a presence there. It was at this moment that Jonathan thought of Deep Sea. Ever since their collaboration was forged, Deep Sea had eagerly packed his bags in Ohio and rented an apartment in the metropolis, occasionally cooperating with Jonathan. This individual had effectively pledged his allegiance. And now that he possessed the tapes from their homeland, escape was no longer an option for him. Utilizing him as a pawn to connect with the Congregational Church would also allow Jonathan to probe into their internal affairs and explore the potential for annexation. Thus, he departed from the seven-person tower and drove towards the headquarters of the Congregational Church. Chapter 32. Assassination as Dusk Fell. Jonathan sped towards the location of the Congregational Church in his newly purchased Maybach. Were it not for the church's ludicrous health doctrines dictating early hours, he could have enjoyed dinner with Kate before heading out. However, Kate had been exceedingly busy lately, having recently joined the seven-person team. She was whisked away by Ashley to shoot 3 consecutive films, likely still occupied on set at that hour. Never mind, he thought. Perhaps he would invite Deep Sea for a meal at the Congregational Church instead. Inside the vehicle, Jonathan yawned while gripping the steering wheel with one hand, then veered into a quiet, less-traveled lane, intending to take a shortcut. To his astonishment, just as the front of the car approached the intersection, a powerful wave of energy surged towards his driver's seat. What the hell? Who dares to attempt an assassination? Jonathan reacted with incredible swiftness, instinctively jerking the steering wheel. The tires screeched against the roadside as the car came to a perilous halt. Damn it. This new car I just picked up 2 days ago had better make it back to Marvel. Let me see which fool thought they could take me down. With a grim expression, Jonathan opened the car door and stepped out, his body taut and his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. At that moment, a group of figures emerged from the surrounding buildings. Observing their attire and equipment, Jonathan deduced they resembled the local, somewhat unsanctioned armed forces. Were these people out of their minds, attempting an assassination in the territory of his homeland? A bunch of ordinary individuals wielding toy guns thought they could take action against a superhuman? Who gave them such audacity and confidence? Liang Jingru. Moreover, Jonathan's official profile prominently featured his regenerative abilities and physical prowess. Did these individuals not consider that they were facing someone who could not be killed? However, Jonathan soon grasped the reason behind their audacity. Thankfully, his neural reflexes were sufficiently sharp to evade yet another beam of white laser fire. Upon identifying the source of the attack, he was taken aback. The laser was emanating from Kuan Kuan. This group comprised around 10 individuals, and if he was not mistaken, they were all superhumans. This clarified matters. How could a bunch of ordinary people be so reckless? Yet, armed to the teeth, they possessed superpowers. Did they not have any sense of decorum? In this territory overseen by the homeland, 5 minutes have elapsed since the attack. Yet there has been no response whatsoever. Historically, in the event of any armed conflict or criminal activity, the forces of the homeland would arrive within 2 minutes, swiftly neutralizing the threat. It appears that this band of daydreaming goblins is likely involved. Ah, dear homeland, you have made progress. Resorting to cunning tactics, are we? With this thought, Jonathan refocused his mind, warily observing the group of terrorists, holding his breath. 1 against 10, even a superhuman like it man would kneel. He must give his all. Losing this battle is not an option. A defeat would tarnish the hard-won reputation of the captain of this 7-man team, rendering all of Jonathan's intricate plans within the dark-robed world futile and leading to his utter ruin. The battle erupted instantaneously. Boom, boom. The leader activated his motor mode, ensuring that wherever Jonathan sought refuge, the laser attacks would follow. In addition to him, another possessed the ability to launch remote explosive assaults. Any contact his feet made with the ground would trigger small explosions within a 5-meter radius. The remaining 8 were melee fighters, adorned with spikes or capable of expelling corrosive substances. Though Jonathan had formidable physical strength and robust defenses, he could only barely contend with these adversaries. However, a single individual's capabilities are ultimately limited. The terrorists, though lacking in strategy, surged towards Jonathan like a tempest, engaging him in fierce combat. Simultaneously, he had to evade the remote assaults from the laser-wielding and explosive adversaries. A moment's distraction could result in these ranged attacks striking him directly, inflicting severe damage. Thus, within mere minutes of the skirmish, Jonathan found himself struggling against the ferocious onslaught of his foes. Despite his rapid reflexes, he could only manage to counter 5 of the attacks. The remaining 3 he absorbed with sheer physical resilience. As the intensity of the assault escalated, his wounds multiplied, his skin pierced by spikes, causing Jonathan to grimace in pain. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. His healing abilities were swift, Yet the injuries sustained were tangible, producing immediate effects. For instance, his left arm had been fractured by a fierce blow, rendering it ineffective during the healing interval, forcing him to retaliate solely with his right hand. At this juncture, the fatal flaw of his regenerative ability became apparent. If this continued, more vulnerabilities would emerge, making it increasingly difficult to find a breakthrough. Suddenly, Jonathan recalled his reverse transcription ability, awakened in the laboratory. While this power lacked any substantial physical offensive capability, it could conceptually decode the abilities or other materials of his opponents within a short time frame. In a mere 5 seconds of contact with Kate, the virus within her was entirely transformed into Compound 5. This led Jonathan to ponder whether such an ability could be utilized in real combat. With this thought in mind, he resolved to put it into practice immediately. This ability was not passively triggered. It required an active initiation, which was why Jonathan had refrained from using it until now. With a sharp sting, the long spikes once again penetrated his skin, but Jonathan bore the pain and activated his ability. Reverse transcription. Transcription of meme recognition successful. Meme. External keratin sharpening. Reverse transcription effect. Internal counterspike. Transcription. Confirm. Extraction. Confirm. Internal counterspike. Could extraction even be possible? Jonathan was taken aback, but there was no time for surprise. He opted for transcription without extracting. It was absurd. Only someone with peculiar tendencies would dare to utilize such a power. Transcription successful. As the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind, Jonathan's arm felt an unmistakable sense of relief as the penetrating spikes vanished in an instant. Turning his head, Jonathan beheld the face of the spike-wielding adversary morph from a menacing grin to an agonizingly contorted visage. A closer inspection revealed that the once protruding spikes had transformed into a series of sunken pits, and the man's complexion had turned a deep crimson, resembling that of a liver. A knowledgeable observer would recognize this as a symptom of severe internal bleeding. Evidently, the internal counterspike had converted the outward-growing spikes into inward indentations, piercing through the victim's organs and internal tissues. Were this individual to take a sip of water and simply stand forward, an artificial fountain would emerge. Alas, Jonathan did not linger to witness this spectacle. His attention shifted to other desperate souls. This ability had its limitations. It proved ineffective against those of superior stature, unless the opponent was weakened or on the brink of death. Chapter 33, Reverse Transcription. What an intriguing application of reverse transcription. As the spike-wielding adversary succumbed to unconsciousness from the merciless internal explosion, the remaining outlaws exchanged bewildered glances. Ward? Just moments ago, the spikes had been intact. How had it come to this? Could it be that the opponent possessed some concealed special ability? With this thought, those who had intended to charge forward hesitated, their wariness palpable as their steps slowed. Just moments prior, these ruffians had been ferocious. Why the sudden retreat? Jonathan fixed his gaze on these outlaws, calculating which of the fortunate ones to target first. The effects of the previous reverse transcription explosion had significantly bolstered his confidence. Among those present, who else could replicate such an outcome? You there, acid spitter. At that moment, as the outlaws noticed Jonathan standing still, they began to conspire to once again combine their efforts to suppress him, intending to summon the indescribable firepower guy from the rear for long-range support. Upon reaching this point, the foremost acid-spitting brother took the lead, puffing his cheeks like a frog and continuously accumulating a viscous, emerald-hued corrosive liquid within his transparent mouth. With a sudden burst, he directed his aim at Jonathan, unleashing a torrent of the noxious substance. Jonathan, however, deftly evaded the attack, his form flickering as he shifted his stance and surged towards the acid-spitting brother with remarkable velocity. Noticing Jonathan's apparent readiness, the acid-spitting brother hurriedly expelled the built-up corrosive liquid. Yet, to Jonathan, the creature's speed appeared agonizingly sluggish. Utilizing the heightened reflexes afforded by his focused state, Jonathan effortlessly dodged the onslaught. In that fleeting moment of proximity, he grasped the acid-spitting brother's forearm, and with a swift mental incantation, he invoked his ability, reverse transcription. Transcription meme identification, successful, meme, excretion of corrosive liquid, reverse transcription effect, internal infiltration of corrosive liquid, proceed with transcription, proceed with extraction. Without a moment's hesitation, Jonathan opted for transcription, dismissing any notion of extraction. After all, why would he willingly ingest such potent acid? He was no fragile glass figure. As 3 seconds elapsed, the effects of reverse transcription activated immediately. Just as the acid-spitting brother prepared to unleash another stream of corrosive liquid, he was suddenly struck by a searing pain within his body, swiftly followed by a pervasive agony that felt akin to being pierced by countless needles. His form began to tremble violently, his expression shifting from one of ferocity to disbelief and despair. A piercing scream echoed through the air as the acid-spitting brother writhed in agony. The corrosive liquid surged uncontrollably within him, eroding from within. His skin, once seemingly normal, began to exhibit small protrusions, as if foreign entities were struggling beneath the surface. Soon, these protuberances cracked open, allowing the corrosive liquid to seep out, marring his skin with a grotesque display. The liquid continued its relentless infiltration, rapidly reaching his internal organs. With wide, bulging eyes, his abdomen swelled until, with a muffled pop, a dark liquid erupted from his mouth. His body convulsed a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Though the acid had inflicted widespread harm, Jonathan's skin, fortified by the concept of cancer cells, remained resilient against the corrosive substance. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary digestive capability derived from lysogenic bacteria, rendering him impervious to toxins. Jonathan flicked the repugnant acid off his body and gazed contemplatively at the fallen figure before him. This shocking demise had effectively paralyzed the other desperate souls, instilling a sense of dread that left them frozen in place. Their two comrades had met an inexplicable end upon entering the fray, and they remained unaware of the adversary's capabilities. To charge in blindly would be akin to sending a child to rescue a grandfather from the clutches of a monstrous creature. Certainly, one would not emerge unscathed. Yet, Jonathan harbored a different sentiment. With a spark of ingenuity, he formulated a brilliant plan. The still warm body of the acid-spitting man served as an unexpectedly convenient projectile. Seizing the moment, Jonathan decisively hurled the corpse towards the direction of the outlaws. This sudden maneuver caught everyone off guard. At that moment, the landmine guy was intently fixated on Jonathan's feet, poised to launch a remote explosive attack. Thus, he was entirely unprepared for the unexpected gift of a body hurtling towards him. By the time this contemplative figure looked up, the corpse was already upon him. Instinctively, the landmine guy attempted to evade, yet he foolishly overlooked the activation effect of his superpower. Retreating would inevitably require his feet to touch the ground, which would trigger a horizontal explosion path. This meant he might have evaded the body, but not the ensuing fate of death. Boom. The explosive force instantly shattered the acid-spitting man's corpse, sending the essence contained within it splattering in all directions like a burst watermelon, directly splattering the landmine guy's face. In horror, he watched the corrosive substance spread across his body. He frantically tried to wipe it away with his clothing, but it was already too late. The caustic liquid rapidly eroded his flesh, emitting a hissing sound as it devoured his skin. Before long, the corrosive liquid penetrated his cerebral cortex, and with the unsettling sound of brain matter frying, his head melted into a mass of blackened substance. It was safe to assume that this unfortunate soul had already signed a contract with Mephisto, with one melee opponent and one ranged threat eliminated. Jonathan shifted his attention to the indescribable laser guy. The latter, who had been fixated on Jonathan, suddenly met his gaze and flinched. Nervously calling out to his nearby teammates, Midong, Akshay, you all need to engage together. He seems to only exhibit this special effect in one-on-one combat. He didn't display such phenomena when we were collectively suppressing him. However, it was evident that Laser Guy's companions were skeptical of this assertion, their steps wavering as they slowly retreated, creating space for Laser Guy. This left Laser Guy utterly bewildered, glancing around in confusion. Observing the perplexed expression on his face, one teammate paused for a moment before addressing him. Barto, presently, your ability is the only ranged one. He possesses only melee capabilities and cannot reach you. Why not try to cover him with ranged fire while we protect you? After careful consideration, Barto realized the merit in this strategy and nodded, pulling up his trousers from his calves to his feet. Taking deep breaths, he shifted his body backward to gather energy. Die, you wretch, he declared. Bang, bang. With a resounding crash, a brilliant orb of light began to coalesce at his focal point. In the next moment, the orb was unleashed, firing at Jonathan's location with the rapid-fire cadence of a machine gun, sending clouds of dust and debris soaring into the air. Chapter 34. Will you still escape death this time? At this moment on the battlefield, a curtain of swirling smoke and dust was pierced by countless straight beams of white laser, which struck the asphalt road, scattering fragments and creating deep craters. Show yourself. Where are you? Brother Jiguang's gaze darted around, tirelessly searching for Jonathan's precise location. In his view, no matter how peculiar Jonathan's abilities or formidable his self-healing might be, if his lasers hit their target, the immense energy contained within would incinerate flesh to cinders. If one shot was enough, he would simply unleash several more. Back at the base, he had experimented on some captured hostages with the laser. A single energy beam could perforate a person entirely, leaving a gaping hole where their internal organs had been charred to ash. Thus, if Jonathan were struck even once, Jiguang could relentlessly focus his attacks, continuing to fire until nothing remained of Jonathan. At this juncture, Jiguang's lasers swept in the direction Jonathan was evading, swiftly cornering him behind a wall. From a distance, it appeared that the wall lacked the fortitude to withstand the relentless bombardment of lasers and depart from this wall. There were no other forms of cover at this street corner. Consequently, Jiguang mustered all his strength and increased the firing frequency of his energy cannon. concentrating most of his firepower on the wall. Boom! A blinding flash erupted, and in the next instant, the wall was shattered into fragments, scattering debris in all directions and exposing Jonathan's concealed figure to the open air. Behind the wall, under the effect of holding one's breath and focusing, Jonathan's sympathetic nervous system tightened, his heartbeat quickened, and his brain operated at peak efficiency. As the heat surged from behind him, Jonathan propelled himself forward with lightning speed, evading the imminent explosion just as the lasers were about to detonate. However, the violent shockwave and flying debris from the explosion inevitably grazed Jonathan's back, leaving noticeable wounds. After work, Jonathan had opted not to wear his uniform but instead donned a bespoke, handcrafted suit. Yet now, the back of the suit was reduced to tatters, exposing his muscular back. Damn it, my 120,000 suit, and you ruin it like this? Just shooting lasers, huh? Just wait, Jonathan thought darkly. His face set in a grim expression as he dodged. He meticulously observed Brother Jiguang's movements. Whenever this fellow shifted his weight back, it signified a charge. And after each charge, Jonathan calculated that the firing time was approximately 2 seconds later. Thus, relying on his predictive calculations and extraordinarily sharp reflexes, Jonathan could effortlessly evade every meticulously prepared attack from Jiguang, inciting increasing frustration in him. Fuck, why is this bastard so hard to hit? Is he some kind of monkey? Brother Jiguang grew increasingly impatient, his attacks becoming ever more frantic and erratic. Yet he still could not land a hit on Jonathan. Why is this guy so tenacious? In a state of profound indignation, Jiguang amplified his energy output, causing the laser beam to grow thicker and more concentrated. Unlike the previous intermittent firing of the laser cannon, this beam now emitted a continuous, unbroken line of energy, delivering uniform damage along its entirety. As Jiguang twisted his body, the entire laser would shift direction accordingly, with its firing speed now reaching a relentless pace, even quicker than before. At this juncture, it would be folly for Jonathan to attempt evasion through mere reflexes as he had done previously. To simplify, the distinction between points and lines can be illustrated. Imagine yourself as a thief infiltrating the mansion of a wealthy individual, faced with two pathways. One is a laser grid formed by point firing, where even if the firing positions continually shift, a chance for survival still exists. The other is a laser net created by continuous beams, where navigating even a single ordinary laser requires utmost caution to avoid contact, let alone a moving web of beams. Continuing to evade in such a manner would be an act of foolishness for Jonathan. He needed to swiftly seek an opening to salvage the situation. At that moment, Jiguang's initial sustained beam attack experienced a brief interruption. Seizing the opportunity, Jonathan quickly honed in on this moment. You won't escape this time, he thought, crouching low and sprinting towards Jiguang with utmost speed. Unbeknownst to Jiguang, who remained oblivious to the changes around him, Jonathan closed the distance to within 5 meters. Quick, subdue him. The close combat mercenaries guarding Jiguang sensed Jonathan's approach and their anxiety surged. They formed a barricade to protect him. At 3.5 meters, 2 mercenaries, endowed with enhanced physical strength and capable of transforming parts of their bodies into hardened weapons, assumed a defensive stance, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. 2 meters. 1 meter. Just as they tightened their resolve, poised for Jonathan's attack, they were astonished to find that Jonathan did not strike at them. Instead, he deliberately moved closer to their assault. With a piercing sound, Jonathan boldly thrust his own chest onto the sharp knuckles of one mercenary. Following this momentum, he propelled himself forward, crashing directly into the bewildered Jiguang, who was still processing the unfolding events. What the hell? Witnessing the gaping wound that pierced through Jonathan's chest to his back, everyone fell into a state of utter confusion once more. Yet, only Jonathan understood the reasoning behind his audacious act. Reverse transcription. Only upon making contact with the opponent could he activate his ability. Thus, when others attacked him, could that not also be considered a physical interaction? Moreover, apart from the mercenaries with enhanced physical capabilities, he had directly collided with Jiguang, whose body had been weaponized, and the very individual who had ruined his bespoke suit. It is indeed a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 35, Jonathan. The energy absorption connoisseur. As the mechanical voice resonated in his mind, the radiant light beneath Laser Brother abruptly vanished, and simultaneously, the sensation of expansion from the surging energy within him began to dissipate, like a deflating balloon. Previously, Laser Brother had presumed that Jonathan's ability resembled a telekinetic control, directly manipulating others' external powers to dismantle them from within. Moreover, he believed that lasers belonged to the realm of light, existing in a state of intangible particles, and thus did not think that Jonathan could exert control over his laser beams. However, it became apparent that Jonathan's peculiar capability was far from what he had imagined. It was a form of reactive distortion. Terrified, Laser Brother gazed at his own body, realizing he had been sapped of all strength, as if every ounce of power had been extracted. Even more disheartening was the realization that his dignity had vanished. Observing this, Jonathan wore an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oh, no wonder he relished being a machine gun. It turns out that before acquiring superpowers, he was indeed in such a state, Jonathan remarked, delivering a resounding slap that rendered the despondent laser brother unconscious. Thereafter, Jonathan closed his eyes, beginning to relish the extraordinary reactions brought forth by the full-body energy absorption. It was an unprecedented thrill, centered in his own being. Jonathan could sense the energy particles floating in the air, which could manifest as light particles or the heat emitted from living organisms. At the core, he resembled a self-generating black hole, with surrounding particles and energy factors spiraling towards him, transformed into the purest form of energy absorbed by his body. Simultaneously, upon entering his physique, this energy began circulating throughout his limbs in a micro and macro cycle, nourishing every cell while continuously radiating heat. If one were to observe him through an infrared thermal imaging device, they would discover that Jonathan appeared as a blend of orange and white, akin to a star storing energy, with an imperceptible white halo resembling a corona surrounding him. From a biological perspective, Jonathan functioned as an efficient energy converter. As he absorbed energy, the cellular and molecular structures within his body transformed external energy into a usable form. The principle of this ability bore resemblance to photosynthesis, albeit more intricate and efficient. Suddenly, Jonathan recalled the vibranium suit from Black Panther and the Black King from X-Men. If his hypothesis was correct, when his body's energy reserves reached their maximum capacity, he would be able to release it. The specifics of this release, however, remain to be explored. However, the current predicament has turned into a blessing in disguise. Possessing this newfound ability allows one to stride confidently within the realm of the Black Cloaks. At this moment, Jonathan thrusts his hands firmly against the ground and springs up, standing tall. He surveys his surroundings and notices that the few petty adversaries he had previously engaged have nearly met their demise. The only ones still capable of movement are the lanky figure stripped of his body weaponization, a robust man with enhanced physical prowess, and two inconspicuous side characters who have yet to make their mark in this confrontation. Observing that Jonathan easily dispatched their strongest foe, the laser guy, these individuals are now even more reluctant to approach him. Who knows who might be reduced to mere remnants next? With this thought, they shift their positions, gradually congregating together. This individual is exceedingly troublesome. With such a peculiar ability, our attacks are rendered virtually ineffective, the qualitative guy remarks, his voice trembling slightly. What shall we do then? We cannot simply sit idly by. Failure to complete our mission would result in the same fate at the hands of our boss. The weapon guy, now devoid of his body weaponization, leans against the wall, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. By the way, Dabin, how much gear did you bring this time? Perhaps we should try utilizing firearms. It might help us subdue him. If all else fails, we can flee to the neighboring state for refuge. As long as we manage to survive, there remains a chance, one of them suggests. Upon hearing this, a brief silence envelopes the group as they weigh the feasibility of the proposal in their minds. Ultimately, fear triumphs over hesitation, and they resolve to adopt this perilous strategy. There is no alternative. If they truly fall here, all the gains and fortunes amassed during their earlier lives in the gang would be in vain. As seasoned outlaws who have long danced on the edge of a blade, they understand the paramount importance of survival. One must have life to spend wealth. With this in mind, a fierce determination ignites in their eyes. The weapon guy, now powerless, is tasked with retrieving their firearms from the back, equipping them one by one. Submachine guns, machine guns, and a few high-explosive rounds follow suit. Yet again, high explosives, how many more must there be? Jonathan stands across from them, his lips twitching in irritation. Having previously been bombarded upon his arrival, he now faces yet another onslaught, compounded by the presence of high-explosive grenades. When in doubt, unleash a barrage of firepower. Indeed, the American realm seems devoid of martial ethics. The intentions of this foolish group are transparent. They aim for a relentless bombardment to exploit the weaknesses of his self-healing ability, rendering him incapable of retaliation amidst the overwhelming firepower, ultimately reducing him to ashes. It must be said, should the previous version of Jonathan be obliterated, he would likely meet his end. Conversely, presently, he can absorb energy from the air, enough to sustain extreme self-healing. Moreover, he is yet to reach a threshold where he would be defenseless. Thus, engaging in battle is the only recourse. The assaults from the desperate outlaws commence swiftly, and within mere seconds, bullets whizzed through the air with a sharp whistle, pelting toward Jonathan like a torrential downpour. Taking a deep breath, Jonathan does not overestimate his capabilities. He holds his breath and activates the breath control and focus effect, then lowers his head and charges forward. As the first bullet approached Jonathan, his body instinctively triggered an energy absorption effect. In an instant, the kinetic energy of the bullet was absorbed by Jonathan's form, halting the projectile upon contact. As if gripped by an invisible force, Subsequently, more bullets came flying, also pausing at Jonathan's surface in a manner akin to the previous one. After his body had siphoned off all the kinetic energy from the bullets, they fell to the ground like mere ornaments, producing a crisp sound as they collided with the earth. With the continuous absorption of kinetic energy, Jonathan's body began to undergo a transformation. It vibrated irregularly, while his movements accelerated dramatically, as though propelled by an infinite speed, creating flickering afterimages that danced around him. A rush of energy surged forth, and Jonathan's eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light. He materialized from the multitude of afterimages, his cancer cell-derived evolutionary characteristics catalyzing a rapid expansion of all his cells under the intense energy. Consequently, as the surrounding heat waves dissipated, his extraordinarily muscular physique burst through his suit, exposing itself to the air. Beneath his vivid red skin, laced with prominent veins, the shocking sight nearly destabilized the desperate criminals present. At that moment, Jonathan's stature had swelled to 2.5 meters, with his disheveled black hair veiling half of his face. His muscular frame, even more intimidating than that of the Hulk, pulsed rhythmically with his heartbeat. Through the strands of his long hair, his gaze was indifferent as he observed several armed outlaws, their figures appearing minuscule in comparison. Chapter 36. The clearing in progress. Is the soldier boy still alive? Hurry. Are you just going to use that rocket launcher as a decoration, you fool? If you don't retaliate, he's going to charge at us. Damn it. Why is this cursed thing jammed now? Hurry. The hapless weapon handler frequently glanced back at Jonathan's location while anxiously fiddling with the rocket launcher's mechanism, oblivious to the fact that a sharp edge had sliced a portion of his fingernail. Clack. The sound of the mechanism finally clicking into place brought a sinister smile to the weapon handler's face. He hefted the rocket launcher, directing it towards Jonathan. You lot. Step back. I want to see if you can withstand this. With that, he forcefully pulled the trigger. A deep rumble echoed as a dark projectile sliced through the sky toward Jonathan. At that moment, Jonathan noticed the rocket being launched from afar. In the past, he might have chosen to evade, but now, this rocket launcher was equipped with a heat-seeking tracking device. No matter where he sought refuge, as long as his body radiated heat, evasion would be nearly impossible. Moreover, after absorbing most of the kinetic energy and ambient particles, his body temperature had soared to heights unattainable by ordinary humans. Thus, he had no choice but to endure the impact. With an innate ability for self-healing coupled with energy absorption, Jonathan felt no trepidation in the face of such an assault. Rather, it served as a test of his newfound capabilities. This time, traversing dimensions would not come so easily. Jonathan squinted, his towering 2-meter frame standing resolutely as he gazed into the sky. The rocket initially appeared as a mere speck, which soon left a long, white trail in the air, its fiery essence coalescing at the tip and emitting a piercing whistle. The sound approached, growing louder, akin to thunder, reverberating painfully against eardrums. Jonathan's gaze fixated on the missile's warhead. Its passage distorted the air, creating visible ripples that radiated outward, while the compressing layers of air bore down upon him with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. As the warhead neared its target, it reached a peak velocity, prompting Jonathan to adopt a firm stance, his muscles tightening in anticipation. Boom. With a deafening explosion, flames erupted skyward. Surprisingly, however, the shockwave that one might expect did not materialize. Instead, the flames and explosion coalesced into an irregular, gelatinous mass of transparent substance, gradually contracting until it vanished completely. The only remnants of the missile's existence were the lingering wisps of smoke settling upon the ground. As the haze dissipated, Jonathan stood unscathed in place, the ground beneath him unmarred by debris. The sole transformation was the flickering, tassel-like energy that pulsed rhythmically around his body. Standing there, Jonathan's towering height seemed to reach its zenith, while the energy absorbed within him harmoniously integrated into each cell, refining them and vaporizing any superfluous impurities. Consequently, what manifested before the onlookers was Jonathan's most ideal form, a body compressed to its utmost potential after absorbing energy. He exhaled, feeling the energy within him swell like a furnace, a warm sensation enveloping him akin to soaking in a volcanic spring, his state unprecedentedly revitalized. Moreover, he discovered that the energy he had absorbed could be summoned at will. As long as he desired it, he could release energy from any part of his being. In other words, whether it be a chest cannon, a hand cannon, or laser vision, Jonathan could unleash this energy at his discretion. Albeit the potency of these releases lacked a stable measure, rendering their power unpredictable. Nevertheless, a test seemed warranted. With this thought, Jonathan slowly raised his head, gazing at the stunned outlaws before him. Their faces, once marked by recklessness and madness, were now etched with terror and despair. Without a moment's hesitation, Jonathan concentrated, channeling the energy within him to converge between his eyes as the fiery essence surrounding his gaze began to coalesce at his forehead. In the realm of American comics, where laser eyes are a common spectacle, let us now delve into the tale of the divine manifestation of Erlanction. In an instant, a blinding beam of radiant light surged forth from his forehead, akin to a sharpened blood dagger slicing through the air, aimed directly at the desperate rogues. Where the fiery light traversed, the very air was scorched and twisted, emitting a hissing sound. The trajectory of the beam was unyieldingly straight. The rogues had no time to react, and were instantly consumed by the flames, leaving no opportunity for even a single cry of despair as they were reduced to ashes. Within mere moments, all the desperate souls were obliterated by Jonathan's searing light, plunging the battlefield into an eerie silence, where only a few charred remnants lay scattered, flickering faintly. As Jonathan annihilated the rogues, in an undisclosed underground chamber in northern New York, urgency filled the air. "We must hurry, our time is limited," Butcher urged. Wielding a flashlight as he led the remaining members of the Black Cloak team, excluding Huey, into the laboratory. "Do you know what this super weapon is? Discovering it for yourself would bring greater joy, wouldn't it?" The flashlight beam danced erratically until the group's gaze settled upon a small glass enclosure. "Quickly. There's a hamster in here named Jamie. Hey Jamie, how are you? Don't provoke it," Frankie exclaimed, eyes alight with delight at the sight of the adorable creature. Tapping the glass to elicit a response, only to be halted by his companions. At that moment, the golden bear hamster was equally captivated by the three humans, scuttling toward the glass with an innocent expression. Suddenly, as their hearts melted at the sight of this charming creature, chaos erupted. The hamster began to frenzy, and the glass enclosure was soon riddled with cracks from its relentless assaults. The hamster's rampage triggered the laboratory's alarm. Upon hearing the alarm, guards rushed in, weapons drawn, engaging in a fierce firefight with the Black Cloak team. The members were compelled to split up, facing the guards in one-on-one confrontations. Frankie, skilled with firearms, took on the responsibility of clearing a path for Kimiko and Butcher. However, the guards in this laboratory were numerous, outnumbering the Black Cloak team 3-1, and donned helmets and bulletproof vests, while the Black Cloak team wore only simple attire. As ammunition dwindled, the Black Cloak team found themselves increasingly disadvantaged, with even Kimiko struggling to keep pace, retreating into the more concealed areas of the laboratory. In the midst of this escalating urgency, Butcher, who had been searching for items, suddenly discarded his weapon nonchalantly and, swaying his body, mockingly addressed the guards. "Good evening, fools." "No, Butcher." Eyes wide with disbelief, the hidden Kimiko screamed in horror as Butcher appeared to surrender, allowing the oncoming fire to bear down upon him. Yet in the next moment, his mouth fell silent, as if filled with filth. With a swift motion, two golden beams of laser erupted from Butcher's eyes, striking the guards directly. The guards were utterly powerless against the harm inflicted by the laser eyes, collapsing to the ground without so much as a struggle, bleeding profusely in a swift and decisive manner. Some guards did not even have the chance to evade. Their bodies were cleaved apart in an instant. Following the incredulous gaze, Butcher advanced forward, continuously dispatching the guards present with golden rays. Ultimately, his golden laser struck a sealed iron box in the corner, fracturing its structure with ease. To everyone's astonishment, when the iron box was breached, it housed a robust body, incapacitated by a suspended anesthetic respirator. Upon sensing the external disturbance, the sturdy figure suddenly stirred, grasping the hypnotic mask that was fastened to his face and tearing it away, revealing a countenance adorned with a prominent jaw and a full beard, exuding a striking aura. Witnessing this, the onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief, as one of them instinctively recoiled, murmuring in a daze, "It's the soldier boy. He is still alive." Chapter 37. The awakening of the soldier boy. With the mask removed, the soldier boy, bare-chested, gazed around the dark environment with a look of confusion. Confined within the box for an extended duration, his body had become rigid, obstructing the flow of blood. He struggled to adjust to the upright position, moving cautiously on tiptoes. However, even as his body acclimatized, his mind remained ensnared in a chaotic whirlwind of memories, forcing him into a convoluted loop where reality and recollections intertwined. Especially when he glanced at the individuals before him, he sensed, albeit vaguely, that they donned lab coats, their indistinct faces merging into one another. The soldier boy's memories appeared to trigger some pivotal moment, as painful recollections surged forth. Within this very laboratory, he had endured countless trials involving skin-cutting machines and the relentless cleansing of his mouth by Gatling devices. He had experienced every conceivable form of torment, though his physical constitution was exceptionally resilient, rendering these experiments unable to truly break him. The anguish and suffering he had encountered remained indelible marks upon his psyche. Consequently, he subconsciously categorized every personnel present in the laboratory as part of a death list. Contemplating this, the soldier boy lowered his head, and soon thereafter, an immense energy began to coalesce in his chest, his entire body trembling, teetering on the brink of losing control. "Hey, calm down, we are not your enemies," Butcher said. Observing the soldier boy on the verge of losing composure, his voice tinged with urgency in an attempt to soothe. "We mean no harm. We merely stumbled upon this place by accident. Yet, the soldier boy remained oblivious, instinctively placing his hand on his chest as streams of orange energy began to swirl around him, emitting a dazzling light. Witnessing this, Butcher and the others could only prioritize their own safety, hastily retreating to evade the impending danger. However, the instantaneous firing speed of the soldier boy's chest cannon was evidently far superior to that of several individuals sprinting. As the overwhelming heat of energy approached from behind, Butcher shouted loudly to take cover. In the next moment, an extraordinarily powerful orange energy wave erupted from the soldier boy's chest, enveloping the entire laboratory in a blinding brilliance. Only Butcher, Frenchie, and those who had managed to take refuge behind cover narrowly escaped the calamity, while the unfortunate Kimiko, trailing behind, was not so lucky. She was directly propelled against the wall by the shockwave generated by the energy, crashing through it, fracturing her hands, and collapsing to the ground in a state of utter weakness. Seeing Kimiko injured, Frenchie rushed over to assess her condition, cradling her head in his hands and anxiously shaking her while repeatedly calling her name. In the past, Kimiko's self-healing abilities would have allowed her to recover swiftly, even from severe injuries, but now Frenchie was horrified to discover that her wounds showed no signs of healing. "What are you all standing there for? Quickly, get Kimiko to the hospital," Frenchie exclaimed, his expression filled with urgency and irritation as he looked at the bewildered and unreliable Butcher. He swiftly picked up Kimiko and hurriedly ran outside. Butcher remained rooted in place, his thoughts racing. "Butcher, you scoundrel. You better explain to me when the hell he turned into that damn superhuman." He shot a fierce glare at Butcher before hastily following Frenchie, grabbing the car keys with the intent to drive them to the hospital. "What a nuisance," Butcher spat on the ground, glancing back at the house still glowing with orange light, his mind whirring with thoughts. Soon, he made a decision and turned back toward the laboratory, his figure gradually fading into the desolate corridor. Before the congregation, the roar of a supercar echoed as tires screeched around a corner, coming to a halt in the garage. With a resounding slam, the car door shut. Inside the parking lot, a familiar figure with blonde hair awaited, Deep Sea, who had recently joined the congregation. He was not clad in his usual tight-fitting attire, but rather wore a sleek black suit. Having received a call from Jonathan earlier in the afternoon, he had arrived early to greet him. However, the wait had been somewhat prolonged, so Deep Sea casually snacked on something, crumbs of apple pie adorning his lips. "Hey, Jonathan. You're here," he exclaimed, greeting Jonathan with his characteristic goofy smile. "Let us head inside and talk." Jonathan nudged Deep Sea's shoulder, leading him effortlessly into the interior of the congregation. In the reception hall, they encountered a graceful woman with cascading blonde waves seated elegantly. Upon seeing Deep Sea entering with Jonathan, she promptly rose from her seat and addressed Jonathan respectfully. "Greetings, Mr. Wujin. It is a pleasure to meet you." Jonathan momentarily faltered, his expression one of confusion. The Deep Sea figure, ever observant, noticed Jonathan's expression and promptly clarified. Jonathan, allow me to introduce my wife, Cassandra. By the way, she is also a member of the congregation." Jonathan suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, besides a half-dolphin and an octopus, Deep Sea had this wife. Regrettably, later on, Deep Sea's desire to engage in an unspeakable three-way with aquatic creatures resulted in her departure, culminating in a published work that exposed his transgressions, leading to his utter downfall. The union of Cassandra and Deep Sea was orchestrated by the congregation as a means to facilitate Deep Sea's reintegration into the Seven, following widespread discontent from the female populace due to his derogatory remarks. The congregation seized this opportunity to challenge conventional perceptions, promoting his marriage to craft an image of redemption and portraying a seemingly blissful marital relationship. This strategy not only attracted followers and garnered Deep Sea's gratitude, but also served to elevate the congregation's profile, a masterstroke achieving multiple objectives. At this juncture, as long as Deep Sea complied with the plan and abstained from any extramarital entanglements with octopuses, his return to the Seven would be inevitable. It must be acknowledged that while the tenets of the congregation may be somewhat misguided, their strategic planning is commendable. However, capturing Deep Sea's heart? It is likely that these leaders remain oblivious to the fact that his heart has always belonged elsewhere. With this thought in mind, Jonathan nodded courteously to Cassandra, shook her hand politely, and proceeded inward. Chapter 38. Mrs. Newman. The next encounter. As Jonathan and Deep Sea continued deeper into the church, Jonathan's thoughts raced. He pondered the potential impact and role that the newly established Hydra force could have on him. In truth, both organizations resembled faith-based entities, yet currently, his own foundation consisted solely of Huey. In recent days, he had been acquiring resources, enticing personnel from various newspapers and security firms. However, the organization's principles and indoctrination methods were far from capable of permeating all members. To cultivate true loyalty, significant time and effort would be required to seek out orphans or those who had lost hope, nurturing their faith from a young age, addressing their vulnerabilities. Furthermore, in this world, faith remains a minority. Religious entities like the congregation are quite unique in the realm of the black robes. Their prolonged existence suggests a wealth of experience that is certainly worth emulating. Moreover, Jonathan had only ever been a guest on the outside. He had never explored the interior. As he walked, he observed his surroundings. The church's interior was adorned with opulence and solemnity, exuding an aura of mystique, with religious imagery and slogans adorning the walls. Soon, they arrived at a spacious conference room filled with high-ranking church officials. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Jonathan made his way to the head of the conference table and took his seat, while Deep Sea stood beside him, his face still wearing that characteristic lecherous grin. Mr. Wujin, it has been a while since we last met. The church leader squinted his eyes, wearing a commercially polished smile. So, what brings you here today, Mr. Wujin? Jonathan glanced at Deep Sea, noticing that the latter was still grinning foolishly, and he pressed his forehead in exasperation, stating, in truth, I am somewhat intrigued by the doctrines of your esteemed congregation. Until now, my involvement has been merely in the realm of business cooperation, without any profound understanding of your beliefs. We at the Congregation of Unity are dedicated to disseminating truth and justice, striving for the future of humanity. Mr. Wujin, it brings us great joy that you take an interest in our teachings. Even the manner of speaking bore a hint of indoctrination. What must we do then? I wish to comprehend. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open abruptly, revealing a young woman with an anxious expression, as if she bore significant news. Master, there is trouble. Something has happened outside. She cast a glance at Jonathan and Deep Sea, feeling that her original description was inadequate, and thus rephrased, Master. It is grave news. The leader furrowed his brow, inquiring, what has transpired? The woman took a breath and replied, a group of individuals has invaded our church. They are vandalizing our facilities and have injured several of our faithful. The church leader's countenance darkened considerably. He rose and declared, let us go and see for ourselves. Jonathan and Deep Sea followed suit, exiting the conference room. Upon stepping outside, they witnessed a clash between the congregation's followers and a crowd of agitators. Jonathan surveyed the scene and noted that the troublemakers were disturbingly ordinary citizens. Who are you? The church leader's face betrayed a hint of confusion. Just then, a tall man emerged from the throng, a smirk on his face, with a gaze that exuded provocation. Do not concern yourselves with our identities. The day of reckoning for your Congregation of Unity has arrived. For years, you have colluded with the Water Group to dominate the superhumans, all the while engaging in untold nefarious deeds behind the scenes. The man's words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of unrest throughout the crowd. The master glared at the man, retorting, you speak nonsense. Our Congregation of Unity has persistently endeavored to spread truth and justice, laboring for the future of humanity. How could we possibly engage in such acts? How could you? The man scoffed. Stop the charade. This morning, a senator's speech in California unveiled your true nature. Your Congregation of Unity and the Water Group control two of the major superhuman factions in society, yet your superhumans have done little to serve the public. A senator? Which senator dares to speak thus, fearing not for their life the next day? At this juncture, the surrounding crowd began to murmur among themselves. So this is what the Congregation of Unity is like. I had thought they were genuinely doing good deeds. Indeed, it seems we have all been deceived. Hearing the murmurs, the master attempted to defend. Do not believe these rumors. There are those who seek to slander us intentionally. The Congregation of Unity has always strived for the welfare of humanity, never having committed any malevolent deeds. However, their justifications bore little fruit. The crowd's emotions grew increasingly fervent, resulting in the hurling of stones and debris toward the church's facilities. Devotees attempted to intervene, but were forcefully pushed aside by the enraged throng. Jonathan, observing the tumultuous scene, felt a headache brewing. After all, the Congregation of Unity was somewhat of a partner to him. Since he was already present, he decided to lend a hand. Everyone, let us remain calm, Jonathan proclaimed, his voice rising above the clamor. I understand there are numerous questions and grievances regarding the Congregation of Unity. But might we allow the bishop to address these concerns and clarify any misunderstandings? The crowd, upon hearing Jonathan's words, quieted slightly. Yet, a man scoffed, misunderstanding? The senator's speech is evidence enough. She would not unjustly defame the congregation. As the bishop attempted to further explain, without warning, a thin trickle of blood began to seep from his nose, conspicuously catching the attention of those present. Almost instantaneously, the delicate stream expanded, resembling a crimson thread that audaciously traversed the bishop's visage. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming pressure surged from within the bishop's head. With a deafening crack, akin to thunder, the bishop's head exploded without forewarning. Flesh, shattered bone, and brain matter were violently propelled outward, enveloping the vicinity in a mist of blood. The air became saturated with the acrid scent of blood and the nauseating odor of internal organs. The ground, walls, and surroundings were splattered with blood and remnants of human tissue, while the once vibrant religious imagery and slogans were now marred by crimson stains. Jonathan, having absorbed the kinetic energy of the liquid, remained untouched by the sanguine splatter. In that moment, he finally discerned the identity of the troublesome senator. It could only be Newman, possessing such a fervent zeal and an ability for long-range execution. Chapter 39. Public Opinion and Tumult. Zubao seeks Newman at midnight. Newman, whose full name is Victoria Newman, bears a Latin appearance. In her childhood, she was injected with Compound V, awakening her superhuman ability to cause heads to explode upon sight, which tragically led to the demise of her parents. Subsequently, she was sent to the Red River Orphanage, which specializes in the care of superhuman orphans, and later adopted by Stan Edgar, who is essentially a covert operative cultivated by VOD International. On the surface, she frequently engages in ostentatious displays, vehemently criticizing VOD International and the Congregation of Unity, which wields superhuman authority. In reality, she often undertakes assassination missions, having eliminated numerous high-ranking officials over the years. As she is one of Edgar's strategic assets, VOD has engaged in many nefarious activities over the years, and the most effective method to stifle public outcry and federal investigation is to establish FAAD of an anti-VOD organization, masquerading as the largest opposition to oversee itself. Newman represents one such dissident. The notion of patriotism is merely superficial. In truth, it serves to incite social panic, thereby rallying the masses and peddling Compound V, with both the legitimate and illicit dealings firmly in the grasp of the water company. No amount of opposition from Congress could thwart the entry of the compound known as 5 into the military. At its core, the water company is a pharmaceutical enterprise, with the sale of medicine being its foundation. In this scenario, both the underworld and the legitimate world are populated by agents of water, orchestrated by Edgar in a masterful performance, utilizing this organization to eliminate those superhumans who pose a negative influence on water. However, it must be noted that the Church of the Collective is currently in a mutually beneficial partnership with water, maintaining a facade of conflict while refraining from genuine interference. Edgar's sudden aggressive maneuver seems to be an act of self-sabotage, or perhaps it reflects the desires of Newman himself. This interpretation holds validity, as evidenced by an unexpected visitor who arrived at Newman's backyard in the dead of night just 2 days prior, clad in a blue bodysuit and a flowing red cape. This individual exuded an air of defiance. "Are you from the homeland? What brings you to my residence at such an hour?" Newman, still clad in her night attire, instinctively tightened her grip on her clothing, eyeing the intruder with caution. "Greetings. I come as a guest. Am I unwelcome? Or are you concerned about the little girl in the room, who is pretending to sleep? What do you truly desire?" Newman demanded, her voice laced with suspicion. "We could collaborate," the intruder replied, narrowing his eyes with a sinister grin. "Collaborate? I have no intention of working with someone as perilous as you. I wish to retire for the night. Please leave," Newman firmly rejected. "Patience, I am merely intrigued. You are a superhuman, yet you care for an ordinary human girl. Why is that?" "Zoe is my daughter, regardless of circumstances. I advise you not to entertain any harmful thoughts towards her." "Oh, I have heard whispers that you are leveraging connections to procure the compound known as 5. If you wish, I can provide it for you." The intruder, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Newman from a position of dominance, feeling the erratic pounding of her heart. "You are intrigued," he stated. "What is it that you truly seek?" "Quite simply, this collaboration is advantageous for you as well. I have heard you have been working tirelessly for a campaign. Let us proceed thusly. I will seize control of the water group, and you shall serve as vice president. The compound known as 5 will be yours, and we shall thrive together." At this juncture, the intruder spread his hands in a gesture of openness. "Is this not a favorable arrangement? Yet, you do not currently possess unilateral control over the 7. Then we shall reclaim it once more." The scene flickers back to the present. In a secluded corner behind the crowd, Newman, with her dark hair and pronounced features, felt her eyes shift from a pure white back to their normal hue before hastily exiting the throng, dialing a number as she departed. The scene shifts again. What in the world is happening? The congregation of the church was thrown into chaos as they beheld the gruesome remains of their leader, their minds momentarily paralyzed with shock. The most distraught among them was Deep Sea, who had only days prior engaged in lengthy discussions with the leader regarding a return to prominence. The sudden demise was utterly unforeseen. He turned anxiously to Jonathan, who offered a reassuring glance, calming him slightly. With the betrayal of the intruder, Deep Sea's only ally now was Jonathan, who appeared surprisingly composed amidst the turmoil. However, the spectacle of the leader's death undoubtedly sparked panic among those present. The majority of the protesting crowd had already dispersed, leaving only a few stubborn individuals still brandishing their placards and shouting. Jonathan chose to disregard these foolish antics and turned to Deep Sea, instructing him to immediately contact other superhumans from the church to bolster protection in the area and to see if Newman's whereabouts could be traced. With that, Jonathan made his way directly to the garage and drove away. Truth be told, he had come today merely to borrow some personnel for the purpose of indoctrination. But to encounter such an event upon arrival, without any prior warning, was unexpected. Even Jonathan, not known for his intellect, could surmise that he had become a target of Newman. His presence at the protest would likely lead to media exposure of his collaboration with the collective church, steering public opinion in another direction. Sure enough, shortly after Jonathan returned to the Seven Lighthouse, Ashley approached him briskly, a tablet in hand and her high heels clicking against the floor. Jonathan, there's a plethora of unfavorable narratives about you circulating online. Today, when you visited the collective church, the media captured it all. You should take a look, she urged, handing him the device. On the screen was a freshly posted tweet from Senator Victoria Newman. It is time to reflect on our heroes. The Seven need true leaders, not corporate puppets of Vought. Let the Homelander return as the captain of the Seven. Jonathan picked up the phone and continued scrolling. The New York Times. What kind of leader does the Seven require? The Wall Street Journal. Superheroes and corporate interests. In addition to these major outlets, several official accounts had shared videos that were evidently recorded on the spot. Entertainment Weekly featured a special, in remembrance of Homelander, the end of an era, showcasing a series of nostalgic photographs and fan interviews that enumerated the good deeds of Homelander, emphasizing the sense of security and societal support during his tenure. Observing these trending topics and discussions, Jonathan could distinctly sense Newman's fervent push to manipulate public opinion, with the evident objective of elevating Homelander back to the position of captain of the Seven, without any conflicts of interest. It was clear that the ruthless Newman would never collaborate with Homelander, let alone assist him. It seemed they now sought to unite against him. But was Jonathan concerned about being targeted? Let us not forget that he possessed the videotape given to him by Deep Sea. As long as his approval ratings remained intact, he would always have a trump card to undermine Homelander. Moreover, having acquired the power of energy absorption, Jonathan's abilities now placed him among the elite in the world of the Black Cloak, allowing him to act without the trepidation he had previously exhibited. It was time to accelerate his strategy for conquering this world. Chapter 40. The Countess's Acrobatic Livestream. In a cramped, hastily rented room, the air was thick with mildew, and cobwebs lingered in the corners, left uncleaned. The soldier boy sat resolutely in a dilapidated folding chair, clad in a blue rugby shirt, clutching a small tube of pills in one hand and a slice of whole grain bread in the other, voraciously biting into both. Opposite him, Billy Butcher leaned against the wall, his fingers gripping a mobile phone displaying dozens of missed calls, perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere. The soldier boy set down the bread and spoke. So, are we just going to sit here? Care to elucidate what transpired? Well, this is a rather lengthy tale. Old soldier, what I am about to reveal may shock you. It has been 80 years since World War II, Butcher began. 80 years? If you were deceiving me, I would not hesitate to press your head into the ground, the soldier boy retorted. Oh, you can see the scene on the streets for yourself. I lack the energy for such elaborate tricks. Of course, I am quite perplexed as to why you were confined in that laboratory, which smelled like a sewer. When everyone believed you perished back then, Butcher shrugged. In truth, had it not been for the reminder, he would not have recognized the man before him as the captain of the World War II Veterans Alliance. You aren't merely wishing to rescue me, are you? The soldier boy's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he poured the pills into his palm, clapped his hand, and sent them flying into his mouth. In fact, there is a scoundrel known as the Patriot, Butcher replied. Oh, I have seen his photograph in the newspaper. What is his background? Butcher scoffed softly, shaking his head. He is the new you. Upon hearing this, the soldier boy scoffed. No one can replace me, mate. So your desire is for me to eliminate this Patriot? To be precise, it is an act of revenge. The comrades you spoke of yesterday are still alive and well. If you assist me, I can lead you to them. According to your own words from back in the day, this is what you would call teamwork. The soldier boy pondered for a moment before revealing a scornful smile. Very well, let me see what these fine comrades are up to now. In fact, I happen to know where our first target can be found. A few hours later, Butcher's vehicle came to a halt outside a lavish villa. Old soldier, you actually recognize this place. Do not underestimate me. We had newspapers back in our day, and besides, this old chap has not concealed his residence. To be fair, your choice of tobacco is rather decent, though the potency is a bit excessive. The soldier boy, with a cigarette of indeterminate material dangling from his lips, strode confidently into the villa. Hey, old soldier, are you just going to walk in like that? Mate, do you think I need permission? The soldier boy left Butcher with a nonchalant silhouette as he approached the villa's entrance. With a mere push, the door swung open. At that moment, an elderly man inside the villa, roused from slumber by the resounding noise of the door opening, suddenly opened his eyes. He hastily donned his glasses, sprang to his feet, and warily retrieved a handgun from the cabinet, moving toward the front door to investigate the commotion. As he lifted his gaze, an unexpected figure materialized before him. with long hair and a distinctive beard. You are the soldier boy, and you have somehow survived? Is it not thanks to your faction that you still breathe? I find your words rather unpalatable. Does my existence threaten yours? Is it permissible for you to live while I cannot? The soldier boy remarked, carelessly discarding his cigarette, but extinguishing it beneath his boot. Oh, are you here to kill me? Kill you? At your age, how many years do you presume you have left? I harbor no interest in your demise, rather. I am concerned about my former comrades. As the former vice president of what, you must have gleaned quite a bit about their circumstances, have you not? Frankly, I lament your situation from years past. Your battle suit and shield are in my possession. As for your teammates, Schwanza has now joined the Seven. While the Scarlet Countess indulges in her whims during the Heroes' Gathering, broadcasting from home to earn a living, Mindstorm has retreated into seclusion, and regarding the Gunpowder Twins, I cannot say. You inquire about them, which leads me to believe you harbor vengeful thoughts, do you not? It appears you are quite knowledgeable about me. I am now eager to understand why she betrayed me back then. The scene shifted, revealing Butcher, who awaited by the vehicle. Observing as the soldier boy transformed his trendy attire into battle gear, even brandishing a shield. Ward, where did you acquire that battle suit? And what of the legend? I did not come here to eliminate that old relic. His time is nearly up. Initially, I sought only information, but unexpectedly retrieved my former battle suit. Fortune smiles upon you, old soldier. Where shall we venture next? Let us seek out a modified vehicle, which you refer to as a camper van. On the outskirts, a massive camper van was parked beside the trees. A glance inside revealed a warm, ambient glow, illuminated by neon lights, indicating someone resided there long term. Inside the camper, an older woman clad in a red mask and uniform performed acrobatics before a computer screen, where an enthusiastic elderly fan gazed intently at her display. Since her retirement, the Scarlet Countess had plummeted from her former glory, with no audience to speak of, relying solely on one-on-one acrobatic live streams for sustenance. Wait a moment. I shall fetch a prop, she announced, brandishing a large bunch of grapes before the screen, preparing to perform when suddenly, a knock resonated at the camper door. Just a moment. Who could be visiting her at this hour, parked in the wilderness? A robbery? Who would dare to rob a superhero's vehicle? That would be akin to courting death. With a puzzled expression, the Countess tightened her belt and opened the door. Greetings, madam. An acquaintance has come to see you. An acquaintance? How long had it been since she had fallen from grace, while her teammates pursued their careers? How could anyone possibly be seeking her? What is this? Just as the Countess began to scan for signs of others, Butcher abruptly lunged, delivering a swift strike to the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious as she crumpled to the ground. Before setting out today, Butcher had injected himself with a vial of temporary compound number 5, enabling him to incapacitate the superhuman Countess with ease. Chapter 41. The death of the Scarlet Countess. The twilight light filtered through the curtains of the caravan, casting a warm, crimson hue across the confined space. The soldier boy entered slowly, the soft clatter of his leather boots echoing upon the metallic floor. As he stepped inside, his gaze immediately locked onto the figure bound tightly at the far end of the caravan. Once an embodiment of elegance, the Countess now appeared disheveled. Her deep red uniform cruelly restrained by coarse ropes that bound her limbs, her fiery hair cascading messily around her face. Despite her predicament, she maintained an air of haughty dignity, her chin slightly raised. However, this composure vanished the moment she laid eyes on the soldier boy. Upon seeing him, her expression turned blank, her mind seemingly frozen for several seconds before she finally spoke. You actually returned. The soldier boy advanced, shield in hand, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his lips. He gazed deeply into her eyes, a glint of danger flickering within. Long time no see, my dear. You seem to have aged. His words dripped with nostalgia. You don't seem to react as I had anticipated upon my arrival. At this, the Scarlet Countess scoffed and turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. The soldier boy chuckled softly, crouching before her, forcibly turning her chin to face him. What is the matter? Do you not wish to see me? He asked, arching an eyebrow with a hint of mockery. I came specifically to visit you. The Countess finally spoke, her tone icy. Came to see me? Do you think these ropes are mere decoration? Oh, in truth, I merely wished to know why you took so long to rescue me. His words seemed to strike a nerve. A flicker of emotion passing through her eyes before she quickly masked it with indifference. Rescue you? She sneered. Do you really think I would come to your aid? The soldier boy rose, pacing within the cramped confines. Let me guess, he pretended to ponder. The Russians offered you a handsome sum, so you sold me out? Huh. A glimmer of derision flashed in the Countess's eyes. You are far too naive, she retorted coldly. The truth is, the Russians did not pay me at all. I willingly betrayed you. Her words detonated in the air, yet the soldier boy's expression remained unchanged. He merely raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard an amusing joke. Oh, he murmured. Do continue. I am quite intrigued. The Countess seemed infuriated by his nonchalance, struggling to sit upright, the ropes biting into her skin, leaving red marks. Bastard. Do you really want to hear the truth? She spat through gritted teeth. I have loathed you all along. You are a damned scoundrel. No one, including my comrades, harbors any affection for you. The soldier boy shook his head gently, his smile abruptly stiffening, his teeth grinding together. Observing his reaction, the Scarlet Countess's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. Do you know? Perhaps, in the beginning, water deemed you a burden, deliberately orchestrating your capture by the Russians. She vented her pent-up frustrations, exclaiming, You have never been a war hero, merely a pitiable experiment. The soldier boy, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter, the sound echoing within the confines of the small space. He leaned closer to the Countess, his eyes ablaze with a profound fury. Thank you, my dear. I can afford you some dignity. At this, the Scarlet Countess's expression shifted to one of wariness, an instinctive desire to retreat thwarted by the ropes that bound her. The soldier boy gradually straightened, an orange glow emanating from his chest as energy coalesced within him. Do you know? He said, a hint of regret lacing his voice. I have always hoped you would provide me with a reasonable explanation. Fear flickered in the Countess's eyes as she gazed incredulously at the soldier boy, rendered momentarily immobile. In that instant, the entire trailer seemed to freeze, the radiance engulfing everything. The next day, at the headquarters of Water Company, in the Intelligence Analysis Center, the Homeland figure stood with arms crossed before a massive display screen, brow furrowed. The screen looped a grainy surveillance video. A familiar silhouette leapt from the luxurious trailer, swiftly vanishing into the night. Zoom in, the Homeland figure commanded, his voice tinged with barely perceptible tension. As the image magnified, the figure's features sharpened, golden hair, an upright posture, and that distinctive uniform. Damn it, the Homeland figure muttered under his breath, it really is him. At that moment, Eiley stood nearby, her demeanor grave. When was this footage taken? She inquired, perplexed. Just last night, a technician replied, glancing up from the computer screen. Half an hour before the Scarlet Countess's body was discovered. Taking a deep breath, the Homeland figure turned to face Eiley. We need to manage public perception, he stated urgently. The public cannot learn that the soldier boy has returned. At least not yet. Eiley nodded. I understand, but should we inform Wujin? He happens to be attending a conference in the state where the incident occurred. Is it necessary? I imagine he is currently ensnared in the public discourse surrounding the assembly. As the former captain, shouldn't I be the one to handle this? The Homeland figure forced a smile, revealing a row of perfectly aligned teeth, his gaze flashing with a dangerously sinister light. Very well. I will promptly convene a press conference to declare this merely an ordinary crime, assuring the public that the company has the situation under control. Does that suffice? Excellent. The Homeland figure responded approvingly. Remember to emphasize that the Scarlet Countess merely sustained minor injuries. I do not wish to incite unnecessary panic. Furthermore, as long as Wujin is absent, you are to heed my directives. Understood? Understood, Eiley conceded, compelled by the Homeland figure's menacing presence to feign a semblance of agreement. She then hurriedly departed the intelligence center, the sound of her high heels echoing against the floor as she fled. After the Homeland figure was seen off, he turned to the technicians, continuing the analysis of the footage. I must ascertain his whereabouts. The analyst nodded, swiftly manipulating the tablet. And the holographic projection transitioned to a city map. According to our analysis, the movements of the soldier boy seem to follow a certain pattern. We speculate that his next target is likely to be the twins. What is this? These twins are frequently active within the tumultuous River Crab Society, and the soldier boy may seek vengeance there. Upon hearing this, the Homeland figure supported his forehead as he exited the analysis center, his expression fluctuating, tumultuous emotions swirling within him. Others may remain oblivious to a hidden truth, but he is acutely aware that he bears the genes of the superhumans of previous generations. Years ago, he learned from researchers in the laboratory that he was cultivated through in vitro methods, a significant portion of which derived from those subjected to experimentation. Thus, he sometimes harbored feelings of inferiority, believing himself to be lesser than his superhuman predecessors, let alone the soldier boy, the former leader of the Redeemers Alliance. Throughout his life, he had idolized the soldier boy, having watched his films countless times, yet now that his idol had returned, it signified that if news of him surfaced in the public eye, his own status would be threatened. The prior occupation of the Seven by Jonathan had already irked him. Now, even in the face of his idol, he felt compelled to assert his own power and superiority. An overwhelming sense of crisis engulfed him, leaving him quite unsettled. It appeared that a visit to the River Crab Society was imminent. Originally, I had written that the Homeland figure was aware of being the son of the soldier boy. But that seemed amiss. In the original narrative, he discovers this later, so I made a temporary adjustment to the content. Chapter 42, The Elusive Schwanza. The eccentric soldier boy before heading to the River Crab Society, the Homeland figure suddenly recalled Schwanza from the Seven, who had seemingly been a member of the Redeemers Alliance. Perhaps he possessed insights into the soldier boy's circumstances. Before departing, he instructed the personnel at the intelligence center to contact Schwanza, who was executing a task outside. And then he returned alone to the conference room of the seven. Gazing at the central table, a fleeting look of confusion crossed the Homeland figure's eyes, which soon transformed into a fierce expression. He boldly reclaimed his former position, closing his eyes and nostalgically caressing the chair, as if it were a rare treasure. Before the Homeland figure had settled into the office for long, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Upon seeing Schwanza clad in black armor, the Homeland figure nodded in satisfaction and gestured to the side. Take a seat, Schwanza. We need to converse. Schwanza, though mute, executed commands with unrivaled efficiency, shifting the chair and swiftly occupying the seat beside the main one. The Homeland figure, hands clasped behind his back, approached the window, surveying the city's nocturnal landscape. You must understand why I summoned you, he stated directly. Xianxie remained silent, offering no reply. He rose and walked to the sharpening stone crafted specifically for him in the hall, where he took up a keen dagger and began to grind its blade slowly and rhythmically. The sound of metal grating against stone resonated sharply in the stillness of the room. The Patriot turned, locking his gaze onto Xianxie's dark mask, his penetrating eyes seeming to see through to Xianxie's facade of composure, which barely concealed the flicker of unease in his eyes. The soldier boy has returned, he stated. He attacked the Scarlet Duchess. I must understand the reason behind this. Xianxie ceased his motions, lifting his gaze to meet the Patriot's. A flash of complex emotion crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by tranquility. He set the dagger down and approached the wall, gesturing towards a photograph. This was a historical team photo that the What Company had displayed long ago, featuring the members of the Redeemers Alliance from the Second World War. The figures were captured together, their faces radiant with smiles. Xianxie pointed to the soldier boy in the image, then to the others, ultimately making a crude gesture. The Patriot furrowed his brow. Are you implying that he has severed ties with you? Xianxie nodded, then walked over to a file desk and retrieved a document. He opened it, indicating a page within, prompting the Patriot to lean in closer and discover it was a report detailing the soldier boy's abduction by the Russians. Were you all involved in this affair? The Patriot inquired, astonishment lacing his voice. Xianxie nodded once more, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes beneath the mask. He made a gesture of betrayal and pointed to the What Company S emblem. The Patriot's expression darkened instantly. Are you suggesting that not only you, but the What Company itself is implicated? Xianxie did not respond directly. Instead, he returned to the sharpening stone and resumed honing his dagger, his motions quickening as if to expel his inner turmoil. The Patriot recognized this as Xianxie's tacit acknowledgement. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. If that is the case, what might he do next? At that moment, Xianxie halted his actions and fixed his gaze upon the Patriot. He pointed to each individual in the photograph and mimicked a beheading motion. A flicker of panic crossed the Patriot's eyes. You mean to say he will come for each of you? Xianxie nodded, then gestured towards the Patriot, forming a crown with his hands, before mimicking a falling motion. The Patriot grasped Xianxie's implication. The soldier boy would seek out each member of the seven, and ultimately, he would confront him as well. Upon hearing this, the Patriot's expression morphed into a grimace. He lowered his voice, saying, Xianxie, we must thwart him. If this impacts me, if it jeopardizes the company, should what fall, we shall both be swept away. For a long while, Xianxie remained silent, then abruptly stood and approached the Patriot, wielding the exquisitely sharpened dagger. The Patriot paused, momentarily taken aback, before comprehending Xianxie's intent. This was Xianxie's way of expressing support. He would stand beside the Patriot in confronting the soldier boy. Oh, thank you, the Patriot uttered, his voice tinged with gratitude. I always knew you would remain the most trustworthy brother I have. Now, you may continue with your tasks. At this juncture, I must respond accordingly. Xianxie nodded and hurriedly exited the conference room. Hey, that fellow, Guoguorun mused, observing Xianxie's hurried departure with a hint of amusement. This loyal subordinate truly exhibited remarkable dedication. However, the reality may be entirely contrary to what Guoguorun perceived. Xianxie stepped into the elevator of the What Company headquarters, his disfigured visage concealed beneath a mask, already glistening with cold sweat. Even the intern standing beside him failed to catch his attention when they greeted him. As the elevator doors closed slowly, Xianxie appeared to have resolved something significant within himself. Without any forewarning, his hand moved with lightning speed, revealing a sharp dagger nestled between his fingers, its blade glinting ominously under the glaring elevator lights. The intern looked up, startled by the sudden commotion, only to be frozen in terror by the sight that unfolded before him. Xianxie showed no hesitation as the tip of the blade pierced his own arm, blood trickling down the edge. Moments later, a grain-sized metallic object was extracted, dripping blood onto his gloved hand. This diminutive device harbored the What Company's absolute control over superheroes, a locator implanted within, perpetually monitoring their every move. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the intern, who stood petrified, trembling as if to scream, but unable to produce a sound. Shinsei slowly turned and tossed the bloodied locator into the intern's hands. After completing this act, he disregarded the intern's horrified expression, which had spiraled out of control, and stepped out of the elevator with purpose. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Butcher's car came to a halt outside an opulent villa, pulsating with garish music emanating from within. It seems the party is quite lively, Butcher remarked sarcastically. Ready to witness the illustrious lifestyle of modern superheroes, old soldier? Perhaps you'll find some amusement after 80 years. The soldier boy, holding a cigarette, wore a cheeky grin. Buddy, I doubt you understand my taste. Women are like fine wine. The older, the better. Are you serious, old soldier? Butcher's expression turned peculiar as he recalled that the first words the old soldier uttered upon seeing Scarlet Countess were, "You've aged." Could he possibly be complimenting her? Never mind. America is far too tolerant. Let us return to serious matters. Twins, your two old friends. They are now regulars at this party. Pills, colors, they reportedly accept everything. These two fools had once indulged even more extravagantly, though you were unaware of it. The soldier boy extinguished his cigarette with his fingers, exhaling a long plume of smoke. Are you certain this is the place? What else could it be? Enjoy this rare glimpse of modernity, old soldier. Butcher shut the car door and, without waiting for the soldier boy, swaggered toward the villa's entrance. The Gathering of Champions? Your father has arrived. Chapter 43, The Gathering of Heroes. Dare to come forth 2 hours prior, at the same extravagant mansion, the residence of the twins. Based on their investigation and their understanding of that scoundrel Butcher, Francie concluded that the evasive Butcher would undoubtedly arrive here with Soldier Boy, intent on unleashing chaos. To spare the innocent bystanders from harm, they summoned Starlight, who had just finished her shift and arrived early to stake out the twins' mansion. However, they were unprepared for the fact that an annual gathering of superheroes was taking place, where emotions ran high. Annie, do you think our intrusion would disrupt their revelry? Starlight mused, feeling somewhat disheartened as she stood at the entrance. Observing the bustling crowd within the villa, I believe we should investigate the situation, Starlight whispered. We are unfamiliar with the interior layout, and should an emergency arise, we must be prepared to evacuate the guests. Nodding in agreement, they approached the grand door and knocked. The dimly lit interior resonated with deafening music, and the sound of footsteps echoed from behind the door. In the next moment, a portly man sporting a scruffy beard opened the door, his sunglasses perched on his nose. He scrutinized Starlight with a hint of confusion, as though her face stirred a vague familiarity within him. We haven't met before, have we? He inquired, as an elongated, tentacle-like appendage slithered down to his left shoulder, encased in a bizarre exoskeleton. Upon witnessing this grotesque sight, Starlight's heart raced. Recognizing the abominable creature as the jump rope man she had seen months ago on the surveillance feed in the Woods laboratory, swallowing hard, she felt a wave of terror wash over her. No, we haven't met. Oh, you don't seem to be a superhuman, do you? The rotund man scrutinized her, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable. Actually, he is my companion. His prowess is quite formidable, especially when it comes to consuming food. He possesses an insatiable appetite. Starlight managed to respond, her revulsion evident as she gestured with her hands. His gaping maw could easily devour an entire meal, she added, trying to salvage the awkward situation. The portly man turned his head away. Suddenly his eyes gleamed with recognition. Oh, Starlight, my apologies for not recognizing you sooner. Please come in. You are most welcome to join the party. Despite the man's enthusiastic welcome, Starlight felt a lingering discomfort. She forced a smile and nervously adjusted her attire as she stepped inside. Upon entering, her eyes were immediately drawn to the spectacle of various superhumans dancing in the ballroom, adorned in an array of eccentric costumes. Some wore masks, others donned vibrant uniforms, while a few wielded whips. As they navigated the corridor, the duo approached the main hall. They simply needed to open one more door to access the inner chamber. Starlight boldly took the lead and swung the door open. To their astonishment, they were met with a deluge of white paint that had seemingly been flung from an unknown source. In an instant, Starlight gasped in shock, covering her mouth at the unfortunate sight. Oh no, this is a disaster. I urgently need a bathroom now. The expression of O instantly transformed into a shade reminiscent of constipation, as an overwhelming sense of nausea enveloped him entirely. The repugnant odor even evoked a queasy sensation within him. Meanwhile, as the deep-sea entity continued to engage with the congregation, the compatriots were reluctant to venture out for reconnaissance, thus dispatching the recently restored locomotive to the villa to assess the situation. So, you are hosting a party? The locomotive, hands on hips and a look of bewilderment on his face, confronted a middle-aged man and woman standing before him. The man donned a golden, open-chested pajama set, while the woman was clad in a black, neck-hugging mini dress. They were twins, though in truth, they were a married couple. Care to give it a try? The twins ushered the locomotive into the villa, where the scene that unfolded abruptly stunned him, compelling him to remove his goggles. Before his eyes lay a tableau that defied the moral compass of ordinary humanity, images that he would never have the opportunity to witness under normal circumstances. This is utterly insane. The locomotive muttered, suddenly feeling unwell, even experiencing a flicker of excitement. This cannot be too pleasurable. No, I must remain focused on my duties. Almost losing control of himself, the locomotive vigorously shook his head, recalling the task assigned to him by his compatriots before his departure. At that moment, the compatriot, with an unusual expression, had lowered his voice, shrouded in mystery, and whispered ominously, "If the soldier boy appears, deal with him." The recollection of his compatriot's eyes, faintly glowing with an ominous hue, sent a chill down the locomotive's spine, feeling as though his uniform was drenched in cold sweat. This is a matter of life and death. However, it appeared that the target had yet to materialize, so perhaps it was permissible to indulge in a bite to eat and observe for a while? The twins exchanged knowing glances upon witnessing the locomotive's expression, revealing smiles that suggested their expectations were met. The scene shifted. Through the smoke-filled foyer, a fully armed soldier boy entered the villa, nostalgia evident in his demeanor. "You know, my friend, in reality, you resemble those so-called antiques." The soldier boy tucked a special supply cigarette behind his ear and glanced with amusement at Butcher, who wore a mischievous grin. "Oh, are you going to continue with your peculiar theories?" Butcher turned, his expression exaggerated. No, you may not be aware. But the origin of the first party decades ago was spearheaded by none other than myself. It's rather amusing that you have maintained this tradition for 80 years. The soldier boy observed the scene before him with a hint of mirth, adjusting the shield in his grasp. "However, I am truly uninterested at present. I wish to know where those two rascals are now. According to intelligence, this villa belonged to them, and it was likely that they organized this gathering. So as the hosts, they should be lingering in the main hall." Butcher shrugged, giving the soldier boy a look that suggested he should understand. The soldier boy then set forth alone into the inner hall. Just as Butcher intended to follow him, a delicate hand unexpectedly halted his movement. Turning in confusion, he found Starlight standing behind him, clutching his attire. "Oh, Starlight, how did you come to be here? Are you particularly fond of this gathering?" "Butcher, you scoundrel. When did you become so formidable that no one can restrain you? I was hoping to inquire about your presence here. Where is Soldier Boy? We are all here to prevent you from wreaking havoc and to protect the innocent from Soldier Boy's wrath." "Oh." Chapter 44. Soldier Boy. Do you genuinely believe they are innocent? Instead of undertaking missions to safeguard the populace, they are here indulging in frivolities. Butcher and his ilk are merely minor players, essentially unassigned, and they harbor a vendetta against Soldier Boy, who once annihilated his entire family. Regardless, you cannot take it upon yourself to make unilateral decisions. Upon hearing this, Butcher's brash demeanor faltered momentarily. A flicker of guilt crossed his eyes before he retorted. "Last month, the Homelander killed Becca. One way or another. I will ensure he pays dearly for it. Furthermore, Ryan is currently in his grasp. Becca entrusted me with his care before her departure. Had you mentioned this while his wife was still alive, Butcher might have hesitated to exact lethal retribution upon the Homelander, but now his intentions are starkly murderous, with no means deemed too extreme. Jonathan primarily operates within the realm of his own interests, thus he refrained from interfering in much of the original plot, including the events that would unfold for Butcher. As such, Becca ultimately met her demise at the hands of the Homelander, though it was, in truth, Ryan who delivered the fatal blow. At that moment, having just emerged from the bathroom after a thorough cleansing, Starlight encountered Butcher and the others. Upon seeing Butcher, her fury ignited, causing her veins to throb with rage. "You incompetent fool, Butcher. You only succeed in complicating matters. You prioritize your vendetta against the Homelander while neglecting the well-being of your comrades. Are you oblivious to the fact that he murdered Becca? And Soldier Boy? Are you unaware that he slaughtered my entire family? One life compared to so many, why is it justified?" The sudden outburst was laced with anguish and fury. "What gives you the right to avenge the Homelander while I am denied the chance to retaliate against Soldier Boy? Becca's life mattered, but what of my family? No. I cannot allow you to proceed. He seeks vengeance against the twins. Step aside, Butcher, this is my affair." I said, "Let me pass." Observing her fierce glare, Butcher ultimately relented, stepping aside to allow her through. "You are walking into certain death." Ignoring Butcher's entreaties, she strode directly into the inner courtyard, where Soldier Boy's uniformed silhouette gradually came into view. "Hey, old man, who might you be?" Soldier Boy turned, shield in hand, regarding the one who called out to him. Truth be told, his memory was filled with countless faces, yet none resembled hers. "You killed my kin. I am here for vengeance." In response, Soldier Boy casually cleared his ears and remarked, "I've slain far too many. My apologies. Which one are you referring to?" Upon witnessing the Soldier Boy's utter lack of remorse and his casual demeanor regarding the matter, a surge of anger compelled him to retrieve 2 gas grenades from his person. He swiftly released one of the clasps and hurled it towards the Soldier Boy. The cylindrical device traced a graceful arc through the air, landing precisely at the soldier boy's feet. Immediately, a dense green fog enveloped him, shrouding him completely. Anticipation flickered across his face, as he seemingly believed the toxic gas would sufficiently debilitate the soldier boy. However, in truth, the gas grenade proved to be ineffective, as the smoke gradually dissipated. The onlookers were startled to hear the soldier boy inhaling leisurely, standing serenely as if savoring a fine cigar. "Ah, how delightful," he remarked with a grin, a dangerous glint dancing in his eyes. "Thank you for the hospitality, my friend. This gas is even more exhilarating than the cigarettes I usually smoke." "I told you." "You could not harm him," Butcher interjected, exasperated, realizing he was utterly powerless against the soldier boy. Had he known, he would have brought something more formidable. Meanwhile, the soldier boy, noticing the lack of further action, disregarded them and continued his journey toward the inner courtyard. Soon, he encountered his two old teammates. Without unnecessary pleasantries, he candidly stated his purpose. He sought only one answer, who had divulged the plan from years past. The twins, recognizing their inevitable fate upon his arrival, divulged the details of the betrayal that had transpired, pleading for the soldier boy to spare them. Just as their conversation maintained a semblance of harmony, an abrupt surge of Russian music erupted from a nearby radio. The soldier boy's reaction was instantaneous and severe. His body stiffened, and his gaze became vacant, as if he had been thrust back into that nightmarish laboratory. Sensing the shift in the soldier boy's demeanor, Butcher was the first to grasp the imminent danger. "Damn it. The veteran is about to lose control. Run." Quickly, before they could escape a significant distance, a powerful orange energy wave erupted from the soldier boy, shattering glass and toppling furniture, causing the villa to collapse dramatically. At that critical moment, Starshine and the locomotive were engaged in a desperate rescue operation. Starshine was shattering large debris with electric blasts, while the locomotive focused on saving acquaintances from the River Crab Society. However, the number of individuals they could rescue remained limited, as the majority of superhumans suffered catastrophic injuries amidst the explosive chaos, with severed limbs strewn across the ruins and some barely clinging to life in agonized cries. Among them, a diminutive superhuman known as Termite was writhing on the ground, struggling to survive, when a boot descending from the sky abruptly crushed him into a pulp. It was the Fatherland, responding to the locomotive's call for reinforcements. He approached, his blue cape billowing in the wind, creating a stark contrast between him and the soldier boy. The appearance of the Fatherland shifted the atmosphere once more. He surveyed his surroundings before fixing his gaze upon the soldier boy, his eyes shimmering with a complex blend of admiration and jealousy. "Soldier boy," the patriotic man spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. "At long last, I have met you. Do you know that I have long regarded you as my idol? I have watched your films no fewer than 100 times. You are the only man who possesses strength akin to mine." Soldier boy raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the patriotic man. "Is that so, my friend?" Soldier boy let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe you appear formidable?" The smile on the patriotic man's face faltered, clearly unprepared for such a retort. Noticing Butcher lurking behind, he remarked, "Clearly, you have breached our agreement." Before he could finish, the patriotic man's eyes flashed, and two beams of laser energy struck Butcher down to the ground. Soldier boy scoffed at the patriotic man's casual display of power before him. "You are nothing but a counterfeit version of me. Just look at yourself in that skin-tight suit, draped in that ridiculous cape. You resemble a colossal, overgrown infant." Throughout his life, the patriotic man had been surrounded by flattery. Few dared to speak to him in such a manner. "You brought this upon yourself." No sooner had he spoken than the patriotic man surged forward with astonishing speed, his fist propelled with immense force aimed directly at Soldier Boy's face. Chapter 45. The epic battle. The patriotic man launched himself towards Soldier Boy, gripping his neck tightly. In an instant, his eyes glowed crimson, preparing to unleash a devastating laser strike at Soldier Boy's visage. However, as a veteran of World War II, seasoned by countless battles, Soldier Boy was no fool. Sensing the imminent threat, he delivered a left hook that struck the patriotic man's jaw, causing his head to snap back and momentarily stifling the laser attack. Seizing the opportunity while the patriotic man was momentarily disoriented, Soldier Boy unleashed a flurry of punches, culminating in a fierce strike to the abdomen that sent the patriotic man doubling over. The patriotic man absorbed several blows before retaliating, swinging his fists in a counterattack. Soldier Boy deftly evaded, causing the patriotic man's fists to smash into the wall, leaving a web of cracks in their wake. Undeterred, the patriotic man pressed on, throwing another punch. However, his close-quarters combat skills were not honed through rigorous training, relying instead on brute strength. He found himself on the receiving end of more punches from Soldier Boy. Yet, for two individuals endowed with such extraordinary physiques, these blows were merely a minor inconvenience. And they continued to pummel each other in a relentless exchange, each blow landing with a resounding thud, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, in terms of stamina, The patriotic man clearly had the advantage. Soldier Boy had just expended considerable energy, and both his strength and energy reserves were in a cooling period. Consequently, during the skirmish, Soldier Boy's strikes began to lose their potency, and the patriotic man seized the opportunity, catching Soldier Boy's fist with a firm grip. With a decisive blow, he executed a powerful kick that sent Soldier Boy crashing back against the door frame before collapsing to the ground. Without pausing, the patriotic man swiftly advanced, seizing Soldier Boy's shoulder and slamming him back against the door frame, then grasping his neck with all his might, initiating a choking maneuver. You truly stirred my excitement for a brief moment. The patriotic individual slowly lifted the Soldier Boy, his expression revealing nothing but disdain. Just then, Butcher, who had been shot down by the patriotic individual, inexplicably stood up behind him, his body swaying in its characteristic manner. Upon hearing a familiar call, the patriotic individual turned his head, only to face two beams of golden laser light hurtling toward him. The lasers struck his chest, sending him flying several meters. Landing amid a heap of rubble, coughing in pain, the patriotic individual descended from the debris, confronting Butcher. "What have you done?" he demanded. "Utter annihilation," Butcher replied, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Enraged by Butcher's smirk, the patriotic individual lowered his head and launched a punch toward him. However, Butcher was no longer intimidated. He had injected himself with a temporary compound before arriving, making his physique nearly equivalent to that of the patriotic individual, with remarkable resilience to blows. The patriotic individual unleashed a flurry of punches upon Butcher's face and body, yet they failed to elicit any significant pain. Instead, Butcher retaliated fiercely, striking back with such force that the patriotic individual was forced to step back, and without honor, began to launch surprise attacks with golden lasers. As the patriotic individual retreated and took flight, both their eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, the golden and red lasers colliding, illuminating the entire villa with blinding brilliance. At that moment, the Soldier Boy unexpectedly sprang from behind the patriotic individual, disregarding any sense of combat etiquette, and yanked him down, slamming him onto a nearby door. While the patriotic individual struggled to regain his footing, the Soldier Boy delivered several hard slaps to his face, prompting Butcher to join the fray. Nevertheless, the patriotic individual remained formidable, managing to repel both attackers and even gain the upper hand. Before long, he forcefully separated them, kicking the Soldier Boy aside while grasping Butcher's throat with both hands, restricting his breath. In a twist no one anticipated, Huey abruptly appeared before them, completely unclothed, causing all three to pause in shock for a second. "Huey? What are you doing here? Seriously, showing up on the battlefield like this? What's the point? While your physique is impressive, this hardly seems an appropriate setting." Before anyone could react further, Huey blinked and sent the patriotic individual flying, rising from the ground. The patriotic individual wiped the dust from the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening. These contract-violating scoundrels. With red-rimmed eyes, he shot lasers swiftly at Huey, but Huey dodged with another blink. Just as the patriotic individual attempted to pursue him, the Soldier Boy and Butcher, who had just regained their footing, charged at him. The Soldier Boy swung at the patriotic individual's legs, while Butcher seized his arms from behind. However, the power of the Homelander is immense. The combined efforts of two individuals have yet to fully subdue him. At this moment, Huey swiftly joined in, pressing down on Homelander's shoulder. Seeing that they had momentarily restrained him, Butcher shouted urgently, "Veteran, act now." The Soldier Boy understood the cue and began to gather energy at his chest. The slowly accumulating orange glow poised behind Homelander. Feeling the heat radiating from behind, Homelander struggled fiercely, his eyes glowing red, mouth agape. As the energy from the chest cannon accumulated further, Butcher turned to Huey. "Huey, you must leave this place." But Huey believed he could still be of assistance. Not a chance. Just then, amidst the struggle, Homelander faced a crisis, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power that freed him from the trio's grasp. With remarkable speed, he soared through the glass dome at the top, escaping the villa with ease. The only remnants in the sky were the sonic booms left in his wake. The three lay on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. "Damn it, he actually got away," Butcher exclaimed. "This is exhausting." "Huey, how on earth did you suddenly appear here? And you have the temporary compound V in your possession. Where did you acquire such powers?" "Actually, Jonathan had some temporary compound V left. He mentioned that you might encounter danger, so I rushed over." "That son of a gun. Jonathan, didn't he inform you about the side effects of the temporary compound V, did he?" "He did mention that if one is in good health, it's fine. But it can trigger or even exacerbate existing ailments. Annie even took me for a health checkup before." "Speaking of which, where is Annie?" Chapter 46. Starlight. I quit at night. A perimeter was established outside the ruins of the villa. At the entrance, a long row of fallen superheroes lay covered by white sheets, devoid of any signs of life. As Starlight walked past this makeshift morgue, She watched a severely injured superhero being loaded into an ambulance and sighed as she approached the others. Let us begin. A mysterious light flickered in Starlight's eyes. With Butcher and the others gone, only I remained, a lone superhero. Inexplicably, the train wreck had also been taken to the hospital. Annie, listen. This is not a wise course of action. She crossed her arms, her expression grave. Homelander helped me become America's sweetheart. He will regret this. Starlight took a deep breath, opened a live stream on her phone, and handed it over, her eyes glistening with tears. Reluctantly, she grasped the phone, aiming it at Annie. Are you ready? Starlight steadied her emotions and began to speak into the camera. I am currently in Montpelier, Vermont, where 12 superheroes and civilians have perished and many more are injured. Homelander and Vought will claim that this was the work of supervillains, asserting that they have resolved the issue. In truth, they have not. As Starshine gathered her thoughts, she articulated, this is the work of Soldier Boy. I know it sounds absurd, yet Soldier Boy has never truly cared for the protection of Americans. Perhaps he never has. It can be asserted that most superheroes are indifferent to you. They are solely concerned with their own image. Among them, Homelander stands out as the most reprehensible. This statement detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting a maelstrom on social media, with users flooding the comments section with expressions of shock and horror. He has harmed many, and he has done unspeakable things to Queen Maeve. I am uncertain how they will retaliate once I unveil the truth, but I shall persist. I should have exposed them sooner. For that, I apologize. Furthermore, I am no longer Starshine. I am Annie January, and I am done with this. 5 days later. A special report from Vought News, a betrayed nation. Starshine's remarks in the live stream. It has been 5 days, and apart from Vaught's fabrications, there is nothing else. Soldier Boy has yet to be apprehended, and Queen Maeve remains missing. The Vought News live broadcast displayed recordings of Starshine's statements from the past days. Once again, we reiterate that Maeve is undergoing rehabilitation. Soldier Boy's claims are entirely nonsensical. He perished in 1984. Starshine is merely attempting to incite panic. Ashley, responsible for the Seven's public relations, sat in the live stream studio, projecting confidence while internally grappling with her own doubts. Does this count as betraying the Federation? I too am curious. Is Starshine simply hysterical? Another woman, cast aside by Homelander, voicing her resentment? Indeed, while Ashley engaged in public relations, Homelander, intent on maintaining his approval ratings, delivered speeches nationwide, attempting to distance himself from the incident. Captain Jonathan and his girlfriend Kate concluded their address and returned to the Seven's tower to assist Vought in stabilizing the public narrative. Notably, Jonathan brought Huey to his office, instructing him to assist. Since you're aware that trouble is brewing over there, why don't you intervene yourself? Huey inquired curiously as he operated the computer, which displayed a connection with reporters from the already infiltrated outlet. In truth, my presence would have made little difference. Homelander can fly. Do you think I possess the ability to catch up with him? Jonathan held a cup of black coffee, brewed by Kate, gently blowing on it. Though he spoke thus, Jonathan was not intimidated by Homelander's strength. His primary objective was to secure Vought. Should he rashly confront Homelander in battle, Vought would merely become cannon fodder. Rather than allowing a newly established company like the Seven to start from scratch, it would be wiser to embrace a comprehensive solution. Jonathan referred to this as a sweeping strategy. Thus, he allowed the narrative to unfold naturally, maintaining control without veering off course. Moreover, the current predicament of Voter has plunged into a public relations crisis. As the prospective successor, Jonathan must adeptly leverage the recently integrated Hydra journalists to craft news narratives and steer the public opinion of the conglomerate, albeit excluding the interests of the Homelanders. It is imperative to understand that to truly seize control of Voter, 2 individuals must be dealt with. The first is the current executive president, Stan Edgar. Jonathan need not fret over this matter, for his ally, Newman, will soon betray him. In her quest to ascend to the presidency, she will transform Voter into a monolithic entity for the Homelanders. The second is our radiant golden boy, Supa. Having grown up within the confines of Voter, he regards its enterprises as his personal domain, and any threat to his standing will provoke him to take ruthless measures to restore the status quo. Jonathan's reluctance to manipulate the opinion of the Homelanders is transparently strategic. He seeks to observe them as they gradually witness the erosion of their cherished possessions, ultimately leading to their emotional collapse. At that juncture, he will undoubtedly retaliate with his own formidable allies against Jonathan. Reminiscent of the time when the Homelanders dispatched terrorists injected with the temporary Compound V to assault him. When the moment arrives, Jonathan will possess a legitimate justification to strike back, ultimately vanquishing the Homelanders and seizing control of the Voter conglomerate. Now, he awaits the day when this substantial prize will bite the bait. Meanwhile, in the home of the legendary former vice president, Butcher emerged from his room with a hint of exasperation, addressing the legendary figure engrossed in television. Old Ghost, the veteran claims there is no lubricant left. Oh, come now. I've grown weary of this from the start. How is it, old ghost? Isn't he the most celebrated superhero of your era? You've known each other for so many years. Do you recall the news of the Normandy landings? In truth, 2 weeks after D-Day. That propaganda was merely a staged event. He never set foot in Germany. He was spraying water with a fire hose in Birmingham, practicing shooting at Kent State University. And there are even whispers that he provided a scalp treatment for Kennedy. They call it a glorious time. Old ghost. It appears that voter has always operated in such a shadowy manner. The dilemma is that Americans yearn for heroic figures. What are we to do? We can only conceal the sordid aspects and craft a mythical soldier boy for ourselves. And in promoting this fairy tale, I have become mired in moral corruption. So, has he yet emerged? Uncertain, a day has passed, and your 2 caretakers in their 70s are still inside. Butcher shrugged, casting a resigned glance at the legendary figure. Chapter 47. Simple Milk, Ultimate Indulgence. 8 days later, the presidential candidate's campaign rally was in full swing. The venue was teeming with supporters brandishing placards and chanting his name. The air thick with excitement and anticipation. Amidst the crowd stood Victoria Newman, clad in a striking white-striped women's suit adorned with an American flag brooch, exuding elegance. Her dark brown hair shimmered in the sunlight, embodying the nascent aura of authority. Beside her, her new boyfriend cradled a slender little girl with a somewhat vintage complexion, who curiously gazed at the figure about to emerge from the podium. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the crowd, all eyes turning towards the stage as the patriot ascended. His iconic red, white, and blue uniform shimmering under the sunlight. His golden hair was neatly slicked back, and his expression exuded calmness. Dear friends, he began, his voice resonating with fervor. I trust you are all aware of the allegations surrounding Starlight and its supposed involvement in human trafficking? The patriot continued, his tone soaring and incendiary. Yes, I believe she intervened in the lives of runaway youths at Starlight House, and this is purely coincidental. The audience began to murmur. Confusion and disdain etched across their faces, with some even shouting to vindicate Starlight. Oh, come now, isn't it glaringly obvious? The patriot pressed on. Those unfortunate children entered her charity and vanished without a trace. It is utterly horrifying. Yet we must confront the truth, no matter how grotesque it may be. Starlight is a wolf in sheep's clothing. She has deceived me. She has deceived all of you. We have all been misled, haven't we? Now, she seeks to bring me down. Why? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Whispers exchanged as disbelief flickered across their faces. Victoria furrowed her brow, acutely aware that events were spiraling into a perilous direction. For if I were to be eliminated, no one would be capable of thwarting her. No one. She recognized this all too well. The patriot gestured emphatically, his rhetoric growing increasingly fervent, with his accusations becoming more absurd, yet the audience lapped it up, expressing their agreement. Do you think the media present here will report this? He inquired, pointing towards the throng of reporters and photographers at the back, his implication heavy. No, of course not. Newman stood aghast, watching the unfolding spectacle, soon breaking into a faint smile. She realized how easily people could be swayed and manipulated by such blatant falsehoods. This implied that as long as incendiary rhetoric existed, persuading the masses to wholeheartedly believe in something could be accomplished with alarming ease. The patriot reveled in the cheers of the crowd, his oratory skills, his ability to incite the audience. And even the gleaming layer of bronzer on his face were tactics he had absorbed from the unscrupulous politicians throughout his life. He was in his element, brimming with confidence. However, just as his speech was reaching its zenith, his expression suddenly stiffened. A distant, unfocused gaze overtook him, as if he had seen something, unseen by the audience. His hands began to tremble slightly. In his line of sight, a familiar face with a scruffy beard abruptly materialized among the crowd. Soldier Boy. His scrutinizing eyes locked onto the patriot. This apparition lasted mere seconds, yet it was sufficient to unnerve the patriot. A flash of alertness ignited in his eyes, which quickly closed as the vision dissipated. I wish to express my love for you all. The speaker, unexpectedly interrupted, conveyed a hint of panic in his voice. Thank you, everyone, for your votes. He is remarkable. With that, he hurriedly exited the stage, leaving behind a perplexed audience. He promptly seized the microphone, attempting to redirect their attention back to his campaign theme. The speaker hastily made his way backstage to a quiet barn. He needed a moment to gather himself, his heart racing and perspiration beating on his forehead. A wave of intense unease and anxiety washed over him. He found solace in a small calf barn nearby, a serene and secluded space. Observing a black cow grazing, he glanced around and suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. Since childhood, he had cherished the taste of milk, an affection that had accompanied him throughout his life. Thus, he approached the cow, carrying an iron bucket, and began to leisurely milk it. As he squeezed, satisfaction illuminated his expression. This simple act was remarkably therapeutic, swiftly alleviating his inner turmoil. Soon, a bucket of fresh milk was filled, and he gingerly lifted it, pouring it into his mouth with the reverence of savoring fine wine. The sheer simplicity of drinking milk became an exquisite pleasure. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted from behind. Did you skip breakfast? No, this cow is in distress. I merely wish to help. Newman disregarded the speaker's irrelevant response, tilting his head to say, I speak the truth because no one else will. Pull yourself together, acknowledge that he is indeed the soldier boy, and regain control of the situation. The speaker responded with a hollow laugh, gradually placing the milk bucket on the ground. Do you believe I lack control? Indeed. You just spent 20 minutes critiquing Starlight without uttering a word about the next president. You are the speaker. Hold firm. Do not lash out indiscriminately. The speaker, losing patience with Newman's incessant chattering, swiftly extended his right hand and seized Newman's throat with a vice-like grip. I apologize. Please, continue. The speaker's expression hardened. You require someone trustworthy. Someone like you? I removed Edgar for you. I launched a surprise attack on the Unburned and orchestrated the downfall of the collective church. I have sacrificed much for this. My propositions are purely transactional. You assist me with a minor favor, and I shall return the favor, just as you previously suggested. The speaker furrowed his brow. What is your leverage? Victoria struggled from her pocket to produce a folded piece of paper. This is what you desire. She extended the paper towards the speaker. He opened it with one hand, glancing at its contents, his expression shifting dramatically. Where did you acquire this? Chapter 48. Acknowledging the Father. A week had passed since the last speech at the campaign rally, during which numerous vexing and aggravating events had transpired. Starlight returned to the Seven, packing his belongings and resigning. Just as the speaker sought an explanation, Starlight trained his 9 billion live-streaming cameras on him, leaving him unable to react. Outside the Watt Tower, followers of Starry Home have been vociferously bickering with their supporters for a week. They brandish placards inscribed with slogans echoing those from World War II, aimed at encouraging female workers, protesting with titles such as, In the midst of being escorted, Maeve has mysteriously vanished. Even more absurdly, the only individual he trusted, Xian-sei, has inexplicably removed his tracking chip and disappeared without a trace, only to return to the Seven Lighthouse 2 days ago, proclaiming his resolve to vanquish Soldier Boy. Yet, amidst these tumultuous days, the sole source of solace for Guigua is that he has located his son, Ryan, residing in a safe house through Newman S-Note. He has endeavored to nurture Ryan, his son who inherently possesses his superpowers, fostering a bond that has momentarily alleviated his burdens. For decades, Guigua has been raised within a laboratory, devoid of parental affection and the joys of childhood, even lacking the freedom to forge friendships. Consequently, he places immense value on familial ties. With a son like Ryan, he can momentarily endure the trials of life. Otherwise, he would be tempted to obliterate those who oppose him with his laser vision. At that moment, his landline suddenly rang. Guigua answered, connecting the call. Someone is calling for you, claiming to be Soldier Boy. Upon hearing this keyword, Guigua's expression shifted, his mouth agape. Yes, please put him through. Hello? Is it really you? Guigua inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. It is I. I have come across some new information, and I believe we should converse. At this, Guigua's anger flared. You think we can just chat after what transpired? You are deluding yourself. That was merely luck on your part, as you ambushed me. The memory of his defeat surged forth, tightening his expression, his tone charged with agitation. In the autumn of 1980, I was summoned to Walkbaum's laboratory for a ludicrous gene experiment. What? That year, I inadvertently placed a significant object into a cup, only to discover Walkbaum had fathered a child, a boy born in the spring of 1981. Here's an intriguing tidbit. If they continue to cast me as the hero, I shall make you the focal point. What father does not wish to bestow the limelight upon his son? At this revelation, Guigua's eyes widened in disbelief, his countenance reflecting sheer bewilderment. Shortly thereafter, he instructed someone to summon Xian-sei, while he stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling city below. Soon, the door was silently pushed open, and Xian-sei entered. Guigua inhaled deeply, turning to face Xian-sei with a deliberately crafted smile. You're here, he remarked, maintaining an even tone. We need to talk. Xian-sei nodded, approaching Guigua, while simultaneously sharpening his metaphorical knives. Guigua paced, hands clasped behind his back. So, you were once allies with Soldier Boy. You know him well. What kind of person is he? Xian-sei listened, somewhat bewildered, and stepped aside to inscribe 3 letters with his black marker. For heaven's sake, no one is innately wicked. He continued to underline his words with 2 strokes. Back during his time with the Repayers, the Soldier Boy acted like a tyrant. Any shortcomings by his teammates were met with scornful insults or, worse, physical assault, infringing upon the freedom of every member. There was even an instance when the Soldier Boy struck him with a shield, leaving him half-conscious in agony. Observing Xian-sei's reaction, the patriotic man appeared taken aback and reorganized his thoughts. He is my father. Initially, I did not believe it until I combed through the company files and discovered that this absurdity was indeed true. Haha. As he spoke, the patriotic man chuckled to himself. You know, they deceived me my entire life. What a shocking revelation. What I needed most as a child was a father. Yet they kept it from me. Now I, lost in his own emotions. The patriotic man turned back only to find new words inscribed on Shinsei's paper. He must be killed. I find it rather amusing that the desire to kill him seems so absurd. Everyone perceives you as an enigmatic sphinx, shrouded in mystery, yet I do not. My piercing gaze can penetrate your mask. I can see the scars that battle has left upon you, that familiar yet sinister smile. I'm aware of your joy or sorrow. Whether you speak the truth or weave a lie. Shinsei's dark lenses flickered momentarily before returning to calmness. The patriotic man felt a surge of inner turmoil. You know, I have a father, and he has always been alive? After a long silence, Shinsei gently nodded. He understood that if he lied, the patriotic man would discern it instantly, so it was better to speak honestly. Upon seeing Shinsei's familiar mask, the patriotic man's expression contorted in anguish. Tears shimmering in his eyes, quickly replaced by a wave of betrayal and fury. Damn it, he gasped, taking a deep breath as he placed a hand on Shinsei's shoulder. You know, Shinsei? The patriotic man's voice suddenly grew eerily calm. I have always considered you the person I trust most. I thought you were the only one who understood me. Why didn't you tell me? Choked with emotion. His expression abruptly turned icy. In an instant, before Shinsei could react, the patriotic man's hand pierced through Shinsei's abdomen, seizing his innards. Shinsei's eyes widened in disbelief. Pain and confusion etched across his face beneath the mask. The patriotic man then yanked out Shinsei's internal components, exposing them to the air. You should have told me sooner. The patriotic man's cold gaze merely flicked over Shinsei's dire state before he turned his back and exited the conference room. Chapter 49, The Calm Before the Storm. The astute patriotic man. A seemingly tranquil morning at home. Recently escaped from the armored vehicle, Queen Maeve was indulging in an apple pie, exchanging glances with Frenchie, Starlight, and Kimiko. The expressions on their faces were far from pleasant, and a heavy atmosphere permeated the air. Maeve was the first to break the silence, inquiring about the current situation. Soldier Boy, if he ventures to the Seven Tower to seek vengeance against the Homelander, you must understand the dire consequences that may ensue. She crossed her legs and continued. The Vought group employs thousands. If two engage in combat, the entire edifice could collapse, endangering the lives of countless innocent employees. Damn it. Where has Butcher gone? The last time I saw him, he was with Soldier Boy. Given his usual tendencies, it's likely he has found a hiding place. Eluding our search, Frenchie added from the side. After finishing her apple pie, Maeve suddenly recalled a location where she had previously encountered Butcher. I believe I know where he is, she announced. Meanwhile, in a temporary rented apartment in New York, Butcher poured a glass of whiskey for Soldier Boy and eagerly took a sip from his own glass. Soldier Boy, contemplatively grasping his glass at the bar, responded. You haven't watched the musical An American in Paris, have you? Oh, is this yet another one of your attempts to showcase your masculinity? Butcher teased. But Soldier Boy did not engage with the innuendo and continued. You see, I did not come from a destitute background. My father, the steel magnate Carnegie, owned more than half of the ironworks in America. He and Rockefeller were pivotal figures in shaping the course of the nation. And they experienced far more collusion and dark histories than you can imagine. I was no model child. I was expelled from every boarding school I attended, ultimately facing his disdain and scorn for being unworthy of inheriting his name. In a bid for his absurd approval, I underwent Vaught's Compound V experiment, becoming America's first superhero, Soldier Boy. It is utterly ridiculous that I still fail to earn his recognition, as he dismisses my journey as taking shortcuts. To add to this, I now have a son. Upon hearing this, Butcher's expression grew increasingly serious as he observed Soldier Boy's yearning to bestow the paternal affection he never received from his own father on a Homelander. Veteran. The Homelander is not your son beyond the mere inheritance of your genes. You were captured by Vought to create a controllable substitute. Is it not somewhat laughable that you still cling to this notion of blood inheritance? He subjected you to years of torment, and you wish to forgive him? Soldier Boy fell silent, seemingly lost in contemplation, before wandering off to smoke a specially made American cigarette. Just as Butcher intended to retreat for a brief rest, a sudden knock echoed through the front door. Butcher yawned as he opened the door, only to be astonished to find his comrade, Queen Maeve, standing outside with an impassive expression. Huh? Maeve, why didn't you wait? Before Butcher could finish his sentence, a familiar, robust figure suddenly leapt out beside Maeve, swiftly brandishing a cold, black weapon against Butcher's jaw. Whoa, 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 be careful. Damn it. Butcher, did you think I wouldn't find you? Hand over Soldier Boy immediately. He barked. Butcher's heart raced in alarm, yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, Queen Maeve took decisive action, hurling a gas canister out the window and dismantling the breast milk gun. At that moment, Soldier Boy returned from outside, where he had been smoking a special cigarette, only to witness the unfolding chaos. You thought you could come and capture me? In fact, I only wish to eliminate the Homelanders. Maeve, you didn't say that just now, he exclaimed, visibly distressed. Hadn't they all agreed beforehand to either kill or subdue Soldier Boy to prevent him from seeking revenge on the Homelanders at the tower? Maeve gazed at the recently freed Butcher and declared, I have no retreat left. To stop the Homelanders, I am willing to pay any price. And Soldier Boy is a crucial asset. No, Maeve, this cannot be, protested Butcher. Yes, it's far too unpredictable. There are thousands of them. This is not a trivial number, Starlight added. There's no choice. Perhaps I have been too lenient with the Homelanders, allowing the current chaos to unfold. I owe you all an apology. You should go wait in the vault. Listen, Maeve, this is far too dangerous. It's safer with us here, warned Butcher. Maeve remained silent, her gaze fixed on the group. Apart from Soldier Boy, Butcher had yet to administer the temporary compound V to himself, leaving no one capable of confronting her. Consequently, Frenchie, Kimiko, and Starlight were left feeling frustrated as they were confined to the vault, awaiting rescue. In the vault tower, the Homelander approached Ashley's office. His expression was dark, and a cold, murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. Upon seeing the Homelander enter, a wave of fear surged within Ashley. I killed Black Noir, the Homelander admitted nonchalantly, his tone flat, as if recounting a trivial matter. What? Ashley's eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely process his words. Black Noir had always been the most competent operative within the Seven, supported by a plethora of individuals with language barriers. The very person capable of garnering several percentage points of support had been eliminated by the Homelander just like that? Ignoring Ashley's shock, the Homelander continued. When I first took the stage, everyone said I would have my own superhero team. Yet now, Vought has handed the captaincy to a nameless, talentless individual who can only draw attention through speeches, while Deep has been poached from under me, leaving just a half-dead train wreck. Is the Seven still a brand? Ashley, I need you to mobilize all the superheroes currently active on the second tier. Soldier Boy is about to arrive at the tower, and I require substantial support to prevent any unforeseen events. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in the eyes of the Patriot, though the Soldier Boy cast a shadow over him. It mattered not that he had abandoned martial ethics for the sake of familial ties. Perhaps it would proceed smoothly, or perhaps a crisis would emerge. Should treachery rear its head again, he would not hesitate to turn against his allies. Chapter 50. The call to arms resounds, instilling awe among all. As the former captain of the Seven, the Patriot's lingering authority commanded respect. Thus, Ashley dared not defy his orders. Accordingly, she dispatched a summons to every secondary hero via the official system, urging them to converge swiftly at the Tower of Seven within a limited time frame. Simultaneously, Deep Sea, engaged with the collective church in addressing remaining matters, received notification of the mass summons. Many superhumans affiliated with the collective church were also included in this call. Upon receiving the urgent summons, Deep Sea, recognizing the gravity of the situation, ensured his wife drove him in their Porsche while promptly placing a call to Jonathan. At that moment, Jonathan was perusing the newly established headquarters of the Hydra organization alongside Huey. The headquarters, situated adjacent to the collective church, boasted 7 grand floors, mirroring the auspicious number favored in the West. The edifice stood tall, capturing attention while facilitating cooperation between the two entities. The land upon which it rested was undeniably valuable. Indeed, these superheroes were quite prosperous. Huey, fastening a Hydra insignia pin to his chest, smirked and remarked disdainfully. Previously employed at a media store, his salary barely surpassed $700, and after taxes, the amount he took home was minimal. Later, upon joining the boys, he found himself devoid of a stable income. As all team expenses were funded by Butcher through Colonel Mallory's budget, the team shared meals and accommodations, leaving little room for any semblance of a personal life. Only his girlfriend, Starlight, managed to earn a modest sum through her superhero work and streaming. Yet, he held on to his dignity. He could not bring himself to live off her earnings. Thus, encountering Jonathan, a man of considerable wealth, opened his eyes to a different world, nearly leading him to join the League of Rich Avengers. According to the official data from Vought, the Patriot's monthly income was a mere $100,000. Thus, Jonathan's source of wealth was a mystery. It could only be surmised that the Patriot held little interest in monetary gain. If he truly sought profit, he would likely amass far more than Jonathan. Suddenly, Huey's phone rang. This is Huey Campbell. What is it? Startled, he responded, prompting Jonathan to glance over an inquiry. It's Annie and the others. They've been trapped in the vault by the Soldier Boy. Maeve has taken Soldier Boy and Butcher to the Tower of Seven to confront the Patriot. Oh, Jonathan mused, realizing they were on the brink of an impending confrontation between the Soldier Boy and the Patriot. He anticipated a scenario where the Soldier Boy, devastated by Butcher's protective words, would face a 1 versus 3 battle, ultimately leading to Maeve's apparent demise and a strategic retirement from the fray. This development, however, bore no impact on Jonathan's plans. Just as he intended to dismiss the matter with a wave of his hand, an unexpected call rang through to his phone. Hello? In the midst of a tumultuous gathering, the figure known as Homelander summoned a multitude of second-tier heroes alongside the imposing presence of the train. He publicly proclaimed that the Seven were on the brink of a significant threat and scheduled a press conference, attracting a plethora of media to the scene. As I hastened to arrive, it was evident that Homelander was poised for a momentous undertaking. Jonathan raised an eyebrow, sensing an unpredictable shift in the narrative. The once reclusive Homelander had remained within the confines of the Vought Tower, even bringing his son, Ryan, to his side, attempting to leverage familial bonds with the soldier boy. Now, however, he had convened an assembly of heroes. What might this signify? Meanwhile, in the opulent office of Homelander, he gazed into the mirror, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Methodically, he donned each glove placed beside him and strolled towards the conference room. Moments later, he stood at the front of the room, casting a condescending gaze upon the array of second-tier superheroes seated at the lengthy table, with the train defiantly standing to the side, arms crossed. His eyes swept over each unfamiliar face, filled with disdain. Enough of your incessant chatter, Homelander declared, his tone laced with impatience. Today, we shall deliberate on the impending crisis at hand. The second-tier heroes looked up, bewildered, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. What crisis? Everything seems perfectly fine, they murmured. Suppressing the urge to unleash his laser vision, Homelander's countenance darkened as he retorted, that damn live broadcast from Starlight has been a disaster for Vought. Recently, our superhuman allies have faced assaults, and you lot have allowed the captain to be replaced by an ineffectual youth. Besides giving speeches, what have you accomplished? Do you not perceive this as a crisis? Those incidents are trivial. We VE always occupied the second tier. Hasn't it always been this way? One hero interjected. We aren't even members of the Seven. Such decisions are typically made by the board. We lack the authority to interfere. Homelander felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He began to reminisce about Noir, who at least listened intently and considered matters earnestly, providing satisfactory responses. Yet this scenario was different. He struggled to maintain his composure. The greatest crisis is that Soldier Boy is on the way. It's crucial to understand that prior to my ascendance, he was the most illustrious name of his era. Soldier Boy? He is still alive? Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the assembly. Didn't T. Ashley claim that Soldier Boy's resurrection was a fabrication? The second-tier heroes engaged in fervent debate, shaking their heads. Further aggravating Homelander, he inhaled deeply, striving to restrain himself from obliterating this band of imbeciles. For over a decade, I have represented the Vought image. Recently, my captaincy was usurped, and if the new appointee performed better than I would have no complaints. Yet here he is, occupying his position while contributing nothing. To compound matters, a legend from the previous era is set to emerge to challenge me, although I share some history with him. He may or may not acquiesce to my terms. At this moment, your assistance is required, not just for water but for yourselves as well. Do you not agree? However, compatriots, the current leader of the Seven is Wu Jin, and we lack the authority to heed your commands, remarked the superhuman known as White Dove. Is that so? A crimson glow welled up in the eyes of the compatriot, and in a flash, the head of the superhuman clad in white uniform exploded like a watermelon, its contents scattering across the conference room, hot blood splattering everywhere. Do any of you still wish to speak? No, we do not. Comrade, we shall follow your lead. Chapter 51, a heartwarming scene of filial piety and helplessness. All right, you may leave now. No one is permitted to enter without my command. The compatriot waved dismissively, expelling the terrified second-tier heroes from the conference room. Locomotive, and Ishili, you remain. Once all the secondary superhumans hurriedly departed to wait on the next level. The compatriot closed the door and turned towards Locomotive. You incompetent fools always cause me distress. Do you have any idea of the contributions I have made and the blood, sweat, and tears I have invested for the Seven? You, Locomotive, have slain your own kind. Do you comprehend the gravity of this? You are perpetually fixated on your laughable kind, your mind muddled with the goo formed by compound number 5, and you, with your unfamiliar heart, began to face the wrath of the compatriot. His gaze was filled with irritation, confusion, and an intense disdain for foolishness. Locomotive, chastised, could only lower his head, too afraid to meet the compatriot's eyes. He was aware that he had indeed crossed a line, but that was his brother. If he did not seek revenge, he would not deserve the name Locomotive. And you, Ishili, are you wearing a wig? Remove that layer of falsehood immediately. Ishili, incredulous, trembled as she slowly lifted the seemingly lush wig from her head. Upon its removal, only a few fragile strands remained, her eyes already brimming with tears. Since joining the Seven, aside from Jonathan and Kate, who provided her some respite, every other member, including the compatriot, had been a source of great distress. These superheroes, buoyed by their influence and egotism, displayed arrogance and defiance, significantly escalating Aishili's work-related stress. Whenever she felt overwhelmed, she would yank a handful of her hair. A month had passed, and her hair was visibly thinning. The compatriot was truly oppressive. Locomotive, I now assign you a task. Assassinate the vice president. The compatriot commanded. Locomotive's heart tightened. This mission was exceedingly arduous for him. Although he was swift, he could not guarantee the absence of witnesses, should he be exposed. His heroic career would be over. Yet, he found himself with no room for choice, facing the compatriot's inscrutable gaze, devoid of even a shred of courage to resist. Very well. At this moment, the members of the black-cloaked squad, trapped within the vault, found themselves engulfed in despair. The vault door was exceedingly robust. It would take approximately half a day of relentless effort to breach it, given the strength of starlight. Fortunately, Franchi's phone, having been modified, was able to receive faint signals even within the vault, prompting him to urgently call Huey. Shortly thereafter, they heard commotion from outside, as the lock on the vault door was turned, allowing the outside air to waft in. As the door swung open, the group was taken aback to find not only Huey standing there but also Jonathan, the captain of the Seven. Homelander, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the tower? A sense of hostility towards the unfamiliar superhero brewed among them, as they perceived these strangers as potential threats. And Huey, why did you bring him here? Guys, it was actually him who led me here. The vault door was tightly locked, and it was Jonathan who helped you open it. Franchi, momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly grew curious. So, Huey, you're now Homelander's sidekick? You're one of us. We agreed to fight against the Vought people together. Oh, Franchi, I'm not on the side of Vought. In fact, we also aim to confront them. The situation outside might be entirely different from what you presume. With Huey's summary, the group began to grasp their current predicament. So, the Vought people have already entered a state of readiness? How dare they act without fear of causing public panic? Starlight's expression contorted in concern. What kind of press conference are they planning? In light of the tense circumstances, the black-cloaked squad did not hesitate, hastily preparing to depart for Vought Tower to rescue their comrades. Beneath the dilapidated apartment they had rented, two supercars roared to life, drawing the attention of passers-by as they sped away. The elevator to the 82nd floor of Vought Tower opened, revealing Queen Maeve, Butcher, and Soldier Boy, each adorned with splatters of blood. They traversed through the deserted offices until they arrived at a spacious document room. To their astonishment, Homelander awaited them there. Donned in his combat attire, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze filled with scrutiny. Oh, you bastard, coming to die so soon? Butcher shook his head, a malevolent grin stretching across his face. Queen Maeve stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes burning with intense hatred fixed on Homelander. However, the seemingly calm expression on Homelander's face betrayed no less turmoil. Just the previous night, he had received a call from Soldier Boy, hoping to reconnect and perhaps reclaim the fatherly love that had never been experienced. Yet today, he found himself confronted by two of his adversaries, brought to his headquarters by his own uncle. It was evident that the intentions of these visitors were far from benign. As this thought crossed his mind, the patriotic man grew increasingly enraged, and in a fit of fury, he exclaimed, Soldier Boy, I am your son, your flesh and blood. Our family's reunion is of utmost importance. Look, not only do you have me, but you also have a lovely grandson. Come, Ryan, come meet your grandfather. With that, the patriotic man cautiously led out a boy from the side. The child, with his golden hair and blue eyes, bore a striking resemblance to both the patriotic man and Soldier Boy. Behold, this is your grandson. He has inherited all our commendable traits. Ryan, call him Grandpa. Grandpa, Ryan said, gazing curiously at the Soldier Boy, his eyes flickering with a hint of intrigue. However, instead of stirring any feelings within Soldier Boy, this utterance of grandfather ignited his pent-up rage and disdain. He was taken aback that his substitute, the very architect of his suffering, could be such an enormous infant. Silently, he turned his head away, unwilling to witness this discomforting spectacle. Unexpectedly, the patriotic man began to shed tears, his expression filled with sincerity and longing for familial bonds. In truth, I am you. Soldier Boy placed his hand on the patriotic man's shoulder and began, I am aware. Yet, you are profoundly disappointing. Weeping and wailing like an oversized infant. How could I possibly have such a feeble son? His words were steeped in disappointment, helplessness, and a hint of concealed hatred. Truly, it was overwhelmingly disappointing. Before the patriotic man could respond, Soldier Boy's hand, which had rested on the man's shoulder, suddenly clenched tightly around his chin and jerked it backward with force. Chapter 52, Soldier Boy, am I to be the harbinger of chaos? At that moment, Queen Maeve and Butcher, upon witnessing Soldier Boy's assault on the patriotic man, rushed forward to intervene without any regard for decorum. However, young Ryan, who had merely come to acknowledge his grandfather, suddenly clung tightly to Butcher's leg, shouting, Don't hurt my daddy, Grandpa. As the patriotic man faced imminent peril from a potential assault, the young boy could no longer contain himself. He unleashed a powerful beam from his eyes, striking Soldier Boy and sending him crashing through a nearby window, shattering the glass into countless fragments. Yet, this minor injury was inconsequential to Soldier Boy, the most resilient among them. Rising swiftly, he flung his arm, sending a flying shield hurtling toward Ryan, slamming him into the wall. Ryan, the patriotic man, driven by paternal instinct, disregarded his own safety and rushed to crouch beside Ryan to assess his injuries. Seizing the opportunity as the patriotic man exposed his vulnerability, Soldier Boy gathered a surge of orange energy in his chest, preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon him. However, Butcher, who had promised his wife Becca before his demise to protect Ryan, hesitated for a moment but then resolutely unleashed golden laser beams from his eyes, propelling the charging Soldier Boy several meters away. As Soldier Boy swiftly regained his footing, his expression was one of utter bewilderment. "What the hell are you doing?" "The priority is to exact revenge, not to harm that child," Butcher replied. "He is the son of my wife." The Soldier Boy, upon hearing this, was utterly stunned. His worldview shattered. He gazed incredulously at Butcher, who appeared to be a relatively normal man despite his bushy beard. "Wait. My son performed an artificial nucleic acid test on your wife, and you intend to save that wretched child? Have you become addicted to wearing the green hat? I made a promise. You treacherous scoundrel, do not harm him." The Soldier Boy looked at the formidable Butcher and was driven to laughter by his anger. "You bastard! How dare you?" With that, the Soldier Boy charged forward, raising his shield to strike Butcher. At that moment, the countryman, who had settled Ryan, turned around with a brooding expression, the anger simmering beneath the surface ready to erupt. He suddenly waved at a camera in the corner and then lunged at the Soldier Boy. At that time, the Soldier Boy was engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat with Butcher, both exchanging blows with remarkable vigor. Yet, the Soldier Boy was fully armored, his battle suit capable of withstanding bullets. Not to mention, he wielded a shield, making it effortless for him to block Butcher's every punch, much to Butcher's frustration. Since physical attacks proved futile, Butcher resorted to his supernatural abilities. Seizing the opportunity while the Soldier Boy was defending with his shield, Butcher swiftly grasped the Soldier Boy's shoulder, holding it firmly in place. Golden lasers shot from his eyes, searing the Soldier Boy's vision. But who was the Soldier Boy? Back in the laboratory, he had swallowed Gatling fire daily and endured acid burns. By now, very few things could physically breach his defenses. Thus, Butcher's lasers merely had the effect of a flashbang, causing no actual harm to his skin. The Soldier Boy retaliated with a swift slap to Butcher, forcing the laser back at him, followed by a series of punches and a downward kick that brought Butcher to his knees. Then, with a flourish, he swung his shield, striking Butcher on the forehead, causing him to roll his eyes back in a daze. Gripping Butcher's leg with one hand, he swung him around like a toy, smashing him down onto the floor, creating a large crater. Seeing Butcher falter against the Soldier Boy, the countryman's eyes flashed with disdain. However, mid-flight, he was abruptly intercepted by Queen Maeve. "Maeve, do not obstruct me. I have more pressing matters to attend to." "No, you shall have no opportunity." With that, Queen Maeve delivered a powerful kick, sending the countryman crashing into a storage cabinet, relentlessly following up with a punch to his head, each strike delivered with lethal intent and without mercy. Observing the dented metal cabinet, the countryman turned, his fury no longer concealed. "Maeve, I have tolerated your insolence time and again without resorting to killing you. Yet you still wish to take my life, including that of you, Butcher, that bastard, and that wretched Soldier Boy, along with the worthless substitute who replaced me. What you have done is truly abominable, and you have enraged me beyond measure. I shall hold back no longer." As he spoke, the figure of the Patriot, contorted with rage, lunged swiftly towards Queen Maeve, unleashing a laser beam. Maeve hurriedly shielded herself with the heat-absorbing metal of her wristband. The Patriot pressed the advantage, firmly gripping the back of Maeve's head with one hand while driving his fingers forcefully into her eye socket. With a sudden pull, he violently extracted Maeve's eyeball, carelessly discarding it onto the floor. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Maeve entered a dazed state, collapsing onto the ground, her hand flailing as she sought her lost eye. While she found no trace of her eyeball, her fingers did wrap around a long nail. In a swift motion, she positioned it with precision and drove it into the Patriot's ear. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the Patriot as he clutched his ear, racked by intense agony. At that moment, Maeve, enduring her own torment, sought to seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, on the other side, Butcher strained against the immense force exerted by the Soldier Boy, who pressed the point of his shield downward towards his neck. The struggle was fierce, blood seeping from Butcher's fingertips, dripping onto his face and into his eyes, just as both sides were poised to unleash their decisive strikes. A crackling bolt of purple lightning surged towards Soldier Boy and Queen Maeve, sending them sprawling. From his half-kneeling position on the floor, the Patriot glanced towards the entrance, where a group of over 10 individuals had gathered. Among them stood a short-haired woman leading the charge, flanked by the second-tier heroes summoned for today's meeting. My apologies for our tardiness, the Patriot spoke. Had I not compelled them to come, they might have fled by now. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Storm. Upon receiving your summons, I rushed here without delay. Chapter 53. Why engage in one-on-one combat? Maeve, unarmed after practicing swordplay. Storm? The Patriot patted his ear and clenched his jaw, striving to restore his hearing. With a single hand, he closed his eyes and forcefully yanked the nail from his eardrum, placing one hand over his ear to staunch the bleeding. You have arrived just in time. Soldier Boy is right here, and Maeve is also one of the traitors. Execute any who resist without hesitation. The Patriot steadied himself, swaying as he stood, gesturing to one of the second-tier superhumans to take Ryan away. Gritting his teeth against the pain and dizziness, he focused intently on the battlefield before him. The current situation was 11 against 2, with Butcher, whose allegiance was uncertain, temporarily counted among their ranks, resulting in a 6-to-1 numerical advantage. In truth, it was Queen Maeve and Soldier Boy who had initially intended to engage in a brawl. The Patriots' arrival for retaliation was entirely reasonable, not an act of overwhelming force, but rather a matter of fairness and justice, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Victory seemed assured on his end. However, prior to that, Soldier Boy was undeniably a formidable threat. According to the analysis from the Intelligence Center, the chest cannon he unleashed not only exhibited overwhelming power, but also possessed a radioactive quality. This radiation, upon being cross-referenced with data from the Soviet laboratories of yesteryear, was confirmed to possess the unique ability to eliminate the generation of Compound 5 within superhumans. Unless re-injected, all abilities of the superhuman would be irrevocably erased. Contemplating this, a fierce glow ignited in the eyes of the patriotic individual as errant red photons danced through the air like ethereal flames. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With a swift motion, 2 high-mass red lasers streaked through the air, striking Soldier Boy and sending him hurtling backward, his body crashing into a storage locker with a resounding impact. A counterfeit is merely a counterfeit. Soldier Boy quickly regained his footing, leveraging centrifugal force to hurl his shield like a frisbee towards the patriotic individual. Although the latter possessed considerable strength and resilience, his defensive capabilities were relatively weak. During his confrontation with Queen Maeve, he had already sustained injuries. Following a severe blow to his ear, his mental focus was compromised. Thus, when faced with Soldier Boy's shield strike, he was propelled backwards several meters despite his conscious efforts to defend. You should have perished in World War II, old fool. Today, I shall bring your end. With a grimace, the patriotic individual rose from the ground, levitating into the air as he unleashed another barrage of lasers at Soldier Boy. Observing this, Soldier Boy swiftly evaded the patriotic individual's line of sight, sprinting forward to retrieve his shield. With a determined stomp, he reclaimed the shield, positioning it to deflect the searing rays of the patriotic individual. The material of Soldier Boy's shield was akin to Queen Maeve's armlet, embedded with heat-absorbing metal, which mitigated much of the thermal intensity, thus reducing its potency. Recognizing a favorable opportunity, Soldier Boy took swift, calculated steps, rolling toward the concealed surroundings. In a brief span, the patriotic individual was unable to lock onto Soldier Boy's position, his frustration mounting. Consequently, he amplified the output power of his thermal rays, transitioning from targeted strikes to a sweeping laser barrage. Aware that mere shield defense and physical prowess would prove ineffective against the patriotic individual, Soldier Boy realized that his sole recourse was to engage in remote attacks, akin to his adversary. With this thought in mind, Soldier Boy shielded himself while rapidly gathering orange energy in his chest. After previously succumbing to a state of weakness following a single discharge of his chest cannon, he knew that if he replicated that scenario, he would only have one shot to gamble. Therefore, he resolved to generate intermittent blasts to counter the patriotic individual. In under 5 minutes, a miniature chest cannon materialized, and hidden behind his shield, he feigned a defensive posture, leading the patriotic individual to believe he was exerting considerable effort to block. In reality, his chest cannon was primed and ready, and as soon as he lifted his shield, he could unleash a formidable assault upon the patriotic individual. Soldier Boy, I must reiterate, you truly exhilarated me for a brief moment. Last time, someone assisted you. But this time, you shall have no such fortune. Oh, is that so? To be frank, you are not particularly formidable. As Soldier Boy spoke, he suddenly shifted his shield away from his body. The patriotic individuals, believing Soldier Boy had relinquished his resistance, prepared to display their characteristic smiles. To their astonishment, they were met with a surge of orange energy beams. It was indeed Soldier Boy unleashing a powerful attack. As the luminous beams approached him, he felt an overwhelming softness enveloping his entire being. Although all his abilities remained intact, he was beset by an exasperating sensation of fatigue and exhaustion. This feeling rendered the Patriots profoundly unsettled, yet their discontent was futile. Before they could mount any defense, they were directly propelled away by the energy beams. After sending the Patriots flying, Soldier Boy turned his attention towards the distance, where a superhuman was attempting to abduct Ryan. "You little brat, I shall strike you down." Meanwhile, on another front, Queen Maeve found herself embroiled in a fierce battle. The cause of her distress was the fact that a Patriot had blinded her in one eye, and the excruciating pain from her wound, coupled with her impaired vision, left her in a state of acute discomfort. To make matters worse, after her escape, she had secluded herself in a hidden location, honing her swordsmanship with the Queen's blade, only to emerge and seek assistance from the Dark Cloak Squad without her weapon in hand. Queen Maeve scanned the battlefield for usable arms, but found few options, ultimately resorting to a steel pipe lying on the ground to fend off a dozen second-tier superhumans. These second-tier superhumans were mostly the fortunate survivors from the Heroes and Crab Society, having sustained minimal injuries, and thus their physical capabilities were at their peak. Some could effortlessly generate ice, stretch their bodies like Luffy, breathe fire, or harden their entire forms. Confronting these dazzling superhumans proved exceedingly arduous for Queen Maeve. Although she was a master of physical combat, her defensive capabilities were not sufficiently robust. She managed to contend with those who specialized in close-quarter combat. But against those who could attack from a distance, she found herself at a complete loss, relying solely on her reflexes to evade, often getting struck and descending into a dire state. "Brutal, are you dead? If not, then come and assist," Queen Maeve shouted, having just repelled a superhuman capable of generating eyes on their hands and inducing temporary blindness. At that moment, Butcher was still reclining, regaining his composure. Upon hearing Maeve's plea for help, he pushed himself up from the ground, shook his head, and revealed a wicked grin. "All right, Maeve, your daddy has arrived." Chapter 54. Jonathan arrives at the checkpoint, Storm unleashed. With that, Butcher steadied himself, adjusted his gaze, and two blazing golden beams erupted from his eye sockets, aimed directly at the two superhumans encircling Queen Maeve. The quality of the laser was quite commendable. Two slightly less powerful superhumans were instantly obliterated, with one meeting an untimely demise and the other sent sprawling several meters away, sending papers flying in disarray from the desk. However, just as Butcher intended to continue his assault, he failed to notice a violet lightning bolt swiftly approaching from behind him. Alas, poor Butcher, barely having regained his footing, was ambushed by the excruciatingly potent electricity and fell once more to the ground. This lightning not only affected the surface of his body, but also infiltrated his very being, coursing through and wreaking havoc upon every inch of him. He attempted to struggle to his feet, only to find his limbs paralyzed, rendering him utterly uncontrollable. He could only await the dissipation of the numbing sensation before he might regain command over his limbs to rise again. "Maeve, it appears you're an inadequate superhero," Storm remarked, her eyes crackling with electricity, her short hair floating in the air. "Do you not comprehend the nature of the Patriot? A man who can turn against his own allies. Where could he possibly lead you?" Queen Maeve leaned against the table, her expression brimming with indignation, failing to fathom how the Patriot had garnered such a multitude of followers. Yet unbeknownst to her, among this throng, only Storm was a true follower, while the other secondary heroes were merely fearful of being eliminated by the Patriot's laser. In truth, they were acting solely out of self-preservation. To speak candidly, perhaps only the Patriot, with his decisive leadership, is worthy of our allegiance. He alone represents an effective means of eradicating the aberrations of humanity. You cannot comprehend, Maeve. Only upon your demise will I encounter no resistance. Oh, is that so? It seems the absurd ideologies of Hitler still linger. Then let us see if you can eliminate me first, Maeve retorted, charging toward Storm. However, the secondary superhumans encircling Queen Maeve, though lacking in strength, utilized their sheer numbers and strategic distribution of close and ranged combat. She could scarcely graze the hem of Storm's garment, struggling to mount a counterattack while evading the constant barrage aimed at her. As Maeve's threats proved ineffective and she was subjected to a relentless onslaught. Much like a cat toying with a mouse, Storm's lips curled into a smirk. Observing Maeve's mounting struggle and fading lucidity, the last vestige of Storm's playfulness evaporated. "Forgive me," she hovered in midair, beginning to harness the surrounding electrical energy, transforming into a colossal human battery, containing the lightning outside her body and subsequently channeling it into her hands. "Shouldn't you clear the way?" Storm shouted, her eyes flickering with electric light, driving away the superhumans who had been assaulting Queen Maeve. Then, tilting her body, she unleashed a jagged bolt of purple electricity aimed decisively at Maeve. Feeling the immense power of that impending surge, Maeve was engulfed by a bone-chilling dread, fearing that this bolt might pose a mortal threat to her existence. She surveyed her surroundings, realizing that numerous superhumans were watching her intently, their predatory gazes fixated upon her. Attempting to flee proved futile, leaving her with no choice but to brace herself for an onslaught. Yet, a deep sense of injustice gnawed at her, Her homeland had committed countless atrocities without consequence. And who would be held accountable for her life, her girlfriend, and the lives lost in that ill-fated aircraft? Queen Maeve glared fiercely at the storm, vowing to remember the grotesque faces of her adversaries, even if it meant her own demise. As the electric current surged, a violet lightning bolt prepared to invade Maeve's domain, only to be disrupted by a golden flash. The golden energy, akin to a greedy rattlesnake, devoured the violet light, gradually enveloping it until the targeted assault was redirected towards the storm. Could it be Starlight? Maeve pondered, incredulously. Among the superhumans, only Starlight possessed a similar ability to manipulate electricity, harnessing it for her own use, and her distinctive golden hue was unmistakable. Hadn't she been confined in the vault by Soldier Boy? Maeve's thoughts raced as she turned towards the entrance. As expected, standing at the threshold was Starlight, radiating a brilliant golden light, accompanied by the long-missed Jonathan, Kate, and other members of the Blackmore squad. I told you, Starlight. Mastering the sciences ensures you need not fear the world. Don't rely solely on the power of light bulbs. In truth, there are abundant energy sources available. Jonathan, clad in a black uniform, patted Starlight on the shoulder before directing his gaze towards the other superhumans present. The arrival of this formidable group naturally drew the attention of all, particularly the Patriot who had just been struck squarely by Soldier Boy's chest cannon. Regaining his composure, he spotted the newcomers at the door. Huh, you useless brat, what good are you here? You're already beyond salvation. Patriot, that statement is inaccurate, retorted Stormfront. He possesses only a self-healing ability, which is hardly a threat. Deal with him quickly. I will continue to handle Soldier Boy. The Patriot clutched his chest, staggering backwards several steps before stabilizing himself. Following his remark, he unleashed a fiery gaze, propelling Soldier Boy back by half a meter. Starlight, you and Huey are responsible for evacuating the incapacitated superhumans, including Queen Maeve. Her combat power is nearly depleted. Huey? Annie, I injected temporary Compound V before arriving. My teleportation ability is ready for use at any moment. Wait, no? That compound leaves fatal aftereffects when used with Super V. Don't worry. Annie claims she can mitigate the side effects. You can trust me to use it. With enthusiasm, Huey activated his ability, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before an incapacitated superhuman, swiftly transporting them to safety. Meanwhile, Starlight watched her boyfriend's excitement, exasperated by his disregard for their surroundings, and she too joined the fray. With Jonathan's indomitable strength in their midst, Starlight felt reassured. She need not engage Stormfront in a direct confrontation, as her abilities were still in development. But she excelled in providing aid. Originally, I intended to follow you, but now that another leader has spoken, I shall not hold back. A flicker of boredom crossed Storm's face as she swept aside the golden, suspended lightning, resolutely lunging toward Jonathan. In her grasp, she conjured a massive purple electric sphere, hurling it directly at Jonathan. On the battlefields of World War II, she had encountered numerous superhumans like Jonathan, endowed with regenerative abilities. Yet, to her, a lightning controller with innate destructive prowess, these self-healing beings were mere targets. As long as the damage was sufficient and the dismemberment thorough, survival was impossible. Thus, without restraint, Storm concentrated the majority of her electric power into the sphere, aiming for a decisive strike. However, just as Storm approached Jonathan, she peculiarly noted that he exhibited no signs of fear, not even a hint of anxiety. This revelation sparked a moment of hesitation in her calculating mind. Either he was feigning confidence, or he possessed genuine fearlessness. Regardless, the confrontation had escalated, and now it was time to gauge the new Captain's true strength. The compressed current surged restlessly, and as she neared Jonathan, the purple energy erupted forth, hurtling toward him. Jonathan remained unmoved, standing silently with his hands clasped behind his back, until Storm wondered what was unfolding. Suspended in midair, she furrowed her brows in confusion. The electric currents she had released transformed into a billowing, purple fluid, swirling around Jonathan as if he were manipulating them himself, and with even greater finesse than she could muster. Could it be that he possessed a similar ability to control lightning? Yet, there was no evidence of that. Contemplating this, Storm resolved to amplify her output. She continuously generated electric currents, channeling them into a larger sphere before her chest. As the energy compressed further, the sphere deepened in hue, exuding an intensified pressure into the air. You shall not escape, Storm declared, her expression hardening as she gritted her teeth, lifting the colossal electric sphere, larger than a truck tire, and hurled it toward Jonathan's direction. However, as the sphere neared within a meter of Jonathan, it seemed to be ensnared in a transparent, viscous whirlpool, spinning incessantly. Moreover, Jonathan's face and hands appeared to enter a state of endless acceleration, trembling at an extraordinary speed, casting multiple fleeting afterimages within the space he occupied. To her astonishment, Storm observed Jonathan's entire physique gradually enlarging. His once loose combat attire became taut as his muscles swelled dramatically, revealing perfectly sculpted muscle groups. The robust biceps and triceps, along with the pectoral and deltoid muscles, emerged prominently, while Jonathan's hair lengthened, absorbing electrical energy, cascading from the roots until it transformed entirely into a shimmering blend of silver and violet hues. Soon after, having absorbed the energy, Jonathan lifted his gaze, his eyes radiating an electric purple glow as they regarded the tempest swirling above. His black battle attire was adorned with intricate patterns of electricity, imparting an overwhelming visual presence to the storm. The storm regarded Jonathan, calculating her odds of survival in a confrontation with him. She subtly retreated in midair, poised for any potential surprise attack he might launch. Meanwhile, the other superhumans, observing the brief standoff between Jonathan and the storm, converged to encircle him. "Ah, you wish to confront me? Just moments ago, I kindly summoned aid for your injured comrade," Jonathan remarked, his tone laced with a hint of levity as he regarded the superhumans. "Do you recall how the new captain executed a thorough purge upon his ascension? While you basked in the limelight, performing in front of crowds, you've now been relegated to the sidelines, struggling for survival in small towns by peddling figurines and performing in plays. Do you not yearn for vengeance?" The storm, suspended in the air, revealed a sly smile, inciting the emotions of the superhumans. Having endured the trials of World War II on the German side, she was well versed in the art of persuasion and manipulation. Moreover, she was adept at seizing any advantageous condition to wield as a tool of influence over others. She remembered all too well that during the selection of the 7-man team captain, she was among the candidates under the executive Edgar's scrutiny. Had it not been for Jonathan's unexpected intrusion, she might have claimed the captaincy, thereby more effectively shaping public opinion and establishing a new breed of superhumans for her homeland. Thus, as she regained her strength, instigating division among them was a strategic play. Yes, that scoundrel caused my wife to flee with the neighbor, leaving me to drown my loneliness in the gatherings of discontent. My meager salary barely affords me the luxury of a male model once a month. Yet, as it is said, there is no mercy for our kind. United, we shall not falter against a single adversary. As these thoughts coursed through the minds of the gathered superhumans, their anger surged, and they clamored to charge at Jonathan. Yet, Jonathan, surveying the ragtag assembly before him, could not help but chuckle. Initially, he had intended to spare these fools, preserving a semblance of dignity for the Watt group, which he would eventually helm. A day of bustling activity was essential. However, now he mused that these traitorous individuals might be better off dead. This way, he would have no lingering concerns. Should the corporation require more superhumans in the future, they could simply create them anew with compound number 5. Upon reaching this point, Jonathan ceased to hold back. With one hand, he effortlessly grasped the neck of a superhuman and, using him as an improvised weapon, hurled him towards a female superhuman who was recklessly igniting flames. At that moment, another superhuman, capable of conjuring ice, attempted to intervene, but Jonathan swiftly cast a glance in his direction, his eyes flashing with electricity, shattering the half-formed ice spike that was exuding cold. Immediately afterward, Jonathan advanced with rapid strides, delivering a fierce kick to the assailant's lower abdomen. Following the upward trajectory of his body, Jonathan seized his legs and forcefully pulled him down, reducing him to a messy heap. At this juncture, a superhuman with the ability to harden his body foolishly charged at Jonathan, seeking a direct confrontation. Jonathan, however, showed no leniency, effortlessly intercepting the full force of the opponent's punch with one hand. Then, with a gentle yet firm motion, he twisted the man's arm into a grotesque contortion, followed by a resounding slap that rendered the assailant dazed, preventing any cries from disrupting Jonathan's refined demeanor. Observing the ineffectiveness of her allies, Storm realized that if she did not act swiftly, she would be next. Thus, she began to gather her energy, searching for overlooked weaknesses amidst Jonathan's relentless assault. Just as Jonathan prepared to snap the neck of a grotesque superhuman with a frog-like visage, Storm saw her opportunity. She quickly concentrated electrical currents into her hands and dashed behind Jonathan at incredible speed, pulling back his cloak to launch a devastating blow at his vulnerable back. According to her prior assessments of damage, Storm believed that her punch could pierce through a 3-meter-thick concrete wall. "Watch out, Jonathan," called Starlight, who had just secured a severely incapacitated superhuman. She glanced towards the area brimming with electric energy and spotted Storm's impending ambush on Jonathan, urgently warning him. Yet, Jonathan remained unfazed. He tightened his grip and executed a precise adjustment, the frog-faced superhuman collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In that very instant, Storm's fist collided with Jonathan's back. But contrary to her expectations of a gruesome impact, her hand became ensnared within the finely honed muscles of his back, unable to withdraw no matter how she struggled. In that moment, Storm finally perceived that her hand appeared to be lodged within a peculiar eye formed by the dense musculature of Jonathan's back. If she were to shift her gaze further back, she would discern that the bulging muscle groups sculpted a grotesque visage of a monstrous face. This alarming visual nearly caused Storm to lose her composure. With one hand braced against Jonathan's back, she exerted all her strength to absorb the surrounding stray electrons, desperately attempting to extricate her hand. However, as she continued to absorb and exert her energy, she was horrified to discover that the muscles binding her were not tangible but resembled a cotton swamp, devoid of any leverage points. Furthermore, she realized that whenever she attempted to draw in electrons and catalyze them into lightning, the newly formed power was ruthlessly absorbed by Jonathan, along with what seemed to be the very stamina of the storm itself. At that moment, Jonathan suddenly turned his head, effortlessly grasping her by the neck and lifting her into the air. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Jonathan's imposing figure dwarfed the storm's height of 1.60 meters, flooding her vision with a vivid crimson hue from Jonathan's face, which shimmered with violet electric light. The crimson was a result of Jonathan's overwhelming strength, constricting her neck to the point of bloodshot eyes. "What are you?" The storm gasped, her face turning red as she frantically beat against Jonathan's hand, her legs flailing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape. "You're clever. You must have figured it out by now." Jonathan maintained his grip, causing the storm to roll her eyes back in distress, her short hair disheveled, and a trickle of dark blood seeping from her mouth. At this juncture, the storm was teetering on the brink of suffocation, her mind consumed solely by the bizarre phenomenon she had witnessed when attacking Jonathan. Her lightning was purple, and so was he. This realization clarified everything. It was not that she could not escape, but rather that her power, including the electricity generated by her body, had been siphoned away, thereby enhancing Jonathan himself. Do not forget, biological energy is also a form of energy. The storm fixated her gaze on Jonathan, a flicker of understanding dawning in her eyes. It's energy absorption and release. You guessed correctly, but there is no reward. With a slight increase in pressure from his fingers, a distinct crack echoed from the storm's neck, her head lolling to one side as she was carelessly discarded onto the ground. This once mighty extremist, steeped in racism, had been effortlessly dispatched by Jonathan, lifeless and unblinking, destined for the afterlife with a humble meal in hand, seeking an audience with Satan. Witnessing the demise of their most formidable member, the group of bloodthirsty superhumans froze momentarily. By participating in this conflict, they had effectively declared war against Jonathan's faction. Now, they had no choice but to continue the bloody battle. It was a straightforward matter. Either they would slay Jonathan, or he would slay them. Resolute in their decision, they charged towards Jonathan. Amidst the shrill sound of tempered glass shattering, Jonathan flicked his wrist and stepped over the crystalline shards melted by intense heat. He regarded the disorganized mob before him, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Ignorant fools. With a casual glance, Jonathan's gaze zeroed in on a marksman readying his weapon, which was instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp under the intensity of his fiery glare. Fragments of finger bones embedding themselves into the ceiling above. A surge of red energy coursed through the air, and a large head burst like a crushed berry. Fragments of skull and grayish-white brain matter radiating outward, splattering across the fire door. The headless body, still standing, had its esophagus drooping and swaying like a pink slug at the severed neck. Planning a surprise attack? The Fire Empress's fingertips were merely 3 moments away from Jonathan's nape when the white serpent of flame suddenly coiled into dark red ashes. A sensation colder than death began to ascend along her spine as she saw her reflection upon the metallic door. Shortly thereafter, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped her consciousness. Struggling to look down, she found Jonathan's hand tightly clasping her throat, extinguishing all the flames that once surrounded her. With a sudden weakness beneath her, searing pain erupted from her chest as the Fire Empress heard the sound of her third rib fracturing. It was not a crisp snap, but rather a prolonged tearing reminiscent of ripping parchment. As Jonathan's fingers navigated through her ribcage, she distinctly felt her alveoli burst like soap bubbles crushed by a child, emitting faint popping sounds. The searing ribs produced a crackling noise akin to soft cartilage breaking on a grill. Jonathan's other hand forcefully penetrated the Fire Empress's chest cavity, seizing her heart. As the devoured energy of the flames flowed back into her, her retinas began to melt first. Her eyeballs collapsed like amber candy under high temperatures, crimson liquid trickling down her cheekbones. She attempted to scream, but her vocal cords had been charred into a carbonized membrane by the receding flames. The bloodstains winding across the ground spontaneously ignited, enveloping the Fire Empress's last form in a pyre of fiery remains. At that moment, the compatriots of the soldier boy, engaged in fierce combat, sensed a disturbance. Turning to look, they witnessed the storm being thrown down with a snapped neck, and the gruesome sight of other superhumans being slaughtered by Jonathan. Due to Jonathan's intervention, the compatriots had not interacted much with the storm. To them, it was merely a loss of a formidable force, and they felt little emotional upheaval over the storm's demise. However, a profound sense of crisis now gripped them. Jonathan's methods of dealing with other superhumans revealed his formidable nature and the threat he posed, especially concerning the true powerhouse before them. Indeed, The soldier boy was currently gathering energy, poised to unleash it against him. Meanwhile, the butcher had regained composure, rising to charge forward, uncertain of his allegiance. Threats surged around like a rising tide, instilling a flicker of doubt in the compatriot's heart. The thought of escape became increasingly vivid. After all, this was not the first time, was it? What difference was there between once and 1,000 times? As this notion surfaced, he turned decisively towards the window, swiftly unleashing 2 beams of laser. The sanguine lasers erupted into dazzling shards upon the glass, and before the shattered pieces could fall, he had leaned back slightly, preparing to leap into the air. Yet fate has a penchant for mischief. Just as he ascended a few feet, a figure soared through the air, Queen Maeve. Saved by the fruit of her labor. Grasping a steel rebar, she moved with the agility of a leopard, leaping 3 paces to strike down on the compatriot's side with tremendous force. The steel bar struck true, and the compatriot let out a muffled grunt as he was knocked aside. In the throes of excruciating pain, a lethal crimson light erupted from his eyes, directed straight at Maeve. In a moment of peril, Butcher leaped forward, tackling Maeve to the ground, the intense gaze just grazing past them. Witnessing their narrow escape, the patriot's face contorted in anguish. He wished to flee, but was obstructed. He sought acknowledgement, yet was denied. Regardless of the circumstances, the misfortune fell squarely upon him. In this case, if no one was to live, then let it be so. The relentless oppression and the absence of support from his own kind rendered his existence meaningless. A frenzied thought spread like wildfire within him, as he concentrated all his energy into his eyes. The energy surged to its zenith, the scarlet glow transforming into a flow of molten light, extending from his temples to his under-eye bags and down the bridge of his nose, crafting a sinister death mask. The violent energy fluctuations forced him to clench his teeth, his fists turning white with strain. At that moment, the soldier boy's energy also reached its pinnacle. Perhaps due to their shared bloodline, both father and son found themselves teetering on the edge of uncontrollable delirium as their energies prepared to erupt. They stood in a standoff, fated to clash. The impending collision of their energy waves swept through the entire space, and should this father-son duo unleash their power here, half of the water tower would likely be reduced to ruins in an instant. Realizing this, Jonathan smirked. This vast water tower was now his personal plaything, and he had no desire to witness these 2 ticking time bombs enact some sentimental familial drama here. Allow me to handle this. Queen Maeve slowly withdrew her hand from Butcher's shoulder, a flicker of resolve gleaming in her eyes. No, Maeve, you must stay here. Butcher's gaze lingered on the patriot for a moment before shifting to the corner, where Ryan trembled behind the protection of the superhuman. He let out a wry chuckle. After all, I am not far from death. I might as well take this on myself. Oh, for heaven's sake, Jonathan rolled his eyes. You 2 should remain here, avoiding unnecessary casualties. If only Soldier Boy were to fall, perhaps the situation could still be contained. But with an uncontrollable patriot added to the mix, the resulting explosion from their descent would obliterate the building's foundation. It would be wiser for you to assist in evacuating the crowd and escorting others away. Moreover, once the base is destroyed, the upper structures would inevitably collapse in succession. Jonathan raised his hands in exasperation. Such a father-son conflict is better resolved in the air. But you can't fly, unburned, can you? Jonathan looked at Maeve as if she were a fool. I can jump. Chapter 57. Exploding into the sea jump? Do you think you were a catapult? She pulled away the strands of hair stuck to her wound, the broken rib stabbing with each breath. Queen Maeve scrutinized Jonathan's form with a furrowed brow. While the enhancement of superhuman physiology was indeed remarkable, there must be a limit. Just jumping, how far can you leap? Even at her full strength, she could only jump 5 or 6 meters, and to avert this crisis, Jonathan would need to soar several stories high and ensure he was at a sufficient distance from the building. This evidently surpassed the typical capabilities of a superhuman. Although Jonathan was unaware of when he had suddenly acquired an entirely new and unprecedented ability, it was evident that it did not belong to the category of physical enhancement. Do not be anxious. I have my methods, Jonathan remarked nonchalantly, striding towards the tense confrontation between the father and son. He meticulously observed their states, the soldier boy, as the progeny evidently inherited superior genes, maintaining a considerable degree of mental control even on the brink of an energy outburst. In contrast, the self-proclaimed patriot was completely engulfed in chaos. His eyes were filled with a crimson glow, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his gaze resembling that of a wild beast on the verge of rampage. Should such energies collide, the resulting shockwave could obliterate 3 floors of the water tower. Perhaps, however, one could diminish this force at its source? With this thought, Jonathan turned his head toward the patriot, placing one hand over the patriot's eyes. In an instant, a torrent of searing and pure red energy was summoned by Jonathan's rapidly vibrating hand, coiling around it like a liquid vortex. Before long, the black fabric of Jonathan's uniform was adorned with swirling red patterns, shimmering like unextinguished ashes. sensing a reduction in the energy accumulating within the Patriot's eyes. Jonathan seized the Patriot by the neck, effortlessly lifting him, and turned to face the soldier boy. Jonathan had no desire to absorb the soldier boy's energy, as his chest cannon had been modified by the Soviets. It could entirely eradicate the fifth compound from his bloodstream. Any adverse effect from the cannon's energy would spell disaster. Soldier boy, do you wish to remain here awaiting your fate, or venture outside? Here, you could single-handedly annihilate everyone in this building. I am aware you are indifferent. But considering all your past deeds and the honors you have amassed, do you believe you can retain them? You World War II veterans are particularly concerned with these accolades. If you are discontent, you may find another venue to engage in a proper duel with your beloved son. The soldier boy, wielding his shield, felt the energy pulsating from his chest, shaking his head with a look of disdain. Buddy, who are you to speak here? Moreover, I shall do as I please, and no one can hinder me. You are merely the lapdogs of the Water Group, having confined and tormented me in a laboratory for nearly 80 years. I would be delighted to see Water's demise. With a cold laugh, the soldier boy felt it was insufficient and added a few more words. Look at you. A giant infant as a leader, a penniless brat who dares to boast, and a self-righteous fool who has accomplished nothing. Frankly, had you existed back in the day, Water would have been long gone. Jonathan regarded the soldier boy still engaged in empty bravado and suddenly burst into laughter. Is this your way of demanding recognition for your paltry achievements? Your feats pale in comparison to those of your comrades. Do you not understand? He suddenly leaned closer to the soldier boy, inhaling deeply. Ah, now I understand the scent reminiscent of pickled heather. It seems the horrors of the red light district from 80 years ago have left their mark upon you, Haven Tive? Can anyone truly consider bedding countless women across America as a feat of valor? If that appendage of yours had been donated to the military as a stirring rod, perhaps the Normandy invasion could have spared 100,000 lives. Do you believe that? A hero of World War II? Where lies your nobility? Jonathan swiftly erupted with fury, darting towards the soldier boy before he could react, seizing his throat with a vice-like grip. On the Eastern Front, you served as a mobile pile driver in Moscow's brothels. On the Western Front, you became a walking source of venereal disease at the field hospitals. Surely, you don't mistake that sordid existence for documentary film material? Honor? Spare me the absurdity. Those ribbons and medals of yours are too stiff even for wiping one's behind. Better to save them as dog tags for your great-grandson. Coughing, the soldier boy cast aside his shield, his hands desperately grasping Jonathan's fingers, attempting to pry them loose. However, he grossly underestimated Jonathan's current strength, no matter how he struggled. Jonathan's hand remained firmly clamped around his throat, rendering his breathing laborious. All this futile chatter is of no use. Let us focus on the present. Jonathan surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the shattered windows. He weighed the two figures in his grasp, his legs slightly bent, muscles coiling with pent-up energy. In the next moment, he unleashed a tremendous force. Bang! The immense recoil shattered the entire glass faade. Jonathan's form shot upwards like an arrow released from its bow, the fierce winds swirling around him, billowing his black cloak high. With each layer of cloud he breached, the vapor was torn apart by the shockwave. Even the occasional bird that flew by was transformed into a mist of blood at this terrifying velocity. To maintain stability in his movements, Jonathan continuously harnessed energy from his surroundings while releasing his own. Meanwhile, the soldier boy and the Patriot struggled fiercely in his grip. The soldier boy's radiant energy surged, nearing the brink of explosion. The surging power enveloped Jonathan like a relentless curse, gradually sapping his strength and speed. Although both were rendered speechless by Jonathan's hold, their resistance was not to be underestimated. The soldier boy's chest cannon emitted radiation that eroded the environment around them, while the Patriot desperately unleashed force in an attempt to break free and disrupt Jonathan's trajectory. Fortunately, the soldier boy required intense concentration to build his energy, and though he was not suffocated, he found it difficult to gather his mental focus to continue accumulating power. The Patriot's strength was hampered by the soldier boy's energy field, leaving him with only a furious gaze, veins bulging in frustration. Time was of the essence, and Jonathan hastened his movements, striving to reach a safe haven before exhaustion set in, allowing the energy to unleash freely thereafter. His form sliced through building after building, each exertion leaving a trail of shattered glass, fractured steel, and pulverized concrete in its wake. Thud, thud, thud. After leaping over several skyscrapers, Jonathan finally reached the pinnacle of a lookout water tower. Beneath the water tower lies an uncharted beach, where the relentless tide crashes against the shore, creating tumultuous waves. Were they to be submerged in the sea, the explosive energy of the two individuals would not disturb the city, rendering it an ideal location. With this thought in mind, Jonathan leapt without hesitation, plummeting through the air like a human cannonball. During this heart-stopping descent, his hands inevitably faltered slightly, a minuscule lapse that was immediately seized upon by the father and son. As the surface of the sea approached with increasing urgency, the briny wind howled past him, bringing with it the pungent scent of salt water. In that case, let us perish together, the soldier boy sneered, his energy surging ominously in his chest. Rather than breaking free from Jonathan's grasp, he wrapped his arm around Jonathan's shoulder, forming a deadly entanglement. In that critical moment, a dangerous orange light suddenly erupted from the soldier boy's chest. Simultaneously, the energy that had coalesced within the eyes of the frenzied compatriot reached its tipping point, his head swinging with inertia as he unleashed a blinding pillar of red light. The orange and red energies collided midair, unleashing a cataclysmic wave. Where the shockwave traveled, gas and seawater vaporized at an astonishing rate. Boom. At the epicenter of the energy convergence, Jonathan acted swiftly, adjusting his position midair to direct the bodies of the father and son towards the ocean. He bore the brunt of the two violent energies, crashing heavily into the sea alongside them. Chapter 58, The Ancestor's Defiance? I shall make you submit. The moment they hit the water, the immense impact was akin to striking concrete. Jonathan deftly utilized the father and son as a cushion, mitigating their force. Yet, their resilience proved formidable. The recoil from the water's surface inflicted damage that was evidently insufficient to deter them. Meanwhile, Jonathan found himself in a precarious predicament. He had to endure the energy interference from the soldier boy's chest cannon while simultaneously fending off the searing laser beams from the compatriot. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every cell within him to voraciously absorb energy. To maintain this precarious equilibrium, he was compelled to discover a delicate cycle between releasing and accepting energy, struggling against the intense discomfort inflicted by the soldier boy's chest cannon. Jonathan suddenly unleashed a surge of raw power, wrenching himself free from the soldier boy's grip with one hand while forcefully twisting the compatriot's head to the side with the other. In an instant, the violent shockwave propelled the father and son in opposite directions, tracing savage parabolas through the air. Surrounding seawater erupted like raindrops, creating a mist-laden domain that refracted dazzling light under the sun. On the distant beach, an old fisherman gaped in astonishment at this earth-shattering spectacle, murmuring, "My God, this is even more extraordinary than a missile explosion." At that moment, having accumulated a vast amount of energy, Jonathan adjusted his posture in the water and, leveraging the recoil, landed steadily beside a rock that had surfaced. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the compatriot and the soldier boy had landed on separate clusters of rocks, several hundred meters apart. Unexpectedly, the soldier boy, who had just unleashed a devastating strike, now lay exhausted, helplessly sprawled on the rocks. His head tilted as he gazed at Jonathan and the compatriot not far away. In contrast, the compatriot gradually emerged from his dazed state, slowly rising from the ground. Once he steadied himself, he assessed his condition, discovering that his abilities remained intact, though his body felt somewhat weakened. He anticipated a swift recovery. As he moved his slightly stiff limbs, his peripheral vision caught sight of the frail soldier boy, and an involuntary, enigmatic smile crept upon his lips. "Old fellow, it seems I am the stronger one," he mused. The compatriot had initially believed that the soldier boy's formidable attack would nullify his own superpowers, yet to his surprise, he had not sustained any life-threatening injuries. The sole consequence was a slight indentation in his chest, a deformed right hand, and some torn muscles, none of which posed a significant issue, as he possessed considerable regenerative capabilities. The eardrum, once pierced by Queen Maeve's long spike, had already returned to normal. This further indicated that his physical attributes and strength far surpassed those of the soldier boy. Son over father, this time the son has triumphed. With this thought, the compatriot contemptuously stepped over the soldier boy's form, turning his attention to Jonathan, who still floated in the water. "It should be your turn now." The compatriot recalled the memory of Jonathan gripping his neck. He interpreted his own disorientation as a sign of poor condition, while Jonathan's assault was evidently an opportunistic strike. Thus, he resolved to incapacitate Jonathan and reclaim his lost dignity, without a moment's thought as to whether he could defeat him. If the soldier boy's ultimate attack had failed to vanquish him, then the threat he had sensed from Jonathan was perhaps merely an illusion. With this in mind, the compatriot soared towards Jonathan, preparing to unleash his laser vision upon him, his eyes flashing with crimson light. However, just as he was about to fire, Jonathan vanished from sight with a sonic boom. "What?" the compatriot exclaimed in astonishment, scanning his surroundings, only to be met with a sudden, excruciating pain in his back. Jonathan had appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch that struck his spine with tremendous force. The impact reverberated through the surrounding air, sending the compatriot careening like a cannonball, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto a distant rock. "Ugh!" the compatriot groaned, struggling to rise from the debris, staring incredulously at Jonathan. How could you possibly? Wasn't Jonathan's self-healing ability exclusive to what? How could he possess such other abilities? His reaction speed was even comparable to that of a locomotive. Jonathan stood at the water's edge, silently observing the compatriot. Just when I was lamenting the lack of an outlet for my energy, you presented yourself. To be frank, I possess more than just the ability to heal, Jonathan stated coolly. I am more than capable of defeating you. Upon hearing Jonathan's nonchalant remarks, the patriotic man gritted his teeth, seething with rage. You are nothing but a worthless fool. He leaped into the air once more, resolved to engage in close combat. He had never faced Jonathan directly. In terms of strength, he had only ever grappled with Queen Maeve, who once stood at the pinnacle of power. However, just as his fist was about to make contact with Jonathan's face, the latter effortlessly sidestepped. Not only that, but Jonathan also seized the patriotic man's wrist, using his momentum to fling him aside with ease. The patriotic man tumbled through the air, rolling several times before barely regaining his balance, his furious gaze fixed on Jonathan, his eyes glowing with an intense crimson light. Die! He roared, his teeth clenching as a laser burst forth from his eyes. Yet, Jonathan did not flinch. Instead, he extended his hands, welcoming the laser with an air of nonchalance. Upon contact with Jonathan's palm, the laser beam was gradually subdued by his almost ethereal hand, compressing into a rapidly spinning sphere of red energy. How is this possible? The patriotic man exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Jonathan smiled lightly. I told you. This is more than enough to defeat you. With that, he casually consumed the absorbed red energy, and suddenly, his entire being erupted in a fierce blaze. The once elegant violet patterns on his body faded away, and his flowing hair transformed into a lustrous golden red hue. Let me show you what my thermal gaze can do. With that, Jonathan's eyes began to coalesce a more resplendent crimson light, and then a laser, even faster and thicker than the patriotic man's, shot forth with great velocity. Suspended in midair, the patriotic man remained vigilant, narrowly evading this counterattack. However, the shockwave generated when the laser struck the ocean's surface still sent him flying, leaving him tumbling awkwardly through the air before he finally stabilized, dragging a long trail in the sand. At this moment, the elderly fisherman had already abandoned his fishing rod, seeking refuge behind a rock formation, trembling as he fumbled in his pocket for an old mobile phone to start recording the spectacle. The patriotic man glared intently at Jonathan, brushing away the grains of sand that clung to his mouth. His once pristine blue uniform was now tattered, his hair disheveled, and his face bore several scrapes. The quintessential American hero persona had all but vanished. What the hell did you do? He gasped. I will kill you. Jonathan approached the beach, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the patriotic man, then provocatively beckoned him forward with a flick of his middle finger. As the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, Jonathan, who had only just arrived, was eager to truly test his mettle against him, though he harbored no intention of killing him. After all, in future worlds, the patriotic man could serve as a formidable ally. Slaying him would indeed be a waste. Coincidentally, the patriotic man was akin to a giant infant. If one could best him both physically and psychologically, he would only regard them as a father figure. The last to acknowledge such a bond was the soldier boy lying nearby, lifeless. Still not convinced? Then come again, until you yield. Chapter 59, The Thrill of Battle. Your reckless behavior is quite perilous. Jonathan's provocative gesture, devoid of any technical finesse, has successfully incited the wrath of his adversary. From a young age, he has always been a paragon among his superhuman peers, with no one daring to question his strength, nor has anyone ever provoked him in such a manner. He fondly remembers the last person who attempted such a challenge, a chubby superhuman from his youth, who is likely now buried beneath a thick carpet of grass. Contemplating this, his opponent grinned menacingly, his eyes narrowing with malice, as he lunged toward Jonathan, his gaze radiating blinding beams of light. However, Jonathan effortlessly evaded the attack, seizing his opponent's arm and hurling him forcefully to the ground. The adversary quickly regained his footing, his eyes locking onto a nearby boulder. With a swift movement, he seized it with one hand, preparing to hurl it at Jonathan, while simultaneously using a laser to shatter the rock. The intense rays of heat blasted through the boulder, sending shards flying and obscuring Jonathan's view with debris. Undeterred, his opponent continued to unleash a barrage of thermal beams, aiming directly at Jonathan's head. Yet, such trifles could not thwart Jonathan. With astonishing reflexes, he sidestepped, the laser narrowly missing him and leaving a deep scorch mark on the rock behind. It wasn't that Jonathan was unwilling to absorb his adversary's energy beams, though this tactic was indeed effective. He simply had no desire to endure the disorienting effects of having light aimed directly at his face. If you wish to engage in such frivolous antics, then allow me to reciprocate. Jonathan propelled himself off the ground, leaving behind a crimson blur, and in the next instant, his fist, enveloped in a sonic boom, struck his opponent squarely in the abdomen. The impact sent the adversary reeling backward, flipping through the air before regaining his stance and halting abruptly. Now, you have indeed piqued my interest. The adversary wiped his nose, only to find his glove smeared with blood, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes as his body began to heat uncontrollably. his mind consumed by suppressed fury. With a sinister grin, he charged at Jonathan, intent on engaging him in close combat. As the adversary lunged forward, Jonathan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his form flickering. And in the moment his opponent closed in, he grasped his shoulder and delivered a powerful strike with his forehead. Is this all you can muster? The adversary retaliated with an elbow strike, which Jonathan absorbed without flinching. The kinetic energy of the blow coursed through him, followed by a heavy punch to Jonathan's face. In this exchange, Jonathan bore only a layer of dust upon his visage, unmarred by injury, while the adversary's handsome face was transformed into a grotesque mask, bruised and swollen. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, Jonathan delivered a devastating uppercut that landed squarely on the adversary's chin. The Patriot staggered backward, but quickly regained his composure. With a fierce roar, he extended his hands and seized Jonathan's head, pressing it closely against his face, unleashing a long-prepared thermal gaze. Under the dazzling light of the thermal rays, Jonathan's eyes were overwhelmed by a blinding mass of crimson brilliance, rendering him unable to discern anything. All he could sense was the relentless flow of energy emanating from the proximity of their faces. The surrounding rocky terrain was violently shattered by shock waves, shards scattering in all directions as the air filled with the briny scent of crashing waves. Ha, ha, ha. Are you enjoying this? I shall continue. Revel in it. The Patriot, pressing closer, amplified his output while cackling maniacally, his hands tightening their grip on Jonathan's head. Having been a superhero for many years, he was no fool. After a series of encounters, he had discerned Jonathan's unique ability to absorb energy, and thus conceived a plan to overwhelm Jonathan's absorption threshold with sheer force. At that moment, Jonathan became a tangible entity capable of inflicting harm. Moreover, if he were to explode, it would effectively counter Jonathan's formidable self-healing capabilities. What could Jonathan do against a myriad of dismembered flesh? Fully aware of the Patriot's intentions, Jonathan anchored himself firmly against the rocks, channeling strength and energy into his hands. He then calculated the position of the Patriot's head and, with lightning speed, struck his ears with both hands. The Patriot was struck on the ears, and the piercing energy surged through his eardrums, producing an excruciating buzzing sensation, accompanied by a rush of blood and dizziness. Is that all you've got? Despite having been injured by Jonathan's attack, the Patriot clung tenaciously to Jonathan's ears, intent on maintaining this state until Jonathan became a solid form. At this juncture, Jonathan found it increasingly difficult to counter the Patriot's frenzied state. Realizing this, Jonathan concentrated the newly acquired energy within his feet. With a resounding thud, he stomped down, cracking the rocky surface that spanned over 100 square meters. With another stomp, fissures began to erupt as red energy, reminiscent of molten lava, surged through the cracks, obliterating the rocky formations within an 8-meter radius into dust. In the next moment, both men plunged into the sea, tumbling and grappling with one another. Lacking the foresight to breathe, the Patriot instinctively sought air upon hitting the water, releasing his grip from Jonathan. At that moment, Jonathan was nearly saturated with the Patriot's thermal gaze energy, transforming into a towering figure of red, radiating heat. As they submerged, the surrounding water began to bubble uncontrollably, further obscuring their vision. In a flurry of bubbles, Jonathan skillfully parted the surrounding waters. Before he could fully discern his surroundings, a voice abruptly emerged from above, swiftly followed by an elbow that clamped around his neck, while the other hand pressed against his head, forcefully yanking him forward. The assailant was none other than a compatriot, his eyes gleaming with a menacing red light. However, Jonathan was quick to seize the initiative, executing a powerful maneuver to free himself, and then, using one hand to grip the compatriot's shoulder for leverage, he delivered a fierce kick to the individual's abdomen. Engaged in combat within the water, Jonathan was acutely aware that the resistance of the water would diminish the force of his strikes. Thus, he aimed to propel the compatriot above the surface before deciding on his next course of action. Chapter 60. The Weeping Compatriot and the Final Touches with a Thunderous Kick. Jonathan infused his strike with significant power. Despite the considerable resistance of the water, he successfully launched the compatriot upwards towards the surface. The force of the impact destabilized the compatriot, whose eyes flickered with red luminescence amidst the aquatic chaos. Suddenly, he felt as if he were being torn from behind by the rushing current, and was thus ejected from the water's depths. Jonathan followed closely, emerging from the water with steam rising from his body. As he broke the surface, the intricate red patterns on his uniform, now fluid and dynamic, re-emerged upon contact with the oxygen. With arms outstretched, he rapidly adjusted his position, concentrating the abundant energy within him and pouring it into his limbs. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with the same ominous red light as the compatriot's. Observing the compatriot still struggling in midair to regain his balance, Jonathan unleashed a powerful downward thrust with his legs, generating powerful waves of energy that propelled him towards the compatriot like a cannonball. just as the compatriot stabilized himself. He caught sight of Jonathan looming menacingly behind him, preparing to strike. Alarmed, he hastily unleashed a torrent of heat vision in an attempt to deter Jonathan. However, at this juncture, Jonathan had already shed some of his energy, maximizing the efficiency of his body. Without flinching, he charged directly into the heat vision. The searing rays struck Jonathan, only to be entirely absorbed. Simultaneously, the moisture enveloping him evaporated under the intense heat radiating from his body, rendering his face a fiery crimson, akin to molten lava. In an instant, Jonathan appeared before the compatriot, raising his fist and delivering a forceful blow imbued with overwhelming pressure. The compatriot quickly raised his arms in defense, yet the sheer might of Jonathan's strike rendered him numb. One punch after another, Jonathan unleashed a relentless barrage. His eyes radiating red brilliance, each blow infused with enough power to shatter mountains. Under the relentless onslaught, the compatriot was repeatedly forced backwards, his body tracing arc after arc through the air, until he ultimately crashed onto the sandy shore. A man nearing 40, seemingly akin to a giant infant, clung to an elderly woman, seeking validation through milk and vanity, as if any simple gesture from a dog could suffice. With a hint of ant-like flattery, Jonathan's words seemed designed to satiate his insatiable vanity. With every utterance, he unleashed a barrage of punches, each strike falling like relentless raindrops, intensifying in force with every blow. Lacking any semblance of decency or humanity, he appeared to be living merely for the sake of asserting his existence. Beyond his limited abilities and strength, what remained of him? Did he still cling to the notion of a crescent moon charging forth, inspired by the animal kingdom, howling like a solitary wolf? Yet, no one could comprehend him. In moments of agitation, he resorted to projecting laser-like threats, as if to compel others to understand his plight. As Jonathan's verbal onslaught and ferocious strikes continued to rain down, the individual known as the Patriot found himself overwhelmed with indignation and fury. He was bewildered as to how Jonathan had unearthed his secrets, those intimate vulnerabilities that were known to scarcely anyone else. These were his sore spots, his Achilles heel, and he yearned to retaliate. However, with Jonathan's escalating aggression and merciless derision, his attempts to counter were rendered futile. "Oh, you bastard." The Patriot finally succumbed to his pent-up frustration, unleashing a desperate howl in an attempt to reclaim his dignity through words. Yet, Jonathan showed no inclination to indulge him. A resounding slap silenced the Patriot, effectively quelling his outburst at its source. "What are you yelling about? Weren't you just brimming with bravado? Now you resemble a drenched dog. Mercilessly beaten by me. What gives you the confidence that you could ever triumph over me? Don't naively assume you are the strongest. Even your father, once formidable, was supplanted by you, the so-called heir." As Jonathan relentlessly battered the Patriot, he ultimately delivered a powerful uppercut, sending him soaring into the air, where he spun and spewed blood. Rather than relenting, Jonathan surged upward once more, catching the Patriot by the ankle and forcefully hurling him downward. The Patriot plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a massive crater upon landing, lying at the bottom of the pit. The Patriot stared vacantly, his limbs grotesquely twisted and broken, his cloak torn to shreds and discarded carelessly by Jonathan. Approaching the edge of the pit, Jonathan observed the dazed figure of the Patriot, dusting off his hands as he remarked, "From the moment we began this altercation, I asserted that defeating you would be child's play. You were simply too weak." Silently, the Patriot lay in the pit, his mouth moving involuntarily in response to Jonathan's words, which felt like the final straw, collapsing his psychological defenses. Tremors coursed through his body, and something glistened at the corner of his eye, falling to the still smoldering ground and emitting wisps of steam. Jonathan stood outside the pit, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Truly, the Patriot's psychological fortitude was remarkably fragile. With just a little pressure, it had crumbled, fulfilling Jonathan's objective. Having vanquished the Patriot, all that remained was for the water group to take over and finalize the proceedings. At that moment, the distant sounds of approaching helicopters and police cars echoed, heralding the inevitable exposure of this conflict to the public. However, the internal strife within the water group, once revealed, would be deemed disgraceful, inevitably influencing external perceptions of the company. As the appointed successor, Jonathan had already assumed the role of the water president, contemplating the pros and cons of the situation. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved his phone from the system space and dialed Deep Sea and Huey. 3 days later, the Public Relations Department of Water Company convened an urgent press conference regarding the incident. The conference hall was teeming with reporters from major television stations, all speculating about the content of the announcement. Soon after, the spokesperson for Water Company, Ashley, took to the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen," Ashley began, "we have called this press conference in response to the recent heated discussions surrounding an incident, particularly a video uploaded on social media depicting a chaotic brawl involving an elderly man, the Patriot, and Soldier Boy." She paused, surveying the room. "This incident is indeed real. Soldier Boy launched an attack on our two esteemed heroes, the Patriot and the Unburnt, within the water building. In an effort to protect the lives and property of the public, they chose to engage in combat near the coast. Unfortunately, our hero, the Patriot, was injured and fell into a coma during this altercation, losing his superpowers. At this revelation, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. Reporters clamored to ask questions, their flashes illuminating the room incessantly. Ashley raised her hand to signal for silence. I understand that this news is shocking. However, I must emphasize that even without his superpowers, the Patriot remains our revered hero, and we shall forever hold him in our hearts. In the days to come, Captain Unburnt, who successfully subdued Soldier Boy, will continue to lead the Seven, while Deep Sea will rejoin the team. Queen Maeve and Xian Sei will step down, with Starlight assuming the role of deputy captain. The civilian group, the Black Cloak Vigilantes, will integrate into the Hydra division of Water Group, collectively working to monitor superhuman crime and safeguard the public. With that, the press conference concluded, and the group will initiate a new round of recruitment for the Seven. For further information, please consult the official company website. Thank you all. After speaking, Ashley performed a deep bow, then cast her gaze toward Jonathan, who stood off stage in casual attire, holding Kate's hand. Jonathan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then took Kate's hand firmly, sipping from a soft drink, and gradually vanished into the crowd. The author frequently engages in the comments section. Those mischievous critics should tread lightly, lest I expose your mischief. Spare me the harsh words, and offer constructive feedback, and I shall endeavor to improve. Chapter 61. The arrangement before departure. Wife Newman's compromise in the evening. Newman stood by the window, her expression troubled as she gazed out at the dimming sky, her heart laden with anxiety and unease. Just moments ago, she hurriedly packed her belongings, preparing to discreetly leave the city with her daughter, Zoe, early the next morning. Not merely Edgar's adopted daughter, Newman had witnessed the sordid world of politics and the dealings of superheroes since her youth. Having collaborated with the arrogant scoundrel of her homeland, she was acutely aware of the perilous nature of her current situation. She harbored grand ambitions, yet she understood that such aspirations must be matched with a preserved life. Unbeknownst to her, the very nature of Jonathan, the captain of the Seven, was already troubling, and she dared not gamble on anything beyond that, particularly after the defeat of her compatriots and the capture of the Soldier Boys. Her keen sense of crisis led her to wager that matters were far more complex than the external narrative suggested. Jonathan's singular hold over the government hinted at certain manipulative means. Otherwise, given the temperament of her compatriots, such a situation could not have arisen. Thus, for the past fortnight, she and her daughter Zoe had remained sequestered in their home, treading on thin ice, fearful of any unwelcome visitors. As 2 weeks slipped by, she could no longer endure this life, prompting her decision to move with her daughter. Just then, an unexpected ring of the doorbell shattered the silence within. It had been half a month since anyone had rung the bell, save for the delivery of letters. Who could it be? Newman felt a shiver run through her. Her instincts alert as she glanced toward the door, retreating while urging Zoe, who was still watching television outside, to return to her room and lock the door. Having done so, she cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. When she recognized the visitor, her heart nearly ceased its rhythm. It was Jonathan. Had he finally come to call? Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing heart. Clad in her pajamas, she felt exposed, both physically and psychologically, rendering her exceedingly uneasy. Nevertheless, she opened the door. Good evening, Newman, Jonathan greeted with a smile, dressed casually in athletic wear, devoid of his uniform. Is there something amiss at this late hour? Newman inquired coolly, striving to conceal her tension. Jonathan first surveyed the interior before his gaze landed on the suitcase behind her. It seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. Are you planning to move? Newman's heart sank. She was uncertain whether her plans had been uncovered and could only respond with forced bravado. Indeed, I wish to take my daughter to the countryside for a while. But that hardly concerns you, does it? If there is nothing else, I shall see you out. Jonathan chuckled lightly, unfazed as he stepped into the house. Newman's pupils dilated, instinctively retreating a step, yet she remained ever vigilant. She knew her abilities might be futile before Jonathan, but she was prepared to act at any moment. Gradually, her focus sharpened, her entire being concentrated on manipulating the blood within Jonathan's brain, attempting to trigger an explosion. Jonathan observed Newman's fervent display, indeed sensing the restless blood in his mind, yet he suppressed it completely, not daring to stir, offering her a knowing smile. Newman, astute as she was, recognized the significance of Jonathan's inscrutable grin and realized that all her hidden cards were rendered useless in that moment. Despair and doubt enveloped her. Newman ceased to wield his abilities, slumping despondently onto the sofa, his eyes reflecting a blend of helplessness and resentment. It seems you are well aware of all my secrets. Do not be anxious, Newman, Jonathan said, settling comfortably onto the sofa. In fact, I have come to discuss matters with you. Hearing words eerily reminiscent of the initial approach from the Nationals, Newman instinctively furrowed his brow and replied, "There is nothing for us to discuss." On the contrary, Newman, "I am not like that infantile national figure who squandered a good hand of cards," Jonathan asserted, locking eyes with Newman. "There is much to deliberate upon, particularly regarding your continued candidacy for the vice presidency." This proclamation momentarily stunned Newman. She had not anticipated Jonathan would utter such a sentiment, especially after her previous attempts to orchestrate his downfall and incite public opinion against him. "You must be jesting," she retorted. Jonathan shook his head, his previously playful demeanor now transformed into earnestness. "I am quite serious. In fact, I not only wish for you to continue your campaign, but I also plan to elevate you to the position of vice president, fulfilling your aspirations." Newman gazed at Jonathan in disbelief, searching his expression for any hint of jest or deception. However, she found his gaze remarkably sincere, indeed reflective of genuine contemplation. "Why?" Newman inquired, her voice laced with skepticism. Jonathan reclined languidly on the sofa. "The situation is more complex than you might assume, Newman. Although the Nationals have faltered, that does not guarantee my continued ascendancy. Some legislators and shareholders fear my growing influence, concerned that I may monopolize power. Coincidentally, I am rather indolent. These power struggles are far less appealing than a honeymoon with my girlfriend." Gradually, Newman began to comprehend Jonathan's intentions. "So, you require me to stabilize the situation?" Jonathan nodded. "Precisely. Your public image has remained commendable, and you possess ample strength and experience regarding campaigns. Moreover, having been Edgar's clandestine operative for years, I trust you are well versed in the intricacies of such operations." Newman fell into contemplation upon hearing this. To be frank, the proposal was undeniably tempting, yet she harbored doubts regarding Jonathan's trustworthiness, especially given their historically adversarial positions. She could not fathom that Jonathan would extend such an olive branch without ulterior motives. Was it merely a desire for her companionship? Or perhaps he believed in the adage that three's a crowd. "What makes you think I would acquiesce?" Newman asked, turning her head to question him. Jonathan maintained his smile. "Because this arrangement benefits us both. You gain power and security, while I acquire support and stability." He paused momentarily. "And do not misconstrue my intentions. I have no interest in you personally. I could arrange for your daughter to attend Godicin University, with tuition fully covered, allowing her to choose any college and reside in the finest dormitory. Alternatively, I could assist her in finding a reliable partner." Upon hearing this, Newman felt a pang of intrigue. As one of the premier institutions for posthumans, she understood the immense difficulty of gaining admission to Godicin University. During her time at the Red River Orphanage, she harbored an unwavering desire to attend this prestigious university. However, mere wealth was insufficient to secure a place. The key lay in connections. Recognizing this, it became apparent that a path forward existed. Jonathan observed the subtle shifts in Newman's expression and demeanor. Realizing she had formulated a plan, "A wise decision, Newman. May our collaboration be fruitful." Jonathan extended his hand, shaking Newman firmly. "Rest assured, I am unlike others from the homeland. I find senseless violence unappealing. Ultimately, cooperation and mutual benefit are the prevailing themes. Once you ascend to the position of vice president, I shall not curtail your freedom. All I require is your official endorsement as a congressional member. As for the selection for national defense, there is ample time to deliberate. In the next chapter, we shall return to the Marvel Universe, much to the delight of devoted fans. Please refrain from disparaging the system. It serves merely as a tool for the protagonist. An overly powerful system could foster dependency." Chapter 62, The Final Act of the Black Cloak, a return to Marvel following the discussion between Jonathan and Newman. She reassembled her original team to resume her campaign for Congress, engaging in fierce competition with the other candidates. With Jonathan's special endorsement, Hugh led the Hydra department in a media campaign to bolster Newman's election prospects. In a remarkably short time, Newman's approval ratings soared to unprecedented heights, ultimately leading her to victory over her rivals by a staggering 200 votes, securing the position of vice president. Upon her ascension, Newman's first order of business was to solidify Jonathan's leadership role within the Water Group, while also presenting numerous proposals concerning the integration of posthumans into national defense. Furthermore, she sought to legalize the sale of Compound 5, stipulating that purchasers must register to prevent terrorists from exploiting the opportunity. Consequently, the Water Group's prominence surged once more, with countless investors fixated on its stock, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The supply of Compound 5 gave rise to an increasing number of posthumans, ushering society into a new era of posthumanity, while the disputes among various demographics gradually diminished. Additionally, due to Butcher's overdose of temporary Compound 5, which resulted in a brain tumor, he found himself devoid of revenge targets and did not evolve into Tumor Man out of obsession. Instead, he devoted himself to raising Ryan. seeking to fulfill his paternal duties and rectify past regrets before his demise. As a result, the Black Cloak Brigade, now under new leadership, collaborated with the newly established Oversight Department of Water, transforming into a professional paid enforcement agency. Wherever post-human crime arose, they were sure to appear. Thus, the era of the Black Cloak reached a pinnacle of development, and the public perception of water company improved significantly. In the heart of New York, at the gates of Godkin University, a wealthy benefactor erected a statue of pure gold in honor of Jonathan, heralding him as the true savior. After the recall of the Deep Sea Seven, he temporarily abandoned his indulgence in cephalopods to focus on his career alongside his wife, Cassandra. He also unified the leaderless collective church, diligently promoting marine conservation, while occasionally scouring the depths of the Atlantic for treasures to enhance the Group's assets. In Washington, Starshine and Huey held a grand engagement banquet, and after their honeymoon period, they planned to wed. Now, turning our attention to our protagonist, Jonathan. After spending over half a year in the world of the Black Cloak, the time for his return has finally arrived. The Black Cloak world has now become his dominion. All its resources are at his command. As a fallback world, it has proven itself adequate. The next step is to return to Marvel. However, Jonathan has not disclosed his intentions to anyone, including his girlfriend, Kate. The act of traversing between worlds is Jonathan's greatest secret, and revealing it could pose a risk of information leakage. Moreover, when he crossed over, the flow of time in both worlds was a juxtaposition of stasis and motion. This means that upon returning to the Marvel Universe, he would revert to the exact moment of his initial crossing, while the Black Cloak world would come to a standstill. According to the system's information, after completing his round trip, the dual portals would officially activate, allowing Jonathan to traverse at will while controlling the flow of the Black Cloak world. Thus, he felt no immediate need to share his secret with Kate. It would be prudent to wait until stability is achieved. With this thought, Jonathan locked the door to his office, eliminating any chance of being seen. He then focused his mind, directing his gaze towards the suspended virtual holographic screen before him. The word return was prominently displayed in the status bar. Without hesitation, he concentrated, and the word return dissipated like smoke. Immediately, a swirling blend of dark green and deep blue light appeared before him, expanding into a cross that gradually enveloped the entire space. All surrounding matter, including Jonathan's very being, seemed to compress under a mysterious force, ultimately flickering and transforming into a singularity before vanishing within the Black Cloak world. The dust at his original location remained undisturbed, as though Jonathan had been entirely erased by the program. With his disappearance, the world itself ceased to function. Time stood still. On the other side, Jonathan's essence became a stream, flickering at an imperceptible speed within a verdant void, traversing virtual barriers until it finally arrived before a colossal, slumbering form. This immense figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Jonathan himself. However, in comparison, this giant Jonathan towered imperiously, surrounded by a nebulous cluster of stars above and standing upon nameless waves below, his form stretching across an unfathomable expanse. With eyes closed, he maintained a fixed posture, suspended in the abyss of black space. The stream that crossed over transformed into a glimmering light, ascending towards the giant Jonathan's crown and merging into his skin. Upon this fusion, an extraordinary brilliance ignited in the depths of the giant Jonathan's eyes. The radiance illuminated the entire space, simultaneously awakening the true essence of the returned god. In the Marvel Universe, on a special hospital bed, the rhythmic beeping ceased as Jonathan's rolling eyes came to a halt, and beneath his eyelids, a blue light flickered once more. As the world of successful data integration returned to a state of stabilization, the familiar voice echoed once more in Jonathan's mind. Upon gradually opening his eyes, he was astonished to see Ramlo, Sitwell, and his somewhat unorthodox father, Pierce, already seated beside his hospital bed. "Jonathan, you are awake. How do you feel?" inquired Pierce, adjusting his glasses, his gaze betraying a flicker of concern mingled with barely concealed excitement. "Please, step aside and cooperate with our medical staff. The patient has only just regained consciousness and requires examination," urged Dr. Strange, donning a sterile cap and hastily slipping on rubber gloves, eager to approach Jonathan for an assessment. However, he was promptly intercepted by Ramlo, who stood watch. "What do you mean by family interference? Your actions could obstruct the patient's examination, should any complications arise. You shall bear the consequences. Do not impede my work," he asserted. "My apologies, Dr. Strange. This is a critical subject of our treatment, intertwined with our internal confidentiality. I hope you can understand if we have caused any offense," explained Sitwell, unlike Ramlo, who was more rigid and unapproachable, offering a conciliatory smile which gradually appeased Dr. Strange. "Honestly, you people are something else. You bring the patient in, yet deny the medical staff access. It was merely a fundamental neurological assessment and some basic tests, truly. You are wasting my time before surgery." With that, Dr. Strange gathered his belongings and departed for the next department, leaving the 3 to 10 to Jonathan. Now that the patient was awake and his fundamental data appeared normal, he would not squander time ruling out specifics, leaving the remaining tasks to the nursing staff. Meanwhile, Pierce assisted Jonathan in rising from the bed, asking, "Do you feel any discomfort?" "Not at all. I feel quite well now, and I believe I can walk," Jonathan replied. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Pierce quickly exchanged glances with Sitwell and Ramlo, each displaying expressions that confirmed their initial expectations. "Ahem, my dear nephew. I must inform you of something rather peculiar, but please do not be alarmed. It appears we have detected some anomalous data regarding your condition. This data is remarkably unique when compared to that of an average individual," Pierce explained, noticing Sitwell's somewhat unclear elaboration. Taking a deep breath, Pierce continued, "During your coma, we conducted a series of examinations. The results indicate that your body seems to have undergone some form of mutation. Your cellular structure differs significantly from that of an ordinary person, exhibiting extraordinary characteristics." Feigning surprise to avoid revealing any cracks in his facade, Jonathan responded, "Really? What kind of changes are we talking about?" Sitwell interjected, "According to our preliminary observations, your cellular regeneration capacity is greatly enhanced, and your metabolic rate far exceeds that of an average person. Furthermore, both your muscle density and bone strength have shown remarkable improvement." In addition, Ramlo, holding a paper report, continued, "Moreover, we have discovered some unknown substances in your blood, which appear to be pivotal in causing the changes in your body." Pierce gazed intently into his youngest son's eyes, his expression imbued with a hint of complexity. "Jonathan, do you sense any changes within yourself? Are there any particular feelings that accompany this transformation?" Jonathan paused, feigning contemplation before responding. "To be honest, I do feel that my body has become lighter and stronger than before, but as for any distinct changes, I am still somewhat unclear." Observing this, Pierce nodded thoughtfully. "There is no need to rush. We shall continue to observe and study. For now, it is paramount that you remain composed and refrain from divulging this matter to outsiders." "I understand, Father." Jonathan's earnest demeanor belied a sense of innocence, a look so genuine that even Nick Fury would struggle to discern its authenticity. "It does not appear to be an act." Pierce gently patted his son's shoulder, a flicker of barely perceptible anticipation crossing his gaze. As a senior member of Hydra, he had long been strategizing for the organization's future. Now, with his son seemingly exhibiting extraordinary changes, it presented an exceptional opportunity to propel Hydra's resurgence. Most of the legitimate members of Hydra had either grown too old or were confined to hospital beds, reliant on breathing apparatuses. With Jonathan possessing such unique abilities, could it be possible to extract some cells or tissues for research, thereby developing an agent to delay aging? Yet, at the same time, he harbored a desire to shield Jonathan from perilous affairs, with 2 older brothers already assuming their rightful responsibilities. His initial wish was for his youngest son to lead a peaceful life, untouched by the organization's machinations. This conflicting sentiment led Pierce into a brief reverie. When Jonathan had been attacked, personnel from other Hydra divisions had been present. Given Jonathan's current bodily changes, if any of those divisions sought to investigate, it would be exceedingly difficult to conceal the truth. Thus, Jonathan had already been ensnared in this vortex, and it was too late to extricate himself. "This is troublesome." Pierce finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "I can grant you some autonomy to pursue your own endeavors, but you must ensure your safety, and occasionally cooperate with our data department for assessments." Jonathan raised an eyebrow at this. "What do you mean, Father?" "I mean," Pierce elucidated, "that with regards to the new company you established, I shall provide you with financial support and networking resources. Additionally, as long as you do not overstep boundaries, I will not interfere with certain matters. Moreover, there are some things that it's time for you to be informed about." At this revelation, Sitwell and Rumlow exchanged astonished glances, surprised by Pierce's decision. Prior to this meeting, Pierce had already instructed Sitwell to bypass protocol and print all relevant files on Carol Danvers from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 10 archives, organizing them for presentation in the hospital room. Initially, this was merely a precautionary measure. Perhaps Jonathan would never come to know of these matters. Yet ultimately, Pierce had resolved to take action. Soon, Jonathan found himself with an intricately detailed personal dossier on Carol Danvers, which meticulously chronicled even her childhood accidents. Noticing Jonathan perusing the file, Pierce adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, then, with hands clasped behind his back, strolled to the windowsill beside the hospital bed. Gazing out at the scenery, he began to speak slowly. "Jonathan, the world is far more complex than you might imagine. In your youth, you frequently inquired of your older brothers whether extraterrestrial beings truly exist or if there are individuals with extraordinary abilities. My answer to you then was an unequivocal no. Yet now, I must reveal that they do exist, and they pose a significant threat to Earth." The woman named Carol Danvers was initially merely a test pilot for the former United States Air Force. In 1989, She met an untimely demise during an experiment involving a faster-than-light engine designed by Dr. Wendy Lawson. This engine drew its energy from the Tesseract, the very blue cube of energy you once sought to seize. Subsequently, we detected massive energy fluctuations in Louisiana and promptly dispatched personnel for investigation. The findings confirmed the existence of extraterrestrials who have formed empires ruling over various star systems. Among these is the Kree Empire, which has waged war against an empire known as the Skrulls, resulting in numerous Skrull refugees seeking new worlds to inhabit. However, this is not the crux of the matter. We discovered that Carol Danvers did not perish after all. Rather, she emerged from the chaos of the faster-than-light engine with unparalleled superhuman abilities. This power enables her to traverse the heavens and the earth, effortlessly obliterating an entire fleet of starships. Yet, for reasons unknown, she subsequently vanished from our radar. At that time, we found it challenging to classify her, thus her file was labeled Marvel, and she became known as Ms. Marvel. Perhaps you do not grasp why I share this with you, Jonathan, but you must understand that since Ms. Marvel absorbed the Tesseract's energy, you are the second individual capable of surviving after absorbing such energy. During your unconscious state, our technicians detected substantial amounts of similar energy sources within you. Therefore, we cannot ascertain whether you have attained powers akin to Ms. Marvel or possess other abilities that may be uncontrollable. Thus, as a father, my sole desire is for you to safeguard yourself, to keep your secrets close, and to cooperate with us in conducting data assessments. The rest is for you to determine. Your condition may have attracted the attention of other divisions within our organization. Jonathan, you must mature now. Chapter 64. The Suspicious Nick Fury. Does the Green Goblin sprint? Just as Jonathan had begun to run a few laps, reacquainting himself with his body, an agent of Hydra, who appeared somewhat familiar and had been lurking as H.I.E.L.D. undercover operative, suddenly entered the room. Director, Nick Fury has arrived, expressing a desire to visit Jonathan. Upon hearing this, Pierce's expression changed abruptly, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Rumlow. Understanding the cue, Rumlow promptly exited the hospital room, positioning himself at the door. Outside, a Hydra agent obstructed Nick Fury's path. A look of difficulty etched on his face. I apologize, Director Fury, the agent spoke calmly. Director Pierce is currently attending to his son, who has just regained consciousness. It is not a convenient time for visitors. Fury furrowed his brow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his single eye. Although Pierce had promoted him to deputy director, their relationship resembled that of old friends, often resulting in camaraderie. There seemed to be no reason for such a situation. Could they be facing an issue? With this thought in mind, he shook the bouquet of flowers he held and addressed the agent. I heard Jonathan has awakened, so I came specifically to pay a visit. There isn't anything amiss, is there? My rapport with Director Pierce is strong. I merely wish to step in briefly and then depart. Yet, the agent remained steadfast. We greatly appreciate your concern, Director, but this is a moment for family reunion, and we hope for your understanding. Fury narrowed his eye, his piercing gaze seemingly attempting to penetrate the door of the hospital room. Years of experience as an agent had honed his instincts, and he sensed something amiss. Although he could not pinpoint the exact nature of his discomfort. Very well, Fury finally conceded. Please convey to Director Pierce that I have visited. Should there be any good news, feel free to contact me. The agent nodded in acknowledgement, watching as Fury departed. Once he confirmed that Fury had left the vicinity, he returned to the hospital room to report to Pierce. Pierce's expression fluctuated, revealing a mix of anxiety and contemplation. That cunning fox, Fury, remains as perceptive as ever. If we had not swiftly contained the information, he might have already uncovered the truth. We must exercise even greater caution. Sitting nearby, Sitwell suggested, Director, perhaps we should expedite Jonathan's discharge to avoid attracting further attention. After a moment of reflection, Pierce agreed to the proposal. Jonathan, how are you feeling? Jonathan nodded. I feel perfectly fine, Father. I am ready to leave at any moment. Thus, under Pierce's supervision, Jonathan swiftly completed his discharge procedures. To evade detection, they chose a discreet exit from the hospital, employing a decoy to create the illusion that Jonathan remained hospitalized. At this juncture, Jonathan had safely returned home. Everything in his room appeared normal, yet for reasons unknown, he felt a lingering sense of unreality. He shook his head and took a deep breath. According to the system's explanation, after the system interfaced with the cosmic cube, its core was modified, enabling him to descend into an alternate reality as a counterpart. The world's rules synchronized his data, preserving his original memories and existence while crafting an entirely new compatible body for his arrival. As for the original body, it was reshaped by the power of the world and displaced into another realm or an unrelated narrative. At this point, Jonathan couldn't help but marvel at the formidable nature of the space stone, which not only augmented the system but inadvertently opened a backdoor for him. Shinloki, it is I who have done this. Upon my return, this entirely new vessel shall revert transforming into pure soul energy to merge with Jonathan's essence in the Marvel Universe. Ultimately, after a systematic comparison of data, all information from the Black Cloak world will be assimilated into his being. Thus, when the time comes to utilize the Dual World Portal, Jonathan will be able to traverse to the Black Cloak realm in an identical form, flawlessly resolving any corporeal issues. Therefore, upon returning home, Jonathan eagerly made his way to his training ground, commencing experiments to assess the accuracy of data assimilation and the coherence of his physical form. As the scene shifts, after safely escorting Jonathan home, Pierce promptly summoned his subordinates to convene a clandestine meeting within a secure location. The participants included Sitwell, Rumlow, and several key members of the Hydra faction. "Gentlemen," Pierce stated bluntly, "we are now presented with an unprecedented opportunity. With the abilities Jonathan has recently acquired, he could become a significant asset to our organization. Sitwell, please analyze Jonathan's medical report." Sitwell cleared his throat and began. "According to preliminary research, Jonathan's blood contains an unknown substance characterized by remarkable regenerative and resilient properties. If we could decipher this substance, we might be able to artificially produce super soldiers. Moreover, we could extract components to create an anti-aging serum, which, as you all know, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the upper echelons once revealed. Is that true? This is simply marvelous. Our faction is saved." However, Pierce raised his hand, silencing the commotion. "From this moment forth, we must proceed with caution. Fury may already be growing suspicious, and we cannot afford to alert him." "But Director," one protested, "Jonathan's situation is under scrutiny from other divisions. Numerous spies have been inquiring over the past few days. It is only a matter of time before they uncover the truth." Indeed, if Baron Strucker and Viper learn of Jonathan's true condition, given their typical modus operandi, they will undoubtedly act impulsively, perhaps resorting to any means necessary to abduct Jonathan for experimentation. Rumlow, typically stern, contemplated for a moment before speaking. "As someone who has witnessed Jonathan's growth, I naturally wish to protect him from the targeting of rival factions." "I understand," Pierce replied. "Thus, we must firmly secure Jonathan until he possesses the means for self-defense. Our cooperation with him is not solely for the benefit of our faction. His development will ultimately serve us all." Every individual present, astute in their own right, recognized that Pierce's words were intended to safeguard his son while remaining within the bounds of the organization's interests. Furthermore, all core members had risen through the ranks under Pierce's guidance and would not voice dissent. Now, it remains to be seen how Jonathan will strategize. Meanwhile, due to the efforts of designated personnel to fabricate the illusion of Jonathan's hospitalization, he remained at home for a fortnight before being discharged, his body adorned with faux bandages as he gradually re-emerged into public view. Shortly after Jonathan's discharge, Dr. Banner mysteriously vanished, and a substantial green figure appeared in the SHIELD files, momentarily diverting Fury's attention to the distant land of India. Chapter 65. Doctor, what the hell? Research on Compound 5 commences. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. The bandages binding Jonathan had long been removed, and he adeptly deflected external skepticism under the guise of his remarkable recuperative abilities. During this period, Jonathan seldom made public appearances, opting instead to present himself at home and a few nearby clubs, while also cooperating with Hydra for bodily data assessments. However, during these examinations, Jonathan remained cautious, refraining from activating his energy absorption and focus abilities, presenting only his extraordinary self-healing capability to Hydra. Yet, Jonathan's abilities were uniquely his own, not merely the result of a simple mutation, leaving Hydra's experts to frantically study his cells without finding any leads. Consequently, Jonathan found ample opportunity to orchestrate his own affairs. One day, Jonathan returned to his conceptual technology company in a sleek sports car. To avoid attracting attention, he entered the building and skillfully navigated his way to the underground secret laboratory, guided by memory. In a brightly lit corner of the lab, Dr. Stein, accompanied by a cadre of external specialists, was engrossed in the study of a peculiar and vibrant plant. Surrounded by an array of colored bottles and jars on the experimental tables, "Dr. Stein," Jonathan called softly. Upon hearing his voice, a flicker of displeasure crossed Dr. Stein's face. However, upon recognizing Jonathan, the displeasure swiftly transformed into a look of surprise. "Ah, long time no see. I was just thinking about you. I've recently made some breakthroughs in my research concerning plant resistance." Jonathan nodded, urging Dr. Stein to lean in closer. "Doctor, I have some important matters to discuss with you, but confidentiality is paramount." At this, Dr. Stein's expression became serious. He set down his experimental apparatus and locked eyes with Jonathan. "Of course, I adhere strictly to professional ethics. Nothing will leave my lips. I will have my assistants leave the room." Once everyone had exited the laboratory, Jonathan retrieved 3 small vials from his pocket. One blue, one fluorescent, and one deep green. Doctor, these are what I brought back from a unique location. You may refer to them as Compound 5, Temporary Compound 5, and virus samples. Jonathan handed the 2 vials to Dr. Stein. Compound 5 has the potential to awaken latent energies within the human body, randomly generating superhuman abilities. However, the survival rate upon injection is relatively low. Generally, the success rate is higher when administered during childhood. That said, the randomness I speak of is not absolute. A person's psychological obsessions or fears may significantly influence the direction of their abilities manifestation. Then, this temporary compound number 5, as its name implies, boasts an efficacy that lasts merely 24 hours, while the viral samples serve as a countermeasure against the aforementioned substances, rendering them ineffective. Dr. Stern took the small vial, examining the liquid within with keen curiosity, and soon could hardly contain his eagerness to observe it under the microscope. Upon closely scrutinizing the specimen, his expression transformed into one of utter astonishment. This is simply unbelievable. He lifted his gaze, incredulity etched on his face as he looked at Jonathan. The molecular structure and sequence I am witnessing are unlike anything I have ever encountered. Compared to this, all my previous research pales in comparison. If we can truly harness this, we might even replicate the remarkable achievements of the super soldier serum from years past. Just then, Dr. Stern seemed to recall something, a pensive expression crossing his face. Speaking of which, a peculiar individual recently reached out to me through an old research link I had posted online, claiming to have transformed into a green, hulking monster, seeking a remedy to suppress this condition. Dr. Stern shook his head, continuing, honestly, I had no idea how to approach this, but now he raised the vial in his hand, excitement gleaming in his eyes, with this substance. I believe my research could make a significant breakthrough. The properties of this compound might just solve his predicament. Jonathan was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Banner would have contacted Dr. Stern at such a moment, which simplified matters considerably. Initially, he aimed to recruit Dr. Banner into his company for research purposes, and now, with a means of communication established, achieving his goal was merely a matter of time. Doctor, you can maintain contact with him. Your understanding of the injection effects of compound number 5 may not be entirely precise. I happen to have 2 examples here. Let us find a new laboratory. Dr. Stern's curiosity was piqued by Jonathan's words. Following Jonathan, he arrived at the end of the corridor. Given that Jonathan had employed only a small number of staff, this laboratory was typically not open to the public, making it an ideal place to store items. After opening the door and ensuring no one else was present, he promptly shut it. Jonathan slowly raised his right hand, gesturing in a sweeping motion. And in the next moment, under Dr. Stern's astonished gaze, 2 enormous sleep pods materialized before him. These pods exuded a distinctly advanced technological aura, radiating a soft blue light, with some peculiar liquid seemingly flowing within. What is this? Dr. Stern stuttered, utterly taken aback by this mind-boggling sight. Jonathan did not respond immediately, but instead beckoned Dr. Stern to approach. As they stood beside the pods, Dr. Stern peered through the transparent sections and gasped in shock. Inside each pod lay a figure, one with long hair and a rugged beard, muscular and brimming with bravado, and the other clad in a superhero-like blue uniform, both appearing to be of similar age. Who are they? Dr. Stern whispered. Both individuals are receptors of Compound 5. The one on the left, having been injected in his youth, possesses remarkable physical prowess and formidable defensive capabilities, able to unleash energy blasts from his chest. He may be referred to as Soldier Boy. The one on the right, whom we shall call Patriot, has been subjected to Compound 5 since childhood. You must have perused the comic published by the company, which illustrates his abilities as a diminished version of Superman. This is truly astonishing. Due to their unique constitution, the sleep chamber is filled with a substantial amount of neurotoxic agents, and prior to entering, they are deliberately hypnotized, entrapping their memories in a loop to ensure they do not awaken. Doctor, what you need to do is thoroughly comprehend these 3 elements, with the ultimate goal of achieving mass production. Chapter 66. Kingpin takes the commission, kidnapping Jonathan as night descends. Hell's Kitchen in New York is shrouded in a veil of gloom within the opulent office of Kingpin. Viper and Baron Strucker sit across from him, their gazes traversing the imposing figure of this crime lord. Beneath his white-collared suit lies a formidable physique, exuding an oppressive aura that suggests he is ever ready to erupt. Even while seated, Mr. Kingpin, the alluring Viper coos, twisting her seductive waist, her lips painted darkly, barely concealing an irresistible charm. We have a business proposition for you. Kingpin, unfazed by the serpentine temptress's antics, narrows his piercing eyes and states in a deep voice, "Oh, pray tell." Baron Strucker interjects, "There is an individual named Jonathan Pierce. We require you to capture him, alive." Kingpin scoffs derisively, "Is it worth the esteemed presence of both of you merely to apprehend one man? You overestimate my capabilities." Strucker offers a sinister smile. "Of course, it is not solely for that reason. We are aware of your desire to expand your influence in New York. Should you fulfill this commission, we can transfer some of our enterprises to you. Upon hearing this pivotal detail, Kingpin's expression shifts to one of intrigue. Elaborate. Strucker produces a document from his briefcase and slides it across the table. This is a list of the establishments we are prepared to transfer, including several nightclubs, casinos, and other legitimate businesses. This would expand your territory by at least 30%. Kingpin reviews the document with keen attention. After a moment, he raises his head, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. Fascinating. However, why do you place such importance on this, Jonathan? By your Hydra standards, it is rare for you to delegate tasks. At this, Viper and Strucker exchange glances, and Viper flicks her tongue. He possesses certain unique abilities that we wish to study. Kingpin smirks coldly. Study? You intend to torture him to death, don't you? That is your modus operandi. Mr. Kingpin, you jest. This individual is of significant importance to us. Given our willingness to pay such a hefty price, do you not wish to acquiesce? Gene fell into a moment of silence before rising to his feet, his imposing figure casting a shadow across the office. I accept this deal, but I have one condition, he declared. Baron Strack, wary, inquired, what condition? A sinister smile crept across Gene's face. I wish to meet this Jonathan in person to discern what makes him so extraordinary that you Hydra members are making such a fuss. A glimmer of shrewdness shone in Jin's eyes. As the underground emperor of New York, he had long been acquainted with the notorious Hydra, infamous since World War II. This profit-driven organization consistently yielded astonishing returns, and Gene was eager to discover what surprises awaited this time. Meanwhile, Hydra was also deliberating, to be candid. They had not initially paid much attention to Jonathan, only receiving sporadic reports of anomalies from their internal spies. Given these circumstances, the potential disputes among Hydra's factions could not be exposed, thus they were compelled to seek intelligence through alternative means, harboring no intentions of sharing the spoils. Baron Strack furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is not in our plans." Before he could finish, Gene interrupted, "Either accept my condition, or there is nothing to discuss." Viper and Baron Strack exchanged glances, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. Gene settled back into his chair with satisfaction. "Excellent. I shall dispatch my most capable subordinates, Bullseye and Erica, to handle this matter. You need only inform me of Jonathan's current whereabouts." Viper, producing a warm photograph from his leather trousers, handed it to Gene. "This is his likeness. He was last seen at the Concept Technology Company, and you must act swiftly. His identity is not trivial." Gene accepted the photograph, shook it slightly, and after scrutinizing it for a moment, smirked, "Rest assured, no matter who he is, he shall not escape." Once Viper and Baron Strack departed, Gene stood by the windows, gazing over the nightscape of New York, then pressed the intercom in his hand. "Summon Bullseye and Erica, we have work to do." Meanwhile, Jonathan emerged from the patent office building, clutching a substantial document. Before returning to the Marvel Universe, he had directly integrated some advanced Black Ops technology from the Black Cloak Commando into the system, including a tracking device and heat-resistant materials commonly used by superheroes. Upon his return, Jonathan intended to position these not-yet mainstream products as the flagship offerings of his company. This strategy would allow him to establish notoriety among the public before launching future heavyweight products. Consequently, Jonathan planned to register the products at the patent office, safeguarding his exclusive rights while simultaneously enabling his fledgling company to operate and generate some operational funds. Having completed these tasks, Jonathan felt unburdened. His envisioned plans were nearly realized, allowing him to ease the pace and await the unfolding of events. Just a few days ago, he received an electronic invitation to a bachelor party issued by Tony Stark to all the eligible bachelors in New York, with the event scheduled for tonight. When Jonathan first entered the Marvel realm, he had crossed paths with Tony Stark, albeit their interactions were limited to the exchange of dimensional information regarding the New York Times socialites. In reality, they had only met a handful of times, barely establishing familiarity. Therefore, seizing this opportunity, Jonathan intended to enjoy himself while also making a favorable impression on Tony, which would facilitate his involvement in the upcoming Iron Man storyline. Who knows, he might even manipulate the situation to acquire what he desired. Before long, Jonathan parked his supercar and stepped out, preparing to head towards the party venue. Meanwhile, we shift to Hawkeye, who was perched on a nearby rooftop, wielding a sniper rifle, squinting through the scope with a self-assured smirk gracing his lips. In a seemingly casual manner, he squeezed the trigger just as Jonathan turned the corner. A barely audible shot slicing through the air. The bullet whizzed forth, aimed directly at Jonathan's thigh. The task assigned by Boss Kingpin was to capture him alive, not simply to execute him with a single bullet to the head, so Hawkeye was puzzled as to why he needed to involve Erica. The elaborate setup seemed unnecessary. However, to Hawkeye's surprise, Jonathan appeared to possess an uncanny awareness, effortlessly sidestepping the shot, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Was the aim off? Hawkeye tilted his head, fixated on the bullet hole embedded in the wall, analyzing the trajectory. Perhaps he had become too accustomed to the company of women, causing his marksmanship to falter? Through the communicator nestled at his neck, Erica's voice pierced the silence. She was swiftly approaching Jonathan's location, clad in a form-fitting black suit that melded seamlessly with the night. With a graceful leap, she positioned herself in a blind spot, seeking the optimal angle for her assault. Soon, she spotted the smoking bullet hole left by Hawkeye, but was bewildered to find that Jonathan's figure had inexplicably vanished, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Erica, he's behind you. Hawkeye's urgent warning crackled through the communicator, prompting Erica to whirl around. Oh, darling, that outfit is quite striking. Are you searching for me? If you think I'm slow to catch on, wait until you see how quickly I can move in the Marvel Universe. Chapter 67, The Profound Loneliness of Being Invincible Yet Helpless. To all the friends commenting on the book today, I wish you a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival. Erica was momentarily startled, never anticipating that her target would silently appear behind her. Realizing the danger, she swiftly turned, aiming her crossbow at Jonathan's throat. A swift bleed out, paired with the healing ointment from her organization, would allow for a seamless abduction. Her methods were remarkably adept. Observing this, Jonathan's eyes flickered with amusement as he casually sidestepped the attack. In such a hurry, my dear? We haven't even exchanged names yet. Might this be a touch presumptuous? I assure you, I am not a man to be trifled with. Jonathan's voice betrayed not a hint of panic, his words laced with mockery. Erica chose to disregard him. Typically, such verbose targets were overly proud, oblivious to their true standing. With individuals of this ilk, silencing them sufficed. Erica launched a relentless assault. Her movements as fluid as flowing water, each strike delivered with lethal precision and cunning angles. The prongs of her fork glimmered ominously under the cold glow of the streetlight, aimed directly at Jonathan's vital points. Yet, Jonathan's reaction surpassed Erica's expectations. He danced like a specter, effortlessly evading her onslaught with uncanny timing. At that moment, Erica furrowed her brow, a flicker of unease stirring within her. This man's movements were decidedly peculiar. Her earlier assessment of the target's combat prowess had proven overly cautious. Thus, with a steely resolve, Erica deepened her expression and once more brandished her fork, unleashing her full might in an attempt to counter him. However, to Jonathan, her movements appeared sluggish, a stark contrast to the frenetic pace she had encountered in the realm of the dark robes, where battling storms and engaging various superhumans demanded unparalleled speed. Returning to this Marvel-like scenario felt somewhat disorienting. Suddenly, Jonathan flickered behind Erica, reacting with remarkable speed. She attempted to pivot and retaliate, only to be startled by the realization that he had vanished. Such swiftness! Erica's pupils constricted as she murmured, desperately scanning for Jonathan's likely reappearance. Thank you for the compliment, my dear. I'm right here. Jonathan's voice suddenly echoed from another direction. Erica turned once more, only to grasp at air. This maddening cycle continued, and she felt as though she were grappling with a ghost. Her breath quickened, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. No matter how fervently she attacked, she could not graze Jonathan in the slightest. Their speeds were simply not on the same scale. Meanwhile, the sniper, situated at a distance, fixated intently on the two combatants, his brow furrowing as his fingers unconsciously brushed against the trigger of his rifle. Should he catch even the slightest opportunity, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger and bring Jonathan down. Yet, the chaos of the situation rendered him unable to lock onto a target. Damn it! What on earth is that wretched Erica doing? The sniper muttered under his breath. Having partnered with her for an extended period, he had never witnessed her in such disarray. Even with his keen ability to capture dynamic visuals, Jonathan's speed allowed him only fleeting glimpses of an afterimage. Back in the fray, Erica, having sustained relentless offensive maneuvers, found her breath ragged and her movements slowing, losing the earlier sharpness. In stark contrast, Jonathan remained composed, even finding the leisure to jest. Feeling tired? He inquired with a smile. Care for a little oyster to replenish your strength? Erica gritted her teeth, forcing herself to regain her composure. She recognized that she had fallen into Jonathan's rhythm and needed to alter her strategy. Taking a deep breath, Erica ceased her assault and adopted a defensive stance. Having endured for so long, it was high time for that scoundrel, the target, to finally make a move, wasn't it? Oh. It seemed a change in tactics was in order. Jonathan raised an eyebrow. At that moment, a bullet whistled through the air, aimed directly at the back of Jonathan's neck. The target, seizing the opportunity presented by the momentary pause, unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Surprisingly, Jonathan did not flinch or evade the oncoming projectile. Instead, he appeared to be frozen in place, accepting the bullet head-on. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Erica observed that Jonathan's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if the bullet striking him was nothing more than a mere feather. From the perspective of the target, the sight was even more chilling. He noticed that upon hitting Jonathan, the bullet seemed to be repelled and cushioned by some invisible force, eventually dropping harmlessly to the ground. Jonathan's clothing bore no trace of damage whatsoever. Such a phenomenon of deflecting bullets was something the target had only witnessed on his formidable leader, Jean Bing, whose immense physique was composed of over 90% muscle, capable of smashing through walls and constraining bullets with his sheer density. However, Jonathan's peculiar ability was beyond the target's imagination, reminiscent only of the extraordinary skills displayed by the ninjas of the Hand Association, albeit lacking such protective effects. "Wow. You almost had me there," Jonathan remarked with a smile, his gaze following the trajectory of the bullet through the air, accurately pinpointing the target's location. However, Erica had no intention of engaging in further banter with Jonathan. Seizing the moment, she launched a surprise attack, thrusting a trident directly at his heart. Yet, Jonathan's reflexes were swifter. He seized the trident effortlessly, wrenching it from her grasp. To Erica's utter astonishment, Jonathan then bent the robust steel trident as if it were mere rotting wood. "Apologies, may I borrow this?" Jonathan said, tossing the broken trident in a graceful arc. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed in the distance, followed by the target's exclamation of shock. The fragmented trident had precisely struck his sniper rifle, rendering its barrel utterly mangled. The target stared incredulously at his now useless weapon, momentarily forgetting to flee. By the time he regained his senses, he found Jonathan inexplicably standing before him, that unsettling smile still adorning his face. This was the top floor of the 5th story. How on earth had he managed to ascend? "Greetings, Mr. Sniper. Would you mind engaging in a conversation with me?" The target recoiled to a safe distance. Drawing a large dagger from his side, and with pinpoint accuracy, he aimed it at Jonathan. "No need to be anxious. I merely wish to pose a few questions." Jonathan, hands behind his back, absorbed the kinetic energy of the incoming daggers, and with a sudden flash of silver in his eyes, he lunged forward, effortlessly pinning the target to the ground. "For instance, who dispatched you here?" The protagonist bears no animosity towards Jean Bing. It is evident he inquires as to who is pulling the strings, testing whether it is Hydra or some other organization at play. It would be prudent to engage one's intellect before delving into a narrative. Moreover, is the target not aware? If he bears a tattoo on his head, would it not be a blatant act of betrayal to display it? Furthermore, should one traverse the Marvel universe, where individuals appear markedly different from their cinematic portrayals, one would still recognize them instantly. In Chapter 68, Tony Stark's bachelor party, the target clenched his teeth, remaining silent. As a subordinate, to directly betray his leader Jean Bing would result in dire consequences. He was also oblivious to the true purpose of his leader's directive, genuinely uncertain if anyone was collaborating with him. Unable to pry open the target's lips, Jonathan's gaze drifted to the tightly wrapped cold cap atop the target's head, with a soft sigh escaping him. In the Marvel universe, who would wear a cold cap in the height of summer? It is highly probable that it conceals some conspicuous insignia. Who possesses such an obvious mark necessitating concealment? Considering the alluring black bodysuit of this female assassin, coupled with her weapon, a steel trident, it becomes apparent that these two individuals are none other than Jean Bing's foremost enforcers, Erica and the target. In truth, it matters little. I believe I have already deduced the reality. At that moment, Erica stealthily ascended the stairs, swiftly appearing behind Jonathan, a small handgun inexplicably in her grasp. As she closed the distance, without hesitation, Erica pulled the trigger, the bullet aimed at Jonathan's hind leg. Yet, to her astonishment, Jonathan spun around at the very instant the bullet was discharged. Buzz. Erica stared in disbelief as her bullet hovered momentarily in midair before plummeting to the ground. "This is impossible," Erica exclaimed. Jonathan smiled slightly. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. With a gentle wave of his hand, Erica felt an unseen force push her away, causing her to crash to the ground and struggle to rise. Seizing the opportunity, the target broke free and stumbled towards Erica. They exchanged wary glances, mutual apprehension reflected in their eyes. "I suggest you return to inform your boss, or those who orchestrate from the shadows." Jonathan's voice resonated from behind them. "If you wish to meet, perhaps you could come find me for this game of hide and seek. It is rather juvenile." Noticing Jonathan's lack of murderous intent, Erica and the target made no further delay, vanishing swiftly into the night. Jonathan remained rooted in place, watching them depart, his smile gradually fading. "It seems certain individuals are growing restless," Jonathan murmured to himself, a glint of sharpness flickering in his gaze. Jean Bing has no quarrel with him, and he has only recently emerged in the public eye. Given their tenuous connection, Jonathan found it hard to believe that such a crime lord would engage in conflict with a minor character like himself without cause. The most plausible explanation is that Jean Bing has received a commission from some organization. If all goes as expected, it is likely that another faction of Hydra has set its sights on him. The reason for returning these two is twofold. Firstly, Jonathan's company has only just been established, and he naturally wishes to avoid provoking a bitter rivalry with Jean, which could lead to adverse consequences. Secondly, he aims to observe the situation and see if it evolves. Setting aside his thoughts for the moment, Jonathan opened the electronic invitation and stepped into the party venue. Tony Stark hosts a bachelor party almost every year, and this time he chose the setting of his own sky garden. The garden, illuminated by vibrant lights, was filled with prominent socialites, their elegant attire creating a dazzling spectacle. Due to a previous delay, Jonathan arrived a full 30 minutes late. As Tony Stark has never adhered to the habit of waiting for all guests to arrive, the festivities had already commenced. Not far away, the guest of honor, Tony, was already slightly inebriated, his cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue, and his usually meticulously styled hair now appeared disheveled. He held a glass of champagne, weaving through the crowd, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with familiar guests, and casting flirtatious glances at a few striking women. At his side were two stunning women, both cover models from the past 2 weeks, followed by several alluring ladies hoping for a chance at wealth, dressed in eye-catching attire. Should any of them manage to share a bed with this notorious playboy, they might secure a lifetime of comfort. However, it seemed that Tony's attention was only bestowed upon the two at his side. Just then, as he made his way toward the guest area, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon a man standing in the corner. The man, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, was conversing with his secretary, Potts, his dark hair standing out amidst a sea of golden brown waves. Ward, how dare that bastard flirt with my Potts? Tony squinted, feeling an irritable haze clouding his inebriated memory. For some reason, that face seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not place it. Deciding to set aside the thought, he temporarily dismissed his female companions and swayed toward the man. Hey, buddy. Tony loudly interrupted the conversation between the man and Potts, drawing their attention. Haven't I seen you somewhere? Your face looks damn familiar. Tony, this is the newly launched Concept Technology Groups. Just as Potts began to explain, Tony abruptly pointed a finger and jabbed it into the man's chest. I recognize you. That damned face of yours looks just like. What was it? Jonathan Pierce? Tony furrowed his brow, straining to recall, and then suddenly snapped his fingers with a flash of insight. I remember now, though that may not be entirely accurate. He certainly wasn't as robust as you, nor did he have such a rosy complexion. I recall he once shared the measurements of a certain starlet with me. Could it be that you are his cousin? Is it possible I'm actually Jonathan Pierce? Are you sure? Tony scrutinized him closely, vaguely recalling that Jonathan's height seemed comparable to his own, yet now he appeared distinctly taller. Moreover, the man's muscular physique was evident even through the creases of his suit. The transformation is indeed monumental. Tony pondered that the Wing Chun he learned from the Chinese master might still pale in comparison to what Jonathan could achieve with just one hand. With this thought, Tony decided to temporarily set aside Jonathan's flirtation with Potts and engage in conversation instead. Their dialogue was nothing short of delightful. Good heavens. Where have you been all these years? It feels like an eternity since I last heard any news about you in the circle, Tony remarked. I've been preoccupied with fitness, meditation, and such pursuits. Care to join me? Jonathan replied, eyeing Tony's slender figure beneath his suit, unable to resist a jest. Only by nurturing one's body can one enhance their vitality, Jonathan teased. Upon hearing this, Tony raised an eyebrow, wearing an incredulous expression. What? Are you serious? Please. Those tedious activities consume far too much time and energy. Besides, I, the illustrious Tony Stark, have robust vitality and my spirits remain undeterred. Just look at me. I indulge in life's pleasures daily and yet thrive. Moreover, I am the world's richest man and a top-tier inventor. Concerns about one's physique are merely the worries of the elderly. Tony swirled his champagne glass and took a hearty sip. However, you, my friend, seem to manage your physique rather well. What is the name of your personal trainer? If she happens to be a blonde beauty, I might just consider signing up. By the way, Potts, what was that peculiar company you mentioned earlier? Tony inquired, digging at his ear and glancing toward a bewildered Potts. I apologize, Mr. Jonathan. My boss has had a bit too much to drink and may struggle to articulate himself, Potts said, tucking a stray hair behind her ear. It is a conceptual technology firm, boss, she added. Chapter 69. Obadiah emerges, inciting Pierce to unify Hydra. In the next world, Sony's the amazing Spider-Man, where I train the most dashing and earnest web-slinger to rescue Gwen. Personally, I favor the amazing Spider-Man. Even Holland will write, and the 3 generations will be featured together. I will also bring forth parallel world animations for a grand assembly of the 8th generation with a sly grin. Text. Upon hearing Tony's remarks, Jonathan's lips twitched, followed by a resigned shake of his head. It is a well-known fact that Tony Stark's sharp tongue is an acknowledged trait in the Marvel Universe. Grant him a mouth, and you might just acquire a day filled with despair, unable to counter his words. For he is not merely a playboy but a genius inventor and a super-rich magnate. Aside from the neighboring Bruce Wayne, there is scarcely anyone else who can hold a candle to Tony's stature. Perhaps for Tony, his company is indeed a small venture, and it is only natural for him to look down upon it. Yet, his tongue is truly merciless. Were it not for his identity as Tony Stark, Jonathan might have felt compelled to deliver a punch. "Oh, so this is your company?" Tony swayed, tilting his head, his breath reeking of alcohol, causing Potts to frown beside him. "Could you elaborate on what it does?" Perhaps the great Tony Stark could offer some insights. "Well, we cater to a broader range of fields. Currently, we are primarily launching auxiliary materials, such as ultra-heat-resistant leather products. However, we plan to focus on biotechnology in the future. My friend, to speak candidly, the advancements in both civilian and military machinery technology far surpass the trivialities of the biological sciences. Just look at last year. Stark Industries sold tens of thousands of mechanical prosthetics. No offense, but your perspective seems rather limited." Tony, with his trademark mustache raised, grew increasingly animated under the influence of alcohol, until suddenly he felt a wave of nausea, clutching his stomach and bending over. Noticing this, Potts hurriedly pulled Tony aside, concerned that he might vomit on Jonathan, and steadied his swaying figure. While supporting him, Potts apologized to Jonathan, her embarrassment intensifying. "I apologize for my boss. He tends to ramble when inebriated and can easily lose his composure. I'll take him home now and won't trouble you further." "Pepper, I'm not drunk. Help me back. I want to keep drinking. My two lovely ladies are still waiting for my attention," Tony exclaimed, breaking free from Potts' grasp and leaning against a nearby green plant, attempting to head back. However, he was intercepted by a man who towered over him by half a neck, sporting a scruffy beard and placing a hand on Tony's shoulder. "Tony, how did you manage to drink so much? You still have to attend the Jericho Strategic Missile Showcase at the end of the month. You can't afford to be this careless. The military has been pressing for updates." "Obadiah, what brings you here? No need to rush. Do you still doubt Stark's manufacturing prowess? Those missiles are worth $500 million, and every weapon I've produced has been sold out to the military." While Tony spoke with bravado, Obadiah countered, "We still need to prepare. Indulgence must be tempered." "And who might this be?" He regarded Potts with a puzzled expression. "She is from Concept Technologies, a newly launched company." "Oh, I see. Let us expedite the itinerary for the end of the month. The sooner we get Tony home, the better." Unfazed by the conversation, Obadiah merely turned to exchange a glance with Jonathan, slightly shaking his head, implying a desire to dismiss him. In Obadiah's murky and ominous gaze, Jonathan discerned a hidden ambition and a trace of ruthlessness. Truly, he embodied the essence of a typical antagonist, radiating an unmistakable aura of menace. Jonathan discreetly averted his gaze and took long strides back to the guest area. His mission of mingling with Tony had reached fruition, and unexpectedly, he gleaned a startling revelation, if all went as anticipated. The military showcase proposed by Obadiah at the month's end would serve as the catalyst for the main storyline of Iron Man. At that juncture, Tony would be specifically targeted by Obadiah and abducted by the Ten Rings, forced to collaborate with another scientist, Ethan, to produce missiles. The first generation of the Iron Man suit would be the result of Tony and Ethan's reluctant partnership under duress, ultimately leading to Tony's escape. Upon realizing this, a plan began to take shape in Jonathan's mind. After indulging in refreshments and flirting with a few attractive guests, he departed from the bachelor party. Roaring away in his supercar, he steered the vehicle into a sparsely populated street and halted at a corner. After casually discarding several notes with room numbers from his pocket out the window, he located his phone and dialed an encrypted number. With the address provided over the phone, Jonathan swiftly navigated down a secluded road, ultimately arriving at an inconspicuous office building. This was one of the secret bases established by his frugal father, Pierce, in New York, and also served as the headquarters for Pierce's Hydra faction. Inside, concealed behind an unassuming sculpture, Jonathan pressed a hidden mechanism, allowing him to enter a mechanical elevator that led directly to the inner sanctum. Soon, he found himself face to face with his father, who had just concluded some business in his office. "The party should still be ongoing, right?" Pierce teased, revealing a rare moment of candor during his leisure time. Directed at his youngest son, it was worth noting that Jonathan had sworn off such entertainments for fitness 3 years prior, prompting Pierce's curiosity about why Jonathan had chosen to attend the event upon receiving an invitation from Tony Stark. "In truth, father, I merely sought to make a public appearance," Jonathan clarified. "However, I have some pressing matters to discuss with you. Some individuals have become restless prior to my departure for the party. There was an attempted assault on me, likely an abduction attempt rather than a lethal one." As he spoke, Jonathan recounted the recent events with a sense of urgency. "Oh, to be targeted right under our noses?" Upon hearing this, Pierce's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. "Why was I not informed? Ramlo and Sybil have not notified me either." It was evident that another faction was orchestrating this conflict. Jonathan had anticipated this outcome before making his statement. He had joined the Marvel Universe and assumed the identity of Pierce's son, a role that was immutable. Should Hydra face repercussions, given Nick Fury's ruthlessness, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences as well. Therefore, to ensure Hydra's survival, it was imperative to steer it back on course. transforming the usual minor disputes between factions into a unified front against external threats. To achieve unity, the consolidation of factions was a prerequisite, and targeting other factions was the initial step, regardless of their involvement. They would be accused first. After all these years, Father, are you still unaware of the ambitions harbored by that Viper, Madam Hydra, and Strack? Their aspirations are vast enough to contemplate the absorption of other factions. Is it not possible that we also harbor traitors among our ranks? Pierce adjusted his glasses upon hearing this. Within our Hydra faction, there exists an unwritten rule: mutual non-aggression. United in pursuit of Hydra's supreme goals. I had long since sealed off this information. The only likely culprits would be those two. Zemo has remained quiet over the years, so it is unlikely to be him. Furthermore, you have repeatedly tolerated their provocations, yet the outcome remains unchanged. Pierce furrowed his brow, revealing his long-standing frustration with the two individuals. He had repeatedly covered for them to ensure Hydra's secrecy. Since they have all taken such actions, why not be even more decisive and directly merge the two factions under our command? After all, these two rebellious individuals have long been unable to contain themselves and will inevitably gravitate towards us. Furthermore, Father, you need not worry about our capacity to confront them. I have discovered that I seem to have acquired an entirely new ability, strikingly similar to that of Ms. Marvel. Chapter 70, Cleansing Hydra? The approaching Goldfinger classmate. What? Pierce furrowed his brow, his tone betraying evident skepticism, as alarm bells rang in his mind. You say you have suddenly gained a new power? Pierce slowly reiterated, his sharp gaze scrutinizing his younger son, narrowing his eyes. When exactly did this occur? Just the night before last. Pierce nodded thoughtfully, recalling that he had recently commissioned the organization's top scientists to conduct a comprehensive examination of Jonathan. At that time, Jonathan's so-called supercells remained unchanged, no matter the manipulation. The scientists had been unable to extract any useful information. Yet now, a new discovery had emerged. What a remarkable coincidence. With this thought, Pierce resolved to listen to Jonathan's explanation before reaching a conclusion. In fact, Father, this new ability of mine appears to be passively generated. Through my observations and experiments over the past few days, I have found that I can absorb and store certain forms of energy, such as light, electricity, and even kinetic energy. Pierce narrowed his eyes, quickly weighing various possibilities in his mind. Energy absorption did not sound implausible. Captain Marvel had previously exhibited a similar capability, but he required further details to be convinced. How does it operate? Are there any limitations? Pierce inquired. Jonathan shook his head. This ability is not as formidable as Ms. Marvel's. It has its limits, entering a state of relative saturation once a certain threshold is surpassed. However, after absorbing energy, I can release it back. Pierce nodded slightly. And what else? I seem to have gained some fragmentary prophetic ability. As Jonathan spoke, the air seemed to solidify for a moment. Pierce's expression grew more grave. While he could accept the notion of energy absorption, the idea of prophetic ability was rather far-fetched. Prophetic ability? Pierce repeated, his tone laden with doubt. Jonathan, are you certain you are not jesting? Pierce fell into contemplation. As the long-standing leader of Hydra, he would not be easily swayed by the words of his youngest son. Regardless of their relationship, he decided to conduct a test. Then, Pierce began slowly. Can you tell me what you have foreseen? Jonathan appeared to have anticipated this question. First contemplating the original storyline. The Marvel films might diverge significantly from reality. If the details he provided were inconsistent, it would be disastrous. Thus, Jonathan resolved to speak in generalities to enhance his credibility. My prophecy does not consist of specific details, but rather a collection of vague, fragmented glimpses. I foresee that our organization, Hydra, will implement a project known as the Inside Initiative, and it appears we possess a special task force, codenamed the Winter Soldier, which has been brainwashed in some manner. Upon hearing this, Pierce's pupils constricted slightly. The details of the Inside Initiative are known only to him, along with Rumlow Sitwell, and other core members, and have long been classified under Hydra's most secretive files. Meanwhile, Viper and Baron Strucker are tasked with the Winter Soldier project, collaborating and sharing the results. Furthermore, it was the chief scientist of Hydra, Cobra, who proposed and initiated the research on this matter. However, this scientist is notoriously enigmatic, preferring to communicate solely through electronic means. Jonathan Pierce's expression instantly turned grave. You would do well to tell me the truth about the source of this classified information. Was it Viper or Baron Strucker? Do you truly believe anyone would casually divulge such high-level secrets to me? I have already stated that I perceived all of this through my prophetic abilities. At this, Pierce fell silent, needing time to process the information and assess the potential risks. If what Jonathan claims is true, then this ability would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset to Hydra. However, if this is merely a meticulously crafted ruse, I require time to verify your assertions. Pierce finally replied. Until then, do not disclose this matter to anyone. including your two brothers. I will arrange for further examination and testing." Hearing this, Jonathan exasperatedly cradled his head. Even after saying all this, there remains doubt. This man has an old habit of skepticism that makes deception nearly impossible. Moreover, Jonathan, why did you only now bring up such a critical matter? Did this only trigger a few days ago? After verifying its authenticity, I hastened here without delay. My primary intention in sharing this is to assure you that we need not worry about retaliation from other factions. You must concentrate all your efforts on the absorption of those factions. Our long-standing objective has been to devise various plots and schemes within this small world. Controlling the government, manipulating finance, influencing public opinion. These are indeed significant. Yet we have remained confined to a small circle, lurking in the shadows from World War II to the present. Our organization unable to step into the light, scorned and vilified. Rather than continuing to conceal ourselves, we might as well take a bold leap, cleanse our image, and set our sights on the stars. Do you know, the fragments I encountered encompassed not only Hydra but also greater threats and invasions from extraterrestrial origins. Remember the alien empire you mentioned some time ago? Jonathan felt a dryness in his throat and moved to the other side of the room, retrieving 2 glasses and a bottle of fine Scotch whiskey from the cabinet. As he poured the drinks, he continued, "Consider this. If extraterrestrial races like the Skrulls fail to find suitable planets for colonization, what might they resort to?" He handed a glass to Pierce. "They are undoubtedly inclined to establish themselves on Earth, masquerading as ordinary humans. In fact, I suspect this scenario may have already transpired." Pierce took the glass, gently swirling the amber liquid, lost in contemplation. "Are you suggesting?" "Indeed," Jonathan replied, seating himself in the chair opposite Pierce. "The threat posed by the Skrulls is far greater than we can fathom. They possess the remarkable ability to perfectly imitate anyone, including their appearance, voice, and even memories. Imagine if they have already infiltrated our government, military, or even Hydra itself." As he spoke, Jonathan rose, fixing his gaze intently on Pierce. "This is precisely why Hydra's rehabilitation plan must be expedited. We need to present ourselves positively in the public eye and become the backbone of Earth's defense. Only then can we secure the necessary resources and support to confront potential extraterrestrial threats." To be frank, Jonathan had always viewed Hydra as an organization with immense developmental potential. In terms of loyalty, growth rate, and infiltration, it surpassed SHIELD by a considerable margin. Thus, since his arrival in this world, Jonathan had not lamented his fate, but instead adopted a proactive stance regarding Hydra's evolution. However, Hydra's greatest flaw lay in its penchant for complacency. Reveling in its own schemes within the confines of comfort, gloating over trivial gains, it continually attempted to provoke figures far more formidable than itself. Therefore, seizing the current opportunity, Jonathan laid bare his thoughts. If his father could not comprehend, he would take it upon himself to instigate reform. Though he typically exhibited laziness, he preferred to resolve all hindrances once and for all. "Consider this, father, rather than playing house with a few kittens. Should we not resolve to revitalize our agenda and truly manifest the profound essence of Hydra, stepping beyond our star system to govern this planet?" Pierce was taken aback by the depth of his youngest son's insights into the organization, falling into a lengthy silence. He felt a flicker of intrigue. Indeed, as Hydra evolved into the modern era, Pierce had long experienced a sense of powerlessness, burdened with the task of cleaning up messes, devising plans while fearing the discovery by so-called virtuous factions. He had little clarity regarding the organization's strategic calculations, primarily relying on the enigmatic Dr. Viper to propose and execute future initiatives. The core of these endeavors, as Jonathan had articulated, was merely to dominate the world. Yet, with the looming extraterrestrial threat, such ambitions appeared utterly hollow. If this were the case, the unification faction must truly accelerate its agenda. Pierce fixed his gaze on Jonathan, noting the significant changes in his youngest son over the past 3 years. Had it not been for his repeated probing, he might have genuinely believed that his son had been replaced by another. He had initially placed his hopes on Jonathan's older brothers, aspiring for them to inherit the organization's mantle, yet unexpectedly, the most promising successor appeared to be the very son he had doted upon, Jonathan. Now, Jonathan's ability to express his own insights signifies that he possesses a plan of his own, which brings a sense of solace to him as a father. Given this, why not take a bold step forward? "Jonathan, accompany me to the experimental department." Although Pierce was inclined to act, his cautious and suspicious nature led him to first verify the authenticity of the situation before gathering the core members to make a decision. At this moment, in Hell's Kitchen, New York, within a lavish penthouse, the air was thick with an oppressive tension. Wilson Fisk, more widely known as the formidable crime lord Kingpin, stood like a towering statue before the floor-to-ceiling windows. His imposing figure cast a long shadow in the moonlight, as if it were consuming the entire room. Behind him knelt two disheveled figures. Kingpin exhaled deeply, slowly turning around, narrowing his disproportionately small eyes into slits. His hawk-like gaze piercing through the two individuals like a sharpened blade. I recall this was merely a straightforward capture mission, was it not? The target cast his gaze downward, unable to meet Kingpin's eyes. His once proud, unerring hands now hung limply at his sides, revealing distinct bruises on his wrists. We encountered an unforeseen complication. An unforeseen complication? Kingpin scoffed, his voice dripping with derision. What sort of complication could leave my two most capable subordinates in such a disheveled state? Erica stepped forward. We underestimated Jonathan. He is not an ordinary individual. Upon hearing this, Kingpin's expression darkened instantaneously. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet, and the very air grew heavy with tension as he slowly approached the two, each step echoing like a hammer on their hearts. Tell me, he said, his voice dangerously low. My two finest assassins were bested by a nameless minor character? Both the target and Erica instinctively took a step back, well aware of Kingpin's temperament. Whenever a mission failed, he would personally intervene, meting out severe punishment regardless of gender. Accompanying a tyrant is akin to dancing with a tiger. They could only tremble in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Surprisingly, however, Kingpin, gripping his cane, did not lash out. Instead, he merely cast a cold glance at the two and remarked, "So, it appears the target of the commission is indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, since you have returned alive, I presume the other party must have something to convey to me." Having navigated the treacherous waters of his profession for so many years, Kingpin was well aware of Jonathan's intentions and was curious about what message Jonathan would leave for him. He instructed, "Do not hide like children playing hide and seek. If you seek him, go directly." Upon hearing this, Kingpin's brow shot up, and a flicker of displeasure ignited in his eyes. "Oh, it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Very well, I shall indulge him. Target. You will attend the meeting with Mrs. Gao. I have urgent matters to discuss." Due to reader feedback expressing concerns about excessive narrative exposition, to avoid monotony, I will strive to consolidate all narrative elements into a single expansive chapter, much like the current one, to enhance your reading experience. Chapter 71, The Union? The Purple Man? The ire of Kilgrave surged like a wildfire, swiftly engulfing the entire underground realm. Kilgrave was a man of both muscle and intellect. He harbored no arrogance, believing that his formidable physique alone would suffice against Jonathan. Thus, to ensure his retaliation was foolproof, he sought the aid of the Union, enlisting a cadre of ninjas dispatched by the experienced Madame Gao, whose collaborations in the past had proven fruitful. Simultaneously, he had Erica locate the elusive Purple Man, Zebediah Kilgrave, who was also known to roam the Hell's Kitchen, having encountered Daredevil on numerous occasions. It was rumored that his body had undergone mutations spurred by certain chemical hormones. Once absorbed through the skin, these hormones could render individuals susceptible to Kilgrave's verbal commands. However, such effects were only potent in his presence, utilizing his own tone and cadence. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of New York, Jonathan's unscrupulous father, Alexander Pierce, sat rigidly in his clandestine office, his countenance grim as he listened to the report from Rumlow of the Intelligence Department. "You mean to say," Pierce's voice was as frigid as ice, "Kilgrave has already commenced his actions?" Rumlow flipped through the documents in his hand, confirming once more, "Indeed, Director. According to our undercover agent infiltrating Kilgrave's ranks, he has made contact with the Purple Man, Kilgrave, and has enlisted the Union's assistance." What a viper and Strucker. Any developments? They were invited to Kilgrave's apartment for a private meeting this morning. They are undoubtedly entangled in this affair. Pierce's expression hardened, a glint of ruthlessness flickering behind his gold-rimmed glasses. He rose, hands clasped behind him, and approached the window, gazing at the Hydra agents now organized under Sitwell's oversight. What of Jonathan's data comparison? "Director, the report has been finalized. Everything he claimed is indeed true. He possesses the ability to absorb various forms of energy for his own use, akin to vibranium." "And the prophetic effects?" I inquired with Dr. Cobra regarding the progress yesterday. He indicated that the brainwashing program has now entered clinical trials. If all proceeds as planned, we should witness the results of Project Winter by next year. Excellent. Prepare to depart. In the outskirts of New York City, within an abandoned factory, Jonathan, sensing the pursuit of the crowd behind him, deliberately led the way through alleys until he arrived at this location. Yet, what Jonathan faced was not a throng of dim-witted simpletons. The moment he stepped inside the factory, the orchestrators behind the scenes immediately sensed something amiss, hastily instructing their operatives to halt their advance and allowing a squad of Hydra agents to breach the factory first. After all, the Hydra agents were unwaveringly loyal and numerous. The loss of a few would hardly faze Viper and Strucker. Bang! Suddenly, the factory doors were flung open with force. Fully armed, the Hydra squad streamed inside, their gazes calm and resolute, swiftly readying their weapons within seconds. With the command given by the Viper from the communicator, the agents acted decisively, pulling their triggers without hesitation. Some targeted Jonathan directly, while others fired indiscriminately around the factory to ascertain if any enemies lay in ambush. The tongues of fire erupted from the muzzles of the submachine guns, unleashing hundreds of golden bullets like a torrential downpour upon Jonathan. Yet he remained steadfast, showing no signs of movement. As the hail of bullets approached his form, it was as though they were met by an invisible barrier, absorbing all kinetic energy as if cushioned by a layer of cotton. Simultaneously, Jonathan's figure began to tremble involuntarily. Each angle he had shifted, creating an infinite series of overlapping afterimages that merged and then separated once more. The bullets, having lost their momentum, fell to the ground like a cascade of water, producing a crisp sound upon impact. However, witnessing Jonathan's peculiar state, the Hydra agents did not cease their onslaught. They continued firing. If one were to approach the communicator of an operative, they would hear Strack's explicit orders. Yes, keep it up like that. When his energy nears saturation, the agents from the Hand Association and other teams will converge. Jonathan was well aware of their intentions. They merely sought to fatten him up before launching a genuine assault. However, this tactic had previously been employed by Zubao in the world of the Black Cloak, and having suffered once, Jonathan would not easily forget. Yet, if he could create an illusion, luring all the outside personnel in would provide a more advantageous opportunity for retaliation. With this thought, Jonathan feigned being struck by the kinetic impact of some bullets, stumbling backward as if his balance had faltered. Observing this, Strack, who had been receiving real-time updates on the Hydra operatives, was elated, promptly issuing orders for other Hydra team members and the Hand Association to storm the factory. However, the usually composed Jean did not follow them inside. Instead, he remained outside with his scepter, accompanied by the Purple Man, the Target Eye, and Erica, maintaining a vigilant watch over the unfolding battle, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. At that moment, with Lady Gao's command, the ninjas of the Hand Association emerged from the shadows like phantoms in the night, their dark garb blending into the surrounding black mist, brandishing sharp shurikens, their eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. With a wave of the lead ninja's hand, dozens of elite ninjas launched themselves toward Jonathan, attacking from multiple lethal angles with incredible speed. Simultaneously, the Hydra agents ceased their fire to coordinate with the ninja's assault. In an instant, Jonathan found himself ensnared in the ninja's web, surrounded on all sides, seemingly unable to escape. Yet this was precisely the moment Jonathan had been waiting for. After all this time, I can finally unleash my vengeance upon you. A golden brilliance flickered in Jonathan's eyes, and in an instant, a blinding light erupted from his form, exploding in a cross-shaped flare after being intensely compressed. All the nearby little ninjas, fortunate enough to experience the joyous sensation once savored by their ancestors, found themselves enveloped in a radiant warmth that blanketed their bodies, igniting a fervent energy within. Simultaneously, this luminous force momentarily blinded them, while simultaneously obliterating the lingering sorrows of existence, ultimately casting them at the feet of Amaterasu. Oh, wait. It seems the little ninjas of the SH Kai are devoted to beasts, aren't they? With a resounding crack, the charred remains of severed limbs lay scattered, the aroma of cooked flesh permeating the air. Yet, Lady Gao, leading the charge, appeared dissatisfied with Jonathan's extravagant hospitality. She swung her slender fist towards Jonathan's face. As her fist approached, Jonathan sensed an inexplicable, overwhelming force, presumably emanating from Kunlun's chi. Chapter 72, Lady Gao's Beast Transformation, The Viper's Demise. Jonathan did not flinch before Lady Gao's advancing fist. Instead, he displayed a smile reminiscent of ancestral treasures and raised his hand to meet her blow. The collision of their hands generated a considerable wave of energy in the air. Although Jonathan absorbed the impact entirely, he could distinctly perceive the considerable force contained within the strike. To Jonathan's surprise, Lady Gao, despite her diminutive stature, possessed formidable strength that, bolstered by chi, allowed her to contend with the likes of Queen Maeve in the Black Cloak. It seems that Kunlun's chi truly possesses remarkable prowess. Well done, old woman, Jonathan remarked with a light chuckle. Lady Gao remained silent, narrowing her eyes as she vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Jonathan in the blink of an eye. Her aged hand, resembling an eagle's claw, reached for the vulnerable point at the back of his neck, only to find her strength dissipated as if striking a mass of cotton. At this moment, the remaining ninjas did not graciously yield the battlefield for a one-on-one duel. As one would expect in a film, here, their singular objective was Jonathan. Seizing the opportunity, each ninja formed hand seals, transforming into a cloud of black mist. In the next second, dozens of poisoned shurikens shot forth like a celestial shower toward Jonathan. With a swift movement, Jonathan deftly evaded, effortlessly catching the incoming shurikens, then infused them with energy and returned a portion back toward Lady Gao. Observing this, she gracefully leaped back, landing with her hands clasped in a claw-like gesture. exerting force as she tore her hands apart. In the next instant, a substantial mass of invisible white energy coalesced from her palms. As Lady Gao increased the distance between her hands, the chi was flattened into a net of her own height, intercepting all the shurikens midair, causing them to spin chaotically. Subsequently, Lady Gao unleashed the energy net, letting all the shurikens fall to the ground before adjusting her stance and charging once more at Jonathan. This time, the little old woman seemed invigorated, her eyes ablaze with a sinister crimson glow, her strength magnified, and her assault speed accelerated dramatically. Jonathan crossed his arms defensively across his chest, absorbing Lady Gao's airborne kick and promptly flinging her aside. Upon landing, Madame Gao let out a cold snort and increased the tempo of her attacks. Her figure flickered around Jonathan, appearing alternately to the left and right, each emergence accompanied by a fierce offensive. Her strikes, palms, fists, elbows, knees, were ruthlessly executed, revealing not the frailty of an elderly woman but rather the prowess of a seasoned fighter. Yet Jonathan remained unruffled. No matter how significantly Madame Gao enhanced her abilities, his reflexes far surpassed hers, enabling him to predict her every move with uncanny precision. Moreover, as their confrontation persisted, Madame Gao's energy visibly waned. Eventually, realizing her assaults were ineffective, she retreated a few steps, her chest heaving violently. They were right. You truly possess something extraordinary. You can absorb essence, much like the Dragon Maiden. Dragon Maiden? Jonathan tilted his head, pondering who among the Kunlun was such a master that he had never heard of her before. Curious to know? First, endure this attack. Madame Gao spat onto the ground, then formed a seal with her hands, directing her sword-like fingers to pierce her heart's pulse. In the next moment, Jonathan's extraordinarily sensitive energy perception detected a sudden fluctuation. Descending upon Madame Gao, this energy exuded a foul and corrupt essence, inherently repulsive to all but her. Jonathan, too, felt an instinctive aversion. If his assumptions were correct, this could very well be the primordial demon beast revered by the Hand Alliance. As the tainted energy invaded, Madame Gao's scara turned black, her frail body swaying. And with a sudden force, she shattered the concrete beneath her feet, soaring gracefully towards Jonathan, her bony fingers poised to strike. In an instant, Jonathan felt as if he were ensnared by an ancient beast, his movements slowing as if entrapped in a mire. Subsequently, that energy, impervious to absorption, lunged straight at him. The black, rancid miasma began to corrode his skin, possessing an almost rhythmic power that devoured him with mere contact, despite his resilient flesh. Yet, Jonathan's remarkable self-healing ability remained active, drawing upon the energy stored within to counteract the encroaching darkness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jonathan summoned every ounce of energy within him, channeling it into his upper body. His bronze muscles surged, shimmering like shattered gold, his pupils narrowing with intensity before erupting forth. With a swift motion, brilliant beams of light cascaded outward, dispersing the surrounding black energy layer by layer, unveiling the encased Madame Gao. Without hesitation, Jonathan seized her neck with his right hand and forcefully slammed her to the ground. With a resounding crack, the concrete shattered, and Jonathan lifted her seemingly lifeless form once more, hurling her with great force. Madame Gao soared like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the factory wall. Her vital energy surged chaotically, and the internal martial prowess she wielded dissipated in an instant. She collapsed, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. No wonder he is the son of the Dragon Lady, she murmured before losing consciousness. Jonathan barely caught her words, only hearing the phrase about the Dragon Lady's son. Never mind, I'll ask my dear old dad later. For now, I have a myriad of little Karami to deal with. Without further contemplation, Jonathan transformed into a streak of golden light, dashing out at breakneck speed and effortlessly dispatching the little ninja foes one by one, whether through raw force or precise detonations. Wherever Jonathan went, none of these ninjas remained unscathed. At that moment, the cunning Baron Strax sensed the tide turning against him and hurriedly fled the factory, leaving the unprepared Viper behind. Meanwhile, Jonathan had already turned those Hydra agents into a free barbecue with his heat vision, some still writhing in a state of freshness indicating they were not entirely dead. Strax's escape was futile, as he had previously instructed his father to lay an ambush outside the factory, waiting for the right moment to capture the remaining foes. The sluggish Viper was easily caught in Jonathan's grasp, suspended in the air. Aunt Viper, my father has taken care of you quite a bit, hasn't he? This is rather ruthless of you, Jonathan remarked. No, please, don't kill me. I'm willing to follow you, to pledge my loyalty to Pierce. Look at my figure. Do you like it? I can. As she spoke, Viper swayed her hips, trembling uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. Before Jonathan could respond, Viper succumbed to sheer terror. Sorry, but I must decline, he said, devoid of any remorse, gripping her hair and unleashing a blast of heat vision that reduced her meticulously maintained visage, preserved for nearly 60 years by a special serum, to a charred remnant. You must admit, The heat vision is rather effective, Jonathan mused. Stepping over Viper's remains and strolling toward the entrance of the factory. If his calculations were correct, dear old dad should have arrived with reinforcements by now. Chapter 73. A target in a trap. The control of the purple man begins. As Jonathan emerged from the decrepit factory, still radiating the heat of battle, his clothes stained with blood yet his skin remained pristine and untainted. He surveyed his surroundings and saw that his father, Pierce, was leading a substantial contingent of agents. Surrounding the entire area, Baron Strack found himself cornered, his expression surprisingly calm. Strack, you've gone too far this time, Pierce remarked darkly. While I could tolerate your usual provocations with Viper, you have clearly forgotten the prior agreements and crossed the line of faction disputes. Strack sneered. Pierce, spare me the righteous facade. Don't delude yourself into thinking you're the paragon of rule following. What are you doing right now, if not engaging in factional conflict? Besides, without the two of us, Hydra would still be lurking in the shadows like a rat after World War II, unable to emerge into the light. Upon hearing this, Pierce's expression darkened further, his gaze fixated on Baron Strack, causing the latter to feel an unsettling chill. You two truly dare to speak so brazenly. Who do you think wipes your muddled rear ends after such reckless undertakings? Do you believe I am unaware of the spies and informants you have lurking around me? I have tolerated your antics time and again, but now you audaciously wish to ride over me? Pierce adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles, the lenses glinting ominously. Perhaps it would be better without your presence, but before your demise, I shall unearth every single one of your hidden pawns. With that, Pierce cast a glance at the fully armed Hydra soldiers behind him, prompting two of them to step forward, ready to apprehend Strack. However, at that moment, a slender figure with purple skin emerged from behind Strack, raising both hands in a sweeping gesture. The two soldiers, as if under a spell, stood frozen in place. It was the purple-skinned individual who had come with Kingpin. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not wish to interfere in your factional disputes, but we had previously reached an agreement. Receiving remuneration to mitigate calamities, correct? Kindly grant me this favor. Following the purple figure's intervention, Kingpin, leaning on his cane, strode forward with an imposing presence, his gaze both disdainful and commanding. His robust frame clad in a white suit exuded an overwhelming aura. As Kingpin's words fell, the purple figure unleashed a potent hormonal field that instantly subdued the surrounding Hydra soldiers. As the hormones coursed through their bodies, an eerie purple glow flickered in their eyes, rendering them uncontrollable as they raised their weapons in unison, aimed at Pierce and his entourage. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers who had not been affected immediately raised their guns, targeting Kingpin's group. Seeing this, Pierce spoke in a low voice. Kingpin, this is our internal matter. Your intervention is unwarranted. Do you wish to declare war on S-H-I-D-L-D? Kingpin chuckled lightly, laced with a hint of disdain. Do not say such things, Pierce. With such a commotion on my territory, do you think I can remain uninvolved? Besides, your S-H-I-E-L-D frequently stirs up minor disturbances in my domain. I have yet to settle that score with you. I could relinquish all my enterprises to you, provided you eliminate them for me. Worry not about the consequences. With my faction backing me, it matters not who leads S-H-I-E-L-D. Strack, witnessing the shift in the situation, contorted his expression into a sinister grimace. Suddenly recalling that Pierce had the backing of S-H-I-E-L-D. If Pierce were to fall, he could seize the opportunity to engulf the entire organization, allowing his faction to dominate. With this thought, Strack unhesitatingly offered his bargaining chip, awaiting Kingpin's response. Kingpin would undoubtedly be inclined to absorb his substantial enterprises. As anticipated, Kingpin pondered for a moment before nodding. Purple figure, are you capable of this? Rest assured, as long as your two subordinates are willing to assist me, I can control the majority of the soldiers in a short time. As he spoke, the figure cloaked in purple unleashed his hormonal force field once more, emanating a tangible violet mist that drifted towards Pierce and the Hydra soldiers behind him. At that moment, Erica and Bullseye also sprang into action, propelling themselves forward with fervor. Coincidentally, Jonathan, emerging from the factory, witnessed this scene and thought to himself that trouble was brewing. He transformed into a streak of golden energy, dashing rapidly towards the direction of Old Man Sheep. Simultaneously, blocking Jonathan's path, Kingpin noticed the returning Jonathan, his eyes narrowing as he raised his cane and activated a mechanism. In the next instant, a thick cloud of smoke billowed from the joints of the cane, distinct from the mist released by the purple figure. This smoke spread through the air with remarkable swiftness, obscuring visibility and infused with a debilitating effect specifically concocted by Kingpin. Previously, when Daredevil often brought his team to confront him, Kingpin had cleverly utilized these tactics to weaken them, rendering them powerless before easily vanquishing them. Furthermore, this smoke served to conceal his form, allowing for unexpected assaults on adversaries. However, The opponent Kingpin faced was not Daredevil, but rather Jonathan, who had previously overwhelmed him in the Dark Realm. Jonathan, undeterred by the noxious smoke, possessed such exceptional physical prowess and the innate ability of his lysosomal concept that even a century spent inhaling sarin gas would not faze him. Moreover, Jonathan could sense the ambient energy surrounding him, and with Kingpin's massive body acting as a colossal mobile energy reservoir, there was no need for any probing. He materialized directly before Kingpin, who was taken aback, and delivered an uppercut with swift precision. Yet Kingpin, a seasoned fighter trained over many years, swiftly crossed his arms to absorb the impact of Jonathan's punch against his robust forearms. Following this, Kingpin seized the opportunity, aiming for Jonathan's neck with a sudden attack. However, Jonathan did not afford Kingpin any leniency. He did not even need to activate his energy absorption against Kingpin, maintaining his current energy levels. Jonathan delivered a powerful headbutt to Kingpin's bald crown, causing stars to dance before the latter's eyes. In a swift motion, Jonathan grasped Kingpin's thick neck with ease, lifting him effortlessly off the ground before forcefully slamming him down. Chapter 74, Brutalizing Kingpin. The Inferno's conclusion. Kingpin's massive frame crashed heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Despite enduring the brutal impact, his formidable physique and thick hide suffered no significant harm. With muscles bulging, he seized Jonathan's hand, executing a quick maneuver to spring back to his feet, fists clenched, ready to engage. Without hesitation, Kingpin charged forward, aiming to seize the advantage with a powerful punch. But Jonathan effortlessly sidestepped, twisting his wrist to grip Kingpin's joint, using the latter's momentum to hurl him away. Jean Bing, a figure of considerable stature yet remarkable agility, deftly adjusted his posture midair before landing gracefully. He twisted his neck, realizing that Jonathan's strength was formidable. Without external assistance, gaining an advantage would prove challenging. Narrowing his eyes, Jean Bing retrieved a specially crafted set of tiger claws from his suit pocket and donned them with haste. This time, he approached Jonathan with heightened caution, meticulously searching for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, he lunged forward in a swift motion, his right hand slicing through the air with lightning speed. Jonathan leaned back to evade the blow, yet Jean Bing's left hand followed suit, the claws grazing Jonathan's cheek and leaving behind a few crimson streaks. To Jean Bing's astonishment, however, there was no sign of emotional disturbance on Jonathan's face. The wounds seemed to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. Observing Jonathan's skin, pristine and unblemished, after his arduous efforts, Master Jean felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Did I have my fun? I'm pressed for time. It should be my turn now. No sooner had he uttered those words than Jonathan shimmered like gold, reappearing before Jean Bing and delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Even with Jean Bing's robust physique, the force of the punch doubled him over, forcing him to expel a mouthful of dark blood. Without a moment's pause, Jonathan pressed the advantage, launching a barrage of strikes at Jean Bing's face and body, each punch fueled by the residual energy of their earlier confrontation. The added force sent Jean Bing's massive frame teetering, rendering him as defenseless as a giant muscle-bound infant. During this onslaught, Jean Bing attempted to retaliate, but to Jonathan, his movements appeared as sluggish as a tortoise. A mere slight evasion was sufficient to dodge a punch, only to return a blow to Jean Bing in kind. He would not be at a disadvantage. The relentless sound of fists meeting flesh echoed through the air, and soon Jean Bing's visage was marred with bruises, his eyes rolling back unnaturally, half of his face rendered numb from the assault, with dark blood seeping from one ear, accompanied by the ringing in his ears. Finally, Jean Bing could bear no more. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Yet Jonathan showed no signs of mercy. He seized Jean Bing by the collar of his suit and hoisted him up, slamming him down once more. Having completed a flawless routine of exertion, Jonathan glanced at the unconscious Jean Bing sprawled on the ground, shrugged slightly, and then dashed at remarkable speed toward the location of the elder. Jonathan spared Jean Bing's life. Recognizing him as a capable enforcer who honored his commitments, he could still serve a purpose. Moreover, should he kill Jean Bing, chaos would ensue within his criminal empire. While Jean Bing maintained order, his absence would unleash a torrent of unruly forces, compelling Jonathan to manage each one individually, a cumbersome endeavor. It was best left to the professionals in their respective fields. At this moment, the purple figure had just expanded the range of his hormones. Within a 5-meter diameter of the dispersed purple mist, the Hydra soldiers fell under his control, responding to his command and launching an assault against the remaining conscious Hydra troops. On the other side, as the peculiar and tracking purple mist was about to drift near him, Pierce hurriedly covered his nose in an attempt to evade it. However, he soon discovered that no matter where he ran, the mist relentlessly pursued him. Loyal companions Langlo and Sitwell had already joined the fray, unable to divert their attention to shield him. At this critical juncture, a familiar voice suddenly rang out beside Pierce. "Dad, be careful." He swiftly turned his head to see Jonathan racing towards him at an incredible speed, accompanied by a whirlwind of repelling winds around his body. Pierce felt a sharp pain in his lower back as the gust battered his face, his neatly styled hair becoming a chaotic mess. The next moment, when he opened his eyes, he was astonished to find himself transported beyond the battlefield, with Jonathan standing resolutely by his side, his golden hair undisturbed. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Pierce disregarded Jonathan's change in hair color and gravely stated, "Jonathan, this purple entity is exceedingly dangerous. Its mist possesses formidable mental control abilities. Once in contact, resistance is futile. Fear not, Dad. I shall handle him," Jonathan replied with a smirk, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. When it comes to mental control, this purple being is no match for even a hair of Kate. Pierce understood Jonathan's implication regarding those who had been ensnared. He nodded slightly. "No need to worry, just act freely." "Understood." In the next instant, Jonathan transformed into a streak of light, crashing through all the Hydra agents that obstructed his path, nearly teleporting to stand before the purple figure. The purple being, engrossed in manipulating the battlefield, was evidently taken aback by Jonathan's astonishing speed, finding him nearly in front of him in the blink of an eye. In a panic, the purple entity coalesced a massive orb of purple liquid hormones in his right hand, intending to exert control over Jonathan. However, Jonathan was well prepared. Activating the hold your breath and focus effect, the purple entity's mental hormones failed to penetrate his being, let alone take effect. With a cold smirk, Jonathan delivered a powerful punch to the purple being's abdomen. Bang! The purple figure buckled as if struck by lightning, his body contorting painfully as he spat blood and was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, Jonathan flashed to his side, seizing him by the neck and lifting him up. "How could you possibly resist my control?" The purple being gasped, clutching his chest, which was likely fractured in multiple places, as he coughed blood. "Perhaps my mind is simply clearer," Jonathan replied, his eyes flashing with golden light. Two beams erupted from his gaze, creating gaping holes in the purple being's eye sockets, and Jonathan even generously performed some unrequested cosmetic adjustments, crafting a grotesque semblance of a smile. With the purple being's control shattered, the Hydra soldiers who had been under his influence awoke from their stupor, their eyes regaining clarity. Langlo took advantage of the moment, leading his team to swiftly subdue Strack's reinforcements. Seeing that the battle had nearly concluded, Pierce made his way back to the center, approaching Baron Strack, who was now encircled by the entire team. "Now, Strack, do you have anything to say?" Pierce inquired, adjusting his hairstyle and tightening his belt. "Without me, Hydra is nothing but a shadow," Strack boasted shamelessly, showing no awareness of his predicament as a captive. Pierce had anticipated that Strack might have more to say, yet his obstinacy in the face of death proved to be rather tedious. Strack was to be taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. for interrogation, while the others would be managed by Kingpin. The true Hydra had been eradicated under the guise of S.H.I.E.L.D. by Pierce, sending a perfect signal of closure to the outside world, while simultaneously administering a subtle reminder to the ever-suspicious Nick Fury. This incident had escalated considerably, and devising a seamless explanation to appease Fury would indeed prove to be a daunting task. Reflecting on the past, Pierce regretted not having taken this dark figure down sooner. Instead, it was Kingpin who had emerged as an unexpected ally. He cast a glance at his son, Jonathan, realizing that retaining Kingpin was indeed a wise decision. It was surprising to see such cleverness displayed now. Moreover, through this battle, he had gained a clearer understanding of Jonathan's formidable combat abilities, indicating a need to delve deeper into the research surrounding the Cosmic Cube. If Jonathan's mutations proved impossible to replicate, alternative avenues for study would need to be pursued. If all else fails, he would at least have a formidable figure to present, a visage akin to Captain America or Red Skull. In a few years, as he aged, Jonathan would likely be capable of standing alone, and it was uncertain what form Hydra might take by then. As for whether Jonathan would inherit his mantle, Pierce felt it prudent to remain observant, refraining from hasty conclusions. Just as he was contemplating future matters, Jonathan unexpectedly appeared beside him, exclaiming, "Dad, who is that dragon lady?" Chapter 75, Is the Dragon Lady My Mother? A threat from a celestial level being. In response to the fervent feedback from readers, I have revised the reason behind Kate's explosive power, transforming it from toxic to mildly toxic. I appreciate your understanding, as my writing skills still require refinement in romantic narratives. Once more, I invite those interested in a single or dual female lead to indicate their preference. Upon hearing the term Dragon Lady, Pierce's previously relaxed demeanor instantly transformed into one of tension. "Who told you that word?" he demanded. "That old lady on the stretcher over there," Jonathan pointed out. Following his son's gesture, Pierce turned to see the grotesquely contorted figure of Madame Gao, and a shadow flickered across his eyes. The hand had not anticipated that you would leak this information. It seemed that the traitors from the secret Kunlun were also aware. Withdrawing his gaze, Pierce pondered for a moment. Jonathan, there are certain secrets I did not share with you in your youth. Now that you are grown, it is time to reveal them. But not here. We shall discuss this back at the base. Jonathan shrugged, internally grappling with his thoughts. He had never witnessed his father exhibit such a countenance. The name Dragon Lady had a distinctly non-American ring to it, clearly indicating its origins from Kunlun. However, when did Kunlun's involvement become so pronounced that it could even reach New York, causing the notorious Hydra director to furrow his brow in concern? This news is bound to be sensational, isn't it? Could it be related to an old acquaintance? Upon returning to the Hydra base, Pierce instructed his subordinates to first detain Strucker, and then had Rumlow contact Dr. Cobra to implant a mind control program into Strucker's memory. Since this operation was conducted under the auspices of S.H.I.E.L.D. to eradicate Hydra, Pierce devised a clever scheme to keep Nick Fury in the dark. Strucker, as a prisoner, would inevitably be handed over to the interrogation unit overseen by Fury. Given Strucker's indiscreet nature, he would undoubtedly divulge all of Hydra's secrets. Thus, Pierce intended to extract all classified information from Strucker's faction using the mind control program developed by Dr. Cobra and subsequently brainwash him again, implanting predetermined information during his interrogation to safeguard the organization's secrets while also satisfying Fury's curiosity about certain confidential matters. After executing these plans, Pierce led Jonathan to his private office and locked the door. "Please, take a seat." Pierce gestured toward the sofa before retrieving a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet. "Would you care for a drink?" Jonathan shook his head. "No, thank you, father. Spare me the suspense and tell me, who exactly is this Dragon Lady?" Pouring himself a glass, Pierce downed it in one gulp before slowly revealing, "The Dragon Lady is, in fact, your mother." "What?" Jonathan was taken aback. He had spent the entire journey pondering the identity of the Dragon Lady, and now he found himself entangled in a family revelation. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, "Then what about you? Are you not my biological father? You cheeky brat, feeling bold, are you? Don't think that just because you've grown stronger, I won't dare to discipline you. I am still your father." Hearing Jonathan's words, Pierce, with his face reddening in anger, could no longer contain himself and pulled off his belt, preparing to give Jonathan a taste of reality. Hey, calm down, father, you haven't finished your story yet." Jonathan quickly poured Pierce another glass of whiskey, holding it up to his father's lips. "You insolent child. Your mother grew up in Kunlun, and speaking of Kunlun, I must tell you its tale. In Chinese lore, a realm known as Kunlun City appears every 15 years or so, where the populace is dedicated to martial arts, taught by the masters within Kunlun. The leader of Kunlun is known as the Jade Emperor, whose age is unknown and strength unfathomable, alongside 4 elders, Thunder God, Mengpua, Black Dragon, and Guanyin. Among them, the elder known as Guanyin was discovered by the Jade Emperor during his travels in the Uyghur region and was taken as a disciple. It is said that her abilities are linked to a miniature stellar body within her mind. Guanyin's star-like essence generates intense heat akin to the sun, allowing her to perceive energy and emotional fluctuations, detect signs of life demise in her vicinity, comprehend and utilize unfamiliar languages, heal others, and even survive in a vacuum. Your mother, the Dragon Maiden, is indeed the daughter of Guanyin, possessing an innate ability to captivate hearts and control the minds of others, far surpassing the manipulative powers of the Purple Ones. It seems that your mother is akin to a female version of Professor X, due to this power. Her abilities manifested with tremendous instability from a young age. To ensure the safety of Kunlun, the Jade Emperor banished her from that realm. And then she encountered your father? When I first met her, having grown up in Kunlun and remaining oblivious to worldly affairs, she was abducted by human traffickers and taken to America. At that time, I was executing a mission to rescue a child from a den of traffickers. However, just as I burst through the door, I was met with a scene of distorted figures, each inflicting harm upon themselves. Your mother stood at the center, radiating a fierce red light before collapsing to the ground. Thus, I took her back to Hydra. Pierce paused here, taking a swig of alcohol. From that moment on, she began to engage with the outside world through Hydra, quickly assimilating into contemporary society, and before long, we fell in love. However, the Jade Emperor eventually learned of her entanglement with the outside, sending assassins after her. Ultimately, it was Guanyin who intervened, saving your mother, but she sustained grave injuries during your birth and departed this world shortly after bringing you into it. Thus, Jonathan, this is why your hair and eyes are both black. However, the terms of the deal between Guanyin and the Jade Emperor were only for 25 years. After that period, should you reappear, the Jade Emperor would not hesitate to act. Upon hearing this, Jonathan's expression froze, astonished that such melodrama could unfold in his life. So, does this mean he harbors a grudge against the Jade Emperor of Kunlun? Although he inherited the memories of his predecessor, it does not imply that such enmity should rest upon his shoulders. In his current predicament, there is no escaping it, after all. He is a product of Kunlun's contact with the outside world. What of my elder and younger brothers? To avoid drawing the Jade Emperor's attention, I adopted them to create confusion, though they are unaware of the truth. This is why I did not allow you to inherit Hydra's affairs, initially. My intention was to ensure your safety by sending you to a secure place after 25 years, allowing you to live peacefully. Ah, Jonathan suddenly understood. It all made sense why his elder and younger brothers possessed the quintessential American looks, blonde hair and blue eyes, while he alone had black hair and dark eyes. Thus, Jonathan, your potential for power is considerable. If one day you truly grow to the strength of Ms. Marvel, the Jade Emperor will surely not pose a threat. Hearing Pierce's words, Jonathan felt a wave of frustration. Not only must he confront the threats of the New York battle, the menace of Thanos and the Conqueror Kong, as well as dangers from the multiverse, but he also cannot afford to relax, having to contend with the possessive Jade Emperor. It seems he must accelerate his journey of growth. One must understand that the Jade Emperor in this Marvel universe is not a trivial figure. His status is nearly equivalent to that of Odin of Asgard and Zeus of Olympus. He is undeniably a being of celestial power. Chapter 76. Is the plot of the Avengers about to begin? After the storyline of Iron Man concluded, it seamlessly transitioned to that of the Hulk, followed by an exploration of the extraordinary. Upon leaving the secret base, Pierce meticulously reviewed the carefully constructed narrative implanted in Baron Strucker's mind. Subsequently, he delivered it to the intelligence department overseen by Nick Fury. As for Jonathan's information, given the considerable commotion from the previous battle, it was utterly implausible to conceal it from the astute Nick Fury. Even a cursory examination of the scene would reveal discrepancies. Thus, Pierce opted to repackage Jonathan's transformation, modifying certain aspects and selectively informing Nick Fury. Upon receiving the news, Nick Fury was undeniably astonished, especially since the occurrence bore striking resemblance to the events surrounding the original Captain Marvel, involving someone he was well acquainted with. The most infuriating part was that he was only now becoming aware of it. Regardless of the powers involved, the crux of the matter lay in their controllability. So, Pierce, are you certain Jonathan's abilities stem from the Tesseract incident? Were you deliberately withholding this from me? Nick Fury spoke slowly, his scrutinizing gaze piercing. This revelation was exceedingly absurd. The only plausible explanation was that the truth had been concealed right under his nose. Where did that leave his reputation as a head of espionage? Pierce offered a faint smile, though it did not reach his eyes. I understand your insinuation, Nick. Jonathan's transformation is classified information. To ensure immediate containment of the situation, I had no choice but to resort to this strategy. Oh, Pierce, I'm not insinuating anything, Fury shrugged. I merely find the timing to be exceedingly coincidental. Do you not agree? When we transferred the Tesseract to Dr. Banner, an unknown enemy appeared to contest it, and Jonathan, for reasons unknown, happened to be present. Now, with Jonathan suddenly acquiring such abilities, it certainly appears abnormal, hinting at deliberate orchestration. Leaning back in his chair, Pierce was momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, Jonathan's transformation was indeed an accident, yet there would always be those who were suspicious and inclined to concoct theories, perpetually speaking of conspiracies. Perhaps it was for the best. If doubts arose, placing the blame squarely on Baron Strucker and his Hydra associates would allow for a clean break. Whether it was coincidence, he could not say. Now that Baron Strucker had been delivered to your intelligence department, I trust you possess more than 100 ways to extract information from him. At this, Fury's eyes sharpened instantly. The remnants of Hydra from World War II had resurfaced. One could only wonder how many affiliates remained. The volume of intelligence work would undoubtedly increase. Moreover, I wish to meet Jonathan personally and conduct some tests. I have already reviewed the combat data concerning Jonathan on my tablet, but the figures do seem rather exaggerated. Out of caution, I prefer to verify them firsthand. That is acceptable, but Nick, you have watched Jonathan grow up. Do not be overly harsh on him, Pierce remarked. Upon hearing this, Fury narrowed his eyes, a flicker of doubt dissipating within him. In this position, Pierce, I must prioritize national security. I understand. Pierce stood up. I trust you to handle matters. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, reach out to me. I am nearing retirement, and it would be prudent for you to acclimate yourself to the responsibilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. A few days later, Jonathan collaborated once more with S.H.I.E.L.D. to conduct a data verification, which confirmed that the initial data provided was accurate, if not exceeding expectations. Jonathan's punching power now approaches 3 tons. And after absorbing energy to full capacity, he deliberately reduces it to 60%, allowing him to unleash nearly 25 tons of force. When fully charged, he can exert 41 tons of power, and with a grounded leap, he can ascend to 20 meters. In a state of intense focus, his reaction speed and dynamic tracking ability are 300 times that of an average human, and his running speed can reach a staggering 88 miles per hour under maximum exertion. Furthermore, without energy absorption. Jonathan's physical resilience enables him to withstand shots from a Barrett rifle, with bullets merely grazing his skin and remaining lodged at the surface. While standard light machine guns and bullets fail to penetrate his defenses, Fury's assessment of Jonathan's capabilities was that he could easily surpass 100 Captain Americas, if not more. However, in comparison to the cosmic powerhouse, Captain Marvel, he still fell significantly short. At the very least, Jonathan cannot fly, can he? This, however, did not deter Fury from seeking Jonathan's collaboration. Unsurprisingly, he approached Jonathan to discuss his plans for establishing the Avengers. Yet, Jonathan found himself entangled in a scheme to confront the Jade Emperor and was reluctant to commit, as he preferred not to be governed or confined within a team. Especially with the impending introduction of a superhero registration act, he was disinclined to attract unnecessary attention while being a hero. He favored operating from the shadows and stepping in to rectify crises as they arose. The notion of daily heroics was something he had already forsaken during his time in the world of the Black Cloak, where he had grown weary of constant speeches and relentless crime fighting. He relished the thought of lounging atop his company's building, surrounded by a bevy of beautiful women, basking in the sun while sipping on his favorite sugary drink. Thus, Jonathan resolutely declined, yet proffered a proposal to Nick Fury to hold a nominal position within the Avengers, intervening only when necessary. Fury, having no alternative, acquiesced to Jonathan's terms, recognizing the challenge of enlisting a top-tier combatant, especially one he was already acquainted with. Unlike Captain Marvel, whose constant celestial endeavors often left Fury hesitating to reach out, as if Earth were not her home, he found himself in a position of resignation. Once these matters were addressed, Pierce also began to immerse himself in work. He dispatched Hydra agents multiple times to counter Baron Strucker and the remnants of the Serpent Society, assimilating those he could and dispatching the rest in a comprehensive manner. Meanwhile, Jonathan shifted his focus to the development of the company's Compound 5, taking the opportunity to venture into the world of the Black Cloak, selecting elite scientists from the What group to assist the Doctor after reconditioning them. Simultaneously, he established contact with Jean Ben, the Emperor of the Underworld, who, after being brutally beaten by Jonathan, had developed a sense of submission and did not refuse Jonathan's requests. Instead, he cooperated fully, discreetly suppressing the competitors of the Conceptual Technology Company using his own enterprises, while also assisting in the expansion of product promotion. Within a mere fortnight, Jonathan's company saw a remarkable increase in its influence among the populace. The residents of Hell's Kitchen were well aware of this company. In fact, Jean Ben even thoughtfully equipped each of his subordinates with tracking devices. Amidst the bustling activities, the end of the month arrived, heralding the commencement of the Jericho Missile Exhibition hosted by Stark Industries. This signified that the narrative of Iron Man was about to unfold. Chapter 77, The Misadventure of Tony Stark. The unrelenting Afghan sun scorched the earth, distorting the distant landscape with waves of heat. At this moment, Tony Stark sat leisurely inside an armored vehicle, donning sunglasses and clad in a tailored suit. He held a champagne flute filled with ice, swaying to the music emanating from the external speakers. Observing the serious expressions on the armed soldiers beside him, Tony displayed a look of disdain. The atmosphere within the vehicle was palpably awkward, rendering him quite uncomfortable. He felt the need to break the silence. What is this atmosphere? It feels as though I am being escorted to a military tribunal. What have I done? Tony couldn't help but voice his thoughts. It seems like you might just stop the vehicle and eliminate me. Are you all forbidden from speaking? Hey, Aegon. Upon hearing Tony's unrelenting stream of chatter, one of the soldiers next to him could no longer contain himself. We are allowed to speak. Oh, so you have an issue with me? Tony replied, turning to the front while shaking the ice in his glass. In truth, you intimidate them, remarked the female soldier driving the vehicle. Oh my God. I didn't realize you were a woman, Tony exclaimed. I feel like I should apologize, but I suppose that's the desired effect, right? I'll treat you like a soldier first. I'm in the Air Force. Oh, your bone structure is rather impressive. I can't seem to take my eyes off you. At this remark, laughter erupted among those present, and Tony, intrigued, raised his glass and took a sip. Now that's more like it. With Tony Stark in attendance, the atmosphere could never be dull. Sir, I have a question. Seeing the mood lighten, the soldier in the passenger seat turned around with an inquisitive expression. Did you really date all 12 cover girls from last year's Maxim magazine? Oh, that is quite a sophisticated question. Upon being queried about his area of expertise, Tony's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he removed his sunglasses and answered with utmost gravity. In March, I had a scheduling conflict with one of the ladies. But fortunately, the Christmas issue featured twins. Any further questions? Mr. Stark, may I take a photo with you? The adjacent soldier, now intrigued, pulled out his phone. Of course. But please don't post it to my personal space. The soldier raised a peace sign, leaning in close to Tony as he opened the selfie app. Oh. Do not employ that gang gesture. I was merely jesting. Peace, I cherish peace, yet should true tranquility prevail, my products would never achieve such remarkable sales. Just as they poised themselves for a photograph, a sudden, resounding explosion echoed from afar, prompting Stark to swiftly turn his gaze. A colossal fireball ascended on the horizon, followed by an abrupt detonation of the armored vehicle ahead of him. But that was not the end. The windshield of his own vehicle was suddenly struck by an unidentified weapon, shattering into fragments. The two soldiers in the front cabin were struck by bullets from an unknown source, collapsing to the ground. Observing this, Tony did not hesitate. He promptly opened the armored door and emerged. At that moment, a rocket launcher targeted the vicinity, causing a tremor that compromised Tony's balance. He was compelled to steady himself against the vehicle, one hand clutching his head, maneuvering through the cacophony of bullets ricocheting around him. With a whistle behind him, an alarm blared in his mind, prompting him to quicken his pace. Before a rocket could strike the grass behind him, he leaped and rolled behind a pile of boulders. Finding temporary cover, Tony hastily retrieved a high-tech mobile device from his pocket. After a brief transformation, he began to tap rapidly on the buttons. Just then, a missile soared past him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find it bore the Stark Industries insignia. How could this possibly be my missile? Just as he pondered this, the missile detonated without affording Tony a moment to react. Boom. His mind momentarily blanked, and he collapsed to the ground. His vision fading into darkness amid a haze and a ringing in his ears. 5 hours earlier, Tony Stark stood in a desolate desert, flanked by an array of missile launchers. His white suit, glaring under the intense sunlight, starkly contrasted the surrounding barren landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony began, his voice imbued with his customary confidence and disdain for limits. Today, we are here to unveil Stark Industries' latest marvel, the Jericho Strategic Missile System. Before him stood a cadre of high-ranking military officers and government officials, their attention rapt as they listened to the arms magnate's address. Expressions of curiosity and scrutiny adorning their faces. As Tony surveyed the crowd, he noted the anticipation and intrigue reflected in their visages, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. You see, my father Howard once said, the best guarantee of peace is possessing superior weaponry. Tony continued, his voice resonating in the vast emptiness of the desert. And today, I shall present to you the ultimate weapon capable of ensuring peace. On the dune, Tony turned to face the impeccably aligned missile launchers, gently pressing the remote control in his hand. In an instant, massive missiles soared into the sky, eliciting awe from the gathered crowd as they ascended towards the heavens. This is Jericho. Tony's voice brimmed with pride. It possessed unparalleled precision and devastating power, capable of obliterating all targets within a radius of several miles with just a single missile. As Tony's commentary unfolded, the missiles in the sky suddenly split into dozens of smaller warheads, each striking the designated mountain targets with remarkable accuracy. At the moment of detonation, Tony abruptly turned, raising his hands with an effortless grace as dust and debris erupted from the explosion, leveling the mountains with ease. This breathtaking spectacle was sufficient to astonish everyone present. Unsurprisingly, the deal was sealed. The beaming general waved his hand, instructing the armored troops to escort Tony back. Yet, as fate would have it, unforeseen events transpired with alarming swiftness. When Tony gradually regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a chair, surrounded by an unknown militia clad in Middle Eastern attire, brandishing rifles and speaking in an unintelligible tongue. Before him lay a video camera, recording who knows what. Kidnapping? Capturing a hostage video? These were Tony's immediate conjectures. However, he soon realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a bag was abruptly placed over his head, followed by the jarring impact of a blow to his skull. Darkness enveloped him once more. Upon awakening for the second time, Tony sensed an unusual weight on his chest. Chapter 78. The handcrafted arc reactor? The traces of the Green Goblin. As Tony regained his senses, he squinted around in the dim, damp cave where he lay, surrounded by heaps of discarded electronic equipment. Coughing violently, the sharp pain in his chest, and the overwhelming sensation of a foreign object in his nose compelled him to groan. He instinctively grasped at the breathing tube lodged deep within his nostrils, slowly extracting it, only to inadvertently knock over a specially crafted water cup on the nearby table. You're awake. I advise against making any sudden moves, a foreign voice cautioned. Tony struggled to turn his head, catching sight of an unfamiliar middle-aged man shaving with a razor against a rudimentary and stained mirror. Where am I? What is this? Tony exclaimed, only to be met with a heart-stopping realization. A massive battery loomed beside him, its wires connected to his chest. A wave of unsettling foreboding washed over him. As he coughed, he began to loosen the bandages binding him. The scene that unfolded before him nearly caused his heart to falter. A cylindrical metallic contraption stood ominously, its wiring seamlessly linked to the battery nearby. What have you done to me? He demanded. It is not what I have done, rather. "It is what I have done to save your life," the scholarly-clad middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, stirring a pot over a fire. "I have done my utmost to remove many shrapnel pieces, but several remain. They are migrating towards your diaphragm. Would you like to see? I kept a souvenir for you. Take a look." A man grasped a glass bottle and shook it vigorously, causing the copper pieces within to collide and emit a crisp sound. "I had witnessed many such injuries in my village, referring to them as the dying undead, for it would take about a week for the shrapnel to reach vital organs." "What is this?" "It is an electromagnet, connected to a car battery. It prevents the fragments from penetrating your heart." Tony widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at his chest. Tony Stark, one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, had now been reduced to a prisoner, his life sustained solely by a rudimentary device. Thus, in his profound despair, Tony silently pulled up the zipper of the shirt he had just received and glanced around, discovering an infrared camera mounted on the wall ahead. "Indeed. Smile for the camera." The man, noticing Tony's discovery, jested. "We have met before, at a technology conference in Bern. I don't recall." "Naturally. If I had been that inebriated, I wouldn't have been able to stand, let alone deliver a speech on integrated circuits. Where are we?" Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. "Quickly, stand up and follow my lead." "Hands on your head," the man urged Tony. Moments later, several fully armed terrorists burst in, shouting in an incomprehensible language, their cold gazes fixated on Tony and the man. "That is my gun. How did they get it?" Cradling his head, Tony was the first to sense something amiss. However, the man did not respond, and instead, the leader of the intruders began to speak to Tony in rapid-fire gibberish, leaving him utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the man beside him understood the leader's tongue and translated. He said, "Welcome, Tony Stark, the most infamous mass murderer in American history. He is the leader of the Ten Rings, and he feels honored to ask you to construct missiles, specifically the Jericho strategic missile you showcased." "I refuse." Tony uttered this statement with courage, only to regret it immediately afterward as the enraged militants subjected him to a harrowing experience of waterboarding, leaving him with a lifelong aversion to swimming. Soon, the compromising Tony was taken to the weaponry headquarters, where he was dismayed to discover that nearly all the weapons were those he had previously sold. "Here lay all the raw materials required to construct the Jericho missile. He demands you to list the materials and begin immediately. Once you comply, he will release you." Tony finally learned the man's name was Ethan, who translated for him. "No, they won tea." Tony feigned a smile as he shook hands with the leader, whispering to Ethan beside him. "Yes," Ethan replied without hesitation. That night, in the cave where he resided, Tony, clad in a coat, stared blankly at the fire before him. The weapons he had manufactured were intended for the military, to protect the innocent, yet now they had fallen into the hands of these terrorists, filling him with a wave of nausea. Since this evening, the outside world had been resonating with evident vibrations and clashes. At present, Tony could only place his hope in his friend Rhodey, an officer. "Do not wait any longer. This cave system is exceedingly intricate, and your friend may well struggle to locate this place." Ethan, observing Tony's inactivity, could easily surmise his thoughts. "Have you witnessed everything today? That is your legacy, Stark. The culmination of your life's work has fallen into the hands of those murderers. Do you wish to perish like this? Is this the final stand of the illustrious Tony Stark?" Tony leaned silently against the damp stone wall, closing his eyes. He understood that even the most elite rescue teams of the American military would find it exceedingly difficult to locate him in this unfamiliar terrain. He must rely on himself. "I must find a way to escape," Tony murmured. Ethan, seeing Tony nod, breathed a sigh of relief. His counsel was not entirely altruistic. He harbored a personal interest in their joint escape. After all, having assistance is markedly different from facing challenges alone. "Very well, first and foremost, you must survive," Ethan stated. "To survive, you must comply with their demands, at least for the time being. We have a week." Tony opened his eyes, a glimmer of resolve flashing within them. A week is ample time. Subsequently, Tony and Ethan began to actively cooperate with the demands of the Ten Rings terrorists. "I require welding tools, acetylene and propane will suffice, as well as a welding workstation, helmet, and goggles. I also need 2 sets of precision tools for melting." Tony boldly articulated his requests for raw materials to the terrorists. Despite the extensive list, the terrorists found his demands remarkably reasonable. It is entirely normal for a genius inventor to require such materials, especially since they were being monitored by cameras, leaving little room for unexpected developments. Tony and Ethan were acutely aware of the surveillance and chose to stagger their activities, showcasing the fabrication to the cameras during monitoring periods while secretly advancing their escape plan. Initially, Tony extracted 0.6 grams of palladium from 12 missiles, intending to create a life-extending device. Meanwhile, in New York, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury sat in his office. his expression darkening further upon learning of Tony's predicament. He had already dispatched a specialized rescue team to Afghanistan, but the terrain was exceedingly complex. After 3 fruitless days, he was nearly driven to smash the vase on his desk in frustration. Unfortunately, the personnel at S.H.I.E.L.D. were severely stretched, as Director Pierce had taken Rumlow and Sitwell to confront Hydra and the Hand. Thus, the entirety of the agency's burdens had suddenly fallen upon him. Moreover, with personnel shortages, Natasha had been dispatched to India to locate Dr. Banner, and Hawkeye was engaged in intercepting fleeing remnants at the border. Was there only Coulson left? Well, he had been busier than Fury himself, having gone through 3 bottles of hair growth serum. His girlfriend, who played the cello, was nearly ready to end their relationship because of it. Capturing him again would hardly be humane. Thus, in desperation, he reached out to Jonathan, sending him to Afghanistan to seek his fortune, with all expenses covered by Fury himself. Upon the return of Pierce, he would undoubtedly impose difficulties upon his son for the expenses incurred in his endeavors. Meanwhile, Jonathan, after a flurry of activity, found himself with some leisure time and, without much deliberation, acquiesced to the request of the Black Egg. Although the original narrative did not specify Tony's exact whereabouts, venturing there could be considered a form of public-funded travel, and it would be remiss not to seize the opportunity. Prior to this, Jonathan had received word from Dr. Stern that Bruce Banner was currently residing in India, not far from the Afghan border, with the inclination to return and seek out Dr. Stern for his experiments. This journey would not only allow Jonathan to trace the whereabouts of the Green Giant, but also to potentially reap some benefits. Chapter 79. Do you believe I came here for tourism? Upon Jonathan's arrival in Afghanistan, he promptly commenced his search. Rather than a search, it was more akin to a leisurely excursion, indulging in the beauty of Afghan women, savoring the local cuisine, and immersing himself in the culture. Given Jonathan's formidable prowess, he had no need for bodyguards. He could single-handedly dismantle an entire gang without breaking a sweat. Fortunately, it seemed that local militants were preoccupied with territorial disputes and arms acquisition, thus allowing Jonathan to enjoy a peaceful stay without any unwarranted attention from misguided adversaries. After all, with the expenses covered by the Black Egg, it would be a disservice to his palate and vitality not to fully enjoy his time there. On the second day in Afghanistan, Jonathan, donned in hiking gear, leisurely traversed the mountainous regions and villages. Drawing from his previous knowledge of the plot, he surmised that Tony was likely ensnared within these mountains, so he decided to test his luck. Along the way, he endeavored to absorb solar energy, emulating the neighboring Superman, in hopes of achieving a similar effect. Regrettably, the energy he absorbed did not result in a continuous enhancement of his physique. Once his body reached a certain threshold, the process ceased. The energy, once fully stored, resembled a large battery that required recharging upon depletion. Moreover, the infinite proliferation and evolutionary potential of his cells were hampered by the low efficiency of energy utilization within his body, preventing direct enhancement through proliferation. It was akin to a built-in limitation imposed by the system to prevent the host from exploiting loopholes. Each concept card's capabilities could not fully interconnect, thus failing to produce a synergistic effect. This compelled him to continuously accumulate draw chances in order to summon more cards. Previously, in the world of the Black Robe, Jonathan had fortuitously bypassed the novice card pool restrictions, but this was one of the system's vulnerabilities, resulting in the resetting of all his accumulated draws. Now, after traversing back to the Marvel Universe, Jonathan had amassed approximately 90 draws, with 3 refreshing daily, a collection built over nearly a month. In another month, he would be eligible for another guaranteed draw. This time, he decisively locked the noun card pool onto chloroplasts. As the Marvel Universe beckons, it is indeed a lamentable oversight not to embody the grandeur of a superhero. Transposing the capabilities of such a figure into the Marvel realm would undoubtedly place him leagues ahead. Under the continuous absorption of energy, Jonathan found himself invigorated and increasingly alert. Soon, while traversing a quaint village, he discerned some suspicious signs. An unmistakable sense of unease permeated the air. The inhabitants exhibited an unusual wariness towards outsiders, exhibiting an innate xenophobia. Their attire bore no resemblance to that of the local Afghan populace. Instead, their features seemed a melange of influences, some reminiscent of South Asians, others of South Africans, a veritable cultural hodgepodge. While such diversity might be acceptable in an urban setting, in these mountainous regions, it hinted at clandestine motives or perhaps even illicit status. Contemplating this, Jonathan retrieved a set of purely local garments from his system space, donned them, and stealthily infiltrated the village. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave, Tony and Ethan ostensibly busied themselves with the production of missiles for the Ten Rings gang. However, under the guise of this activity, and with Ethan's covert assistance, Tony had successfully crafted a miniature arc reactor to replace the cumbersome car battery tethered to his chest. This unwieldy device was not only cumbersome, but also provided merely a week's worth of life-sustaining energy. Beyond that, the electromagnet would fail, leading to the fatal reentry of shrapnel into his heart. In contrast, the small blue energy sphere could sustain Tony for an additional 50 years or power a significant contraption for a mere 15 minutes. This contraption was none other than the Iron Man suit that Tony was inspired to create. He meticulously divided the schematic for the suit into multiple components to create a semblance of confusion. When assembled, these fragments would unveil the complete design of the armor. Utilizing materials supplied by the terrorists, Tony dismantled and reassembled, fanning missile production whenever inspections occurred, while, with Ethan's collaboration, the progress of the armor's construction accelerated. However, the cautious leader of the Ten Rings gang grew suspicious. Comparing the images of the Jericho missile with the surveillance footage, he noted discrepancies. Fueled by doubt, he stormed into the cave, yet after a thorough search, he found neither assembled firearms nor completed Jericho missiles. Enraged, he commanded his men to seize Ethan. Brandishing a red-hot iron ball before him, intent on coercing a confession regarding their true endeavors. Should the doctor remain reticent, he would face the dire consequence of having the iron ball thrust into his mouth. However, Ethan remained resolute in his silence. Fortunately, Tony quickly intervened, assuring the leader that he would deliver a complete Jericho missile by the following day, thereby sparing Ethan from imminent peril. Yet, the Jericho missile was a mere fabrication, thus. After the leader's departure, Tony conferred with Ethan, wagering their time to expedite the final assembly of the armor before dawn. At this moment, as Tony's suit neared completion, another chapter of their unfolding saga awaited. Jonathan displayed a modicum of force at the village chief's residence, successfully pinpointing the hideout of the Ten Commandments gang, which was concealed in the low-lying areas of the mountains. After dispatching the overbearing village chief to Satan, Jonathan ascended a hill, armed with a telescope procured from the black market, to observe the territory of the gang. The 2 sentry posts were manned by a total of 4 personnel, 2 stationed on each side, equipped with submachine guns, accompanied by a large gong presumably for signaling in case of danger. It was rather astonishing that the leader was so cautious, refraining from transmitting electronic messages, which explained why the rescue teams could not locate any traces. As for the gong, Jonathan mused that 2 laser shots would suffice to resolve that issue. However, the rear was obscured by a curtain, preventing Jonathan from discerning the precise details. According to the original narrative, it seemed that a significant portion of the arms depot sold by Tony was stacked there, with Tony and others located in a nearby cave. Having formulated a general plan, Jonathan resolved to be cunning. At 3 a.m, he rode a children's bicycle, which he had seized from a villager's child in Half Sugar Village, to the vicinity of the watchtower. There was no other rideable bicycle in the entire village, so a child's bicycle it was. At this moment, several sentinels, nearly exhausted, were propping up their handguns, their eyes squinting as they peered outside the watchtower. They had been observing gang members coming and going for several days, with scarcely any outsiders in sight. Suddenly, one sentinel noticed a figure approaching on a children's bicycle. He quickly roused his companion, raising his weapon in the direction of the newcomer. "Hey, halt. This is not a place you can enter. If you come any closer, I will shoot." The sentinel's warning was loud enough to awaken the other 2 in the adjacent watchtower, increasing the number of weapons aimed at Jonathan. "Everyone, do you really believe I'm here as a tourist?" Jonathan playfully raised his hands, feigning innocence. His Afghan was fluent and natural, devoid of any foreign accent. To master the language, Jonathan had specifically sought a non-local Arabic-speaking guide, and with his reverse transcription ability activated, he had incapacitated the guide to extract authentic Afghan dialect. As for the residual effects of the reverse transcription within him, it could be considered a compensatory benefit for the guide's incapacitation. "Tourist, do you take us for fools?" One sentinel scoffed, having been on watch for so long that it was his first time hearing such a flimsy excuse. "This is a war zone. Where would tourists come from?" "Oh, a war zone. I merely came to experience the local flavor of a war zone." Jonathan shrugged nonchalantly. "Look at my attire. It carries a local flair. You are from the Ten Commandments gang, aren't you? I even know your leader." Upon hearing this, the sentinels exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. The man had tightly wrapped his head, leaving only his eyes exposed, appearing quite like an ordinary Afghan. Yet this was a clandestine hideout of a gang, and how could a stranger possibly know their leader? Just as they hesitated, Jonathan, impatient from below, surged forward with sudden acceleration. The sentinels gasped in shock and instinctively pulled their triggers. However, Jonathan's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering their bullets ineffective. In the blink of an eye, he reached the base of the watchtower, effortlessly leaping up to the more than 5-meter-high structure. "What?" the sentinels exclaimed, incredulous that such a feat was possible for a mere human. Before their bewilderment could dissipate, Jonathan had already kicked one sentinel away and seized another by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Now, can you tell me where Tony Stark is? Jonathan flashed a radiant smile, attempting to sway the now alert Sentinel with genuine emotion. Yet, at the soldier's level, he was utterly oblivious to Tony's whereabouts. I don't know what you're talking about, the Sentinel stammered, his bladder suddenly tightening. I knew it. Jonathan sighed, nonchalantly tossing the Sentinel from the tower without a second thought for his cries. His gaze shifted to another watchtower. At that moment, the two Sentinels on the other tower finally reacted, raising their weapons to fire. But Jonathan was already prepared. His eyes emitted two precise beams of laser, instantly melting their firearms. One Sentinel found his hand fused with the molten weapon, transformed into a veritable Iron Man. The other Sentinel, witnessing this horror, was paralyzed with fear, hastily discarding the searing weapon and attempting to flee. What's the rush? Jonathan effortlessly leaped across 10 meters, landing gracefully and seizing the Sentinel by his collar. I will ask again, where is Tony Stark? I truly don't know. I only know that a significant figure was recently captured and is being held in that cave. Upon hearing this revelation, Jonathan nodded in satisfaction, offering a brief, heated gaze as thanks before leaping down from the watchtower and making his way toward the cave. The cautious leader of the 10 Rings had not only set up 2 watchtowers at the checkpoint, but also stationed a large contingent of soldiers at the cave entrance. Rotating shifts daily, they were equipped with heavy firepower, and Stark's armory was nearby, ready to confront any intruders. Therefore, when Jonathan's incongruous figure appeared before the stationed soldiers, they immediately took notice. Who goes there? The shift leader shouted, as all soldiers promptly raised their submachine guns, aiming them at Jonathan. However, Jonathan did not respond. Instead, he charged toward them with incredible speed. Enemy attack. Open fire immediately. The leader, realizing the urgency, commanded his soldiers to shoot at Jonathan. In the next moment, a fierce barrage of bullets hurtled toward him. Jonathan had long since become accustomed to the chaos of one against many. Once he activated his ability to absorb and convert energy, he surged into the fray like a ferocious beast. Several bullets struck his body, only to lose their momentum and fall harmlessly to the ground, paving the way for Jonathan's powerful fists, which shattered the encircling barrage of fire. Everyone, give this a try. Jonathan recalled the classic move of the green behemoth. He concentrated all the kinetic energy he had absorbed into his palm, causing his entire arm and hand to radiate a brilliant light. With a fierce motion, he slammed his hands together. In the next instant, a devastating gust of wind erupted from his hands, sending the nearest soldiers flying backward, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. This strike was nothing short of exemplary. Within a 5-meter radius, every soldier was knocked to the ground, with scarcely anyone able to maintain their footing. Meanwhile, the outer circle continued to unleash a relentless barrage upon Jonathan, the ground beneath him littered with thousands of spent bullets. Realizing that conventional ammunition was ineffective, the commander, hidden at the rear, swiftly altered their strategy, instructing the soldiers to retrieve rocket launchers from the armory and bombard Jonathan's position. The trained militia quickly assembled the rocket launchers, and at the commander's command, they pulled the triggers. The rockets shot forth with a powerful plume of gas, spiraling toward Jonathan. Upon hearing the thunderous sound, Jonathan instinctively looked up, cursing under his breath at the sight of the rockets he so despised. This time, Jonathan refused to passively endure the onslaught. Instead, he actively concentrated energy in his eyes, unleashing 2 beams of intense heat. As the beams made contact with the rockets, they detonated, sending shockwaves of violent energy outward, hurling nearby soldiers away, some disintegrating midair amidst a haze of blood. Within the massive cloud of black smoke and flames, Jonathan's keen eyes discerned soldiers imbued with biological energy. As he absorbed their essence, the fireball seemed to compress in the air, dwindling to a mere flicker. Simultaneously, as the black smoke began to disperse, the soldiers widened their eyes, eager to see if the intruder had fallen. To their astonishment, Jonathan emerged unscathed, his attire immaculate and devoid of soot or even the slightest trace of flame. How is this possible? The commander, witnessing this scene, felt his worldview, cultivated over 30 years, shatter into fragments. Quickly, informed the leader. Continue the assault. We must hold our ground. Just as the soldiers scrambled to regroup for another counterattack, Jonathan suddenly transformed into a blinding flash, darting into the ranks of soldiers at an astonishing speed. As he moved, his body seemed to grow in stature, his refined muscles bursting forth from his attire like molten lava, shredding it to tatters. Jonathan's exaggerated onslaught tore through the ranks, leaving a path strewn with severed limbs and shattered bodies. Upon stepping onto a solid ground, Jonathan leapt into the air, his eyes intensely gathering a vast amount of compressed energy, which erupted into a continuous and massive beam of light. The ground struck by this radiant force was set ablaze with violent explosions. Following Jonathan's gaze, the tightly clustered munitions were ignited, and as Jonathan released his energy, he simultaneously replenished it through the detonations. In a remarkably brief span, this resulted in a wondrous equilibrium. At that moment, the cacophony of external explosions reached Tony and Ethan, who were ensconced in their cave. Why were there sounds of conflict outside? And the explosions? Ethan, seated before the computer, was inputting the final data of the armor. It must be Rhodes. He has come to rescue me. We can't delay any longer. We must activate the armor immediately before the outside forces discover us. It would be too late then. Yet, the armor's data had yet to be fully recorded. There is no time. Chapter 81. Ethan is shot. The assault of Mark I. With Ethan's assistance at the computer, Tony eagerly began to don the armor, but the activation process was far slower than anticipated, requiring approximately 5 minutes to stabilize. Damn it. The system isn't fully prepared. It needs more time to operate completely, Ethan said anxiously while adjusting the armor's various functions. Hey, clatter. Tony's movements in the cave were not discreet. The leader and his subordinates, noticing him on the monitor, began to shout angrily in a foreign tongue, brandishing their weapons and charging towards the cave's interior. In a moment, the sounds of footsteps outside grew tumultuous. Tony estimated there were no fewer than a dozen intruders. At that juncture, Ethan glanced towards the cave entrance and then at the preoccupied Tony, making a resolute decision. Tony, we don't have much time. You continue preparing the armor while I scout ahead. What? No, that is too dangerous. Tony attempted to dissuade him, but the constraints of the armor hindered his swift movement. Meanwhile, Ethan had already seized a makeshift gun, checking the ammunition. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I must buy us more time, otherwise, we'll perish here. Hurry, check the cave. Hearing the approaching sounds from outside, Ethan hesitated no longer. He nodded simply at Tony and dashed out. Good luck. Before Tony could voice another objection, Ethan moved stealthily to the cave entrance, concealing himself behind a large rock. He took a deep breath, then poked his head out, firing several shots into the outside. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed within the cave. Damn it! There are people shooting from inside. Quickly send more men up here. Chaos erupted outside, with frantic cries ringing out. Ethan's actions indeed bought them some time, yet the number of approaching soldiers was overwhelming. Upon realizing that only Ethan was present, they advanced recklessly, relentlessly firing at the cover where Ethan was hidden. Tony, what is the situation? Ethan called out, remaining vigilant as he observed the entrance. It will take a bit more time. Tony shouted back. The system is booting up, but it's not stable enough yet. At that moment, the onslaught from outside intensified, bullets incessantly striking the rocks surrounding the entrance. Ethan endeavored to extend his weapon and retaliate, yet he was acutely aware of his limited ammunition. Realizing that he could not endure for long. Their firepower is overwhelming, Ethan exclaimed. I don't know how much longer we can hold out. Just then, Tony, having completed the data entry, clenched his jaw and yanked out all the power supply lines connected to his armor. With the external constraints severed, Tony finally maneuvered his cumbersome suit forward, initializing the weapon systems in his hands. Simultaneously, the activation of the armor depleted all the power within the cave, plunging the environment into darkness as all the lights extinguished. Excellent. Ethan is ready. Clear the way. Tony activated the pressure thrusters in his legs, accelerating his forward momentum. The heavy metal boots thudded against the ground, causing dust to rain down from the cave's walls. Meanwhile, the weapon systems in Tony's hands completed their initialization. As he reached the bend at the cave's entrance, without hesitation, he launched his attack. In the dim visibility of the advancing soldiers, they beheld a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, constructed entirely of thick steel and leather. A yellow light glowed from a lamp on its chest, and its hands were equipped with both a magazine and a flamethrower. Upon hearing Tony's command, Ethan promptly retreated, leaving the battlefield to Tony while simultaneously firing his weapon to alleviate some of the pressure. Noticing Ethan's withdrawal, Tony swiftly maneuvered his armor toward the bend. Just as soldiers rushed in, guns aimed at him, ready to unleash a barrage. However, Tony had anticipated this scenario. He had reinforced critical areas of his chest plate. The bullet struck him with little more than a slight impact, and he had polished the armor surface, enabling it to deflect a multitude of projectiles. With a powerful thrust, Tony propelled the nearby soldiers away, his massive form advancing through their ranks, impervious to their gunfire. Yet, just as Tony was tearing through the enemy's encirclement, Ethan, who was assisting in the fight, was suddenly struck in the shoulder, collapsing in agony onto the ground. Ethan's frail physique, already weakened from prolonged malnutrition in the cave, rendered him nearly unconscious from the gunshot wound. Ethan, Tony exclaimed, rushing to check on Ethan's condition. However, the leader of the 10 Rings, who had been observing from behind the soldiers, seized the opportunity during Tony's moment of distraction and pressed the trigger for a rocket. In the next instant, the projectile whistled towards Tony. Hearing the sound, Tony quickly turned his head, but the leader's aim was precise. This attack not only missed Tony but ignited his desire to retaliate. Consequently, Tony placed his right hand on the mechanical switch of his left gauntlet, and with a decisive click, the mechanism was activated. A small missile shot forth from the barrel in his hand, striking the rock above the leader's head, and the falling debris promptly buried him. In that moment, Tony swiftly approached Ethan, who was now somewhat disoriented, with blood seeping continuously from the wound on his right arm. "Ethan, just hold on. I will find a doctor or some emergency supplies." Tony understood that remaining in this place was futile. Only by breaking through to the outside could he hope to seek medical assistance for Ethan, as a companion and savior throughout these trying days. Tony was resolute in his determination to prevent Ethan from perishing here. "Ethan, you should leave. My family has long been killed by them," Ethan said. But Tony paid no heed to his words, unwaveringly clearing the area of foes. As the sunlight streamed brighter into the cave, Tony followed the light and finally discovered the cave's entrance, just as he was about to burst forth. The sudden sound of a violent explosion and terrified screams caught him off guard. To his astonishment, he witnessed a soldier being hurled to the cave's mouth, missing a thigh. It appeared not to be from an explosion, but rather as if it had been forcibly torn away. What on earth is happening? Tony wondered, bewildered. How could a human fly? When did Rhodes' troops acquire such lethality? With this troubling thought, Tony became cautious, suspecting the possibility of other factions encroaching in this region. After all, they were in Afghanistan. At that moment, the large figure at the cave's entrance was soon spotted by the surrounding soldiers, who, sensing something was amiss, swiftly raised their assault rifles and unleashed a barrage of gunfire aimed directly at Tony's face. Yet, these attacks were of no consequence to Tony. In a bid to break through the encirclement swiftly, he activated his high-temperature flamethrowers and began to swing them at the soldiers. In an instant, the jets of flame engulfed the soldiers nearby. Some of the closest soldiers were caught off guard, their faces seared before they could react. The others, likewise ignited, lost all desire to attack, frantically attempting to extinguish the flames clinging to their bodies. However, while Tony focused on the hapless soldiers before him, a large soldier standing not far away took notice of him and activated a rocket launcher, taking aim to fire. In that instant, Tony caught sight of a fiery object hurtling towards him out of the corner of his eye. Realizing the imminent danger, he swiftly shut off the flamethrower and maneuvered his cumbersome armor to dodge to the side. The rocket detonated outside the cave, unleashing a tremendous explosion, with flames and smoke billowing into the air. Simultaneously, Jonathan, who was charging through the crowd, immediately noted the explosion. After dispatching two adversaries with thermal vision in an instant, he squinted, his gaze piercing through the blood mist, fixating on the cave's entrance. Amidst the lingering embers of an explosive aftermath, a colossal silver armor struggled to rise from the ground, its rudimentary design unmistakably revealing itself as the prototype of the iconic Iron Man suit, the classic Mark I. "It seems Tony has managed to fend for himself," Jonathan murmured to himself. "Perhaps my arrival is somewhat superfluous." Yet, it dawned on him that Tony's current predicament was far from favorable. The recent missile strike had damaged the lower structure of the armor, causing several metal fragments to fall away, and Tony's limping gait suggested considerable impairment. Despite the armor's capability to withstand most bullets, the relentless advance of numerous armed soldiers posed a grave threat. It was evident that Tony was still grappling with the unfamiliarity of the suit's controls, his movements appearing awkward and clumsy. "Well, I suppose I must lend him a hand," Jonathan sighed, his body ablaze with vibrant red energy. With a powerful leap that sent nearby soldiers sprawling, he propelled himself forward, darting like a streak of light toward Tony. At that moment, Tony, having just regained his footing, was struggling against attacks from all directions. His foot-mounted thrusters had been rendered inoperative by the rocket assault, leaving him unable to ascend and escape the battlefield. He was forced to exhaust the energy from his flamethrower, desperately trying to keep the relentless soldiers at bay. "Damn it, there are so many of them," Tony cursed, raising his arm to reposition himself for a missile launch, only to stumble once more. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, lifting clouds of dust that nearly obscured Tony's vision. As his sight cleared, he was met with a scene that shattered his comprehension. A figure, moving with incredible speed, appeared before him without warning, dispatching several armed assailants in the blink of an eye. Tony stared in astonishment at this unexpected arrival, questioning whether this being could truly be human, for no human could possess a molten-like substance on their surface, nor project lasers from their eyes. "Is this a superhero? But isn't that just a character from a comic book?" he mused, noting the absence of the traditional red trunks. "Who are you?" Tony blurted out, his eyes wide with incredulity. "Oh, Tony, hearing you say that makes me quite melancholic. We met just half a month ago," Jonathan feigned sorrow, adjusting his hair slightly before temporarily retracting the energy circulating around his head. As his pupils and hair color faded back to their original hues, his recognizable black hair and eyes emerged. You're Jonathan? From that company? How did you?" Tony stammered, his mouth agape in disbelief. Just then, he noticed another missile hurtling towards them, and instinctively sought to evade, but Jonathan remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious. "Hey, watch out," Tony shouted. In the next moment, Tony found himself utterly astonished as Jonathan, seemingly possessing eyes at the back of his head, effortlessly extended a hand without turning around and caught the rapidly approaching rocket. With a mere squeeze of his hand, the rocket detonated in place. Yet the ferocious energy of the explosion was captured by Jonathan's palm, which vibrated at an extraordinary frequency, creating an afterimage. The crimson energy transformed into a wispy pattern visible to the naked eye before being completely absorbed by Jonathan. "Please don't tell me this is something that can be achieved through fitness training," Tony remarked, his expression reflecting a hint of jealousy. Jonathan shrugged nonchalantly. "Exercise is beneficial for health. Who knows, you might encounter an even more formidable gym enthusiast in the future. But for now, shouldn't we leave this place?" At this, Tony slowly regained his composure and nodded. "Yes, we must hurry, but..." He glanced around, seemingly searching for something. "Ethan, my friend," Tony exclaimed anxiously. "He's still inside. He's been shot in the shoulder. We need to rescue him." Jonathan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Isn't Ethan supposed to be dead in the original story? Could this be a consequence of the butterfly effect? I'll go find him. Wait here and don't wander off," Jonathan instructed before swiftly entering the cave. Tony attempted to follow but found his armored suit rendered his movements painfully slow. If that guy had a girlfriend, she must be incredibly fortunate, he mused. Ultimately abandoning the pursuit and instead preparing his missile launcher, ready to extend a warm greeting to any approaching enemies. Inside the cave, Ethan lay behind a pile of rocks. Though injured, he was mustering the strength to maintain his grip on a gun. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, a red figure suddenly burst in. "Who are you?" Ethan rubbed his eyes, initially believing he was hallucinating. Once he confirmed the figure's reality, he asked warily, "I am a friend of Tony's. Here to rescue you," Jonathan replied. "Quickly, follow me." Despite 1,000 questions swirling in his mind, Ethan recognized that now was not the time for inquiries. Jonathan hoisted him over his shoulder and dashed out of the cave, quickly reuniting with Tony outside. "Ethan, are you all right?" Tony asked urgently upon seeing his savior. "I'm fine." "Tony," Ethan replied hoarsely, clutching his wound. "But we need to leave here quickly. The Ten Rings forces are undoubtedly on their way. We'll be too late if we don't move now." At that moment, Tony found himself in a dilemma. The pressure-assisted flight system of his suit had just been damaged by the rocket launcher, and it seemed they could only escape through another route. "We must hurry. The munitions will soon ignite, triggering a series of explosions." "How could this happen?" Ethan furrowed his brow. "What if I stay behind to cover your escape?" "You go first." Just then, Jonathan interjected. "Actually, it doesn't have to be that complicated. I can lead you out. You can't possibly fly, can you?" Tony laughed incredulously. "How could a human fly?" "Hold on tight to me," Jonathan replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Ethan exchanged glances with Tony, and at this juncture, they could only place their trust in Jonathan. Thus, Ethan grasped Jonathan's arm, while Tony struggled to extricate himself from his armor, only to be restrained by Jonathan's grip on his shoulders. With a firm hold, Jonathan's eyes glimmered with a fierce red light, and he channeled a significant portion of his energy into his lower limbs, gathering strength to propel himself skyward. With a resonating hum, he ascended, breaking through the air with a cacophony that startled the surroundings. In an instant, Jonathan catapulted Ethan and Tony from their original position, fleeing at an astonishing velocity. Chapter 83, Return and Shutdown of the Stark Weapons Division. As they were lifted into the air, Tony and Ethan perceived nothing but a blur before their eyes, the scenery around them rapidly retreating. By the time they regained their senses, they had already been whisked away from the Ten Rings base. With a series of exhilarating leaps reminiscent of a bungee jump, they found themselves in a vast expanse of desert. Before they could land for long, a violent explosion resonated behind them. Ethan turned to witness the entire valley engulfed in flames, a mushroom cloud billowing skyward. Tony had indeed been correct. Had they delayed even a moment longer, their escape would have been impossible. The mere thought of perishing in a fiery embrace sent shivers down Ethan's spine. However, more disconcerting was the disorienting sensation of weightlessness they both experienced from the abrupt acceleration. As soon as Jonathan set them down, they both staggered to the side and hunched over, retching. Due to the urgency of the situation, they had not eaten anything that morning, relying solely on sheer willpower. And what they expelled was merely stomach bile. Coughing, Tony braced himself against the ground, waving his hand dismissively, and forced out, "This is utterly more terrifying than a centrifuge." "Apologies, I got a bit carried away with the jump." Jonathan shrugged, seizing the moment while Ethan and Tony were distracted, and retrieved several sets of clothing from his system space, donning one with a mere thought. Once Ethan and Tony had recovered sufficiently, they turned to see Jonathan transformed, holding two neatly folded outfits, and their expressions morphed into curiosity. Tony stepped forward, scrutinizing Jonathan's physique. "Where on earth did you even store those? This is absurd. Are you employing some form of spatial technology?" Are you even human? Tony eyed Jonathan skeptically as the events of the past few hours threatened to shatter his materialistic beliefs. Remove those hands from the clothes you just vomited on. You too should change into these. I presume it's been a while since you last bathed, Jonathan remarked amiably, pinching his nose as he offered the garments to Tony and Ethan, eliciting an exasperated eye roll from Tony. Had it not been for Jonathan's timely rescue, the great Tony Stark would have ensured he understood the meaning of beauty in nature. By the way, are we truly in a desert? How do we intend to leave? Tony queried. Fear not. I had already contacted someone prior to my arrival. Look, they are just about to arrive, Jonathan casually replied, gesturing toward the rear. In his line of sight, several propellers slowly ascended through the distorted, sweltering air. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be military helicopters. It was Rhodes, finally arriving. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette aboard the aircraft, Tony felt an immense weight lift from his heart, causing him to slump softly onto the ground in anticipation of rescue. Rhodes? It turned out he was indeed Rhodes. Ethan felt somewhat bewildered. Tony had previously mentioned a friend coming to his aid, and he had assumed Jonathan was Rhodes all along. If Rhodes possessed such capabilities, he would no longer be a mere colonel. He was Jonathan, a fitness enthusiast and a charlatan. Lying there, Tony remained silent for a moment before exclaiming, "My goodness, I am craving a cheeseburger." 3 o'clock. As the helicopter landed at a private airport in New York, Tony felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. The 3 months of captivity felt as though they were a nightmare, and now, he was finally back in the world he knew so well. Tony, a familiar voice called out, prompting him to turn swiftly and behold his enchanting secretary, Pepper, who had haunted his thoughts. "Hey, Pepper," Tony feigned a teasing smile. "Did you miss me?" At that moment, tears shimmered in Pepper's eyes, yet she held back her emotions. "You bastard, boss," she murmured. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" "Oh, Pepper, my apologies for making you wait. Here I am, back at last." Tony extended his arms for an embrace, but she deftly sidestepped. "I know you're angry," he began, just as his stomach emitted a loud growl. He paused for several seconds before offering an awkward yet polite smile. "I apologize, Pepper. I'm really craving that cheeseburger. Boss, I think you should rest first. There are numerous reporters waiting outside Stark Tower for you." "No, I must have that cheeseburger." Thus, under the astonished gazes of everyone around, the newly rescued billionaire Tony Stark dashed to a hamburger joint to personally order 3 loaded cheeseburgers. As Tony exited the establishment, voraciously devouring his 3rd burger, he was approached by Coulson, who had been waiting patiently at the entrance. "Mr. Stark," Coulson began, "I am Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I'm here to discuss your security concerns." Tony looked up, his mouth still full of food. He swallowed a hefty bite and queried, "What division? That damn name is both cumbersome and odious. As for security issues, I'm back, aren't I?" At this, Coulson's expression grew serious. "Your abduction may merely be the beginning, Mr. Stark. We have reason to believe that there are others who wish to do you harm." "Oh, no. Tony licked cheese sauce from his fingers. "I am Tony Stark, the brightest mind. There are certainly many who wish me ill, but I will not allow them to succeed. Moreover, I have grand plans ahead." Tony gestured for Pepper, who had been waiting nearby, to come closer. "Prepare for me. I am about to hold a press conference." Upon hearing this, Pepper furrowed her elegantly arched brows. "However, my dear boss, I suggest you rest a while. Convening this evening would not be untimely." No. Tony inhaled deeply. It is high time to instigate some changes, and the sooner, the better. Half an hour later, Tony stood before a makeshift podium outside Stark Tower, surveying the surroundings. He observed the media reporters with their eager expressions, and he noticed Obadiah standing nearby, his eyes shrouded in an inexplicable gloom. The agent from that long-named department, Coulson, was also present. Ahem. Taking a deep breath, Tony cleared his throat and commenced his speech. Chapter 84. One crisis after another? Ladies and gentlemen, his voice resonated with conviction. Over the past 3 months, I have undergone experiences that have prompted deep reflection. The venue fell silent, all ears intent upon him. I did not bid farewell to my father. There are questions I wish to pose to him. I long to inquire about his perspective on the company's actions. Did he grapple with doubts, or did he, like the individuals portrayed in the news documentaries, stand unwavering? I have witnessed our weapons fall into the hands of terrorists, young lives extinguished by the very instruments I created to protect them. Tony continued. I have also realized that I have become a cog in this irresponsible system, which is evidently not my desire. Stark, sir, what have you truly experienced there? At this moment, reporters in the audience began to pose inquiries. I have awakened to the realization that I can contribute more to this world than merely manufacturing weapons. Tony paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, ultimately landing on Pepper standing in the front. Thus, inhaling deeply, Tony closed his eyes and then opened them anew. I have resolved that, effective immediately, the weapons division of Stark International shall be shuttered. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted into chaos. Reporters clamored to breach the police barricades in a frantic rush to question him. Meanwhile, Obadiah's complexion darkened, and he hurried onto the stage, tugging at Tony's attire, urgently whispering, "Tony, have you lost your mind? What do you believe will happen to the stock price tomorrow?" "Oh, optimistically, it might plummet by 40 points, at the very least." Tony raised an eyebrow, appearing utterly unfazed. "Tony, we are weapon manufacturers. This is our vocation. Our name adorns the building, and our craft ensures society does not descend into chaos." As he spoke, Obadiah's expression grew increasingly agitated. "But what I observe is far from that. We can do better. We can create something different." "What? Shall we fabricate baby bottles?" "I propose we reconsider the arc reactor technology." "Oh, come now, that is merely a gimmick." "Tony, we established that to silence the hippies. You know the arc reactor's efficacy is fundamentally poor. We were aware of this before its construction. Moreover, are we not a team? As long as we exert ourselves, there is nothing we cannot accomplish, just as I once conferred with your father." "I apologize, Stan. I did not consult you. But my decision stands." With that, Tony left Obadiah, who was seething with rage, standing there, and took Pepper's hand, instructing the bodyguards to part the crowd as they swiftly departed in a luxurious sports car. "Damn it," Obadiah cursed, his polished shoes stomping angrily on the ground, startling the nearby reporters. "What are you taking pictures for? Get lost now." Meanwhile, Jonathan reclined leisurely in the rooftop garden of his company's headquarters, basking in the sunlight while enjoying a massage and perusing the news on his phone. "Tony Stark has returned, and Stark Industries stock prices have surged," he murmured to himself. "Quite successful, it appears." He set his phone down and closed his eyes, savoring the massage. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, opening his eyes to gaze at the ceiling. Upon his return, Dr. Stern had sent a text, but Jonathan had merely begun to rest and had not checked his phone. Is Bruce Banner really coming back from India? Jonathan stared at the message, somewhat astonished. Although he was unaware of the exact circumstances within the narrative of the Incredible Hulk, General Ross of the military had been closely monitoring Banner's whereabouts, with a policy of either capturing him alive or eliminating him, if necessary. Thus, Banner's return implied a perilous risk of being discovered by General Ross while attempting to coordinate with their own doctor, which was precisely the bait Jonathan had issued to the doctor. What was originally a mere pawn in Jonathan's game had unexpectedly taken the bait. However, engaging with Banner would inevitably lead to a confrontation with General Ross. In terms of rank and status, Jonathan far exceeded his father as public standing, and should any unforeseen events arise, he would be unable to shoulder the consequences. Jonathan's desire to recruit Dr. Banner, this troublesome individual, stemmed not only from his impressive 7 doctoral degrees, but also from the latent power of the Hulk. Yet, the Hulk's strength was inherently unstable. If Banner truly aimed to eliminate this threat, Jonathan could indeed intervene using his reverse transcription ability to assist. The only uncertainty lay in the fact that Jonathan's ability was not universally effective. If the individual involved possessed a greater magnitude than himself, the reversal could fail, with the conditions for success becoming increasingly stringent. Unless absolutely necessary, Jonathan was reluctant to guide a grown man through the process of reverse transcription, which was rather unsettling. Moreover, the Hulk's potential power could even surpass that of the Green Goblin, so Jonathan had already prepared for the possibility of failure in the conversion. Just as one wave settles, another arises. It seemed Jonathan had barely had a moment of respite. Resigned, he acknowledged that to bolster his capabilities in preparation for the old deity, he must proceed. No matter how busy he became, with only a year remaining before the deadline, he needed to act swiftly. The scene shifted to Tony's opulent seaside villa in the basement. "Pepper, how large are your hands? I don't quite grasp the meaning." "Extend your hand." They are quite small and delicate." "Come, help me take a look." With that, Tony tossed aside his shirt, revealing the arc reactor embedded in his chest. "Goodness, is that the little thing you mentioned that sustains your life?" "It used to be, but now it is merely an antique. I have acquired an upgraded version of the future to maintain my existence." Tony retrieved a more exquisite and complete reactor from the side table, its surface adorned with blue rings as energy decorations. "However, I'm currently facing a few obstacles." "What kind of obstacles?" "There is an exposed wire beneath this old device that has come into contact with the wall, causing a short circuit. But do not worry. It is nothing serious. Come, help me replace it." "That is a bit challenging for me." "No worries. It's just like a game. Just connect the wires." "You are the only one I can trust here." "Well, there's some pus." No, that is the inorganic protoplasm released by the device. Ignore it." "Do you see the copper wire?" "Just connect it." "I see a magnet. I pulled it out." "Oh, don't." "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Just that my heart is about to stop." "Please put it back." After a series of minimally invasive procedures, Pepper finally assisted Tony in replacing the arc reactor. "What should we do with this?" "Burn it. Destroy it." You know Stark has never been one for nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Pepper, with a peculiar expression, carefully stored the arc reactor away, pondering to herself that Tony's birthday was approaching. Shouldn't she decorate it and present it to him? Boys, take a day off tomorrow. I have business to attend to. The day after, expect 2 chapters as usual. The author has been confined and can't be found on the platform. I must rely on you all. Thank you for your support. If the bookshelf is cancelled, it will truly be gone. Chapter 85, The Birth of Mark II. J.A.R.V.I.S. Are you there? In the basement, Tony, clad in a white tank top and wielding 2 wrenches, spoke to the air. I am always here for you, sir. I wish to establish a new project document, labeled Mark II. Tony gazed at the battered Mark I armor in the center of the lab, his expression complex. This armor, constructed from scrap metal, had aided his escape from the clutches of the Ten Rings terrorists. Well, it wasn't exactly an escape, although he had been rescued. The great Tony Stark would never admit to technical difficulties. Had it not been for Jonathan, he believed he could have escaped on his own, though some technologies still required refinement. Should I store all the files in Stark Industries? To be honest, I am unsure whom to trust at the moment. Until I say otherwise, then let us upload the data to my private server for now. After a moment's contemplation, Tony issued the command to J.A.R.V.I.S. Do you wish to research the secret project, sir? Honestly, I do not want this thing to fall into the wrong hands again. Perhaps it can do some good in mine. Understood, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. male voice responded. In the next moment, a cerulean beam of light began to sweep across the surface of Mark I's foundational armor, meticulously recording every detail and uploading it to the server. Tony turned towards his holographic projection platform. With a flourish of his hand, the 3-dimensional image of Mark I unfurled in the air, revealing a holographic, blue, magazine-shaped keyboard in his grasp. Tony scrutinized the rough design of Mark II, pondering for a moment before his face contorted into a look of utter disdain. Just look at the angle of this thruster installation. It's nothing short of a farce, he muttered to himself. In this energy distribution system, the inefficiency is appalling. How did I ever create such rubbish? Yet, almost immediately, Tony adopted an awkward yet polite smile. However, considering it was crafted in a cave using scrap metal, it cannot tarnish the legacy of the great Tony Stark. Taking a deep breath, his gaze resolute, he declared, All right, it's time to introduce some genuine high technology. Jarvis, do you have any specific directives? Tony's fingers danced rapidly in the air, summoning the designs of dozens of subsystems. First, we need an entirely new power source. That damned car battery can barely last 10 minutes. A compact arc reactor is essential. Its output must be at least 3 times greater than this one in my chest. What do you think, Jarvis? Sir, theoretically, this design could indeed achieve your objectives. However, I must point out that 78% of the technology remains experimental and has never been applied in practical engineering, Jarvis replied. Hearing this, Tony's face fell in dismay. Why does this damned AI insist on stating the obvious? I refuse to believe that the great Tony Stark can be stymied by such technological hurdles. Jarvis, initiate the simulation thread to see if a 10 increase in thrust energy can achieve lift. Based on preliminary calculations, sir, enhancing such a substantial output without increasing volume may necessitate the use of some untested new materials. Tony raised an eyebrow, displeased by Jarvis's response. Jarvis, when did untested materials ever intimidate me? Look into any new superconductive materials available. Oh, and reach out to Professor Jackson to see if there are any updates on his project. At once, sir. For the next several hours, Tony immersed himself in the design process, the holographic projection shifting continuously to reveal increasingly intricate mechanical structures. First was the energy plan. The pivotal technological breakthrough of Mark II lay in its power source, a miniature arc reactor. Tony undertook a comprehensive upgrade of the first-generation reactor, enhancing the energy density of the new version by 300 while reducing its weight by 40, emphasizing a lightweight design. Having previously endured the cumbersome experience of maneuvering a 500-pound behemoth, Tony was determined to create a more portable suit. He had no desire to relive that experience again. The anti-Hulk armor, known as Veronica? Next, he turned his attention to stability. Through the refinement of the synthesis process for palladium, Tony has developed a sophisticated algorithm for automatic adjustment, enabling the reactor to dynamically modulate energy output in response to the real-time demands of the armor. Concurrently, he has optimized the interface, achieving a remarkable 95% reduction in energy loss during transmission, thereby ensuring that the reactor's energy is efficiently allocated across the various systems of the armor. In the structural design of the exoskeleton, Tony intends to emphasize a balance between lightweight construction and enhanced strength. Inspired by Jonathan's experience of flight-induced nausea, he aims to incorporate flight capabilities into the second-generation armor. This necessitates the use of alloy materials that can withstand high-intensity impacts. After thorough screening by Jarvis, Tony selects a novel titanium alloy, boasting a strength 5 times that of conventional titanium while weighing only 80 as much. Moreover, this alloy features shape memory properties, allowing it to swiftly revert to its original form after sustaining damage, making it ideal for recovery post-attack. Lastly, the armor features a modular design, with the entire suit disassembled into hundreds of precision components, each capable of individual replacement and upgrades, as well as reassembly. Certain sections of the armor adopt a deformable design, automatically adjusting their shape according to flight posture. Ultimately, Tony applies a special coating, merely a few nanometers thick, to the outer layer of the armor, which absorbs the majority of electromagnetic waves, thereby reducing radar cross-section. Thus, the sleek, silver, technologically advanced Mark II is complete. Gazing at this magnificent creation, Tony rubbed his aching eyes, excitement evident on his face. He could hardly contain his eagerness to don the armor. However, at that moment, the sound of a doorbell interrupted his enthusiasm. Obadiah had arrived and was currently upstairs. What should I say? Never mind, I'll head up now. The thought of meeting Obadiah filled Tony with an uncomfortable sensation. Although he was a loyal partner of his late father's, his hands had never been entirely clean. He had turned a blind eye to Obadiah's interference in the board and the weapons department. Yet the most pressing concern remained. How could weapons from his own department end up in the hands of the Ten Rings, a group of terrorists? Out of basic trust, Tony suspected that there might have been a slip-up among Obadiah's subordinates, yet he could not shake off the feeling of unease. Chapter 86, Jarvis. Sometimes one must run before they can walk. Brothers, in homage to Iron Man, I have woven many lines from the original text to transition, allowing Tony to exhibit his flair. The third chapter has already done him great justice. The next chapter is where the protagonist truly shines. Taking a deep breath, Tony adjusted his attire and slowly ascended the staircase. Tony, my dear nephew. As soon as Obadiah Stan laid eyes on Tony, he opened his arms wide, wearing a forced smile. You have finally chosen to emerge from that basement. Tony managed a weary smile, offering a symbolic embrace to Obadiah. To be frank, he was uncertain of the purpose behind this visit. Ever since Obadiah had chosen to involve himself with the board, he rarely came to the villa in person. Stan, you know I have been preoccupied with, important matters. Important matters? Obadiah raised an eyebrow. For instance, a new weapon design? At this point, a hint of inscrutable curiosity flickered in his eyes. A few days prior, he had come across a photograph of a colossal suit of armor in the possession of remnants from the Ten Rings. This image, it was said, was crafted by Tony in collaboration with a fugitive scholar named Ethan within a cave. Consequently, he had invested a substantial sum to retrieve the remains of the armor to his department. His visit was not only to inquire about Tony's condition, but also carried an undercurrent of subtle probing. Oh, how could it be a weapon? I am merely contemplating new directions, such as the miniature arc reactor I mentioned to you. A prototype may soon be realized. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement briefly crossed Obadiah's face, only to be swiftly concealed beneath a veneer of indifference. The discarded armor conveniently appeared to lack a compatible power source at its chest. Now that Tony was on the verge of achieving a completed product, Obadiah, as the uncle, could certainly secure it firsthand. Perhaps he could even manufacture a battalion of armored suits based on the design, allowing Stark Industries to gradually shift its core focus onto him. Obadiah pondered this internally while adopting a formal tone. A new direction? That sounds intriguing. However, Tony, you must realize that what the company currently needs is, I am aware of what the company requires, Tony interrupted. Yet, Stan, shouldn't we reconsider the company's developmental trajectory? Perhaps we should provide prosthetics for disabled veterans or something of that nature. At this, Obadiah furrowed his brow. Tony, are you still dwelling on that kidnapping incident? It was merely an accident. We have since reinforced our security measures. An accident? Tony's tone sharpened suddenly. I witnessed terrorists wielding our weapons. Is that what you call an accident? Obadiah's expression grew serious. Tony, you know that in this industry, uncontrollable events can occur. But that does not mean we should abandon the entire enterprise. Listen, I understand your current feelings. However, you cannot allow a single misfortune to overshadow our achievements over the years. Stark Industries is your father's legacy, as well as the culmination of our collective efforts. Seeing Obadiah invoke the memory of his deceased father, Tony fell silent for a moment before responding. I believe my father would also prefer to avoid conflict altogether. Wouldn't it be better to shut down the weapons division once and for all? Very well, Tony. I comprehend that you need time to reflect. However, before you make any significant decisions, I hope you will reconsider. The company is at a critical juncture. We cannot afford to take risks. I understand. I shall contemplate it carefully, Tony replied nonchalantly, taking a casual sip of coffee, clearly not heeding Obadiah's words. Observing this, Obadiah could only feign a supportive pat on Tony's shoulder, imparting gravely, that is indeed reassuring. Tony, the board has been somewhat restless lately. You know, ever since your return. The company's stock price has been quite unstable. The words seem somewhat discordant. Isn't the board of directors under Obadiah's influence? Who exactly is being admonished here? Tony furrowed his brow. Having just endured such turmoil, were they truly creating chaos again? That's just how business operates. Tony, Obadiah shrugged. However, I have endeavored to placate them. All you need to do is present something innovative before the next board meeting. Tony nodded, his internal skepticism intensifying. Was someone within the company engaging in clandestine dealings? Or had Obadiah sanctioned such actions himself? Yet, at this moment, his focus lay not on these power struggles. Perfecting the armor was paramount, and such matters would naturally be quelled by overwhelming strength. There is an old adage, truth resides within the range of cannon fire. Before absolute power, all schemes and intrigues are mere trifles. After sending Obadiah away, Tony returned to his basement, having previously instructed JARVIS to conduct a simulation test on the armor's fundamental data before ascending the stairs. The data was likely compiled by now. JARVIS. What are the results? The latest round of tests indicates a 46 increase in energy transfer efficiency and a 78 improvement in system stability. Hearing this, a weary smile finally illuminated Tony's face. After months of research, he had awaited this moment when the armor could finally be activated. He then stepped to the center of the lab, inhaled deeply, and commanded, JARVIS, initiate assembly protocol. Following his command, the mechanical arms within the lab sprang into rapid action. Precision-engineered armor components were retrieved from all directions by the JARVIS controlled appendages and meticulously assembled onto Tony's form. The sounds of metal grinding and electronic whirring filled the air. In less than a minute, a sleek, shimmering silver suit of armor enveloped him entirely. Finally, as the visor sealed shut, the previously darkened space around Tony's head was instantly filled with a blue holographic display panel. System check. Activate the front display. Tony's voice resonated through the armor's speakers, imbued with a metallic timbre. Input personal preferences from the local interface. Sir, all systems are functioning normally, power output is stable, life support systems are operating well, and weapon systems are on standby. Testing complete. Prepare for shutdown. Well then, JARVIS. Please check the weather and air traffic control and monitor ground control. Inside the armor, Tony took a deep breath, his face alight with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to test the armor's capabilities. If he were to shut down now, he would surely be restless throughout the night. He ascended slowly, hovering at the center of the lab, with every joint of the armor responding precisely to his movements. Sir, before true flight, extensive calculations in megabytes are required. JARVIS. Sometimes one must run before they can walk. Open the garage roof. As the ceiling gradually opened, revealing the runway leading from the garage to the outside world, it could now be aptly referred to as a flight path. Tony's heart began to race uncontrollably, and he suppressed his voice to exclaim, 3, 2, 1. Sir, I must remind you that this is the inaugural field test. I recommend commencing at a reduced speed. Jarvis cautioned. Tony chuckled. Jarvis, you ought to be aware of my style. With that, he abruptly increased the thruster output, shooting up into the night sky like a silver lightning bolt. Wow, Tony shouted, experiencing an unprecedented sense of freedom and exhilaration as he soared upwards, reveling in the sensation of flight. A slight tilt of his head allowed him to gaze down upon the brightly lit city below. The armor's performance is exceptional. All parameters are within normal ranges, Jarvis reported. Tony smirked. Of course, but let us inject some excitement into this. What is the record for the 71 reconnaissance aircraft? Sir, the fixed-wing altitude record stands at 85 feet. Watch this. Jarvis, records are meant to be shattered. With that proclamation, Tony intensified the thruster output, yanking upwards with vigor. Shooting skyward. The altimeter surged rapidly, soon breaching the stratosphere. Tony observed the horizon beginning to curve, the profound sky tantalizingly close. Warning. We are nearing the theoretical altitude limit of the armor. Sir, there are signs of potentially fatal icing on the exterior of the armor. Upon hearing this, Tony did not relent in his ascent. Instead, he inhaled deeply. Understood, Jarvis, keep pushing higher. As he continued to rise, Tony felt his suit's joints beginning to stiffen, and the thrusters in his palms began to sputter. If this persisted, it would not be Tony Stark who broke the record today, but rather the tale of a prodigious genius meeting an untimely end. Jarvis, deploy the flaps. But just as he was about to engage the flaps, the internal holographic projection system of the suit suddenly malfunctioned, the display flickering erratically. While attempting to increase the power of the retro stabilizers, Tony was jolted violently, followed by a terrifying realization. The thrusters had inexplicably shut down. Jarvis! Jarvis! Tony shouted, but it seemed that Jarvis had succumbed to a system overload. and the entire suit lost power. He felt a disorienting weightlessness as he began to plummet rapidly. Anyone who has parachuted from a great height knows that during a swift descent, one loses all sense of direction. Experienced individuals strive to position their bodies in a spread eagle stance to maximize air resistance and stabilize their fall. Failing to do so could result in becoming a mere splatter of flesh, a sight no cleaner would willingly undertake for any sum of money. Furthermore, Tony was encased in a suit of steel, amplifying the gravitational potential energy to an extreme degree, and with increasing acceleration, he descended ever more swiftly. Amidst the tumultuous plummet, Tony endeavored to maintain his composure. He had previously installed an emergency protocol within the system. As long as he removed the ice encasing his armor, he could manually activate the boosters without relying on Jarvis. Come on, he murmured, watching the rapidly enlarging streetscape before him as he forcefully shattered the ice encasing his suit, fingers deftly navigating the emergency switch within. Just as he was on the brink of colliding with a skyscraper, the boosters finally roared back to life, allowing Tony to narrowly evade the building. However, with limited control over his flight path, he could only strive to redirect himself, hurtling straight towards his garage. Due to the erratic trajectory, he ended up landing atop the roof of his villa, requiring only a steady descent. What a thrill! Truly, the magnificent Tony Stark. With a resounding crash, the weight of the armor propelled Tony through the roof, landing heavily upon the prized sports car nestled within his garage. The thunderous sound of metal colliding echoed throughout the space, triggering alarms and activating the household fire suppression system. Foam erupted forth, drenching the dazed Tony in a frigid cascade. Lying atop the wrecked vehicle, he removed his helmet, supporting his back as he gasped for breath. Jarvis, find me a new alloy, and also, this ice problem at high altitudes is taking a toll on my back. Sir, would you like me to contact the healthcare team for you? No, Jarvis. Let me rest for a bit. With a hand against the wall, Tony limped out of the armor. Meanwhile, on the other side of New York, at the Concept Technology Company building, an engrossed Jonathan received a call from Dr. Stern. He informed Jonathan that Dr. Banner had been unable to find a solution in India and was planning to return for a last-ditch effort, a desperate gamble. Dr. Banner had already departed India the previous day and was expected to arrive in New York within the hour. Like Jonathan, the Hulk, now Dr. Banner's alter ego, could not fly but could leap with remarkable height and speed, almost akin to flight. Ever since rescuing Tony, Jonathan had been awaiting news from Banner, and now, that long-desired message had finally arrived. With this in mind, Jonathan turned to a beautiful assistant nearby. Prepare an inconspicuous vehicle for me, and cancel all my appointments for today. The assistant nodded, swaying as she left to carry out his instructions. Notably, this assistant was a highly educated recruit Jonathan had found 3 days prior. And by a stroke of coincidence, she was the younger sister of Dr. Zhao Hailuan, the creator of the life cradle, Zhao Haixian. Once the assistant was dismissed, Jonathan opened an electronic map, scrutinizing the location for his meeting with Dr. Banner. As the Hulk made his way, nearly 3 meters tall and undeniably a colossal target, it was impossible to go unnoticed. Thus, conflict was inevitable along the route, with military observers likely tailing him. Consequently, Jonathan needed to secure a discreet location to meet Dr. Banner, evading military scrutiny while also avoiding any potential mishaps. After careful consideration, Jonathan ultimately chose an abandoned industrial complex, a place largely devoid of human presence and witnesses, yet not too distant from the city center. Having secured a location, he relayed the information to Dr. Stern before arriving early in a modest sedan. Shortly thereafter, he noticed a commotion in the distance, and soon a slender figure cautiously approached. It appeared that Banner had opted to forego his transformation. No wonder there were no reports in the city regarding the green monster's rampage. At the entrance of the derelict factory, Banner, wrapped in a blanket acquired from a street vendor, scanned the surroundings cautiously before quickening his pace into the depths of the building. To be frank, his return from India was fraught with peril. Ever since he was exposed to gamma rays, the creature known as Hulk had turned his life into chaos. His research, once thriving, had suffered due to this predicament. If ever provoked, the Hulk would emerge, annihilating any perceived threats with ruthless efficiency. As Hulk preferred to fight barehanded, he would often resort to nearby weapons, leaving destruction in his wake. Consequently, his laboratory was in ruins, military tanks lay in shambles, and his peaceful existence was obliterated. From that point on, Banner resolved to rid himself of the Hulk. His prior journey to India had been an attempt to learn meditation from a master, but ultimately, it proved futile. In desperation, he placed his last hope on Dr. Blue, confident that with Hulk's formidable strength, he had little to fear from deceit, should things go awry. He could swiftly make his escape. Yet, upon entering the Forsaken factory, Banner's heart sank. He was not confronted by Dr. Blue, but rather a familiar face he had not encountered before. The familiarity stemmed from the man's reputation as a notorious playboy, once featured in a men's magazine, who had previously attempted to recruit him for a dubious tech company. However, An unexpected turn of events had led him to accept General Ross's offer to assist the military in gamma-ray research. Was it mere coincidence or a calculated scheme? As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of green light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 88. An unprecedented ability since his arrival? Banner joins. The glimmer of green in Banner's eyes did not escape Jonathan's keen observation, particularly the immense green energy that lay dormant within him. Jonathan was not here to engage in combat with Hulk. His primary objective was to recruit Dr. Banner himself. Moreover, should Hulk be provoked, the ensuing conflict would undoubtedly attract the military's attention, making it challenging to contain. With this in mind, Jonathan raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling his lack of malevolence to the retreating Banner. Dr. Banner, please remain calm. I am here on behalf of Dr. Banner, who is currently occupied with urgent matters and cannot attend in person. Upon hearing Dr. Banner's name, Jonathan relaxed slightly, yet remained vigilant. How can you prove that you genuinely represent Dr. Banner and are not a military trap? He inquired. Jonathan slowly retrieved a disc from his pocket and tossed it to Banner. Contained within is a video message from Dr. Banner, along with some of his recent findings related to your research. You may wish to examine it. Furthermore, you may not be aware that Dr. Banner's true name is Samuel Stern. He worked for me at my company long ago. In essence, I am his employer. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Jonathan Pierce, the current head of Concept Technologies. I had once considered recruiting you, Doctor, but unforeseen circumstances thwarted that plan. Banner nodded thoughtfully as he carefully accepted the disc and inserted it into his laptop for review. After watching the video and examining the materials, he finally lowered his guard completely. My apologies, Mr. Pierce. I have been on the run for the past few months, which has made me somewhat paranoid. Jonathan smiled and shook his head. I completely understand. Were I in your position, I would likely be even more cautious. Now, shall we sit down and have a proper discussion? Banner tightened his towel around himself and nodded in agreement. How the tides have turned. Once, he was a distinguished scientist with 7 doctoral degrees, commanding respect wherever he went. Now, only a man known as a playboy, Jonathan, was willing to accept him, risking danger to come a considerable distance. Regardless of the circumstances, Banner would remember this kindness. The two men promptly seated themselves in a relatively clean corner of the abandoned factory. Jonathan got straight to the point. Dr. Banner, I understand your current predicament. The military has been pursuing you relentlessly, and you have been searching for a way to control the Hulk. Our company possesses some new findings from Dr. Stern's research that may be of assistance to you. However, before we proceed, I need to ascertain whether your body can withstand it. Before Banner could react, Jonathan placed his hand on his shoulder with such speed that even Banner, enhanced by the Hulk's spirit, sensed something amiss. It was evident that this examination was a spur-of-the-moment fabrication on Jonathan's part. He indeed possessed findings from Dr. Stern's research, but prior to that, he sought to utilize the information attached to the reverse transcription to check for any potential conversion or extraction. As soon as their hands met, a notification promptly appeared. Transcription meme identification successful. Meme, anger persona derivative, with power growth limitless in proportion to rage. Reverse transcription effect. All senses except joy, sadness, and fear undergo fusion with unlimited growth in all attributes. Transcription conditions not met. Host body mass insufficient. Defeating or equalizing with the target character will unlock. Extraction temporarily sealed. Unlock duration, 5 minutes. Upon seeing this entry, Jonathan realized that his suspicions were accurate. At this stage, it would be quite challenging to defeat the Hulk, with the odds barely balanced at best. However, the entries derived from this reverse transcription are rather extraordinary. Should I truly unlock this ability, my potential for advancement would far surpass that of the Green Hulk, instilling a sense of dread. As long as I experience any of these emotions, joy, sorrow, or fear, I would possess the infinite potential for enhancement across all attributes. Theoretically, if my emotions are sufficiently intense, I would be invincible within the Marvel Universe. This is the essence of a true patriot, yet the narrative is becoming increasingly absurd. Although this ability is immensely formidable, one can scarcely imagine the scene, laughing maniacally while vanquishing foes, or alternatively, sobbing mid-battle, growing stronger with each tear. What kind of impression would this leave on my adversaries? More disorienting than the laughing bat and more supernatural than the crying Azura. As for fear, I am inherently the ultimate adapter to the neighboring Yellow Lantern's ring. This reverse transcription ability must undoubtedly be wielded by my own hands. How's my body holding up? What groundbreaking research has been achieved? At this moment, Banner, with anticipation etched upon his face, remains oblivious to the fact that the seemingly harmless Jonathan sitting beside him is already plotting how to deliver a thorough beating to Hulk. Mr. Pierce? Oh, pardon me for zoning out. You can simply call me Jonathan. Jonathan, regaining his composure, continued, we have extracted a certain component from plants, which, when combined with our unique compound number 5, can regulate human physiological states at the molecular level. Theoretically, it should aid you in controlling your emotions, thereby managing the emergence of the Hulk. Upon hearing this, Banner fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his gaze. This indeed sounds promising. But I require more details. Has this technology undergone clinical trials? Are there any side effects? Previously, during the gamma radiation experiments, General Ross assured him that nothing could go awry, yet the moment trouble arose, it was General Ross who was the quickest to turn against him. Damn it. I merely dated his daughter Betty. We broke up long ago, yet he still seems to have his eyes on me. However, the recent visit from the red-haired female agent in India did not seem to be military-related. To be frank, we have not conducted human trials as of yet. Our research remains in its nascent stages. Nevertheless, based on our simulations, this technology should be safe. Of course, we fully comprehend your concerns. If you are willing, we can collaborate to refine this technology together. Jonathan, of course, did not reveal everything. Securing Banner for his camp would make the creation of anything effortless. As for Tony, the genius who rescued him from Afghanistan, he is not a professional researcher. It would be acceptable to make a few requests as friends, but since Tony's return, they have had little contact. Naturally, Dr. Banner is the priority. Upon hearing this, Banner nodded thoughtfully. This is indeed an enticing proposal. But I have one more question. If this technology proves successful, how does your company intend to manage it? I do not wish for it to fall into military hands and become a new weapon. For Banner, the military at present is the most repugnant entity, and he naturally does not wish to relinquish the fruits of his future research to them. With such a sentiment expressed, it was evident that there was potential for collaboration. Jonathan promptly replied with sincerity, Dr. Banner, I assure you that we will never utilize this technology for weapon development. If you are amenable, we can formalize a legal agreement stipulating that this technology is solely for medical purposes. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Banner's eyes. That sounds quite promising. I accept. So, does this mean I am now part of the team? The military outside is likely still searching for me. Chapter 89. A chilling revelation with Banner now considered one of their own. Jonathan resolved to take him to his safe house to protect him from the ongoing manhunt before eventually integrating him into his company. This safe house was one that he had specifically secured approval for from his father figure, as Nick Fury's safe house may not offer adequate security. Hydra was notorious for their stealth. It was entirely possible for someone to remain hidden within a safe house for a lifetime without ever realizing they were not alone. Approximately half an hour later, Jonathan led him to an apartment building that appeared quite unremarkable. Jonathan explained, this is one of my safe houses. Aside from a few acquaintances, virtually no one is aware of its existence, and you will not be disturbed here. Furthermore, it features a special mechanism. There is a hidden door in the wardrobe that leads to an underground laboratory. Doctor, you can rest here temporarily until the situation calms down. As they entered the apartment, Banner surveyed his surroundings. The apartment indeed masqueraded as a typical residence. Though modest in size, it was equipped with all necessary amenities, allowing him to reside comfortably once he emerged from the laboratory. Jonathan guided Banner to the wardrobe and found a switch disguised as a coat hanger in an inconspicuous corner. He demonstrated the mechanism to Banner with a specific movement pattern, revealing the hidden door. As they descended the staircase, the lights gradually illuminated the interior, soon revealing a medium-sized laboratory before Banner. Doctor, I understand that you are a researcher at heart, so I have prepared these facilities for you. Should you wish to continue your work, you are welcome to utilize them at any time. And rest assured, the perimeter is reinforced with steel doors. In the event that the Hulk loses control, I will receive an alert and can respond promptly. Hearing Jonathan's thorough preparations, Banner felt immense gratitude. He had not anticipated that a playboy would be so accommodating toward his burdens and extend such warmth. Banner resolved to engage earnestly in Jonathan's research, hoping to contribute in some way as a means of repaying this kindness. Thank you, Jonathan. You have truly aided me immensely. Jonathan waved dismissively. No need for thanks. As the employer, I must ensure my employees are well taken care of, especially someone of your caliber, Doctor. The two then took a seat, and Banner eagerly sought to inquire about the technology in Jonathan's possession. Observing this, Jonathan pretended to retrieve a vial of black, tubular serum from his pocket, though it was actually from his system's space. In truth, this world may appear vast, yet the interconnectedness of its elements is remarkably enchanting. Take, for instance, the so-called plant, which is in fact the heart-shaped grass procured by Dr. Stern from an unknown source. This peculiar specimen, unbeknownst to many, originates from Wakanda, a poverty-stricken African nation depicted in Black Panther. Consuming this plant significantly enhances both sensory and physical attributes, akin to the super soldier serum derived from the iconic American popsicle. And it also possesses a dream-inducing effect. This effect allows individuals to encounter various ancestors within a hallucinatory realm and engage in dialogue with them. Adhering to their customs, and ultimately achieving a form of empowerment. Dr. Stern has skillfully isolated this effect, merging its spiritual influence with the active properties found in Compound 5, culminating in the creation of a serum designed to soothe the mind. Consequently, Jonathan whimsically refers to it as refreshing chill. This effect is unlike that of an ordinary sedative. It can calm one's mind to such an extent that external distractions fade entirely. In this state, even the presence of an exquisite beauty before Bruce Banner might evoke no reaction from him whatsoever. Thus, poor Dr. Banner must endure this period of discomfort. Yet, unaware of the intricacies involved, Banner, trusting Jonathan, allows him to leave the basement, concerned that the Hulk's transformation might pose a threat. He then injects the serum into his own arm. The needle's rigidity surpasses expectations, causing a flicker of irritation to cross Banner's face. As his veins swell and his complexion takes on a greenish hue, just as his muscles are on the verge of expanding, the black liquid is injected into his system, delivering an intense chill that spreads like icy mist through his sympathetic nerves. 1 second, 2 seconds. The green hue rapidly recedes, and clarity returns to his gaze. Has he finally subdued the transformation? Perhaps Banner himself is unaware that he lacks any excitement. He feels as though he is merely recounting events in a subdued manner, devoid of the anxiety that previously plagued him. Despite this numbness, there lingers a faint sense of joy, yet it does not diminish his gratitude towards Jonathan. Perhaps he could do something in return. At that moment, Jonathan's phone suddenly buzzes in the stairwell. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression shifts to one of perplexity. Since when does dear old dad have the time to call during work hours? Hello? Jonathan, have you brought Dr. Banner to the safe house? Yes, he just arrived. What is the matter? I did my best, but for some reason, General Ross from the military suspects you regarding Dr. Banner's disappearance. He is currently conversing with Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. So Nick Fury knows now? That is not the main issue. The most pressing concern is that Nick Fury has temporarily managed to pacify General Ross, but he will inevitably track you down. Opposing the military at this stage is not a prudent choice. There is no need to jeopardize your relationship with them over one individual. Understood, Dad. Leave this matter to me. A few minutes later, Jonathan approached Dr. Banner, expressing his apologies. Dr. Banner, I regret to inform you that I must leave immediately. There is an urgent situation at the company that requires my attention. I may be away for some time. Oh, that's quite all right. You attend to your matters. I shall continue my research here for a while, Banner replied, granting his consent. With that, Jonathan hurriedly departed, not forgetting to instruct the lurking Hydra agents to keep watch. Unbeknownst to him, after the enhancement of Hulk, Banner's own senses had also been heightened. Thus, he had overheard the entire conversation between Jonathan and Pierce with clarity. Reflecting on their exchange, a flicker of turmoil crossed Banner's otherwise impassive visage, and he promptly lifted his recently packed belongings, exiting the laboratory to return upstairs. Meanwhile, Obadiah entered Tony's villa once more. Chapter 90. Tony's betrayal 2. Yesterday had marked Tony's birthday celebration. However, to his dismay, his originally low-key gathering had unexpectedly attracted a throng of socialites. Out of basic courtesy, he was compelled to muster his weary self to greet them. During the soiree, feeling less than enthusiastic, Tony danced briefly with Pepper before retreating to the sidelines to indulge in cocktails. To his surprise, a journalist named Christine approached him, presenting a photograph. Initially indifferent to this former weapons associate, he was taken aback when she revealed that the image depicted Chimera. The photograph illustrated a vast expanse of bombed ruins, littered with corpses, and alarmingly, the weapons displayed were predominantly products of Stark Industries. The name Chimera resonated deeply with Tony, as it was Ethan's hometown. After his rescue, Ethan had chosen not to accept Tony's luxurious offer of a mansion and sports car, opting instead to return to Chimera for reconstruction. Just days prior, Tony had been in contact with Ethan, but now, he found himself unable to reach him. It was evident to even the most oblivious that Ethan had undoubtedly encountered some misfortune. Following this realization, Tony confronted Obadiah, who provided only a single response. He had personally issued a prohibition under the guise of protection. Consequently, Tony could not help but suspect that the orchestrator of this entire affair was none other than the uncle who had watched him grow up. The protagonist's butterfly effect had altered the course of events, diverging from the original narrative. Thus, fueled by anger yet remaining intellectually astute, Tony instructed Pepper to investigate Obadiah's office for information, only for her to be caught in the act by Obadiah himself. Subsequently, after Pepper's departure, Obadiah made his way directly to Tony's villa. At this moment, Tony remained unaware of the unfolding drama, diligently working on perfecting Mark III in the basement. J.A.R.V.I.S. Display the latest design schematics, Tony requested, rubbing his still-throbbing back. Certainly, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. responded, and in an instant, a holographic projection materialized before Tony, showcasing the intricate design of the armor in a triumphant fusion of gold, red, and silver. To address the issue of ice formation at high altitudes, one might consider applying a specialized coating or installing a de-icing system. Jarvis? I'm speaking to you, Tony inquired. Sir. Obadiah Stane is here for a visit. Jarvis's voice resonated within the room. Why is he coming now? Upon hearing this unexpected news, Tony furrowed his brow. Just yesterday, he had given Obadiah a frosty reception. He was certainly not here for a friendly chat. Could it be that Pepper has been discovered? The more he pondered, the stranger it felt. However, Tony was not inclined to confront Obadiah just yet, so he donned a suit and approached the foyer with a forced smile. Allow him in, Tony instructed, straightening himself on the sofa. A moment later, Obadiah strode in. His bald head glistened under the sunlight, and the familiar, amiable smile that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a cold expression Tony had never encountered before. Hey, Stan, Tony greeted, feigning nonchalance as he waved his wine glass. Would you care for a drink? It's a fine selection just arrived from Scotland. Obadiah did not respond, merely advancing slowly. His gaze instilled a sense of unease in Tony, and the atmosphere within the room suddenly thickened with tension. At that moment, Tony received a call from Pepper. Without hesitation, he answered the phone, pressing it to his ear. Simultaneously, Obadiah swiftly pressed a button. Instantly, a piercing sound wave of an unknown frequency emanated from Tony's phone, paralyzing him as if countless needles were simultaneously piercing his nerves, deep green veins erupting across his face. His body lost all control, collapsing onto the sofa. Do you know, Tony? Supporting Tony's rigid form against the back of the sofa, Obadiah finally spoke, his voice low and sinister, akin to a demon whispering in one's ear. Breathe easy. You see, I was by your father's side when he founded this company. I know you have always been a crucial pillar of the organization. Paralyzed, Tony struggled to articulate his thoughts. Pillar? Obadiah let out a cold laugh, imbued with emotions of resentment, jealousy, and fury that Tony could not fully comprehend. Pillar? No, Tony. I have always been the shadow, the puppeteer behind the scenes. You, on the other hand, merely bask in the limelight, soaking in the hollow glory left by your father. But why? Why would you do this? Tony managed to utter, each word draining him of strength. Obadiah gazed down at the incapacitated Tony. His eyes ignited with ambition and hatred, his expression contorted as if years of masquerade had finally peeled away. Why? Because you squandered the potential of Stark Industries, Tony. You possess such formidable technology, yet you yearn for peace? What this world demands is strength, is control. Tony fought to remain conscious, his mind racing. He finally comprehended that the man before him had always been a facade. The attack he endured in Afghanistan was likely orchestrated by this so-called uncle. You are mistaken. Weapons merely herald greater death and destruction. It is our obligation to alter this reality. This is your fundamental flaw, Tony. Obadiah's disdainful tone dripped with scorn for Tony's naivety. You are far too idealistic. In this world, only the powerful can endure. As for me, I shall elevate Stark Industries to the pinnacle of strength. Your notions of peace will only lead us to lose markets and diminish our influence. As he spoke, Obadiah reached out to touch the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, a glimmer of avarice flickering in his eyes. Ah, your heart is truly a remarkable invention, Tony. When I sent someone to eliminate you, I feared I would lose a golden goose that lays the egg. Little did I know, you left me a legacy. Enough of this conversation, Tony. The time for action has arrived. You are merely a threat, an obstacle that must be eradicated. Obadiah produced a mechanical device and slowly extracted the reactor from Tony's chest, admiring the blue-glowing energy source in his hand. As the energy link severed, Tony felt his life force rapidly waning, each breath becoming increasingly laborious. His vision blurred, and consciousness began to fade. Do not worry, I shall make good use of it, Obadiah declared, turning towards the door, his footsteps resonating in Tony's ears like the tolling of a death knell. Farewell, Tony. I shall inform everyone that the great Tony Stark met with an unfortunate accident. What a tragic tale, is it not? The door slammed shut, leaving the fading Tony alone in the opulent living room. Ironically, he found himself ensnared by his own wealth and achievements, powerless to save himself. Once, he believed that money and technology could resolve all dilemmas, but at this moment, such beliefs had become utterly futile. As Tony's breathing grew more frantic, he realized that Obadiah had most likely taken Pepper hostage, and with his ruthless methods, she too would be in peril. No, it cannot end like this. Tony fervently cried within, summoning every ounce of strength to rise and move towards the assembly platform. Yet he discovered that, in his current state, it seemed a daunting distance to traverse. 3 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm. There lay a birthday gift from Pepper, a refurbished first-generation miniature arc reactor. However, as his eyelids grew heavy and began to close, Tony realized he could not reach the platform. His thoughts slowed, and despair crept in. Am I to perish? Yet, I am unwilling to accept this fate. Suddenly, a delightful, faint mechanical sound emanated from beside him. It was Dummy, the robotic arm that often exasperated him with its antics. Now grasping his reactor. Excellent. I have decided to retract my offer to donate you to Empire University. Thankfully, this glass is not of Eastern manufacture. With that, Tony channeled every ounce of his remaining strength into his hand, forcefully smashing the glass box onto the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of New York, Jonathan, evading Pierce, encountered the illustrious General Ross, infamous for his infatuation with the Hulk. Chapter 91 that year, Ross found Banner's complexion to be greener than any dialogue. I shall inquire one last time, where exactly is Dr. Banner? General Ross interrogated aggressively, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, radiating the authority cultivated through years of high position. This intimidation might have been effective against a clear-eyed university student, but it bore no weight against Jonathan. As a mere expendable character in an independent film, he remained unfazed, knowing that no amount of shouting could alter his impending fate. What? You claim he is the Red Hulk? With newfound abilities, Hulk can unleash devastation. What can he do? Jonathan responded, his expression one of nonchalance. Oh, General, your serious demeanor is somewhat unsettling. I genuinely have no knowledge of Dr. Banner's whereabouts, but if you possess any information, feel free to share it with me. Do not play games with me. General Ross slammed his hand down, causing the entire room to reverberate with the sudden impact. You once sought to recruit him, and since he vanished upon fleeing back to New York, you are the only person who has had contact with him. How could you possibly claim ignorance of his whereabouts? General, this table is crafted from precious golden silkwood. Damaging it would be regrettable. However, on that note, it seems you were the one in continuous contact with him. Were you not? To suggest my involvement based solely on a common social connection is absurd. If neighbor Wong pilfers your clothes, does that imply your wife has been unfaithful? Jonathan waved his hand dismissively, an odd expression crossing his face. Isn't that right? With your sharp tongue, you must be concealing something. General Ross sneered. And are you insinuating that I would harm him? Our intention is merely to manage that creature, ensuring he does not pose a threat to the public. When there is a bear among the crowd, do we not take action? Manage? Jonathan found the notion amusing, realizing that this American general possessed a hide thicker than a city wall. He couldn't help but retort, so, you confine him in a cage, treating him as a specimen for study, implying he has no choice but to comply with you? Would you willingly endure a year of buffet confinement in a restroom? At this, General Ross's expression darkened instantly. Mind your language, young man. You may not grasp the gravity of the situation. Dr. Banner now represents a potential national security threat, and we must act. Oh, then please enlighten me, General. Why don't you take action? Jonathan fixed his gaze upon General Ross. I say, you arrive here without evidence, without a warrant, disrupting my peaceful slumber at dawn. If you wish to take action, then prepare accordingly. Do you military personnel often have such idle time? I pay substantial taxes yearly, and it certainly does not go to waste. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. General Ross, a true match for the Red Giant, felt his face flush with rage. You dare question military decisions? He seethed through clenched teeth. Boy, do you realize you are playing with fire? At this moment of heightened tension, an officer hurriedly burst into the room, interrupting the modest meeting. General, urgent report. The officer panted, we have located Dr. Banner. Upon hearing of his beloved's whereabouts, General Ross's attention was instantly captivated, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. He cast a final glance at Jonathan, his gaze laden with a warning, don't let me catch you. With that, he swiftly followed the officer out of the room, hastening to rendezvous with Banner. Meanwhile, in the basement of a grand villa, Tony struggled to fit the first-generation arc reactor into his chest, holding his breath as warmth coursed through his body. He inhaled deeply, feeling vitality surge into every cell. What a stroke of luck, he exhaled, lying on the ground for a moment to recuperate. J-A-R-V-I-S. Prepare the dawning sequence for Mark III. Tony commanded without hesitation, aware that Pepper was still in peril, and he needed to act swiftly. However, sir, Mark III has not yet undergone complete testing and may possess unstable elements. Moreover, the energy output from the first-generation arc reactor is not conducive to flight. J-A-R-V-I-S, cautioned. There's no time. Tony interjected, positioning himself at the center of the platform, knowing Obadiah's typical behavior. He must have taken my arc reactor to fabricate his own armor. He may have already constructed it through the closed weapons department. We must thwart him, or the consequences could be dire. Understood. Initiating assembly sequence, J-A-R-V-I-S, replied. In an instant, the floor beneath Tony rippled, revealing intricate mechanical arms hidden beneath. As the assembly program commenced, a series of robotic limbs extended with impeccable precision, each movement executed flawlessly. Two mechanical plates cradled Tony's feet, securing him firmly in place. Following J-A-R-V-I-S, orchestrated installation process, additional mechanical arms commenced regional assembly, meticulously affixing the crimson and gold armor components to Tony's form. Beginning at his feet, the armor flowed over his legs like a liquid metal, each piece adhering perfectly to his body's contours, exuding a sleek metallic sheen. Once the leg armor was in place, the waist and torso components followed suit, the intricate gears and connectors emitting faint clicks. As the armor enveloped his chest, the components encasing the reactor seamlessly embraced it, a soft blue glow radiating through specially designed energy conduits, instantly illuminating the entire suit. Finally, the helmet descended slowly. The moment the faceplate aligned flawlessly with the helmet's main body, two beams of white light burst forth from the eye sockets. The entirety of Mark III's assembly was thus complete. Excellent, Tony murmured as he slowly clenched his fist within the armor, which emitted a subtle mechanical whir. Each motion perfectly synchronized. The system was fully operational, weapon systems prepped, and flight systems ready. J.A.R.V.I.S.S. voice resonated in his ear, wishing you triumph. Sir. Tony took a deep breath, and the holographic display within his mask instantly illuminated, various data flowing like water. It was time to impart a lesson to our dear uncle. With that, Tony activated the thrusters. In an instant, a brilliant white stream of energy surged from his palms and soles, and he transformed into a streak of crimson, soaring through the villa's skylight, piercing the night sky, and heading straight for Stark Industries headquarters. At this moment, Banner was seated in a taxi with his luggage. The Hulk had been temporarily subdued, and he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of involving Jonathan. Thus, he chose to flee New York once more, intending to return after the Hulk had stabilized completely to work for Jonathan. However, ideals often clash with stark reality. Following Banner's taxi were two military armored vehicles, and nearby residents were being ushered away by soldiers, clearing the neighborhood. Coincidentally, the direction in which Banner's taxi was headed was very close to Stark Industries headquarters. Chapter 92. Tony's Cupping Therapy and a Half-Green Behemoth? Soon, we will delve into extraordinary events, complete with some modifications that you will surely enjoy. On the last day of the month, an abundance of updates awaits. Thanks for your unwavering support. Evening. Pepper and Agent Coulson cautiously traversed the dimly lit corridors of the abandoned Stark Industries weapons headquarters, enveloped in silence, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing through the space. The atmosphere was indeed somewhat eerie. Agent Coulson, are you certain this is the right direction? Pepper whispered, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily, fearing that something might suddenly leap out to greet them. Coulson nodded. According to our intel, Obadiah has been frequently visiting this closed weapons department. If there are any illicit activities, traces must remain. Before long, they arrived at a heavy metal door, only to find a sign reading restricted area affixed to it. Having come this far, despite feeling a bit apprehensive, Pepper took a deep breath and chose to push the door open. Creaking, the door revealed a vast warehouse, filled with scattered parts and unfinished products, dim emergency lights flickering, adding an air of the uncanny to the space. Goodness, Pepper exclaimed. This looks like a secret factory. Coulson meticulously examined the surrounding equipment. Indeed, these machines are clearly intended for manufacturing large-scale weaponry. Ms. Potts, does Mr. Stark know about this? Pepper shook her head. Given Tony's meticulous nature, he would not go through such trouble. His pride is quite formidable. He prefers to work alone in the basement. In fact, I don't believe Tony is aware of this. It must be Obadiah acting behind his back, as he has visited the weapons department in quite some time. Finding no clues, the two continued deeper into the warehouse when suddenly, Pepper halted, pointing ahead. Look over there. In the center of the warehouse stood a colossal metal framework. Still incomplete, yet it was evident that this was a suit of armor far larger than anything Tony had ever created. However, this suit appeared more like an abandoned prototype. Is this the secret plan of Obadiah? Coulson furrowed his brow. Could it be that he intends to create a super armor? Suddenly, the lights in the warehouse blazed to life, the blinding illumination causing both to squint and shield their eyes. It seems my suspicions were correct. I knew someone would come to disrupt my endeavors. A deep voice resonated behind them. Pepper and Coulson swiftly turned around, only to find Obadiah Stane standing not far behind, a sinister grin on his face and what appeared to be a controller in his hand. Stane, what exactly do you intend to do? Pepper demanded sharply. Obadiah straightened his suit and sneered. What do you think? Of course, I am here to reclaim what is rightfully mine. That ignorant boy Tony actually thinks he can shut down the weapons division and obliterate our hard work. I cannot allow such a thing to transpire. Observing the situation, Coulson stepped forward, producing his credentials. Mr. Stane, I advise you to cease all illegal activities immediately. If you accompany us now for an investigation, the charges of illegal weapon manufacturing can be dismissed. Investigation? Obadiah suddenly burst into laughter. You must be joking. Who do you think you are? A mere pawn of the government attempting to meddle in my affairs? As he spoke, he pressed the button on the controller. Instantly, The massive armor behind him began to emit a buzzing sound, its components assembling autonomously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pepper and Coulson quickly turned to flee. However, Obadiah was well prepared. He pressed another button, and the warehouse doors began to close slowly. "Ha! You shall not escape," Obadiah sneered. The colossal armor was now fully assembled, and Obadiah controlled the mechanized suit, charging towards the two. At that moment, Coulson's security team initiated their counterattack. Yet, ordinary bullets proved ineffective against the reinforced armor, and the Ironmonger's suit maneuvered surprisingly well, effortlessly tossing aside the approaching agents. Fortunately, although Pepper was in high heels, she moved swiftly, with Coulson trailing closely behind. The two squeezed through just as the warehouse doors were about to shut. In a fit of rage, Obadiah, witnessing their escape, pursued them. But the bulk of the armor prevented him from passing through, leaving furious fist imprints on the door. That was close. "Agent Coulson, we must devise a way to stall him. Once we reach the city, the impact will be even greater." Pepper gasped for breath, nearly twisting her ankle in her heels. Coulson nodded, adjusting his thinning hair, and drew his sidearm. "I will do my best, but against such armor, our weapons may prove to be of little consequence." At that moment, the ground behind Pepper suddenly ruptured, revealing a substantial chasm. Upon closer inspection, it was not the result of an explosive shell. Rather, Obadiah was manipulating his armored suit to tear through the earth, surging forth with immense weight that nearly destabilized both Pepper and Coulson. "Where do you think you're going, Pepper? I had no intention of killing you, but your actions today have truly disheartened me." Obadiah's voice emanated ominously from the suit speakers. Both Pepper and Coulson instinctively retreated a few steps, soon finding themselves cornered against the wall. "Please, Stan," Pepper implored, attempting to reason with him. "You still have a chance to turn back. Tony will understand you." "Understand?" Obadiah scoffed. "I need no one's understanding. Once I acquire the true technology behind the arc reactor and mass-produce my armor, the entire world will bow at my feet." With that, he raised his arm, aiming it at Pepper and Coulson. The weapon systems in his palm began to charge, emitting a piercing hum. In that critical moment, a gust of wind swept through the air, and a figure clad in red and gold descended from above, crashing heavily between Obadiah and the two. As the dust settled, Tony Stark stood resolutely in his Mark III armor. "Is the party starting? I certainly don't want to miss it." Tony's voice resonated through the helmet. "Tony!" Pepper exclaimed in delight. Tony turned to glance at Pepper and Coulson. "Are you both all right? Get out of here. I'll handle this." Coulson, aware of his own limitations, nodded and quickly took Pepper by the hand, leading her toward the exit. "Tony, you truly are fortunate. Let us see whose armor prevails." Tony struck a combat stance, his palm-mounted repulsors locking onto Obadiah's suit. "Stan, I can hardly believe you would resort to this. But since you insist on fighting, bring it on." As soon as the words left his lips, both suits launched toward each other, plunging the entire warehouse into chaos. Though Obadiah's Ironmonger suit was massive, it exhibited surprising agility as he swung his colossal fists toward Tony. In contrast, Tony, utilizing his more nimble frame, deftly evaded the onslaught. "Jarvis. Analyze the weaknesses in his armor," Tony commanded while dodging. "Analyzing now, sir." "Jarvis. Responded. Initial assessment indicates that while his armor possesses formidable defenses, the power system appears somewhat unstable." Tony nodded, comprehending the implication. "Understood. I'll target his joints then." With that, he activated his thrusters, quickly creating distance. He raised both hands, charging the laser cannons in his palms. "Hey, Stan," Tony shouted. "Try this on for size." Two powerful energy beams shot forth from his palms, striking Obadiah's knee joints with pinpoint precision, causing him to stagger perilously. "Damn it," Obadiah cursed. "Do you truly believe this can defeat me?" He raised his arm, and the shoulder armor suddenly opened, revealing a row of miniature missiles that soared towards Tony. Upon witnessing this, Tony swiftly activated his missile defense system while maneuvering to evade the onslaught. The sound of explosions echoed, and the entire warehouse was engulfed in smoke. Seizing the opportunity amidst the haze, Obadiah lunged forward, seizing Tony's leg and forcefully throwing him to the ground. A thunderous crash reverberated as Tony felt his entire being shaken to the core. "Sir, the armor has sustained 20 damage, reported Jarvis. Gritting his teeth, Tony struggled to rise. "It's all right, I can still fight." "What about you, Tony? My suit is far more advanced than yours." Obadiah laughed heartily as he approached, his face concealed beneath a mask of disdain and contempt. "Oh, is that so? Have you ever tried?" As he spoke, Tony suddenly activated his thrusters and charged at Obadiah. Just before collision, he deftly sidestepped and accurately grasped an interface on the back of Obadiah's armor. "This wire appears to be quite significant," Tony thought, his eyes honing in on a particular connection. Without hesitation, he seized it and charged his palm laser, obliterating it. With a sizzle, sparks flew as Obadiah's facial targeting system began to malfunction. In response, he grasped Tony's body with a vice-like grip and hurled him away. Tony steadied himself mid-air using his thrusters and commanded J-A-R-V-I-S. J-A-R-V-I-S. Concentrate energy to the chest. Sir, your energy reserves are at 21. Firing an energy beam will consume a substantial amount of power, potentially resulting in system shutdown. J-A-R-V-I-S. Cautioned. Do as I say, J-A-R-V-I-S. Understood, sir. A more robust beam of light erupted from Tony's chest reactor, propelling Ironmonger several meters away. Several components of the armor disintegrated, yet this damage merely amounted to superficial wounds for the formidable Ironmonger. Thus, when the smoke dissipated, Tony was astonished to discover Ironmonger nearly unscathed. Mortifac, how thick is this armor? Is that all you've got, Tony? Obadiah taunted. It seems our genius has progressed much. Why not take a look at mine? Suddenly, Ironmonger extended his hand, unleashing a powerful electromagnetic pulse that struck Tony squarely in the chest. In that instant, the Mark III's system experienced a brief disarray. Warning, system undergoing electromagnetic interference, rebooting. J-A-R-V-I-S. Voice crackled intermittently. Suspended in midair, Tony felt himself plummeting, and just as he was about to collide with the ground, the system finally returned to normal. System reboot complete, J-A-R-V-I-S, announced. Tony yanked upwards, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic impact with the ground. However, before he could exhale in relief, Ironmonger's colossal hand grasped him tightly. Game over, Tony, Obadiah sneered. A commendable idea, but my armor has been refined. All the features you lack, I possess, and they are far superior. The grip of the Iron Tyrant began to tighten, and as the armor constricted, Tony felt his ribs straining under the immense pressure. If he failed to devise an escape plan, he would indeed be crushed by Obadiah. In that critical moment, a wildly audacious idea struck him. Wasn't the armor supposed to be impeccably advanced? Perhaps it was time to test its capabilities. Surely, Obadiah had never encountered the issue of ice formation at such altitudes, had he? Jarvis, initiate thrusters at full power. Sir, this action may lead to system overload. Do it regardless. Just as Tony prepared to launch into the sky, the dynamic vision capture system within his suit suddenly detected an individual leaping towards him at an alarming speed. The reason I refer to this as a person is because one side of their face was green, and their physique was rather asymmetrical, with only one side exhibiting strength. Moreover, they were traversing the rooftops, effortlessly leaping 10 meters at a time, and it was important to note that this height was no less than 3 stories. What sort of individual possesses such physical prowess? An alien, perhaps?